Broomfield Dispatch.
Hi there. My name is Dan Krug. I don't think this is an emergency, but this feels really weird.
151, send medical, and 110. I need a 4th Century female down in the garage.
My wife isn't responding to text messages or phone calls.
Broomfield Police! Broomfield Police!
A biochemical engineer working and living in Broomfield, Colorado, Christelle Krug is the full package: bright, beautiful, and devoted to her family. On October 2nd, 2023, the story of Christelle's idyllic life takes an unexpected turn when she receives a message from a man she hasn't seen in 20 years.
Just out of nowhere? Just popped back?
Yes,
Okay.
I've been doing it for over 20 years.
Okay. So this
This is the first time it's this violent.
The sender says his name is Anthony, a moniker for Christelle's longtime ex, Jack Anthony Holland.
She dated him prior to her relationship with me. So that ended sometime before summer of 2001. That's when Christelle and I started dating. She and I got married in 2007. Fast forward, still married. He had reached out to her via Facebook, wanted to connect, and she was very open about that with me at the time that he had reached out. She accepted the friend request.
It was random and maybe a little strange, but not too concerning until the sender became relentless.
And it's been almost every day since.
okay.
I've gotten a few days break.
And it's always been text message, or has it been
And emails.
email? Okay.
And he's changing his phone number every single time he text messages me too.
Then he started saying some creepy things, song lyrics, talking about romantic movies. She shut it down. She blocked him. I don't know if he blocked her, and kind of went away.
Christelle tells him she isn't interested in reconnecting beyond a friend request. She's 43 years old now, a mother of 3, and someone's wife. Christelle's husband, Daniel Krug, works a stable government job at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and spends time with his family on the weekends. The Krugs have been married for nearly 2 decades, and up until the messages started pouring in, Anthony wasn't on their radar.
I don't know what kind of delusion that this is, but it's one of those things where you're just like, I'm not dealing with somebody who can ever be reasoned with.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
100%.
yeah, so I like me not responding escalates. Me responding, I feel like we go completely the opposite direction.
But her rejection isn't enough. In fact, it may have made things worse. The messages become threatening and sexually aggressive. Soon, Christelle begins receiving an influx of sexually explicit photos from random men. And it's then that she realizes the stalker has placed an online ad for sex listing her phone number. Now her devices are flooded with emails and messages. Christelle's stalker seems to be obsessed, not just with her, but also with her husband, Daniel Krug. Many of the messages demean Daniel, calling him a loser and claiming he leaves Christelle feeling unsatisfied. The stalker seems fixated on getting Daniel out of the picture.
Sure, she has mentioned to you that she and I are going through a rough patch, kind of on the rocks. So probably didn't seem that pressing until it was.
Sure. Are you guys in the process of separating, getting divorced, or working through things?
To be determined.
Christelle doesn't mention her troubled relationship to police, but she does tell them she's concerned for her family's safety.
And I don't think he's done. I think he's going to keep going. Especially after this last interaction where I'm like, you're pretty delusional and you're coming out again of the woodworks and now going above and beyond to really find me.
Hey, how's it going?
The Krugs believe the stalker has attempted his first physical contact with Chris Steele when Daniel Krug sees a male figure running through their yard.
I watched the garage door closing, not necessarily closed.
Sure. Okay.
My wife drove that point home on me. Ran up to the store. I came back about 4:50, 4:55.
Okay.
As I came down, the door was open.
The bigger one or the third?
The double bay door.
Okay.
So as I pulled in, I saw someone. I think it was a guy, but it was so fast.
Yeah.
Blue jeans, gray shirt, run out, jump over my gate, and take off that way.
Got it. Okay.
I cared less about following him than getting inside and checking on my kids.
Yeah. Do you have like a Ring doorbell or any other cameras or anything?
I have a Nest doorbell. We were checking the camera. Nothing on it.
Got it. Okay.
Inside the garage, the Krugs' bikes, tools, and other valuables are all accounted for, leaving police to speculate that the trespassers' motives might have been personal.
Okay.
But we kind of went over
this
here.
area.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went that way.
Got
but
it.
once you're over on that side, because of the hill, that side of the fence is easy to jump.
Right. Okay. I assume
it doesn't feel this high.
Okay. And did you look back here? Nothing got dropped?
Correct.
There's a run over there? Okay.
Yeah. I walked all around the house. Nothing was dropped that I could find. All of the gates on the windows, the window wells, they were all right where they should be.
Got it. Okay. And is that spare key just for the garage door to get in? Or
It's the same key for
front door and all door. Okay. When you can, I would probably...
I'm going Home Depot when I'm done with you.
Okay, got it. Yeah, just to be safe. I know those aren't cheap, but just to be on the safe side.
Yep.
It'd be very brazen to come back like tonight or something and just walk into a house. So I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know. People are getting crazier and crazier, so...
Yeah.
The Krugs worry the stalker might have been rehearsing a home invasion, especially after Chris Steele receives a disturbing message that tells investigators the stalker's behavior is only escalating. In late October, the stalker sends Chris Steele a picture of her husband, Daniel Krug, outside his vehicle.
That picture that day, there's snow on the ground. My husband had only gone into work on that Tuesday for Halloween.
Okay.
So like it's our first snow, and he had only gone in that day, not the Monday prior.
Right.
I can tell because of the timing when my husband left work. We know that was the morning.
Got it. Okay.
Fortunately, even though my husband has a camera in his car, he did not see anybody.
Sure.
And then unfortunately lost all the video because he didn't save it. So I don't have any video evidence.
To investigators, it seems convenient that this stalker has evaded surveillance cameras not once but twice, first outside the Krug home and later outside Daniel Krug's vehicle. Now investigators have to wonder, does Christine Krug even have a stalker at all? Is this a ruse, something she concocted to get attention and maybe get enough sympathy from her husband to fix her failing marriage?
Is there any reason to suspect that Christine is not being honest in any of this?
No.
No.
I know her. No.
Okay.
I believe everything that she has said to me.
Yeah. And about this Anthony guy, do you think he's the kind of person to actually do this stuff, or do you think it's somebody else?
I've never met him.
Yeah. Just a few contacts over the years directly to her, but nothing.
I have never met him, never interacted via any social media platform. All I know about him is what she has related to me. So snippets from the past and then more information over the last few weeks. Sure. But that's it.
Yeah. With that being, I know that Chris Steele, we put her car on a lift on Tuesday afternoon to see if there's any sort of GPS tracking or anything like that.
She told me.
We couldn't find anything on the car. So one of the
I don't know if
things...
that makes me feel better or worse.
Investigators asked Daniel if they can trail his car because the stalker appears to be fixated on him as much as his wife.
Again, just kind of playing the game of chess. We're just trying to figure something out to draw him out. Problem is, this guy's not very trackable.
Yeah, that's what her PI said.
Christelle Krug has hired a private investigator to try to track down Anthony. The PI turns up 2 possible addresses for him, one in Utah and one in Idaho. But here's the thing. These locations are hundreds of miles away, leaving investigators with the lingering feeling that maybe Christelle isn't really being followed. The question remains, could Christelle Krug's unsuccessful marriage be a motive to make it all up? The PI passes this information along to Broomfield Police. The police say they want digital evidence to prove these messages and photos are from Christelle's ex before knocking on his door. In the meantime, investigators tell the Krugs to stay calm and get prepared.
I understand that Christelle has been working on wrapping her own head around self-defense type stuff. What have you been doing?
Largely being paranoid for the last few days.
Yeah.
She didn't want me to panic, so she didn't share all of the details of the lock. And so, as I got all of the details, my panic level has gone considerably higher. So what am I doing? I'm panicking. And I'm doing a good job of protecting my wife. So I'm not doing good.
Yeah, I can see that.
On November 12th, investigators apply for warrants from Google, Verizon, and TextNow, a free phone service and mobile data provider that lets users make calls and send messages using Wi-Fi. But with major companies, warrant applications tend to process slowly, and investigators are left waiting. Thanksgiving passes, and the messages continue. Despite investigators' efforts to trail the stalker, they come up empty, just as they expected. No one seems to be following Christelle or Daniel Krug, and they still haven't gotten the data they requested. As the digital harassment persists into early December, the Krug's marital turmoil escalates. Messages between Christelle and her parents reveal that Daniel asked her to move out. Then on the morning of December 14th, Christelle goes dark. At 8:56 a.m., Christelle sends a text message to her husband asking him to pick up their daughter from school that day so she could meet with detectives. Daniel sends multiple text messages in response, one at 9:17, another at 10:03, and a third message at 11:47. They all go unanswered. Daniel also sends 2 text messages to the lead investigator on Christelle's stalker case, Detective Martinez. One at 10:33 and the other he sent just before noon. Then Daniel asks a neighbor to go to his home to check on Christelle. Around the same time, he places a call to the Broomfield Police Department.
Broomfield Dispatcher. Hi there. My name is Dan Krug. I don't think this is an emergency, but this feels really weird.
Okay.
My wife isn't responding to text messages or phone calls.
Okay.
We've had threats against us. She was supposed to meet with Detective Martinez today, but I can't get a hold of him. Can I get maybe a wellness check at the house? I'm nervous that she's not answering me.
Yeah, understandable for sure.
Hello.
Oh, I'm their neighbor, and they called me. They're like, can you go see if she'll answer the
Oh yeah, he sent us as well. So.
All right, well, you got this.
Alrighty, man. Appreciate it.
There's nothing missing and no sign of an intruder. Christelle has decorated the house for Christmas. The tree is up, the lights have been strung. The home is quiet, maybe too quiet.
151, send medical, and 110. I need a 4th entry. I got a female down in the garage.
Inside the garage, the responding officer sees Christelle Krug lying on the cement floor, dead from a stab wound to the chest and clear signs of blunt force trauma to her head. Christelle Krug had been on her way out of the house when she was attacked, likely from behind with a blunt object. Her purse is found on the ground just feet from her body. Blood spatter on top indicates she was wearing it at the time she was attacked. Just outside the door where Christelle would have walked through to enter the garage, the wall is stained with blood. It's clear now that Christelle Krug wasn't falsifying her claims of being stalked.
It's on the calendar. No. 4.
Take a deep breath. It's 4.
It's a 4. It's a 4. She had to be picked up early to make it.
Okay, it's Dan. Dan, watch your mouth. Dan, I need you to breathe through your nose, not through your mouth. Focus.
Oh my God,
One state over, law enforcement agents rushed to a home in Utah, the home of Christelle's ex-boyfriend from 20 years ago, armed with a warrant for his arrest.
Okay, thank you for your patience and your cooperation. I really appreciate it. Are you okay if we talk for a moment? You can stay seated. Stay seated.
Yeah.
Here's your driver's license back, man.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple names to see if you recognize any names.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the name Christelle Krug? She may have been Grimsrod when you knew her.
Yeah.
And do you know a Daniel Krug?
No.
No? How do you know Christelle?
She was an ex-girlfriend.
She's an ex-girlfriend? How long's ex? Like how long ago?
1999.
Oh, so like a long while ago.
She was my very first girlfriend ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When was the last time you talked to Christelle? Has it been a minute?
It's been a minute, yeah.
Like since you moved from Durango?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would have been what, back in 2014?
Yeah.
Have you had any contact with anybody in that area since? Anybody, or have they contacted you at any time?
No.
Back in Broomfield, investigators walked Daniel Krug into an interview room, the same interview room he sat in just weeks ago, as he asked investigators to prevent this very crime from taking place. Now he tells them what he knows about the last morning of his wife's life.
She was in the kitchen. She was in the kitchen. She asked if I was working from home. I said no, I was just late in leaving.
Dan, when did you leave the house? Guess. Approximate.
It's on the calendar.
You said 8:20, and you left in which vehicle?
Mine.
Which is a?
Black Monster.
Okay. 8:24 sound right?
Okay.
You left out of the garage?
Always.
That leaves about 3 hours between the time Daniel Krug says he left the house and the moment his wife's body was discovered.
She texted me like, I don't know, 3-ish hours ago, and I've asked her multiple questions since then, and she's not responding.
With no signs of forced entry into the home, police think that Christelle Krug's killer must have been someone she knew, maybe someone she's known for a long time.
Martinez knows all of this. We have both been targeted by a stalker.
When was the last time you had any contact with somebody from that area?
2014.
2014? Okay.
Or actually, maybe a little after. My buddy Steve lived there, but he moved from there too.
When did Steve move?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
He lives in Alaska now.
Oh, cool. That's cool.
He was my friend growing up when I was 16.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So Steve moved to Alaska about the same time you moved, or a little after?
No, way after.
Way after?
Yeah.
Okay. You had any contact with anybody since from that area?
No.
Okay. I'm going to give you a phone number. and it's to a sergeant with the Broomfield Police Department.
Okay.
You do have an active warrant out of Broomfield Police Department, and they were debating on if they were going to have us arrest you or not. They are not going to have us arrest you on it. I'm going to advise you of the fact that you do have a warrant out of Colorado, and you can talk to this sergeant about the details of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't know why I did.
So that's just because you got that active warrant. I don't know the details of the stalking warrant. It's a stalking warrant. You can talk to him about that as well.
Broomfield police want to speak with Holland, but they don't need to put him in the back of a patrol car. After discovering Christile's body, Broomfield police follow up with Google, Verizon, and TextNow about their request to get the data to try to figure out where these text messages were coming from. Now, given the severity of the situation, the response is immediate. The data shows that for months, the threatening and sexually explicit messages that were being constantly sent to Christile Krug weren't coming from out of state, but from right there in Colorado. Each contact can be linked to an IP address similar to a government building in Broomfield. A building that Daniel Krug walked into the very morning of his wife's murder, just as he did nearly every morning, except on December 14th, he arrived late.
I just want to be in a safe place with my children. I need to know where I can take them. I don't know if I can go back to the house, but I have to get their things.
Hey, Dan, one step at a time, okay? Right now, detectives are conducting the investigation over at your home. Okay, so getting their items right now isn't going to be a possibility, okay?
I want to go be with my children.
Okay.
I just used up all my energy on
Hey.
a brave face.
Can't imagine how hard that was.
It seems that Detective Martinez and his team doubted the wrong spouse. They spent weeks investigating the victims instead of the real perpetrator. Now armed with the data to fill the gaps, investigators hope they finally can catch a killer who's been hiding in plain sight all along.
Would you be willing to give us the password and all that stuff to the online camera so we can look at those?
Daniel Krug has security cameras installed all over his house. He made sure to do so after he allegedly saw a man jumping over his fence weeks ago.
When you can, I would probably...
I'm going home Depot when I'm done with you.
Okay, got it. Yeah, just to be safe.
But on the morning of December 14th, the cameras that should have a direct view of the garage are powered off. Forensic evidence shows they were shut off at 8:15 a.m. Daniel's dash camera is also turned off, similar to how it failed to pick up a view of anyone suspicious outside his vehicle back in October.
Can I just ask, what do you think happened today with Christile? What do you think? What's your theory?
I don't know.
Well, you gotta have one. I mean, I'm sure a million different thoughts have run through your mind. What do you think happened?
I left. She was in the kitchen. She would have had whatever meetings that she had. And then she said she was meeting with you. But you know nothing about that, so I have no idea what the that is. What's his name? The other detective said that the cameras were turned off. That shouldn't happen. The only way that the cameras can be turned off is through the app. One of us has to hit the button. And one of them looks like it has something on it. So, in my brain, I'm thinking someone made a move against her.
The doorbell camera was covered with a piece of painter's tape. Whoever placed it there probably hoped it would stop the camera from picking up any video from that morning. But they probably never suspected it would lead investigators to another key piece of evidence. Crime scene investigators are able to match the edge of the painter's tape to a roll of tape inside a kitchen drawer in the Krug home. A roll of tape that Daniel Krug purchased during one of his many trips to the hardware store, where he was supposed to be buying home security items to protect his wife, not his alibi.
So in my brain, the story that I have is someone came to the door. Maybe she went outside to get a package, and they must have come in. And she's a fighter. She's strong. She would have fought. That's why I warned them when I was at the house, and I asked, did she get any shots off? She has a gun. She just went through the concealed carry class. She has an appointment to get her license. She had to have been surprised, but without a doubt, she fought.
So, I mean, who do you think killed her?
I think it's Anthony.
Okay.
If not him, I have no other suggestion.
What if I told you that we had already spoken with Anthony and there's no way that he was in town today?
I have nothing. And I'm terrified to bring my children home.
What are you terrified of?
If it wasn't him, who was it?
Christelle Krug's killer could not have been her ex. On several of the dates in November when she received these alarming messages and emails from her stalker, the real Anthony was at work in Utah. And on the day of the murder, he couldn't have been in Broomfield because he was out Christmas shopping in Utah, and he had the receipts to prove it.
So, one of the things that we really started looking into today in effort to find Anthony is what is it? The Gmail. What was the other?
Text now numbers.
The text now numbers and things like that. And
I don't know what text now is.
It's like an app that you can get fake phone numbers and contact people through Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Wi-Fi only.
Oh, spoofing. Gotcha.
Kinda.
Yeah, not really spoofing, but like if I wanted to text somebody, let's say I was buying something on Craigslist and I didn't want them to know my real phone number because I don't want them coming back to me or whatever, I would just get a text now account and it would, almost like a Google Voice, whatever, okay?
But because somebody was murdered today, we have the ability to tell them that, and then they will generally provide us with information immediately. That's what exigent circumstances means.
Okay.
Because we're trying to find the killer.
So some of that information that we've been able to receive today is a little bit, I don't know, concerning, I guess. The Gmail account that, and you can speak more specifically.
And that text now number we were talking about, the number that he initially texted Christelle from. The Gmail account that you guys initially received with the photo of you in it, and the phone number, those originated through their IP addresses at your office.
Doesn't make any sense. Well, he took the photo of me at my office.
Right. But both of those accounts originated from IP addresses that list back to your office.
I don't know what to do with that.
The timing of the emails and text messages sent to Christelle all line up with the hours that her husband was at work.
I don't have a narrative or a story that I can offer you. Because I thought we were on the same side.
It's clear to Detective Martinez and his team that Daniel Krug has spent the last 10 weeks terrorizing his wife and framing an innocent man who lived an entire state away. Investigators also know that the emails and messages that also came from a stalker aren't the only messages Daniel Krug is behind. The text that Christelle Krug sent her husband at 8:56 a.m. on the morning of her death was also from Daniel. Data shows that the message was scheduled the night before. Christelle's phone had not actually been used since 8:22 a.m. on December 14th, just 2 minutes before security footage captures Daniel Krug leaving the home through the garage. After speaking with people close to Christelle, investigators discovered that it was her who wanted to end their marriage, and Daniel Krug was willing to do anything to stop her from leaving.
When you're telling the story, I drew that conclusion that a lot of this stalking stuff has brought you closer and maybe given a little bit of hope in your relationship that you can accomplish something together.
Kind of using this circumstance to bring you guys closer together. You yourself said that. Having the common goal of circling the wagons.
I said something along the lines that it felt like we had more teamwork.
Right.
I think there's a big gap between teamwork and rekindling a romance.
My conversations with Christelle, she was not putting you in the most masculine light. And when your buttons are pushed far enough, people break, people snap, people act out, people do things that they might regret without thinking. And it could be just the littlest button in the end that causes that.
Even Christelle, in her final days, had suspected her own husband of being her stalker. She told loved ones that she feared the man who had been threatening her for weeks was living under the same roof. Internet searches from the evening of December 13th confirm her worst fear. Perhaps the fear of finally being caught was enough to push Daniel Krug into committing the crime he had been planning for more than 2 months and finalizing just the night before.
What would you think, or what would you say if we told you that other people you talk to that are close to your wife expressed that she had maybe told them that she suspected you of having...
She said that right to my face. That she wanted to know if it was me. And I told her no.
Is 6.5 hour drive from here. There's no way you could have made that drive. If you flew, we would have record of that. That doesn't show up on any sort of flight record through the FBI, DEA, Homeland Security, anything like that.
All this time that we've been looking for him, for the protection order, and you just found him today, like that?
Because I've been looking at you, but I've been waiting for these records to come back.
We've been chasing the wrong dog.
Am I under arrest? It sounds like you're accusing me.
We have a lot of information that points your direction, and we were hoping that you could provide a legitimate explanation other than it wasn't me.
But there is only one explanation for why Christelle Krug was murdered in her own home. And if Daniel Krug shares it with investigators, he knows he'll never walk through his front door again.
I'm tired. I don't want to do this. I want to be here. I want to hug my children, and I want to know that they're safe. And I need to figure out where the hell they're sleeping tonight. I've answered a bunch of your questions. Can you please answer mine? Where is Christine? She's still at the house. I want to see my children. Are we done here? Are we done here?
Well, that's up to you. I mean, I think we still have a lot of unanswered questions, but I mean, I'd like to know what happened this morning. I'd like to know
Me too.
what caused you to get so upset to hurt your wife, because I believe that's what happened. I believe that you've been because there's no other logical explanation.
I want to know what happened to her. Did she fight? Did she get shots upon? Where was she in the house? I have who said they were doing CPR in the garage. That's all I know. So tell me, did she fight? Did she get shots on? Where is she in the house?
We haven't been there to know. And there's only one person in this room that can tell us.
2 days later, on December 16th, Christine Krug's husband is arrested for her murder. On December 21st, 2023, the 17th Judicial District Attorney's Office charges 43-year-old Daniel Krug with first-degree murder, 2 counts of stalking, and criminal impersonation. Despite the charges and all the evidence against him, Daniel Krug continues to lie to the faces of law enforcement and proclaim his innocence.
I don't care if you capture him. I just want to pay. He took my children's mother for Christmas. They're never going to get over that. All the therapy.
Despite being the only person who knows exactly what happened to Christine Krug, there's one question Daniel can't seem to stop thinking about, a question he's asked police over and over since his wife's murder.
Did she put up a fight? I don't know. What I told my kids, because that was the first thing that asked. Didn't want me to fight. I have to believe that Melanie was strong. Because she was a good woman for my daughters. So I told her, we know I'll be fine. She had.
I can't tell you with certainty. But from what I know of Christine, she seemed like a fighter.
Investigation ID I watch. Do you know how much true crime I watch? You can't get away with nothing. Jesus, there's cameras everywhere. My child is smarter than that.
Our teenage years are known to be turbulent. They're marked by young love, heartbreak, testing boundaries, and keeping secrets. But how does the saying go? Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead?
Oh my God. Here, let me step back. Can you guys go back inside for me? Thank you. Are you live? All right, I'm off right now.
And one of them is dead, it appears. It's just too early to identify exactly who.
Please, just give us a few minutes and we'll come in and talk to you. Just go back inside. Can you go back inside, please? Don't. Just do as I ask, please. In a few minutes, an officer will come talk to you. Go back inside. Can you just, please, take her inside. Go back in your apartment for me, please. Listen, I can't answer anything right now. I just need you to go inside the apartment and stay there till I can get somebody to come and speak to you, please.
I'm just wondering.
Listen, what did I just ask? Just give us a few minutes and somebody will come and talk to you. Just give me a few minutes. Go ahead and go inside.
Got some blood right now,
Okay, go ahead and go inside for me.
The search for a missing teen might be coming to a close outside an apartment complex in Broward County, Florida. 18-year-old Dwight Grant, who friends and family call DJ, should be gearing up for a homecoming and graduation when he suddenly disappears on a Sunday in mid-October 2021. Grant is a senior at Miramar High School in Broward County. And while a bad case of senioritis isn't all that uncommon among students in his class, when he doesn't return home and misses school the next morning, that's when alarm bells ring.
I have anxiety and depression, so like he would check.
He has anxiety?
No, I have
Okay, so he would check on you.
Yeah.
Do you know the girl that he's talking to or trying to talk to?
No.
No? Does he have a girlfriend?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No? Okay. All right. So you haven't seen him? What's up, man? No, everything good? Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so you haven't spoken to him since.
Sunday.
Is this his behavior? Like, does he do it? He's a good kid?
He's a good kid. He doesn't drink. He doesn't smoke. If he goes out, he has a plan. He goes out with his friends. He calls literally all of us all the time to let us know, like, what's up, how you are.
Okay. All right.
In the morning, at night, make sure I'm okay.
Okay. Same thing with these kids. Have they seen him? Let me speak to them really quick.
Grant's friends say he's a gamer. He doesn't run around town getting into trouble. He doesn't drink or smoke, and he certainly doesn't disappear. His friends, along with Grant's family, spend Monday handing out flyers and searching for him on foot. By Tuesday, police are canvassing the area near Sherman Circle North, a Miramar neighborhood residents describe as peaceful. Or it used to be peaceful, until around 2 p.m. on Tuesday, October 19th, when they find something in the bushes. It's a body, and not just any body, but a body belonging to a young man. Young enough to be a Miramar High School student? Police aren't quite sure. What they can say, almost for certain, is that Broward County is about to investigate a shocking homicide. Police find the body hidden in some bushes outside the apartment complex where Grant lives. The victim's body might have been easy to miss, that is, if it weren't for the blood-stained sidewalk leading investigators right to him. There are 4 detectives on scene. They convene around the body and engineer a report containing what they know so far. A young man was killed, his body was discarded in the apartment complex's landscaping, and he had suffered what appears to be 2 stab wounds, one to the neck and one to the chest. And when they look closely, they notice something else. The unknown victim is a perfect match for the description Grant's family gave police. But it's too soon to make an identification. For now, police block off the area surrounding the body and begin processing the scene for evidence.
Pues this all happened aquí abajo. Aquí abajo. Sí. Ahí abajo del stairwell que está ahí había mucha sangre and you can see that probablemente están tratando de limpiarlo. Hay una cámara aquí, hay 2 cámaras aquí. Y hay una cámara en esa esquina donde lo tiraron.
Sunday.
On Sunday, he went missing Sunday. So go around in the middle, go up to the 2nd floor, and put it across. So there's no one goes down the stairwell.
Okay. That way.
So we got that and that. crime scene tape, crime scene log. Let me get that started.
Whoever, if somebody pulls the video from the place, I already have some tips.
Where's your car at?
Right here.
Okay.
I just need to see who was there doing it because they're probably
the office. The office.
Back at Miramar Police Headquarters, tipsters are already starting to show up in the lobby and offer information. One woman wants to share what you might consider borrowed evidence, her teenage niece's group chat.
Can you just give me a brief rundown? I'm so sorry.
Of what's going on?
Yeah, because I know
I only know I've seen on the news that they found a body over by Sherman Circle, and they keep showing a picture of the kid that goes to Miramar High, saying they can't guarantee that it's him, basically, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
But on my niece's phone, all the texts are coming through that they're her friends. And there's people from school there, and they know it's him.
Okay.
I don't know if that. I don't know unless.
No, I
I'm just
understand.
assuming that it's him because of what.
So, did he speak to a detective or anything like that?
No, I haven't spoken to anybody. I just came here because my niece was telling me that she had got these texts from this girl yesterday from the modeling, and she said it was the most traumatizing day of her life when she seen him yesterday, which would have been Sunday.
Yeah.
So in my mind, one and one, I'm not saying she did anything, but I'm not saying I can't come here and not show you either because she
more than
keeps
once
saying
tells everybody in the
how many
modeling
people she's
group
killed
that
and she's in a gang, which
I mean, and it could be just to be, look cool or to be tough. But
you never know.
It's like, you
and
don't
the same
know.
thing, I don't want the text messages here. I don't want them
To
to
just-
show my nieces. I don't want her.
Like
I don't
her
want her
to
name.
associate
Right.
with, okay.
Right, so it needs to be kind of, if you,
No, I understand.
please, if you can just write on there not to put her name in here,
Sure.
just in case this
Yeah,
girl
you're
literally is who she says she
You're
is.
fine. You're fine. No, I
She's a senior,
understand.
and I want my niece to make it out of school.
I understand. You guys are good. All right. And anything else? This is my area. If you got more things you want to turn in, I'll be here. All right, I'm here until 1.
That's just the words that you
Could be
put there,
nothing,
just.
it's just
If you
odd.
say something or see something, say it, and it just doesn't sit right with
No,
me,
no,
so I
I
have to come
understand.
and.
No, I completely understand. Anytime, ladies, okay?
Thank you so much.
Of course. Have a good day.
The pieces are all fitting together for investigators. Now they have a crime scene and a possible confession written in text between classmates. By the next day, Wednesday, police confidently say they can ID the body. It was him, the missing Miramar High School student, DJ Grant. But who killed him, and why? The group chat the tipster shared with police might have been written off by some as immature gossip, or an adolescent attempt to seem tough, but to investigators, it's as good as gold. Text messages reveal the names of 3 persons of interest in the case: 17-year-old Andre Dexter Clements, 16-year-old Jaslyn Smith, and 17-year-old Christy Parisian. Investigators waste no time in tracking them down.
Miramar Police Department. Miramar Police Department.
Yes.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm waiting for my sister to go over there. What happened?
Are you the only one here?
Christy?
Is Christy here?
No.
Are you Christy?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
That's my daughter.
No, I'm saying, is anybody else in the house?
No.
Okay. Do you mind talking to us outside for a minute?
Huh?
Do you mind talking to us? I have Detective Woods here.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
I heard the message. I was at work. I don't know. I don't have why. I'm waiting for my sister to go over there. I got the message.
You got the, come over here and
What happened?
I just need to speak to you over here for a second.
Oh, Lord.
So, right now there's an investigation, and I guess it's your daughter?
Yeah, that's my daughter.
Your daughter, her name came up. So, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to keep you out of the house for now.
Me?
Yes. Nothing has to do with you personally, but we have to keep everybody out of the apartment. So, if there's anybody else in there that's in there,
No, the sister, she's at work right now.
but nobody else is inside.
No, only
You wanna
2 of us.
you got shoes on? Okay. There's nobody else inside right now?
No.
Okay. So we have detectives that are going to get a search warrant. Okay. So right now, we're just going to make sure nobody's inside, and then we're going to close the door, and then we're going to wait for the warrant to get here. And then
When I can come back.
when who?
When I can come back, no?
As soon as you're done with the search warrant, then
Today?
go back
No?
in.
No, not today.
Okay, today.
Even though Christy's mom is not under arrest and police do not have a warrant, they prohibit her from going inside her apartment to grab her phone.
Can I take my phone to call my sister? Is okay? Take my phone? My phone is right there. Can I call her? Because I'm waiting on her to go.
Well, right now at this point, we already gave you, notice that nobody can go back inside.
Can you take my phone for me? This is right there. By the way, is right there. You see my phone right there?
We really got to follow protocol on this one.
Oh my God.
Who is this?
That's my phone.
No, I mean, but who am I listening to?
The Christy gave me the message.
Christy's mom stands outside with police as they wait for another member of law enforcement to arrive with a warrant. She's patient and polite. She even allows one officer to listen to a voice message her daughter left earlier that day.
I'll be back home, and I will have my phone so they can bring home. So, okay.
The officer returns the phone to Christy's mom, who doesn't seem to have any additional information for police. According to her, she's also been trying to get in touch with Christy.
So are you going to be around here? Are you sticking around here, or are you leaving?
Leaving where?
You're not going anywhere, right?
No, I was going to the police station.
No, I mean right now.
I'm waiting for my sister to go to the police station because my sister drives.
Okay. Well, don't go too far because when we're done, we're going to need you here.
No, I'm just going to the police station, that's it, to see what happened, that's all.
Okay.
To see what happened, that's it. I'm not going nowhere because I don't know nowhere to go.
I mean, honestly, you go to the police station, they're not going to tell you anything. How old is your daughter?
What's she what now?
How old is she?
She's 17.
Oh, she's a juvenile. I mean, you can do what you want. I just don't want you to go too far.
Because Christy is under 18, her mom has the right to accompany her during any questioning by police. The officer takes her phone number so they can stay in touch if she decides to leave. By now, police have already spoken with 17-year-old Christy, who is sometimes called Chrissy by friends. Next on their list is Jaslyn Smith. They track her down and speak with her outside her family's apartment at about 11 p.m. that night.
Jaslyn, did you hurt this person?
No, I didn't. I didn't hit him or anything. I was just told to push him and make sure he stayed in the corner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
I was just told to push him and make sure he stayed in the corner.
Which is what we figured after seeing that, you're a good kid.
So I need honesty from you, okay?
I've been 100% honest with you.
I know.
100%.
I know, but I need to know, like, does this implicate my child in this action of what happened?
I don't know exactly what happened. You're telling me that you were told to do something? I don't know what you did. I don't know what you didn't do.
She said that she was told to keep him in a corner.
Andre.
Okay.
Andre told me that somebody had pissed him off, or somebody that was messing with somebody else's girl or something. It had to do with some type of chick. And that he was upset and that he needed some backup for a fight. He told me it was just a fight.
I want to make sure that you both understand, because I've said this already to you in the past, that you guys don't have to stay here. You do not have to talk to me.
Are you going to arrest my child?
No, I'm not going to arrest your child. I'm not. But I want to make sure that you understand that, because she is 16. I'm being completely honest with you. I want to hear what she has to say, but I wanted to reiterate, because I said it to you and she wasn't here. That's all. Okay? Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to go to some police station and leave without my daughter.
I'm just saying you don't have to. We have to hold this house, but you guys don't have to stay here. That's all I'm saying.
Detectives are still building their case, so they aren't making an official arrest quite yet. But Smith seems ready to talk, and her mom doesn't object, so the police let her share her version of what happened.
He told me to dress up in all black and follow him.
Andre?
Yes. I wore a do-rag and everything. He just said, do this for me. Just help me out with a fight. We're fine. We walked all the way there. And we walked up the stairway. And Chrissy was there. Chrissy had seduced him from what I know. I was trying to just pretend and forget that it didn't happen. I already knew that if something like this was going to happen, I already knew the cops were going to show up sooner or later, and I already started preparing myself for the worst, Ma.
What do you mean by preparing yourself for the worst?
If they send me away, Ma. Because by everything I've already said, I'm an accomplice, and I know this, and I'm sorry.
Come here. I can't. Come here.
The female officer on scene can be seen laughing out of Smith's sight, but the scene is anything but funny. One teenager has been killed, and another has confessed to her involvement in the crime. Smith has also given investigators a motive and the name of the mastermind behind it all. 17-year-old Andre Clements. Did you know that your personal data is being harvested and sold online by data brokers? Anyone can buy your personal details. When this happens, you're at risk for a whole host of things like identity theft, becoming the target of phishing scams, potential stalking, and honestly, a ton more. And that's why I'm so happy to tell you about our sponsor, Delete Me. Delete Me helps keep your personal info private. I use Delete Me, and honestly, it's crazy what I found. They found 1,047 data brokers with my personal information and very quickly removed my data from 215 total listings. Doing that myself would have taken me a full 8-hour workday. And they're going to keep monitoring the sites for you to make sure your info doesn't end up back on there after the first removal. Using Delete Me has given me peace of mind about my family too, because if someone buys your data via a data broker, they can see info about your relatives too. So right now, you can get 20% off Delete Me and protect your personal data. Go to joindeleteme.com/investigates and use the promo code investigates at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/investigates, promo code investigates. When Clements found himself involved in a high school love triangle with an alleged ex-girlfriend and DJ Grant, Smith says it drove him to murder, and he needed recruits.
So I'd like for you to kind of tell me step by step on how everything occurred, you know, from the, like how it all started, how you even got notified or whatever, and then moving forward from there.
Yes.
Okay? And just take your time with it, you know, step by step as best as you can.
Do I start?
Yeah, I might have questions for you here and there. If I interrupt you, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure, you know, I get certain details here and there, okay? But yeah, go ahead. You can just start.
Before Sunday, before he came over.
Who's he?
Andre.
Andre's from school also?
Yes.
Do you know his last name?
Clements.
Clements?
Clements.
M-M-E-T-S? Okay. Is he, what grade is he in?
He's a senior.
A senior?
This year.
Okay. All right, so you were saying?
Before he ever came over, he told me on Friday, I believe it was Friday, that he had a situation that he needed to deal with, and he was wondering if I could help him out with a fight. Me knowing that I used to fight in elementary and used to be a bad kid-ish outside of school, I had agreed because he's a good friend of mine. I'm like, it's just a fight.
Okay.
So, on to Sunday, he had said he was going to be coming over at around 6.
Okay.
He came over at least 6:45, close to 7 o'clock.
Okay.
And he had proceeded to tell me the whole scenario of, we're going to get dressed in all black. You're going to wear clothes that you don't care about. You're going to wear gloves. You're going to wear do-rag. I know the whole layout of the building and everything that we need to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Get dressed, just wait, and then we'll go.
Okay.
We had gotten dressed, we had prepared. My mom had gotten home. We had told her that we were going to go on a walk. We had left the house immediately with me, Andre, and Chrissy, and we had left the complex all the way down. He was explaining to me that the person that me and him were going to fight with, and that Chrissy was going to seduce to get him to come downstairs, had messed with a girl that he knew and had, essentially from what I know.
Okay.
This is what he had told me. And on the way there, he's telling me exactly where we're going to walk, exactly how we're going to walk, exactly what we're going to do, and what we're going to wait for a signal. And I was like, okay, it's just a fight. It's whatever. We had walked up the stairs. We had walked through the front gates of the complex.
Do you remember which complex it was?
I don't know the name. I do know that it's the complex next to the old house that we used to live to. We had walked in fully. We were wearing gloves, 2 sets. We had on all black from head to toe. We had on our hoodies, and we had on do-rags to cover our eyebrows and facial hair and anything like that.
Okay.
We had masks on as well. We had walked out, and
COVID mask?
Yeah. We had walked out, and we were immediately when we got in there, we had walked over to where the stairwell was, while even telling me to move this way to avoid a camera and to avoid being seen.
Okay.
We had walked through there. He said there was no cameras there, so we had relaxed and chilled out more. And I'm just thinking this is a fight. Right. And I'm thinking the reason why we have him all black is, if he was to fight him, because he seemed pretty upset over the whole situation of what was going on. I'm like, okay, maybe he's gonna fight him and there's gonna be blood, and he's just like, I don't need you going with blood on you.
Right,
or
right.
being seen, or your mom just like seeing anything like that. So we had walked up the stairs while Chrissy stayed downstairs and made a call or a text saying that she was here. Me and him were upstairs. He's just talking to me. We're relaxed. We're chill. And then he got a signal from Chrissy to walk downstairs. We walk downstairs, and he tells me to wait on the top of the stairs. And he had a weapon with him. He told me to hold the weapon. We had gloves on at this time still. We had walked down the stairs. He had approached the boy, and Chrissy had moved back and walked down the stairs fully.
Did you know this boy or no? Okay.
When boy tried to make a run for it after Andre approached him and was like, yeah, we have a problem, and he has me standing behind with a weapon. So he tells me, Chrissy looked at me and he made a run for it, and I'm like, okay, weapon's just for intimidation, I'm gonna put this down. I ran and I helped Andre to tackle him and put him onto the ground.
But, of course, the weapon wasn't just for intimidation, and this wasn't just a fight. This was a murder plot being acted out in broad daylight by a love-scorned teenager and 2 girls who agreed to go along for the ride.
Andre is talking to him, saying everything he has to get off of his chest, and saying how mad he is, and then he proceeds to say, you know what I have to do, right? That I have to hurt you. I have to get you back for what you did. And the boy is like, you don't have to do this. I won't bother you. I won't say nothing. I haven't seen you guys. I won't say anything. Nothing. And I'm just thinking, okay, Andre's probably going to hit him or punch him, and then everything else is just, he's just gonna get into a fight. We're gonna leave. Andre asked for the weapon after explaining to him that he was going to kill the other boy. He had asked for the weapon, and I just handed it to him, because I was like, I don't know about this, but I'm like, okay, maybe you're joking, because me and Andre are playful. We like to mess around, and we do play fight, and we're just very sibling type relationship.
Right.
And he had taken a weapon, and he had pushed the other boy into the corner, and he was begging not to get hurt. And
I'm just thinking Andre's just gonna hit him. And Andre told me to come here and help him. And I was like, okay, you can do what you want to do. You can punch him or something. And I'm just holding him. And then Andre proceeds to rapidly punch him. And then after a while, Chrissy said, there's a lot of cars here. There's a lot of people watching. There's kids out. You need to hurry it up. So like, Andre, do what you gotta do. Just hurry it up, bro. We gotta go. He proceeded to take out a small weapon and attempt to stab him.
I'm sorry?
Attempt to stab him.
Okay.
And he was failing, and I was just like, okay, I didn't see it because I'm holding his legs. So I'm in a position where I'm holding both of his legs and I'm wrapped around his under torso, and I just feel poking right here. And I'm wondering what that is. And the other boy, he has the weapon just like waving it, just like trying to not get harmed. And then he had another smaller weapon, and he took that out, and he stabbed him right here.
Where's right here? On the neck, like back side of the neck?
Like side.
On the right side?
Did you do right side?
According to Smith's story, the only fight that took place that afternoon was DJ Grant's fight for his life. And despite her claim that she didn't know the full extent of Andre's plan, Smith admits to helping hold Grant still, even after Andre stabs him.
Also, the boy was just like, you're gonna kill me. Just choke me out or like end it, because he kept going in and out. He's like, choke me out, end it, stab me, do something. And Andre stabbed him again. And he had told me, and Chrissy, he had told me to get Chrissy and get cleaning supplies. And at this time, the gloves that we were having on and wearing were ripping and torn. And I was getting nervous, and I was getting scared. And I wasn't showing any of it because I'm just like, if I show this, they're gonna know that I'm like, I can't do this, and I'm like freaking out. So I'm like, I'll do what you say. I didn't tell them this, but I'm like, I'll do what you say. It's what it is, and whatever happens, happens.
It is what it is. Smith's demeanor feels cold for someone who supposedly didn't expect the altercation to go down this way. But then, once the story of Grant's death is told, Smith seems to slip up and reveal something to officers that contradicts her original story.
So I had helped Andre move him a certain direction under the cameras, under the one camera that we saw right there, and into the bushes. And at this time, we both had not eaten, we both were exhausted, so he's like, push me back here into the bushes and just leave him there. We'll figure out what to do with him at a different time. And I'm just saying, okay, because prior to this, he had told me that this was the first person he had ever killed.
Prior to this, he had told you that?
When we were at the house, when we were just talking about the whole plan of what to do, what was going to happen, but he never told me that he was going to kill somebody until at this time. Like, this is the first person. I'm going to leave it here. I'll ask Chrissy, and we're going to leave.
Clements had spoken to Smith about killing Grant while they were still getting ready at her house, before they met with Parisian, and before they lured Grant to the stairwell where he ultimately met his demise. After the teens dragged Grant's body into the bushes, they cleaned up and sealed their supplies and weapons in a bag that Smith hid in her jacket. Then they removed their gloves and walked back to the complex where Smith lived. They found an open, grassy area outside the complex, clearly visible to residents who happened to be looking, and set out to dispose of the evidence. They started what Smith calls a bonfire with gasoline. They threw bloody clothes in the middle, gathered around it, and talked. As they watched the blood-soaked fabric burn, they shared their fears and wondered what would happen next. That's when a security guard for the apartment complex approached them. Now they had a witness, not only to the crime itself, but the aftermath. And to make matters worse, he wasn't the only one. Someone else had alerted him. And as she would later tell police, she remembered everything.
I saw the tape, I remember everything. And the two girls, they were just standing there, but they weren't moving much. The chubby girl, she was just like moving back and forth, like standing in the same spot but moving a little bit. And then the guy was moving around the fire, just throwing more gasoline.
What was he? What did you see him throw?
It was like a bottle. It was like the normal bottles that.
Like a bottle that you use for like a barbecue, or
yeah,
like
like it looked like I don't have a water bottle, but it just looked like one of those normal bottles with like, you know how it's say when you go to a restaurant it's like ketchup.
Okay.
Yeah, like he was just throwing the gasoline.
Okay, like that.
Mm-hmm. Those. He was just walking around the fire and he was just throwing more in the fire, which is getting bigger.
And what was it?
I don't know. I just know like it looked like some type of material. It didn't look like cause we have like a lot of ducks. It didn't look like they killed a duck or something. It looked like it was a material that they were putting.
Okay, like material. Like clothes. Something of material type. Okay. And did you recognize any of them?
No, because it was pretty far, but seeing them on the news, their faces, that's when you could like
remember that they were the same ones that you saw that night.
Yes.
Okay, and then when you saw that fire happening, what did you decide to do after that?
Honestly, since they were doing it on the grass, I felt kind of unsafe that they would probably like go to a certain point to spread the fire because they're teenagers. So I just slowly I walked really fast, and I went to the other side of Sherman Circle, the other side of the complex of Lake Vista.
So the other side of like where the leasing offices.
Mhm.
So you were able to see their face clearly. If you were ever able to see them again, you would recognize them.
I didn't see their face, but I saw their body shape, and seeing them on the photos, you could picture them, especially the chubby girl. It was very noticeable. I could see her braids.
Okay.
And the kids.
And you did alert the security guard.
Yes.
Of the fire.
Yes.
And that's when he was made aware. Okay.
Is there anything else you can think of about that night that kind of stood out to you?
No, not really. I just saw their emotions, and right when I came to my apartment, they were.
What did they appear like?
You could feel the traumatization from them, and you could feel like they were scared, but you could also feel like they had that energy of the way of thinking like he deserved it. Like you could notice that.
Okay.
And right when I went to my apartment, I immediately went to my balcony to see if they were still there, but they were gone really fast.
Right. And all you saw was
all I saw was the burnt grass.
Now investigators have security footage of the teens in all black, eyewitnesses who saw Clements, Parisian, and Smith burning the evidence, and Smith's long-winded confession that she gave police in the squad car. All they needed now was the weapon, and that, it turned out, would be the most shocking part of the crime.
You had said that the weapon that Andre was using, he used it to stab the boy. I'm assuming it's a knife then that he had?
There is a knife and there is a longer sword.
A longer what?
Sword.
A sword. Okay. Do you know what ended up happening with those? So it was a small knife and then the long sword?
Yes.
Okay.
A sword. Now that complicates things for Smith. The officers know that it's possible Andre Clements could have concealed a knife from Smith and Parisian, but to miss that he carried a sword all the way from her apartment to the complex where they met up with Grant, that seems unlikely to detectives.
When he first came here, before all this started, right? When he first showed up at your house, he got here with, you said it was a collection, right? The small ones was a part of a collection?
The small ones I didn't see, but they were like either in his pocket or in the bag that he had brought with him.
Okay. and I guess one of them stayed behind, and then he took one small one, and then the big sword also. So you saw the big sword when he first showed up here in the first place?
Not when he... I didn't see it exactly. I only saw that there was a bag with it, and I was like, okay. Because somebody else had taken everything out of the house behind us, and I didn't know where that was. And I believe it was either in like a jacket with him, or with Chrissy in an extra jacket or in a bag with them.
Okay.
I didn't see it. I wasn't paying much attention.
Maybe Smith wasn't paying attention, but law enforcement are locked in. By now, detectives have a mountain of evidence that they hope will prove pivotal moments in Smith's story to be true and others false. Security footage from the apartment complex shows the three teens in black as they walk to ambush Grant by the stairwell, just like Smith alleged. One camera even captured Grant's final moments. Another what appears to be footage of the teens dragging Grant's body into the bushes. But some pieces of Smith's story aren't adding up. Police confiscate and download the teens' phones to get the full truth. Smith's claim that she thought it was just a fight, well, text messages tell a different story. One message read, "Murder will definitely happen soon." Within days, police detained Smith, Parisian, and Clements. All three teens are charged as adults and receive the same charges of tampering with evidence and conspiracy to commit murder. Smith and Parisian are also charged with murder in the second degree. Clements, who authorities allege orchestrated the killing from the start and drove the sword through DJ Grant's chest, was charged with premeditated murder in the first degree. Smith and Parisian plead guilty and are sentenced to 25 years. After their release, they'll each serve an additional 10 years probation. On February 18th, 2025, 20-year-old Andre Clements pleaded guilty to murder, tampering with evidence, and conspiracy to commit murder. He was sentenced to 40 years in prison plus lifetime probation. NBC Miami reported that the presiding judge left the courtroom in tears.
Just days before Christmas, in 2022, chaos erupts in an apartment building in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Oh God, why did she do that?
Police find 32-year-old Alexandra Pennick dead on her bathroom floor from a close-range gunshot wound to the left temple. Her boyfriend, 44-year-old Matthew Ecker, says Pennick locked herself in the bathroom and pulled the trigger. But as police learn about Ecker and Pennick's relationship,
She is a girlfriend of mine. Oh my God, I'm married.
they begin to question Ecker's story.
So you guys are arguing when you got back?
Although two medical examiners are unable to determine whether Pennick died by suicide or homicide, a jury finds Matthew Ecker guilty of second-degree murder. He's sentenced to 30 years in prison. For Pennick's parents, this is justice.
He killed her. It was proven, and I know it's true.
But just as strongly as Pennick's parents believe Ecker did it, Ecker's family believes he didn't.
I know my son, and he could never do this.
Through the course of this episode, you'll see cracks in the evidence we were provided, inconsistencies, and even what appear to be errors in police statements and records. You'll see false statements given to police that may have affected their investigation into Ecker. It may all call into question the very investigation that put Ecker behind bars. Let me be clear, this investigation is not about taking sides. It's to analyze the documents, videos, and facts we asked for from prosecutors and police and what they gave to us. At the end, you can decide what you think and how that shapes your view of Ecker's guilt, as decided by a jury, or as his family believes, his innocence. December 16th, 2022. It's the holidays, a peaceful, snowy night in downtown St. Paul, Minnesota. Surveillance cameras capture Alexandra Pennick and Matthew Ecker strolling down the street after leaving a bar. They go into Penig's apartment building. Ecker opens the door for her and they stroll in. Everything appears calm. Less than an hour later,
911, what is the address of your...
I got a girl who shot herself in the head.
Is she alive? Is she breathing?
No.
Okay, I'm going to get medical dispatch on the line. Just one moment.
Thank you.
What's your first name?
No, my name is Matt. She just shot herself in the head in the bathroom.
Okay. How long ago did this happen?
About 4 minutes ago.
All right, they're on the way. Do you know where the weapon is right now?
It's right on her chest. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know why.
police rush to the scene. Ecker lets them in at the building door. They race up the elevator. Ecker is bent over, hysterically crying. They race to Penig's apartment. They enter her bathroom and find a gruesome scene. Penig is lying in a pool of blood from her head. She has a single gunshot wound to her left temple. A pistol is resting on her left shoulder. Her left hand is on top of it. Penig was right-handed. Officers try to maneuver around the space. It's a very small bathroom.
Let me get the gun. Look out. Move.
Officers take the gun and remove the bullets. In the hallway, officers are trying to calm Ecker.
Oh my God, why did she do it?
Keep breathing.
Officers ask Ecker what happened. He admits right away it was his gun.
It was my gun. In my backpack.
It was in your backpack?
Yeah.
How'd she get it?
She just grabbed the backpack.
How does she know that you got a gun in the backpack?
Because I told her it was there.
Did you tell her today when you got here?
Yeah.
Did she make any threat before
Not-
that she was gonna kill herself?
I didn't.
Herself?
She just grabbed it and put it to her head. She went into the bathroom and locked the door.
How did you get into
I broke it. I just like slammed into the door after I heard the shot.
Were you guys arguing or something?
No.
Did
No.
she say anything?
We're friends.
Okay.
She is a girlfriend of mine. Oh my God, I'm married, and she has been. Oh, my girlfriend. I was just for like 2 years, and I'm a terrible person for that.
Do you live by yourself or what's your
No, my wife and 4 kids.
Okay. Does she know that you have a relationship with?
No.
Okay.
Penig and Ecker had met 2 years earlier. Penig was getting her degree to be a registered nurse and met Ecker, a nurse practitioner, while working at the same hospital.
I know that our relationship wasn't what it should have been. I know it wasn't right. I loved her.
Were you guys arguing at all when you got back?
No. No.
There had been a documented argument, though, earlier in the evening, not between Penig and Ecker, but between Ecker and Penig's boyfriend, Shane Anderson. Penig and Anderson had been dating for a few months. Ecker knew about Anderson. It wasn't a secret. In fact, Ecker tells police that Penig and Anderson had a volatile relationship, and just that morning, Penig had called Ecker, saying that Anderson had just assaulted her. Penig wrote to Ecker via text the morning of December 15th. "He just showed up at my house breaking, hit me in the face," she wrote. Ecker tells Penig repeatedly to call the police and to take her apartment keys back from Anderson. Anderson later tells police he was at Penig's apartment that morning, but that he didn't assault her. Ecker calls out from work and starts driving the 3 hours to St. Paul from where he lives in Fergus Falls, Minnesota.
I came here because her boyfriend came, and so I came here. Help her feel safe. I had my gun in the backpack there because I was worried that her boyfriend would come. Yeah. And that was stupid. Oh my God.
Ecker admits to police that he and Penig had been drinking all day A lot. Penig's autopsy showed she had a blood alcohol content of 0.22, nearly triple the legal limit. But law enforcement never performed a BAC on Ecker. Here you have Ecker telling police over and over they had been drinking all day. Why do they not run a BAC? I asked the St. Paul Police Department about that, but they said they can't respond because the case is under appeal.
So you guys went to 3 different bars?
Correct.
And what happened at one of those bars becomes a concern for police. At 12:32 a.m., only 2 hours before Penig is shot, surveillance cameras capture Ecker and Penig strolling into a bar. Ecker says Penig knew Shane Anderson was going to be there, but he's there with another woman. Instead of sitting next to Ecker, Penig walks around and sits on the opposite side of the bar, closer to Anderson. The woman Anderson's with leaves, and he strolls over to talk to Penig. This is when things appear to become heated, at least according to Ecker. Ecker walks over and puts himself between them. Tensions escalate.
He punched me. I don't know what exactly happened, but I kind of remember coming to on the floor. They had pulled him off and kicked him out of the bar. And then her and I sat there and talked with other people for another 45 minutes. We came back here and I thought everything was fine. And then she just grabbed the gun and she loaded it. And I said, "What are you doing?" Like, stop.
Police continue to document the bloody scene in Penig's bathroom.
See the blood on the toilet and the sink. Do you see the shell casing?
I would, casing.
At the same time, they begin to zero in on Ecker. They're skeptical if his reaction is real. Officers are also trying to understand why it took Ecker 4 minutes to call 911.
It said that you waited a little bit to call police?
No, I looked at her, I ran back out, and I couldn't find my phone.
Did you touch her at all or move her?
I did, yeah, absolutely.
Where was she?
She was laying where she was.
No,
I tried to hold the thing, I just, the hole in her head, and she was trying to breathe.
She was trying to breathe and you were trying to stop the blood?
Negative.
So how did you try to give first aid?
I'm an NP.
Okay.
Like, I understood that this was just done. She just, I tried what I could.
So, and I know that I just have to, because I have
Yeah,
a medical examiner.
I get it. Like, I tried to do what I could.
Okay.
And then I washed my hands.
Then you wash your hands?
Correct. That's why I don't have anything.
And then you...
The officer goes to the bathroom. The sink is bone dry.
Why don't we have you come to headquarters?
You guys, yeah.
Hundreds of miles away, Penig's parents, Jim and Mary Jo Penig, have zero idea their daughter is dead.
I had talked to Alex the night before. We were talking about me being stuck in South Dakota, and she was looking forward to coming out for Christmas, and she was talking about this new job that she had an opportunity. Totally took us by surprise when the sheriff showed up.
The Penigs always worried about their daughter. Alex had struggled throughout her adult life with substance abuse. Court records from the state of Minnesota I found show that she had her license taken away twice for DWI. She also suffered from bipolar disorder, depression, and ADHD. She was on a host of psychiatric medications. She told Ecker in a text days before her death that only recently had she started taking her meds regularly. Years prior, in 2016, she swallowed a bunch of pills all at once.
And then immediately stuck her finger down her throat and threw them up. So it's not something I think she really wanted to do. We did call 911. They did pick her up, and they quickly released her from the hospital after she'd gone through, their evaluation. And she never did that again.
I can imagine it was difficult to see her through those difficult times of her life.
It was, yeah. It was very hard. I mean, Alex, I think it took us a long time to understand some of her challenges.
Alex always tried to get better, to be better.
Alex was a fighter. She was a survivor. She was full of life. She was beautiful inside and out. She was good to those who other people would step over. She would be that person that would pick somebody up on the street, that would cover them up with a blanket, go get them a hamburger. That was Alex. That was her soul.
She loved animals and people. Her dream was to be a registered nurse. She enrolled to get her degree, but had to pause her education to get herself back into recovery.
She was doing great, sober, had, celebrated complete sobriety from any alcohol, any drugs, had been sober for almost 2 years.
At Pennick's graduation for her licensed practice nursing degree, she spoke about her previous struggles.
During this time, I fought through the cruelty of mental health and substance abuse issues. With a painful past and fear of my future, the only thing that had kept me going to make a better life for myself were those inspirational words I would play over in my head at my hardest of times. You must be a nurse.
After graduation, Pennick enrolled in a program to get her registered nursing degree. She moved to Fergus Falls, Minnesota, and met Ecker while working at a hospital. That's when Pennick's parents say their daughter changed.
I think her personality, she just got irritable and just, kind of distant.
She started drinking again. Pennick's parents say they didn't know it at the time, but after Ecker's arrest for her murder, they started to rethink things.
Her lifestyle had changed, 6-8 months into living up in Fergus Falls. It was not a good lifestyle. He was not supporting her, he was using her.
In the 2 years before her death, Pennick had trouble keeping a job. She fell into debt. In August 2022, 4 months before her death, police arrested her for DWI. She spent 2 weeks in jail, ended up pleading guilty, and had an interlock device put in her car. She was put on 2 years of probation. A week prior to her death, she lost another job. But in typical Alex fashion, she kept trying to get her life back on track. And only 12 hours before she was killed, she had an interview for a job at a children's hospital. Nothing could have prepared the Pennicks for that snowy day in December 2022 when a sheriff showed up at their house in Minnesota.
Forget exactly how she stated it, but I'm extremely sorry to inform you that your daughter Alex passed away last night. And I said, what happened? She said, well, we're still working through that.
One of the Pennicks' first phone calls after getting the news is to Matthew Ecker.
She talked about this person as a friend. I learned that he was married. And then once we confronted Alex, that he was separated from his wife. She kept saying it was just a friend, though.
So every now and then, Mary Jo Pennick would talk to Ecker about her daughter and see how she was doing. So when she gets the news, she calls Ecker thinking maybe he has more information. But Ecker is already in custody.
We had no idea, none, that he was involved, that he was even with her that night until we found out from the investigators.
And then they learn even more. Not only had their daughter and Ecker been romantically involved, but Ecker had been supporting Pennick financially for a year and a half. Between June of 2021 and December of 22, Ecker had given Pennick $28,000, mostly for rent, but he also had been buying her booze. He fell into major credit card debt and had maxed out 2 credit cards. They also learned that Ecker had been refilling Pennick's meds for depression and anxiety, even though he wasn't her doctor. The messages between Pennick and Ecker days before Pennick's death show the two communicating at length about refilling her various prescriptions.
In my basement, I have a huge bag of 8 months worth of meds that he prescribed her. And if you open up the pills, they're all there. She never took them.
At the same time the Pennicks are learning about Ecker's involvement in their daughter's death, Ecker's mother, Terry Randall, is as well.
I called the detective and I said, you have got to tell me what's going on. I need to know what happened. So the detective said, your son is charged with murder and it doesn't look good for him. I was absolutely shocked that he had been having an affair.
There's no possible way Matt would ever do this to anybody, ever. He has the softest, kindest heart that I know. Yes, he made a horrible choice with this affair, but there's no way he would harm anyone like that. He His goal in life was to help people the best he can. And that is what he wanted for Alex, was to help her.
He couldn't just walk away from her because he cared about her.
Both Ecker and Penig's families believe that at the time of Alex's death, Ecker and Penig were no longer in a sexual relationship. They were friends, at least that's what the two told their families. Randall says her son told her that that night he had had a tough conversation with Penig.
Matt had told her, you know, I just can't keep supporting you financially. I want you to take one of these jobs, get on your feet, do better.
At the precinct, detectives with the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Department are trying to drill down Ecker's story.
Tell me about your guys' relationship, you and Alex.
It's been ongoing for about 2 years. I'm married, obviously, not to her. Our relationship is not something I'm proud of from that standpoint, but I care about her.
Okay.
I really do. I've been open with her, I've been honest with her. She has been open and honest with me. We understand our relationship. This is not, I know how this looks. I loved her, she loved me.
Detectives would later uncover texts Penig had sent to Ecker in the days before her death. She tells Ecker she had been incommunicado the day before because she had to, quote, shut herself out from the world because she needed a mental health break. She writes to Ecker on December 14th, 2 days before her death, I am not very hopeful at the moment about life. Ecker responds, it will get better, Al.
I know that for the last 2 weeks she's been sad and upset, with shame, with work, with a lot of stuff. I know she's been upset.
Alex Penig's autopsy shows that not only did she have a BAC 3 times the legal limit, but she also had high levels of Valium, Prozac, amphetamines for ADHD, and Trazodone for depression. The medical examiner said some of the levels were so high that they could be considered toxic or even fatal. While the state's medical examiner couldn't determine whether Penig died by suicide or homicide, she testified at Ecker's trial that some of the circumstances were inconsistent with suicide. When pressed by Ecker's attorney about whether she was aware of the messages Penig had sent Ecker in the days before her death about not being hopeful about life, the Emmy said she was not aware of them.
We all have points in our life where it's sad, and we're going to share that information. I mean, it's if she has somebody that she can talk to, and you know, it's a release for her. And I think that's what she was doing.
So if people point to these text messages and they point to her life having a lot going on at this point, in your minds, it does not mean that she wanted to take her own life?
No, not at all. She had a lot to look forward to. She had another job offer. She was looking forward to taking on some new responsibility. She was involved in one of her friends that was up in Fergus Falls was getting married. She was excited about joining the wedding and participating in the wedding. I didn't sense anything that was the end. I've had it, I'm done.
Back in the police interview room, Matthew Ecker tells the detectives he should have left the gun in his car, but he was worried about Shane Anderson possibly coming to the apartment.
So you say that she grabbed your gun out of your bag. How did she know that the gun was in your backpack? I'm sure you
She saw me take it out, took it out, put it in my backpack, and she saw that.
Okay. And where was the gun?
Tucked underneath my laptop.
Okay.
Once we started drinking it, obviously I should have just, like I said, I should have put it in the car.
Ecker admits to buying the booze and the heavy drinking that he and Penig did on December 15th into the early morning hours of the 16th. Ecker tells police about the incident at the bar with Anderson.
And even after that, they kicked him out, and we sat for 45 minutes to an hour. And things were fine. We had a good time. We had a good time walking home. Things were great. We were laughing, she was happy, and good time going up into her apartment. And then all of a sudden, I had no idea where we came from.
I guess I have a hard time believing things were good after you got knocked out by her ex-boyfriend.
I didn't get
Maybe
happened.
you played it cool at the
I
bar
stepped
and
in between them, and Then I was on the ground, and the bartender was like, "Hey, this one's on me." I had a drink. We sat there. I was fine with it. I don't have any. I'm not a big guy. I don't.
Yeah.
I understand that when I get into a tussle with somebody, chances are I'm probably gonna lose. I get it. I was standing up for her.
Detectives ask Ecker repeatedly if he and Pennig had fought that night.
You guys weren't arguing or anything? There's no fight with you two?
Not between us.
But police don't think Ecker is telling the truth. They would later uncover surveillance footage from the apartment building around 2:10 a.m., approximately 30 minutes before Pennig's death, which shows Ecker and Pennig back in the lobby after they had already gone up to Pennig's apartment. Randall says she has asked her son about every single thing that happened that night, including why he and Pennig went back downstairs.
He had to go out to his car to get his ear pods, and she said, well, I'm going to go down with you because I don't want you to be out there alone with this guy running around, you know. She was afraid he might come back.
The video shows Ecker walking far in front of Pennig. This time, he lets the door almost close on her. She follows him into the cold night. Investigators don't think Ecker was going for his ear pods.
You didn't have to go for a little walk to cool down?
3 minutes go by. Pennig returns to the vestibule. She appears unsteady on her feet. She pulls out her phone and reads some messages. They appear to be social media messages. Her family says she looks agitated. 4 minutes later, Ecker returns. They exchange some words. He keys them in. Pennig opens the door. She uses her left hand, something Ecker's attorney points out during Ecker's trial. Pennig doesn't hold the door for Ecker and walks far in front of him through the lobby. Ecker shrugs his shoulders, hands out. Detectives believe the two were fighting.
We know our daughter. When you see her in that festival, she's mad. I know her mannerisms. So she was either angry that that fight happened or whatever.
There was a challenge of some sort.
It was a challenge of something.
Something else stands out to detectives. Ecker's clothes are spotless. Strange given the blood-soaked bathroom.
Matthew, what were you wearing tonight?
When that incident happened, I was wearing this.
Okay. What were you wearing earlier in the night?
I had this and a pair of jeans on.
Pair of jeans? Okay.
I had taken the jeans off and put shorts on.
Okay.
We were going to go to bed.
Bruce Rivers, Ecker's attorney at the time, says Ecker's impeccably clean clothes is proof that Pennig shot herself behind a closed door.
He didn't change his shirt, and he didn't have a drop of blood on him.
But police also question, how did Ecker stay so clean if he was manipulating Pennig's bloody head to try to help?
The gun was here-ish, and I grabbed the gun, I put it on my chest, and I was trying to, I don't know, like I said, I had medical training, and like just for some weird reason, I just was like trying to hold the blood in her head. That made no sense to me. I didn't know what else to do.
Did you try CPR on her?
Or? I didn't. I wanted to call 911 because honestly, doing CPR at that point with a bullet into the head, I don't know if that would have done her any good anyway. So once I realized that this had actually happened, calling 911 was primary. And that was when I got up. I don't know why I washed my hands. I washed my hands. And then I went to try to find my phone. I couldn't find my phone. And that's when I grabbed her phone and called 911. Went back into the bathroom.
How were you able to call 911 on her phone? Do you have her passcode?
No, I don't. It's just the emergency. There's that emergency button.
Did you happen to wash the gun at all?
No.
Did you happen to clean up her hands or her at all?
No, I don't know why I washed my hands.
Police push back hard on Ecker.
You guys are all happy,
Yep.
and then all of a sudden you guys get there, and 5 minutes in, she goes in your backpack and grabs a gun.
Yeah.
And then you watch her do this.
Yeah.
And then she takes the gun out of your holster,
Yeah.
which I think it's a snap holster.
I mean, I was literally taking my jeans off and putting shorts on.
I thought you did that right away. You
Yeah,
said that you did that.
right
Yeah.
away. Yeah, I was doing that, and she.
Okay.
I mean.
Because right where your jeans are laying, your bag is right there.
She was
So
right there.
if she's going into your bag, you didn't snatch it or anything. You just
I had no idea what she was doing.
Okay.
Like I said, this came so on flu for me. I had no idea why she was doing what she was doing.
I don't know if you guys.
We didn't argue. We didn't argue. She pulled the gun and she was backing away, and I was asking her what she was doing, and she locked the door to the bathroom.
Were you trying to grab for the gun and it accidentally went on?
No, I did not. I did not. I mean, it went off when she was in the bathroom with the door shut. Hand to God, I will swear by that all day long. That door was shut. That gun went off when the door was shut.
But police believe the door was open. They point to Penig's legs, which were straddling the door when they arrived, suggesting the door was ajar when she collapsed. They ask Ecker about that.
When you nudged the door,
I didn't hit her. That was the thing. I didn't hit her foot that I know of.
Okay.
I think she was back enough farther away. I mean, like I said, after I heard the gun go off, I hit the door pretty hard, so it's possible that I did hit her foot.
You know, I don't make anything out of the fact that the door was between her legs. That is 100% speculation. I tried to keep that out of the trial, and it just didn't make sense to me.
Why does it not make sense?
We demonstrated throughout the trial that there was plenty of room for her to be prone like she was.
But police theorized that the door was partially open and that as Ecker and Penig struggled at the open door, Ecker reached his arm around and shot her in the left temple, causing her body to collapse and her legs to split perfectly between the door. That also protected him from any blood spatter. Rivers argued at trial that the state's medical examiner, though, didn't note any signs of struggle on Penig's body. But detectives uncover a piece of evidence in the bathroom that they believe proves that Ecker broke down the door first and then shot Penig. A small piece of metal from the door lock. It was found under Penig's shoulder. Prosecutors say this proves that Ecker broke through the door, shot Penig, and then she fell on top of the piece of metal. They point to how the top of the metal touching Penig's body is bloody, while the other side closer to the floor is clean. Rivers says the metal piece could have ended up under Penig after an officer, as you can see on the body cam, trips over her body while trying to check for a pulse. Or he says Ecker could have pushed it there inadvertently while he was trying to help Penig.
You know, when he was manipulating her head, looking at the wound and stuff. So that, I mean, that easily could have happened.
Police ask Ecker about the damage they found throughout Penig's apartment that suggests violence or a struggle.
There was a damage to the closet door directly from the bathroom.
There's a broken light fixture.
That was from Shane.
Shane, it's the police, buddy. You're not in trouble. We're here about some of your friends.
Police go to Shane Anderson's apartment the morning of December 16th, only hours after Penig's death.
So, one of your friends was injured last night?
Last night?
Yeah. And I'm thinking that you were with them last night?
Who?
I have a witness that says you were with Matt Ecker.
I don't even know who that is.
Okay. And Alexandra? Do you know Alex Penig?
I know who Alex is. That's I've been dating her.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Right now you're dating her?
I have been.
Oh, sure.
So, I don't know
Did you see her last night, by chance?
I didn't. I didn't run into her last night, no. I don't know. I haven't been talking to her. Is she okay?
She's passed away.
No.
Yeah. So, that's why we need you to talk to the investigators.
Oh. Please.
It's very important for you.
I need to understand
I know,
how.
and the best way to understand that is to go talk to the investigators. They have all the info. I don't want to
do it herself?
I don't want to give any information.
No, I need to know.
Yeah, and I think that would be best to get it straight from the investigators. I can't share all that. I don't have all the information.
The investigators need to chat with you.
At the precinct, Anderson admits to police he punched Ecker in the face at the bar.
You said she shows up at the bar at Camps with some guy, right?
Yeah.
Did they sit together?
They did.
They sat together.
Right away?
I believe so.
So is that why you didn't go up and talk to her right away?
I didn't go up and talk to her at all. I was just like literally sitting there minding my own business, and the dude came up to me. And so I hit him.
So Anderson has just told several lies to police. He knows that Ecker and Pennig didn't sit together because when he went up to Pennig, she was alone. And we see on the video that he did go up to her, even though he tells police he didn't. It's unclear if police ever tried to clarify these statements with Anderson. Officers do ask him if he had seen Pennig at her apartment that morning. This time, he tells the truth. He says he did.
Did you take her keys yesterday at all?
No. She took her keys back. In the past week and a half, she has taken her key, given me keys, and then taken them back multiple times.
Okay.
She's been drinking a little too much lately, and she's like not supposed to be drinking, like she's on probation. And so she gets a little like kind of crazy at like when she drinks, and I didn't talk to her almost like for most of the day, but then I don't have a phone right now because the phone was taken the night before, and so I was messaging her on Facebook, and so she was a little upset about that. She was like, don't talk to me, but she like says that, like she does that, but then I don't.
So did the argument that you guys had in that morning, did it get physical at all?
No, not at all. God.
So inside of her apartment, there was a broken light fixture.
I don't know.
How about there's what appears to be like someone taking a chair and slamming it down on the floor? Marks.
I don't know what that's from.
Not from you?
No. The door in the closet door, that was from a few weeks back. That was me. Yes.
Okay.
I didn't put my hands on her though.
The autopsy performed on Pennig found that she had extensive bruising throughout her body, her arms, legs, and her shoulder. The medical examiner testified at trial that the bruising could be consistent with a domestic violence dispute that morning. Anderson says he didn't assault Pennig. I asked him to sit down for an interview for this story, but he declined.
Please tell me what happened to her.
Cops got called there last night on a person reporting that she shot herself. Does she know much about guns?
She hates guns.
She hates guns.
Why do you say that?
She's said that to me before. Like she doesn't even keep knives in her place. Like she doesn't, like she has scissors. I've literally had to cut pizza with scissors before.
At trial, Ecker's attorney showed jurors these pictures of Pennig. They weren't her guns. They belonged to a neighbor in her apartment building. That neighbor testified at trial that Pennig merely wanted to pose with the guns and didn't seem to have any experience handling them.
She
hated guns.
I don't have guns. We're not gun people. She had never fired a gun before. She knew nothing about them.
There's no way she shot herself. There's no way. She didn't do this.
I don't think so.
Detectives make their suspicions clear to Matthew Ecker. First, there's the obvious. Pennig was right-handed, but the gunshot was to her left temple.
She had it down here first, and then she cocked it. Her left hand cocked it, but she ended up holding it to her left temple. That's what I remember.
She left-handed.
She's not so it was weird.
Later gunshot residue, or a GSR test of Pennig's left hand, showed gunshot residue and that her DNA was all over the gun. Strangely though, Ecker's DNA was not found on his own gun. This discrepancy would become a big topic at Ecker's trial.
Did you maybe before you got up and washed your hands and went to grab a phone, maybe you grabbed her hand and put it back on the gun?
I know I was trying to move her around a little.
Okay.
It's possible that I moved her hand over there as well.
Okay, okay,
It's possible.
okay. And her hand is completely clean. Her hand looks like my hands. There's no blood on her hand.
My recollection is that the gun was not in the blood.
Although Penig's left hand may have looked clean to investigators, there was blood on it. The medical examiner noted in her report, writing Penig's left hand had scanty, spattered blood. Police question Ecker on why there's no blood on the walls.
There's nothing on the walls.
But there were specks of bodily fluids, slight blowback on the mirror and the poster closest to the door. It's documented in the crime scene photos. Then there's the issue of the dry bathroom sink. Police challenge Ecker on whether he washed his hands.
There's no
blood in the hand in the sink.
And there's nothing in the sink. And the sink
I rinsed my hand.
The sink's dry. There's no water or anything.
No, I washed my hands in the sink.
But at the same time that police question why the sink is dry, they can't understand how Ecker doesn't have blood under his fingernails if he had been holding Penig's bloody head.
So you have your head like this with her. You're gonna get blood everywhere, correct?
I would think so.
They said that he washed his hands, washed off the GSR, and then later on in their story, they said he didn't wash his hands because the sink was dry. So what is it? You can't have it both ways.
It's unclear if police ever took blood samples from the sink and the sink handle. One of the towels appears to be used, but it was never tested for blood.
It doesn't matter if you wash your hands or not, we still could perform these gunshot residue tests, so you're okay with us doing that on your hands? Yeah.
Before detectives leave the room to get the GSR test, they offer Ecker a different scenario, because in their minds, Ecker's account isn't adding up.
Did something happen in that apartment that you were protecting yourself because you have a wife and 4 children?
No.
And you didn't want her to shoot you with that gun? Or?
No. She never pointed the gun at me. Never. It was at her the whole time.
Police leave the room, but the camera keeps rolling.
Oh, this can't be real. Why'd you do this, Alex? Why? She did. Alex, why did you do that?
When police return 40 minutes later, they're ready to pinpoint Ecker on his timeline.
But I'm trying to give you an opportunity to tell us what really happened there, because right now, I'm telling you right now, Matthew, like I said, the evidence clearly shows what you're saying is not what happened.
You guys get in an argument and she knows where that gun is, so she pulls that gun. And she's pointing it at you because she's pissed because you're married. You have 4 kids. You're never leaving your wife. And she points this gun at you, and in self-defense, you guys are in the bathroom with this gun, and in self-defense, you grab the gun and it accidentally goes off.
Oh my God, no. No. She locked.
Okay.
The evidence clearly shows what you're saying is not what happened.
I didn't do this. I didn't do this to her.
She didn't shoot herself. So now it's a matter of you.
Detectives tell Ecker they're gonna give him some time to think about his story. They have to get the DNA and gunshot residue tests anyway, which Ecker welcomes.
Yeah,
I just want you to really think about this whole picture.
15 minutes go by, and Ecker tells officers to come back in.
So, the change that I have, and I was scared. After this had happened, and I maintained that the shot went off behind a closed door. I was not in the bathroom when that went off. I will maintain that until the day I die. I did take the gun and I put it in my suitcase. I got scared for a second. I didn't know what was going on. I took the gun. I may have put it in the holster. I don't remember if I did or not. I put it in the suitcase, went back, looked at her, and said, yep. Went back to the suitcase, grabbed the gun, and put it back there. I don't know what my plan was there. I don't know what I was thinking. I got scared for a second, but that is what I did. I got scared.
But scared of what, I guess?
I don't know. Getting in trouble. Because I knew it was my gun.
Did you clean the gun off?
I did not clean the gun off.
But police aren't done with this line of questioning.
Then you grab her hand and you put your hand on the gun and then you wrap her hand around the gun.
I didn't wrap
To
my
me,
hand around the gun.
well, then maybe she
not
came alive for
purposefully.
2 seconds and put her hand around her own gun.
Not purposefully. I did not purposefully.
But isn't that kind of weird?
Psychotic.
That's weird that you would put her hand back on your firearm that she just used behind a closed door that you were standing on the other side of. What I think is exactly what you just said. You freaked out because the gun was there, but you freaked out for another reason too. Because either A, she tried to shoot you and it was self-defense and you grabbed that gun and you shot her right back.
Oh my
You guys
God,
got in
no.
a fight about
No.
something. This girl
I
loves
love
you.
her too.
So she deserves the truth.
I
her
love
family
her
deserves
too. I
the
know
truth.
they do. That is the truth. I got scared. That
I
gun
think you
went
did
off
get
behind
scared.
a closed door.
I think you did get scared, but I think you got scared for another reason before the cops showed up. I think you had to sit there for a little bit and decide, what the am I going to tell these cops? What am I going to say?
No.
Because earlier in the night, you just
Yeah.
got punched by her
I
ex-boyfriend
don't
at a
give
bar.
a about that. I don't care about
But
that.
things were good.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
That's why I
honestly
was
saying
here.
that things were good. You guys have been dating for 2 years and you have a wife and 4 children at home. Things weren't good,
Things were
Matthew.
fine.
Things weren't
were-
good. She wasn't happy with that. I mean, honestly. She was jealous,
We
I'm
had
sure.
an understanding.
Maybe you thought she was fine with it, but maybe deep down she was not fine with it.
Ecker has now told police countless times that he and Pennig did not fight that night. He told responding officers.
You guys are arguing now when you got back? No.
And now the detectives.
Okay. We were never in an argument.
But yet in the statement of probable cause, the report that officers gave to a judge about why they think Ecker committed a crime and should be arrested, they write, quote, they got into an argument. They also write Ecker said he performed CPR. But Ecker told police several times he did not perform CPR.
No, I didn't do chest compressions. I didn't do CPR.
They also write that Ecker said Pennig, quote, grabbed his gun from his backpack, ran to the bathroom, and locked herself inside. He heard a gunshot while he was sitting on a couch in the living room, and he rushed to the bathroom. Ecker never told police that in the hours of video that we were provided. This is what he said.
And held it to her head. Started backing up towards the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing. She said, don't come closer. Just, if you come any closer, I'm going to pull the trigger. As she backed up towards her bathroom, I kind of followed her. And she then went in and shut the door and locked it.
Beyond the statement of probable cause, the medical examiner's report says Ecker told police he stuck his finger in Pennig's gunshot wound. Here's what Ecker told police.
I didn't put my finger in there. I literally just clamped my hand over it. And then I kind of turned her head to see if there was an exit wound.
I asked the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Department about these inconsistencies, but they referred me to the Ramsey County Attorney's Office. A spokesperson told me that because the case is still active under appeal, they can't comment.
We're not going to hold you up anymore. We're just going to do a GSR. It doesn't matter. You can wash it off. DNA, are you willing to give us a sample of her DNA? We'll do that too.
Police leave the room and come back with the tests. They do a DNA swab in his cheek. They do a gunshot residue test of his hands. Investigators take pictures of him, his clothes, his hands. Those GSR tests would later show Ecker had no gunshot residue on either of his hands. No GSR or blood were found on his clothes. Investigators then sit him down again. This time, they pull out pictures of his wife and kids.
I want you to think about the story that you're telling us, what happened. And I want you to remember that my partner's worked hundreds of these, right? We know. Okay?
I didn't kill her.
Okay.
I didn't shoot.
Matthew, the story you're giving us right now, you're going to be looking at a first-degree murder as opposed to a manslaughter.
Oh, I didn't kill her. It was close. than love her.
I hope you don't love her more than them. Her.
I did do this. That door was closed.
You know that after we leave here, you're not gonna have another chance to tell us your story, right? We're gonna go with the story that you told us, which we can disprove, just so you know. So once we walk out of here.
There's no other story.
No, there is. The scene says a completely different story.
Then I have no idea what that story is. Because that
I
door
can tell you
was,
what the story is.
that door was shut.
That's not a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
That door was shut.
And everything that you said happened isn't even close to what the scene says.
You're asking me to confess to something I didn't do.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Well, remember, you told us you didn't have a story, and then you knocked on the door and we came back in and you told us about the gun.
That was a change. That was the only change. That's the only thing that I did. I was scared and that was stupid and I get it.
They're gonna bring you over to the jail, okay?
Look at those pictures, Matthew. Think about it.
Matthew Ecker is escorted to jail. He's charged with second-degree murder. 2 weeks later, he posts $500,000 bond and is released.
I heard his story 50 plus times the first 3 months after this happened, because I spent every minute with him pretty much for 3 months. He was suicidal. He was so upset. He just couldn't handle that she had done this to herself, but his story never changed.
In June 2023, 6 months after Penig's death, Ecker's wife files for divorce and gets custody of their 4 children.
He had a family, he had a wife, and he had kids. He shouldn't have been there. He shouldn't have been doing what he was doing. He shouldn't have been with Alex. He shouldn't have been prescribing drugs. He shouldn't have brought a gun. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of things that he shouldn't have done. Now, was she totally innocent? No, we admit that. But still, she didn't deserve the ending that she got. And he gave her that ending.
In February 2024, Matthew Ecker goes on trial for the murder of Alexandra Penig. Prosecutors jump on the 4 to 7 minute delay it took for him to call 911, which Ecker admitted. Then there's the controversies over the dry sink, the piece of metal from the door under Penig, and if Ecker was really crying when officers responded. There's the fact that Ecker admitted he moved the gun from the bathroom, put it in his bag, and then placed it back on Penig's chest.
It was all just very contrived.
Matthew Ecker's attorney tells the jury to look at the gunshot residue on Penig's left hand. There's a ton of it. There's no GSR on Ecker's hands. The jury sees photos of Penig's left hand. There's an injury on her thumb. There's a question about whether it's slide bite. That's a cut someone can get if they hold a gun improperly when they shoot. Ecker's attorney shows jurors one of the last pictures of Penig alive from the vestibule. She uses her left hand to grab the door handle, and there doesn't appear to be an injury to her thumb. Both the prosecution and the defense agreed on that. But for the prosecution, the state's medical examiner later determined that the injury happened after Penig was dead, and it's not slide bite. Ecker's attorney argues it is slide bite and proves that Penig shot herself. What about the DNA? The jury sees evidence showing Penig's DNA is the major contributor on the gun. It's found all over it: the trigger, grips, the slide, and the mag base. There also was DNA of another unknown person. The DNA was insufficient to prove who that person could be. Prosecutors jumped. How could Ecker's own DNA not be on his own gun? Ecker's attorney argued Ecker's DNA could be that other unknown person. There just wasn't enough of it to point to Ecker. And if Ecker had cleaned the gun, as prosecutors suspect, how did the DNA of 2 people remain on it? What about the holster? The jury learns there's a mixture of DNA from 5 individuals, 2 of them being Penig and Ecker. Even with all that evidence, the state's medical examiner and the defense's ME tell the jury they cannot determine Penig's manner of death.
They couldn't determine whether this was a homicide or a suicide.
But on the stand, the state's ME says there are circumstances of Penig's death that make it, in her opinion, inconsistent with suicide, namely that Ecker had moved the gun and had had an affair with Pennick.
Obviously, having an affair is not great, but it isn't directly related to murder. Just because I had an affair doesn't mean he's a murderer. It doesn't go hand in hand. It isn't relevant to each other.
What do you make of the moving of the gun afterwards?
A guilty person wouldn't admit to that, in my opinion. He had a lapse of judgment and panic because it's his gun, which is understandable. And, was it the right move? Probably not, but he fessed up to it and said he did it. So if you were guilty, if you did it, you wouldn't admit to that.
Beyond the forensics, the defense tries to portray Ecker as someone who cared deeply about Alex Pennick and never would have harmed her. But prosecutors tell the jury Matthew Ecker was no knight in shining armor.
The alcohol that he had bought on the way down.
He knew that she had issues with alcohol and drugs.
Perhaps one of the most tense moments during the trial is when Jim Pennick, Alexandra Pennick's father, takes the stand. Ecker's attorney asked him about a report written by the sheriff that day when she told the Pennicks about their daughter's death. The sheriff wrote that Jim Pennick told her if his daughter was high or drunk, it could be possible that she killed herself, that she becomes incoherent when she's abusing her prescription drugs and drinking. When I asked Jim Pennick about this, he says he may have said that to the sheriff. He was upset, confused, and was in shock. But he maintains his daughter did not kill herself and that Ecker did.
I don't think he's responsible for her death.
You thought you were going to win this.
To the last minute before the verdict.
Because when the jurors came back in, one of them looked over at us with a really sad
kind of like
expression.
almost sorry.
And I knew right then and there this wasn't going to go well.
On February 16, 2024, after only a few hours of deliberations, a jury finds Matthew Ecker guilty of second-degree murder with intent, not premeditated.
It was literally the worst moment of my life, probably.
Nausea, total disbelief.
Ecker appeals his case to the Minnesota Court of Appeals. His appeal attorney argues Ecker should get a new trial because the evidence is insufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ecker killed Pennick. In April 2025, a 3-judge panel unanimously denies Ecker's appeal. They say while they acknowledge the unusual circumstances of an undetermined manner of death in a homicide case means the manner of death is homicide. They, number one, defer to the jury on their decision, and number two, they believe the evidence is sufficient to prove Ecker's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Just so frustrating to watch everybody gloss over the facts and hard evidence.
Ecker's case, though, isn't over. The Minnesota Supreme Court has agreed to review it. His fate now rests with the decision in another high-profile Minnesota case, also out of St. Paul, the case against Nicholas Firkus, a story we've previously featured here on Law&Crime Investigates. In April 2010, Heidi Firkus, Firkus's wife, was shot and killed in her home. Nicholas Firkus called 911 and claimed an intruder shot her. After an 11-year investigation, Firkus was charged and convicted in his wife's murder. Prosecutors argued Firkus shot Heidi because he had kept his severe financial troubles a secret from her and that he staged the home invasion to cover it up. Firkus appealed, arguing that Minnesota law requires circumstantial evidence to rule out every other explanation except that the person is guilty. In other words, if the circumstantial evidence in Ecker's case couldn't eliminate the possibility that Pennick took her own life, then the jury shouldn't have been allowed to conclude that Ecker was the only possible culprit. The Minnesota Supreme Court ruled in July of 2025 that it will take a look at Ecker's case, but only after they rule on Firkus.
I am so glad the Supreme Court's looking at it because I'm hoping they're going to open their eyes and see the facts.
It's a little bit frustrating in that jurors found her guilty, judge agreed, appellate state of Minnesota appellate agreed with the verdict, and now it's up again for review. It's very hard for us, it's very hard to accept that.
In the meantime, Ecker remains behind bars in Minnesota State Prison in St. Cloud. It's a true nightmare for both families.
You wake up and for 1 second you think life is normal, and then you remember what we're going through and what he's going through, and it truly is, like, I feel like like Amy had said too, she's like, I just kind of feel like a shell of myself. I don't, it's hard to enjoy things and be happy knowing that he's sitting somewhere that he shouldn't be.
I don't wish bad on anybody, but based on the evidence, based on what in my heart that I know happened, he needs to serve out a sentence for what he did.
But there's one piece of evidence outstanding that everyone wants to see: the social media messages on Penig's phone that night. The messages she's reading as she's standing in the vestibule only minutes before her death. Messages that appear to bother her, to everyone who knows her. Who was she talking to? What did the messages say? No one has been able to get into her phone. It's locked, and no one knows the passcode. I asked the St. Paul, Minnesota Police Department if they filed a warrant to get into her phone because they still have her phone. But again, they say they cannot respond because the case is under appeal. Are you curious what's on her phone?
At the very end, we were curious because we could tell from the video of the shots they had of her going into the apartment at the end of the evening with Eckert that there was a battle, there was issues, there was challenges.
We gave those investigators as many combinations as we could think of.
For a password to try to get in, and they still couldn't do it.
There is someone who could have a clue about those messages: Shane Anderson. Remember, he told police he was talking with Penig that night on Facebook Messenger from a computer because his phone had been stolen the night before. When I asked Anderson if he'd be willing to share screenshots with me of the messages he was exchanging with Penig that night, he said the messages don't exist.
They were on Facebook Messenger. And we are going to get those texts. We are going to open her phone eventually. This is not over. It'll never be over until he's out.
At the end of the day, if this doesn't go our way and he gets out of prison, the only way we can look at it is from a faith, is that he's got to stand up in front of his maker someday too.
Alex was a good person. She had a very kind heart.
She had a sweet soul.
She's in a better place. She's at peace, and we hope to see her again someday. So,
while reviewing Penig's autopsy, there was something that caught my attention. Beyond the bullet wound, her bruises, and the injury on her left thumb, it was her tattoos. Alexandra Penig had tattoos all over her body, and they say a lot about who she was. She had pictures of a flower, mountains, and a stethoscope spelling nurse. She had a picture of a cross and grumpy cat. She also had a few sayings. One was, "Pain shapes a woman into a warrior." And on her left shoulder, "Be brave, my darling. You have faced dark times before, and you're still here now." For both the Penig and Ecker families, times are still dark, but they're both still here fighting for what they believe happened to Alexandra Penig. For Law&Crime Investigates, I'm Kristen Thorne.
County 911, where's your emergency?
219 Bentwood Drive, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, 40165. My neighbor just came up to my door and just passed out, and I can't get her to wake up. She's
okay, is she breathing?
She is.
How old is she?
I would say in her early 30s. And now she's screaming that her kids are dying. I don't know. I don't even know her name.
Shepherdsville, Kentucky, a small, quiet community just south of Louisville. A town where people know their neighbors and violent crime is rare. But in the fall of 2023, one mother's troubles were quietly mounting behind closed doors. Tiffany Lucas was 32 years old, raising her two sons, 6-year-old Jaden and 9-year-old Maurice. Friends and relatives had begun to notice alarming changes in her behavior. On the morning of November 8th, 2023, the fragile balance of single motherhood and mental health collapsed.
This is 911.
Yes, next to 219 Bitwood Drive. My wife's on the phone. The kid, I just went there at our neighbor's house. The kid, he's on the bed. He's all bloody.
There's a kid on the bed all bloody?
Yeah, in the neighbor's house. Okay, buddy. It's okay, buddy. You okay?
Do we know what happened to him?
I have no idea. We just found our neighbor, the woman, their mom, just freaking out in my yard. There's blood all over the bed. There's a gun. There's two of them. They're both here. They're breathing.
Okay. There's two children?
Yes, ma'am.
And you cannot find a gunshot wound on him?
I did not see a gunshot wound. There's a case in here, though. And he's got blood on his face. And their mom is in our driveway laying on the ground. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
The panic spills through the line. Two children fighting for their lives.
How far away is the ambulance?
You have police, fire, and EMS heading your way. Police will probably get there first because they're the closest.
Okay. Holy Hey, buddy. Are you okay?
Is he awake? Or is he still...
They're breathing. They're just not, like, responding to me at all.
Okay.
There's a lot of blood on the bed, though. A lot of blood. All right, there, he does have a bullet wound to his... All right, looks... the older of the two kids has one going through his right shoulder and exiting. I just saw that. Okay.
Okay.
Come on, buddy. Hey, stay with me. Come on. They're on the way. They're almost here. Oh, God. What the
11:13. She conscious? She conscious? Ma'am, what's your name? Huh?
Tiffany.
I can't hear you.
Tiffany.
Tiffany?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Tiffany, I'm going to change these handcuffs out, okay? And then I'm going to roll you over and I'm going to sit you up, all right? Now I'm going to pick your hands up so you can take these off. Do not struggle. Do you understand me? Okay, now I want you to listen to me. I'm going to take this arm. You're going to roll this direction, okay? You're going to sit up at the same time. You understand? 1, 2, 3. Take this leg, fold it in, make that foot touch your knee. No, to the side, on the ground. Now we're going to roll again this way, and I'm going to assist you up on your feet, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Have you taken anything? Have you been drinking? Then why can't you stand up? You just don't feel like it, huh?
I said I don't feel right.
Don't feel right? Okay. I guess we'll put her in my car, and when EMS gets done in there, they can come over and check her out.
They get her upright, swap restraints, and try to move her toward a patrol car. She can barely stand. Her speech is faint.
She was over here when I rolled up. I did not Mirandize, and I did not ask her any questions. I changed out handcuffs, set her up, put her in my car for EMS.
Why was she cuffed? Why was she taken?
Because she apparently admitted to someone that she shot her kids.
We don't know who her dad, or was this guy here that said she did it?
She come over here, fell out in the driveway. His wife seen it, which Christina got a statement from him. She got him, and apparently she told him that she shot her kids. He went over and looked and seen them, and then came over here and called.
And this is this guy right here?
Yeah. The gentleman in the green shirt and the female in the black pants and green shirt, Christina got a statement from them. I changed out the handcuffs so we didn't have to worry about that. Got her off of her face, rolled her over on her butt, got her up, put her in my car, turned the AC on.
She was told she was detained, right?
Oh yeah, she knew. The only thing she has said to me since that is, are they still alive?
Inside the house, paramedics are fighting to save her two boys. Both are gravely wounded.
How many's in here? Just one kid here and one's gonna go in here. Are they both breathing still? They're pumping on him. The other one was still breathing. They're both shot in the head. Oh Lord. I think he's shot in the head. How old are they?
Shoulder, like 6 and 3, 6 and 4.
Oh, they're that small.
They're babies. Yeah, they're babies.
Oh my God.
The children are rushed out the door toward waiting ambulances.
207, this is Bullitt County Squad 7, inbound your facility with juvenile, approximately 7 to 8 years old. TSW to the head. We have regained a pulse at this time. We do have a police escort. We are approximately 10 minutes out from your facility. Require any further?
As the boys are transported to the hospital, detectives step inside the bedroom where it happened and relay what they're seeing to officers outside.
I haven't moved anything. There's 4 shell casings on the bed, 2 on the bed, 2 on the floor. So she shot at least 4 times.
By midday, Tiffany Lucas is loaded into a cruiser and driven to the sheriff's office. The case against her is already overwhelming. Still, her words are disjointed and unsettling.
Shot myself in my ear.
You shot yourself in the ear?
Mm-hmm.
Which ear? I don't see anything. There's nothing there. Okay. We're going to take her back to the interview room. I got to go in and turn it on, so we want her. Wait till I get there, and that way we can view her and just keep an eye on her. Okay.
People aren't right.
Who ain't right?
People are not right. They're preying on children. It's just not right.
Her comments continue to veer further from reality.
He said, "You got earrings in, didn't he?"
Okay.
It's on
Calm
camera.
down. It's okay. That don't have nothing to do with it.
It means everything. You're up. You're sick.
Yeah. No, I'm not seeing anything.
Get another set of vitals, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Can you tell us what your name is?
Tiffany Lucas.
Who?
Tiffany Lucas.
Tiffany Lucas.
Within hours, she will sit down in an interrogation room. There, detectives will press for answers, and what she tells them is even harder to comprehend.
I feel like I've been manipulating the game systems and everything, been manipulating my children, manipulating my mind.
Who is?
All them game systems and, just everything.
She fixates on video games and electronics, convinced they can take control of her family.
The games, you said?
Yeah, like PlayStations, all the games the kids play.
Yeah.
It manipulates their minds and then they get to your mind.
Later, investigators would testify that these outbursts were consistent with what she said from the start, that she had been, quote, manipulated through Facebook, the internet, or Wi-Fi into doing what she did. Detectives tried to steer her back to the crime at the center of it all, what she did to her children.
How old are your boys?
Jaden's 9, Mario's 6.
Well, I'm going to talk to you today about what happened earlier, okay? But can you tell me a little bit about yourself? I mean, where are you from, or where you grew up, or anything like that?
I know I look crazy, but I'm not.
Huh?
If I know I look crazy, but I'm not crazy.
I don't think you look crazy. I'm just trying to, if I'm going to talk to someone, I'd rather know who they are. I can tell you a little bit about me.
I love my children.
You tell me a little bit about you. Okay.
I love my children. I love my boys so much.
Oh, I know.
I wouldn't hurt them.
She insists she's a loving mother, but almost in the same breath, she blames outside forces for what she's done.
I was letting them play the video games, and I wasn't focusing how I was supposed to, and they get that video game and the YouTube and the kids, it just messes their minds up. Haven't you ever heard anything like that before?
I mean, yeah.
I really feel like it is manipulating for the children, and they get into the children's homes and, break the families up. That's what I feel.
I mean, you could be right.
I am right.
Yeah.
I know I'm right.
Yeah.
And you do too.
Yeah.
You do.
I mean,
you just know.
The stuff that's on the internet that you have access to now is
it's
terrible.
It's terrible for the kids, and they need to stop. My kids are beautiful angels, you know, and
were they misbehaving earlier?
No.
No?
No. They're perfect.
They are? Do you know what happened to them today? Can you talk to me about that?
I just did.
I
just did.
Her contradictions are stark. She claims deep devotion to her sons while blaming YouTube and video games for corrupting them. Relatives would later say Child Protective Services had been called to the house before, warning signs that something was off. When pressed, Lucas introduces a name.
I feel like someone tried to manipulate me through my phone, manipulate me through my house, doing stuff to me.
What are they doing to you?
Manipulating my mind. Parker Borders. His name is Parker Borders.
What about him?
He lives in Bardstown, and I'm pretty sure he's been manipulating my mind for like 3 years.
Really?
Through my phone, putting up things in my house, like real evil, dark, weird stuff, like trying to...
Like trying to get you to do things?
Yeah, like alter my mind, like completely like flip me. Like I'm a woman of God. I don't do.
Yeah.
You don't hurt your children. You protect them, and I feel like I have to protect my children.
Right.
Like I love my kids.
I know you do.
I would never do something like this unless someone manipulated me.
To Lucas, Parker Borders is the person who invaded her thoughts, flipped her mind, and left her unable to protect her children.
So do you think Parker actually manipulated you into hurting your kids? Did he actually tell you in person?
No, but he controls my phone, all my bills are in his name, like he has too much access to me,
Right. Right.
So I feel like he manipulated my mind, I would never hurt my children.
Who is this Parker guy to you? Just a friend, or?
Like a sugar daddy type thing. Before I had a friend who was with him, and she mysteriously passed away in a car wreck. So I just feel uncomfortable. I don't know. I feel like it's him. It's not me. It's not me. I'm right with God, so I know it's not me. I know. It's not in my mind.
Yeah.
It's not me. It just isn't.
Did he provide you with a firearm, with a gun?
Yes, it was his.
Investigators listening know differently. A handgun was found on the bed next to her son's, and 6 shell casings scattered across the room. Surveillance audio from a doorbell camera had captured the sound of 4 gunshots. Neighbors had heard her screams immediately after. Every piece of evidence in that house pointed back to her. But in the interview room, she insists the gun belongs to someone else.
So that gun that was, I guess, in the house, in the bedroom or whatever, that's his gun?
Yes.
Why'd he give it to you?
I don't know.
How long ago did he give it to you? You remember? Like years, months, days, what?
I don't know.
Don't remember?
Been a while.
Been a while? What do you remember him telling you in your mind to do, or persuading you to do?
I just don't know. He just, it's happened once before. Like, I got like a weird feeling, like it just felt weird. And then here recently it just felt weird. I'm a good mom. Like, I'm a really good woman. I'm a good mother, I have veneers and everything.
I'm sorry?
I said I have veneers and everything. I don't look like this.
Okay. Do you remember hurting your sons today? I mean, you remember, but I'm not saying it's you.
It's not me.
It's not you.
It's
like
not.
You said.
I know it's not me. I would never hurt my children.
Right.
Her responses make little sense. Detectives try again, but she insists on her innocence. They document every contradiction. For them, the facts are already clear. But for Lucas, reality is a moving target, always someone else's fault, always a manipulation.
Manipulating.
Manipulating is the best word.
Through the phones. Wi-Fi, all of that.
Now, once he manipulated you and pushed you into doing this, what do you remember firing a weapon at them today? I mean, you remember that, right? No? Do you know how many times you shot? That you pulled the trigger today? No? Let me ask you this. After you hurt your sons with a gun, did you think they had passed away, or do you think they was just wounded and would be okay? Because they're both okay. Neither one of them's passed away. But what did you think? Did you think you had killed them?
I just don't know. I have no words.
Now you went next door to knock on the neighbor's door to get help, right? Okay. When you went over there, what were you going over there for? Just to ask for help?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm guessing since you were going over there to ask for help, you had saw that your sons had been injured, right? And were bleeding? You saw that, right? I mean, I know it's a hard thing to think about. And I know it wasn't you. I know that's not you. I mean, you're being manipulated, as you said. I understand that. But physically, you're the one who pulled the trigger. Even though that's not you. Somebody else is pushing you to do that or manipulating you to do that, you pulled the trigger on the weapon. Is that correct? It's not correct? How did your sons get shot then, huh?
I just don't know.
You don't know?
I have no words.
How long after your boys got hurt, how long did you immediately go next door to ask for help, or did you wait for a while, or what? But do you think it was an accident today, or did you mean to shoot?
I just can't talk.
Hey, look at me for a second, please. How many times did you shoot each one of them? Multiple times? One time, two times, what?
I have no words. I have no words.
You don't know how many times you shot them? So I guess did you just keep pulling the trigger until it was empty, or what?
No. I just don't have anything to say right now.
Did anybody spend the night with you and your kids last night? Huh? Yes or no? Hey, I know you can hear me. Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like he's been living in the house with me. I don't know. It's been so weird.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get him out of there. I don't know what is going on.
Detectives push harder, trying to get a straight answer, but her responses stay slippery. Half admissions, half paranoia. She keeps circling back to Parker Borders.
Parker.
Parker was in the house today? Hey, answer.
I don't entirely know.
You don't know?
I don't entirely know.
You don't know if he was in the house today?
No, I feel like he's been playing with my mind, like coming and going, like...
Well, that's fine, but did you actually see him? Did he show up today into your house? Huh? Yes or no?
No.
Huh? Yes or no? No?
No.
Okay. Was anybody else in your house today other than you or your kids?
For investigators, the name is as much a mystery as her story. They don't know if he's a real person or just another figment of her unraveling mind. Interestingly, there is a person by that name in nearby Bardstown, documented in a 2020 obituary as a son named Parker Borders. That confirms the name is local, But nothing in court records, police reports, or media coverage links him to this case. If Parker played a role here, public records offer no proof. The back and forth stalls, then shifts into a new line of questioning, whether she understands what has happened to her children.
Are you concerned about how your sons are doing?
Yes. Can't stop thinking about it. Are they okay?
They're both okay.
I just can't stop thinking about it. I don't even know. I'm so scared.
What are you scared of?
Losing my children.
I'm sorry? Say it again. Losing what?
My children.
Oh, okay. I know you say you're a good mom, and I believe you. And you say you love them, and I believe you there, too. I really, really do. But if you love them so much, I'm just... What made you shoot them? You know? It's hard for me to understand. I wish I could hear you answer. Why? Do you think Parker manipulated you to the point that he had you shoot your kids?
I know ultimately the mom that I am and the person that I am.
Mm-hmm.
I know God wouldn't do that to me, but I know people will do that. A system, and I just know what I know. That's all. And that's it.
It's clear that Tiffany Lucas is not well, and she's cognizant of that herself. She asked to be evaluated.
I need a psych evaluation immediately.
Have you ever spoken to psychiatrist, psychologist before?
Yes. Yes.
You think they could...
I need a mental evaluation right now.
Do you think they would be able to
I
help?
don't have nothing else to say until I get a mental evaluation.
Do you think they would help you figure out
Yes.
why you shot him?
I did.
Well, who did it then?
I told you.
No, you didn't. Who shot him if you didn't? Who shot him if you didn't? Who did it? Tell me who did it. Hey, tell me who did it.
Can you just send me the mental, please? Can you just take me to the mental?
We'll help you out there. But if you didn't do it, who did it?
I don't have nothing else to say. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, forgive us our trespasses.
Her words dissolve into prayer, a way to wall herself off from the detectives across the table. For several minutes, the room sits in silence, broken only by her murmured recitations. Then, almost abruptly, she pivots back, her focus no longer on God, but on her boys.
Where are my kids?
I can't hear you.
Where are my children?
I can't hear you.
Where are my children at?
Okay. They are at the hospital.
What state are they in?
Both of them are still alive. They're in critical condition.
It's the last meaningful exchange of the interview. The detectives have heard all they need: her denials, her stories of manipulation, her prayers, and now her plea to know what became of her boys. The session ends not with a confession or clarity, but with two children fighting for their lives, and a mother unable or unwilling to explain why she pulled the trigger. When the questioning ends, detectives escort Tiffany Lucas from the interview room and into the jail's chain of custody. Later that same day, both of her sons succumb to their injuries and die at the hospital. Lucas is booked into the Bullitt County Detention Center, charged with 2 counts of murder. Her bond is set at $2 million. From that moment on, she would never walk free again. In custody, she waits for nearly a year as the legal process churns forward. Motions are filed, hearings are held, and her attorneys signal they are preparing to argue insanity. But Lucas stays behind bars the entire time, her case inching toward trial. Almost a year after her arrest, Tiffany Lucas abandons the insanity defense her lawyers had floated and instead walks into a Bullitt County courtroom to plead guilty. It's an open plea, no deal, no leniency. This puts her future entirely in the hands of the judge. That future was decided in November 2024 when the courthouse filled with family, neighbors, reporters, and much of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. Relatives of Jaden and Maurice spoke about birthdays never celebrated, milestones cut short, and the grief that now defined their families. Among those who took the stand was Jaden's grandmother. For her, this loss was almost unbearable.
You know we love Jaden and Maurice. You have ripped our lives apart. And you know that you could have gave them kids to us and we would have took care of them. But you have been selfish. My heart is in pieces. Every second of the day I hurt. And I hope they give you 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole. I want you to suffer just like I'm suffering right now. They did not deserve that. And we all love them so much, Jaden and Maurice. I don't have nothing else to say. She just knows, she knows she done ripped us apart.
When Judge Rodney Burris delivered his ruling, he handed down the maximum.
Case number 23 CR 404, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tiffany Lucas as to count 1. The court will adjudge the defendant guilty of the offense of murder and fix her sentence at life in prison. On count 2, the court will adjudge the defendant guilty of the offense of murder and fix her sentence at life in prison. This time, the court will order that the Sheriff's Department deliver the defendant to the custody of the Corrections Cabinet for service of her sentence of imprisonment. That's all for today. Court will be adjourned.
She should have gotten more. Life is 20 years. So in 20 years, she'll go up for parole. In 20 years, she'll be about 52. You can still have kids at 52. And once again, I feel like they didn't get the justice they deserved.
Even with a conviction and 2 life sentences, the scars remain. The echo of that November morning and the lives it took still ripple through the community. For Law and Crime Investigates, I'm Kristen Thorne.
A beautiful girl, a guy who can't let her go, and a gun. Oh, and his mom.
You clearly have like some hardcore relationship problems. I do.
What starts out as lunch ends in a car chase with bullets flying. It's giving Mommy and Clyde. Their story is so disturbing.
Her ex-boyfriend was planning on killing me.
It's best to let them tell it.
The dude hops out. Dude started shooting.
And then she tried to run him over.
If they can remember which version they want to stick to.
My job's to get the truth, and I'll tell you right now, you're not being honest with me.
The penalty is death.
Get your family out of here.
Why me? I will have my attorney call you.
So unbelievable.
sorry that it's probably cold back there.
This is Wendy Weatherford. Yes, that's really her name.
Any problems with anybody right now that we need to know about?
My son's been having problems.
With somebody? He mentioned that. He said that someone jumped him?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about that?
I know that he was with his ex-girlfriend Alicia that he's been having problems with.
Okay.
This is her son, then 23-year-old DeAndre McLilley.
How long have you known this girl?
I've known her for 3 years.
How long have you dated this girl for?
10 months off and on.
Okay.
20-year-old Alicia Jackson Skaggs broke up with McLilley around November 2021, about 5 months earlier. It was a long time coming. Their relationship was toxic and violent. Alicia's family noticed that her relationship with McLilley changed her. She started dressing differently, acting strangely, and she became distant from her loved ones. For a while, they couldn't be sure what was going on. Then Alicia told them about the physical and psychological abuse she'd been enduring, and all the pieces started coming together. McLilley's record showed various charges related to domestic violence, dating all the way back to 2019, several of which involved Alicia.
I wasn't involved in it. They were there, supposedly fighting at the house. He told me, I guess she's getting her stuff. The police are here.
Alicia's older sister, Elena Gonzalez, says that was the night McLilley held Alicia at gunpoint. It wasn't the first time he assaulted or threatened Alicia, but it was the first time she called for help. Police intervened, and Alicia pressed charges against McLilley for domestic abuse. The charges were ultimately dismissed, but Alicia did file a protection order against him. Despite the PPO, the two stayed in contact. On a Saturday in March 2022, McLilley and Alicia go together to a nearby gas station.
Is this today, just for clarity?
No, this was Saturday.
Okay.
And Alicia took her phone out and was video recording or something.
Okay.
I don't know. And the next thing you know, the other dude started an argument with them, and they started fighting in the store. And then next thing you know, a bunch of people started jumping him in the store.
Okay.
People were saying that they think that she had him set up. I don't know.
Alicia was apparently in a new relationship. Elena says Alicia was happier. She was spending more time with friends and family, and she was beginning to act like herself again. But that didn't stop her from staying the night with McLilley, at least according to him. A few days later, the exes got together again. That night, Elena noticed Alicia's location was turned off. Elena thought she must have been with McLilley, but it is unknown why she disabled location services. It might have been to hide the fact that she was at McLilley's apartment, or it could have been to hide from McLilley. Elena says that for several months following the breakup, McLilley had been stalking and threatening Alicia.
She came back last night, supposedly.
When you say came back, is that to his apartment?
Mm-hmm. And I guess stayed the night with him.
She said, come on, Dre, I need to talk to you. I need to tell you something. People are trying to kill you. I'm like, I don't care. I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Did she stay with you last night?
She didn't stay with me last night. She stayed I'll say she stayed the night because she came at 1 o'clock in the morning and I had work at 7.
What's her issue?
That's what I don't know.
Because she's got PPO on you, but she wants to still hang out?
Yes, that's what I don't get.
How does he get to work?
I take him.
Did you take him this morning?
Yes. He told me when I was taking him to work that she stayed the night.
I was like, you have to leave because I have work. She's like, I'll just drop your keys off to your mom. I'm like, I don't want to do that. She's like, just please do it. Please do it. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I said, okay. I let that happen. She went to Southfield with my keys. I'm like, why did you leave with my keys when you know I'm getting out of work? So I'm trying to head home, and I call her. I'm like, so where are you at? Did you give my mom the keys? She's like, I totally forgot.
But you want your keys because you want to get inside
my house.
And you want to clean up.
So you literally can't get in your house?
No.
Okay.
McLilley called Alicia while he was at work, and she allegedly told him she was at a Walmart with the keys to his apartment. He later says Alicia had blocked his number, so who knows how he really knew where she was.
I'm like, all right, can you just tell me where you're at so I can meet you and get my keys, please? That's all I'm asking.
Alicia said to meet him at Walmart.
To do what?
To get her key, to get his key. He was like, where are you at? Where are you at? She was like, I'm on my way.
Did you guys go to Walmart?
Yes, she wasn't there.
I just gave up because I just told my mom, let's go back home.
McLilley suspects Alicia was with another man, possibly another ex. Why else would she be in Southfield? Either way, McLilley wants his house keys, so he and his mom track Alicia down.
We were going towards his house. He was like, just go to my house because maybe she's going there instead. But then we're going towards Miller Road on the way back, and then we see her, and then she was like, hey, where's my keys? And we're going through Culver's, and we pulled in behind her, and he went to go ask her, where's my keys? And then she pulled off.
But she speed, like I'm talking about. So I'm like, hold on, Mom.
And then we followed her, and then we pulled into Golden Corral, and he got out and ran and said, hey, where's my keys? And then she tried to run him over.
She sees me right there saying, stop, can I talk? Can I get my keys? Stop. And then she's just gassing it. And I'm like, oh, she's gonna really try to hit me. And she hit me, and then the dude hops out. I'm on the ground, I looked up, I see him reach for something. So I'm trying to hurry up, run to my mom's car to make sure she's not in danger. Dude started shooting, doom, hit my mom's car, and then hit her side window and windshield. And then he shot, as soon as I turned behind my mom's car, he shot right behind me, and I started running.
Okay, so he jumps out.
And then she ran into the pole, and two guys jumped out and started shooting.
At who?
At my car.
I'm trying to worry about my mom, not make sure she's not getting shot. And I just hopped in the car. I hear cops coming, so I'm like, Mom, just take me away. I'm not supposed to be nowhere near cops or anything. I'm not supposed to talk to them because I'm on probation.
And then what happened?
I turned around and took off.
What was your plan?
To get away and call the cops.
Okay. You got pretty far away.
Yeah.
And we never received a 911 call from you, right?
Because I wanted to get home and call.
Even though you just got shot at?
Yeah, because I was scared.
McLilley tells investigators that Alicia was in a car full of passengers. He saw Alicia and recognized the alleged shooter from his Facebook profile, but the others could have been anyone.
As soon as the dude opened the door, one person tried to open the other door, like that's on my side.
That's at Golden Corral?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One of them tried to open the door, but they shut it when started shooting.
Did you recognize anybody else in the car?
I couldn't. I wasn't trying to. The only person I recognized was the shooter and Alicia, the driver.
Investigators have heard their stories. Now they have questions about some of the dicey details. Like, why would Alicia avoid giving McLilley his apartment keys? And why would a man with no relationship to McLilley get out of the car and shoot?
Only reason I could think of is when she broke up, she probably told the dude some lies or something, you know? That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, obviously you know that I know that she had a PPI.
Yeah.
I know she made some allegations about back in December, and then St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day, you know?
So she said she was physically assaulted by him then, and
Yeah.
then he got charged.
Yeah.
That's why you got him a lawyer then?
Yes. And charges were dismissed.
So McLilley was used to getting a slap on the wrist and nothing more for alleged assaults against his girlfriend. This time, he claims he was the victim, that Alicia was the one who hit him with her car, and that the men she was with shot at him first.
For no reason, the dude who shot took off running, and they don't even got that person.
Okay.
And that's what happened.
Okay.
But that's hard for detectives to believe, especially when police compare Weatherford and McLilley's stories with the security footage from the restaurants, stores, and traffic lights they passed in their pursuit of Alicia's vehicle.
You ever been in trouble before? No?
No, I have not.
Okay. You know this is pretty important stuff that we're dealing with, right? And I know you're not being honest with me. It's okay. It's your son, I understand. But if you don't give an honest recollection...
I am giving honest.
Well, that's not accurate, okay? So there's cameras all over out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I know your son shot at the car. I know you're sitting right there. I know you picked him up. The good thing we have is cameras, right? Forensic evidence makes it a lot easier. So I know you fired out there.
Yes.
I know the gun's in the car. I know all that. I know you're scared.
Sir, yes, I did. Yes, I fired.
I know, but there's a reason for that, right?
We just need to know the reason why.
We're on Miller. We're around the window, and I seen a gun coming out. We pulled in Culver's. I took 2 shots. Boom. Somehow we made it to go to Corral. I hopped out, but I didn't have my gun on me on that time, or no gun.
Okay.
I hopped out just to say stop. She hit me. Got out. Started shooting more.
Okay. So you're saying you let off 2 shots on
yes,
Culver's?
Sir.
That part of the story was conveniently left out by both McLilley and his mom. There were at least 4 shots fired in the Golden Corral parking lot, and casings matching McLilley's guns were found at the scene. But Weatherford is trying to protect her son at all costs.
There's a firearm in your car? 2?
I don't know.
There's 2 sides to every story, but your side is not a truthful story, and it's going to do nothing but hurt you and your son. Okay? But your story is 180 degrees out from everything. It's not consistent, and it does not help me. Okay? Does that make sense? You have a Glock with an extended mag hanging out, which is consistent with the casings that are fired out there. Your car is right there.
And when faced with the evidence, Weatherford now tries to protect herself. But it's 2 days and 1 bullet too late.
I want an attorney because I'm not lying.
She took a bullet through that. So if you want an attorney, that's good.
One of the shots McLilley fired went into Alicia's right temple, but miraculously, she survived. After McLilley and Weatherford fled the scene, Alicia was rushed to Hurley Medical Center in Flint, Michigan. Less than an hour after the shooting, a video of the aftermath was posted to a local Facebook page. The video showed a black sedan had crashed into a Golden Corral sign. Elena was scrolling Facebook when she saw the post and read the words, "female shooting victim," somewhere in the caption. Then she let out a scream her husband will never forget. Elena knew the victim was Alicia, and she knew who did it. Police located Weatherford while driving on the highway and took her into custody. McLilley was found and arrested outside of Bishop National Airport. At first, detectives were investigating a shooting or possibly an attempted murder.
This is just you shot, correct?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
I'm not mad at you. I've been mad before too. Okay.
But I didn't shoot at the car or nothing. I shot at the grass.
Okay.
You will see the marks and everything. I made sure I didn't hit.
So is it fair to say you were just pissed that, like, oh, you're going to threaten me with a gun? You.
That, I was pissed because of the threat of the gun, and she's not trying to give me my house keys.
Alicia's family and medical team pursued life-saving measures for 2 days. But in the end, her injury was too severe. Alicia Jackson Skaggs died on March 31st, 2022. Medical personnel confirmed that at the time of her death, Alicia was around 4 weeks pregnant. From then on, investigators know they are looking at a cold-blooded homicide. They just haven't told McLilley yet, not about Alicia's fate or his own.
What's happening with my mom?
Well, we're just trying to get everyone's story straight. So she told us her version of events, which is not the same as yours.
Okay.
So I'm trying to, we're going to have like that, have you ever heard of a come to Jesus talk? Yeah, like you and I got to have that because your mom has never been in trouble in her life.
No.
She's a nice lady.
Yes.
I don't want you to get in trouble for something your son did. Your son makes his own bed. I'm pretty sure you're probably sick of dealing with it. He's actually grown.
Grown or not, DeAndre McLilley is still her baby, and she's not turning him in. But she's not turning him in either.
Then you get out and talk to her?
I didn't. My son run over to her and was like, "Hey, where's my keys?"
Who else was with your son?
Nobody.
Okay.
It was him by himself.
Okay.
At least that part of Weatherford's story is true, so investigators go back to McLilley to tell him that the facts of the case aren't looking good for him. Like the fact that there was a third person in Alicia's car who recognized McLilley and had a whole different version of events to tell investigators.
I hear what you're saying, but I also have to make the puzzle pieces fit. You know what I mean?
And Lou was about to say some dumb stuff and trying to get me in jail, so there's...
Can you... well, I'm worried about what they did to you, okay? What makes you shoot? You said you shot twice.
Yes, because was rolling down his window and I seen a gun.
Okay. Were you already out of the car?
No, I was still in the car.
Says that he's driving, that she's in the front passenger seat and in the back seat. Is that possible or not?
No.
Tell me what you see.
No.
Which is fine. Like I said, everyone's going to do the dance.
I knew her ex was going to do this.
Yeah, that's fine. So if I trusted, would I be talking to you?
No, sir.
Right, exactly. That's why we're in here. So I want to get the truth.
I just know my life's over here.
I don't think that.
I know that.
I don't think that.
Detectives press McLilley on the story they've gotten from other people connected to him and Alicia. One witness told investigators that McLilley broke into someone's home and stole the guns he brought to the Golden Corral parking lot that day. According to McLilley, that's just another person on an apparently long list of people out to get him. He claims Alicia took the guns and gave them to him to protect himself, or something like that.
See what I'm talking about? I knew, like, I was gonna make some lies all the time.
I haven't even talked.
Right. They're just trying to get me. Because why would he even say I broke into the house and got his gun? I don't even know where he even lives. For one.
No clue?
No clue.
So she decides to take his gun and just give him to you, huh?
Yes. Because
at any point in time did you think, maybe I should get with and give these guns back? Did that ever cross your mind?
That went across my mind, but when she told me, she gave me the guns and she broke up with them, that her ex-boyfriend was planning on killing me for 2 months, like planning it.
Why did they want to kill you? Don't know. You guys didn't have any beef?
I didn't have no beef. I don't even know these guys.
Instead of returning the guns to their owner, McLilley says he hid the guns in a bush near his boss's house, where his mom drops him off each morning before work. On the day of the shooting, he decided to pick them up.
You decided to get the guns then?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was already on my way home, and I was gonna put them somewhere else instead of by my boss' house. But she was like, I'm somewhere else. I'm thinking she's at my house, so I'm thinking I'm just gonna grab the guns, go to my house, take a quick shower, and then go take them to my friend's house.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to do.
Okay. So how long have the guns been in the bushes?
3 days.
3 days. Okay. I'm glad nobody else found them.
Why were you getting the guns out of the bush if the bush was your storage unit?
Because I felt like people were getting like too close and knowing my area where I was putting them.
Your bush?
Yes.
How would they know about your bush?
Just people kept on watching me like when I walk.
Play with the bush?
To everyone's surprise, the classic bush storage system wasn't a good long-term solution for McLilley. He wanted to have the guns on him, just in case a couple of people he's never met decided to kill him after he followed his ex-girlfriend to an endless buffet. And what do you know? That's exactly what he says happened. His mom, on the other hand, is staying silent.
You guys are chasing this car, you're on camera throughout the township, it looks like you're on a murder mission. So, I need to get the facts straight before I get the why straight, and the facts are wrong right now. I'll tell you, my training and experience tells me you shot into the car. Forensic evidence with the lab personnel out there are going to show that you shot into the car. All that evidence will show you shot into the car, and then you're going to say that you didn't shoot into the car, but there'll be all this evidence saying you did shoot in the car. Then no one's going to believe that you were in fear for your life. So then, You take that right off the table. Now you're just shooting into the car because that's what the evidence shows. Now, I like you. I do. But at the end of the day, my job's to get the truth. And I'll tell you right now that you're not being honest with me.
I guess I did. I don't know. My mind was racing and I was in the heat of the moment.
Evidence clearly tells me you're firing into the car. I can't debate that anymore.
If you say that, then
no, it's not if I say it. I'm asking you. I want you to say, Lord, I have up today. I am coming forward, and I need to be honest about this so people don't think I'm a liar. I was pissed. I was upset. I was thinking with
I'm gonna be in jail.
My emotions. Well, I never worried about consequences. My only job is to find out what really happened. I mean, you clearly have like some hardcore relationship problems.
Yes, I do.
You're shooting over at Culver's. You're chasing them around Hell's Half Acres. You know, you don't look like the good guy in us.
You got the wrong guy.
Investigators know they don't have the wrong guy, but they might have the wrong bush.
Where did your mom really pick you up from? Because I doubt you went to work, and I doubt there's this magic bush that you like to thrust upon to get in the bush to get the guns.
The gun was in the car already.
Your mom rolls around with 2 guns in the car?
No, I put them in there before she even knew they were in there, and she picked me up from work, and I...
No magic bush?
No magic bush.
That's an interesting, I think that's one of the most interesting stories I've ever heard.
Interesting is one word for it. For the family of Alicia Jackson Skaggs, it's infuriating because the Golden Corral murder, as some media outlets in Michigan have called it, isn't just a wild story. It's how they lost Alicia, who was a daughter, sister, aunt, and friend.
Happy birthday!
Alicia got shot in the head, but...
Who?
Alicia.
Alicia. Is she alive or...
She got shot in the head.
Why would you keep my keys, though, sir?
No one's life's worth keys, man. So I don't give a f***.
How would I even get back in my house?
Kick the door.
I don't...
I mean, you can always call maintenance at your apartment complex.
That's $150. I'm not about to pay $150 when I can just get my keys for free.
So her life was worth less than $150.
So she's dead?
She's got a bullet through the brain. You normally don't survive that.
The security footage ultimately showed that McLilley and Weatherford weren't just following Alicia. They were chasing her at speeds of 70 miles per hour.
They take off, and your mom's so down to ride, she chases them all the way around. They pull in here, and here comes the guy that just shot at me, and now he's walking around here with a gun with a big old extended mag on it. So if I'm them, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to turn you into roadkill, driving over, and now you're firing at the car, and now they're speeding up. And you shot her in the head.
Witness testimony and security footage confirm that McLilley physically walked up to Alicia's car and opened fire. He did not shoot at the grass, and he did not run into Alicia at the Culvers by chance. It was exactly what the detective called it, a murder mission.
That is not how it happened, and that's not what... Can I speak to my lawyer?
Sure.
McLilley is charged with second-degree murder, 5 counts of assault with intent to do great bodily harm, aggravated stalking, and obstructing police. He also faces 15 weapons charges. But as he leaves the interrogation room, he has other concerns.
Like, I want to know if my TV's in my game system.
They can't go in now.
I know they can't, but... Oh my God, my stuff is gone.
You got somebody that you can call to check your house?
My mom. Like,
anybody else other than mom?
She's the only one who has my key.
You heard that right. Weatherford had a set of her son's apartment keys on her the whole time. But now she'd have to give them up, along with nearly the rest of her life. Weatherford was charged with second-degree murder, 5 counts of assault with intent to murder, and 13 weapons charges. Both McLilley and Weatherford were convicted by a jury of all charges. DeAndre McLilley was sentenced to a minimum of 39.5 years and a maximum of 102 years in prison. His mom, Wendy Weatherford, was sentenced to a minimum of 33.25 years and a maximum of 102 years in prison. After Alicia's death, she received a standing ovation from the hospital for her 2-day-long fight for her life. She was laid to rest in April 2022. McLillie's earliest release date is in 2061. He would be 62 years old. Weatherford's earliest release date is in 2055. She would be 80 years old. If you ask Elena, that's not long enough. To her, any chance at parole seems unjust, when Alicia's chance to live a happy life was stolen. Elena continues to advocate for her younger sister and other victims of domestic abuse. She hopes that one day domestic violence will be taken more seriously in all cases. Not just the ones that make it to national news, and not just the ones where it's too late.
Now, folks, you are going to have to stay outside the yellow crime scene tape, okay? Okay, thank you, folks.
Police in Albuquerque, New Mexico respond to a call from inside the Navajo Elks Lodge on San Pedro Drive.
911 emergency. 525 San Pedro. Somebody just got shot in the face at Elks nightclub.
Police find the victim's body on the dance floor. There's a gunshot wound to the back of his head. The rest of the guests have scattered.
Please, somebody got shot. He's dying on the floor. Please hurry. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm panicking.
Is the person that did it still there?
I don't know. It was just a lot of us in here. We don't know what's going on.
The victim was shot in a room full of friends, family, and nightclub regulars. He's identified as 40-year-old Kenneth Ellis.
Kenneth's good people. He didn't deserve to get shot like that. He was happy. He was so happy.
Yes, ma'am, Sergeant Burciaga.
My name is Esperanza Ellis. I'm actually Kenneth Ellis' wife. Here's my ID. These are his sons. So the girlfriend, Sarah, she might have been there. Peter, those are not his family. We are his family. His mom keeps telling. We're here with them now.
She's gonna go start on everything.
Okay.
There's a ton of people that she's gonna have to add. But basically what she gathered is they just heard a pop, nobody saw anything. But this little guest book right here,
Has everybody signed in?
everyone's supposed to sign in to come in here, so
Yeah.
if people signed in, then hopefully,
Make homicides not easy.
yeah. I wonder, I don't want the girlfriend and the uncle to leave,
I don't think they leave.
but it's raining, so I'm like, can we get them somewhere where they don't get rained on?
Yes. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so
What is your relationship with Kenneth?
he's my boyfriend, unofficial fiance.
Unofficial fiance?
Yeah. He introduced me as his fiance.
What is Kenneth's last name?
Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Talk to me about how you guys ended up here today at the Elk Lodge.
So he was a member a long time ago.
Okay.
He hadn't been there here in years. One of his uncle Peter.
Is that his blood uncle?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Had asked or said, let's go to the Elks.
Okay.
And so he said, you know what, let's try it out. It's been a while. So we got ready and we came and everything was going so good.
They were sitting at the table, which is Sarah, Kenneth, Peter, and this mystery guy named John. Kenneth and Sarah had went out to go smoke a cigarette, and when they came in, Peter went outside to go smoke. He went back inside, and he heard a slam. He said, you know, there's a difference between when the wind slams the door and when someone slams the door. Yes. Then he heard a pop. We're here with them now, so as soon as I talk to her and figure out...
Standing outside?
Huh?
You see Peter?
No, they won't even let us go over there. That's the thing. There's a bunch of fake people claiming to be family. They're not. That's the thing. They won't even let us go over there.
That's my dad.
What is your dad's name?
Kenneth.
A female shot him?
I don't know why the we're catching. You can't go over there.
Okay, do you want to come so I only have to explain myself once?
Okay, look. He's right here. He's right here with us. We're all right here. But we're trying to explain to them that we're family, but they won't let us go any further. It's not like we're trying to disrupt the crime scene or whatever, but let me call you back when I'm done talking to the supervisor.
How are you related to, and who are you related to?
I'm Kenneth's wife.
Kenneth's wife.
The victim's wife.
The victim's wife. Okay, so you're
We're
the wife.
separated, we're legally married, but we still talk all the time. Sarah Lopez is just the girlfriend.
Okay, so you guys get here about 10:45. So walk me through the process. Do you guys have to sign in or something?
We didn't sign in.
Okay.
We just kind of, I don't know who, somebody had opened the door for us.
Okay.
And we walked in, and then our Uncle Peter, said that he was going to go outside to smoke because they can't smoke inside.
Okay.
Which is a back door.
Mm-hmm.
And we all wanted to go, but I didn't want to go out there because I just didn't. It was my first time around, so I'm very observant and very cautious.
Okay.
And I was watching him on the dance floor, coming on and off the dance floor, and I heard a pop, and I looked, and he was on the floor, face down. So I ran over to him, and he wasn't moving. So I flipped him over, and there was just blood pouring out of his mouth.
I'm so sorry.
I guess I'm still just in denial. Like, I just felt like I need to see him for, like, I asked him, but he has been identified, right? Like, it was Kenneth Alice, right? It's just dumbfounding to get a call at this time in the morning saying that he got killed. Like,
and who called you?
A bunch of different people called me that were supposedly here. And so I'm hearing, oh, the lights all went out and doors got locked and gunshots rang out, he got caught in the crossfire. Then I'm hearing that somebody just walked behind him and shot him in the head. And now I'm sure you heard, oh, that a female shot him in the head. So
I had not heard that. However, being that people that were here called you, I totally appreciate if you stay here so that when homicide is ready, they can talk to you and you can provide them with those phone numbers, those names of people who were telling you.
Yeah, it's all the fake family. That wouldn't have happened if he was with his real family. Oh, that's my cousin, just because they, grew up, but no, none of them are blood. Give me my phone, please. Oh.
And I tried checking for a pulse. I was wiping blood off so that maybe I could see where. Either an exit or an entrance. And I saw there was definitely fat coming or breathe. I don't know. Something right here on the back.
Okay.
And so I put pressure on it with my hand. And then they grabbed my jacket and told me to put pressure on it with the jacket.
Okay.
So that's what I was doing, and I was holding his head.
So going back to when you're sitting down, you're watching everybody on the dance floor, and Kenneth starts walking to go check out the vibe on the patio. Who was around him when you heard that pop?
I didn't see. I wasn't. I was like scanning, so it wasn't like I saw who was around him exactly.
Did you see him, like, was a male, female, anything like that next to him?
There was a bunch of
Okay.
People are going to talk one way or another.
People know what happened in there, and
I know they
unfortunately,
do.
we need to. I want to interview these people.
They're
quick.
afraid of being snitches, and they want to live by the code and all that. My husband's dead at the end of the day, so I don't care.
In the hours after Kenneth Ellis's death, people in the community are talking, just not to police.
So I know that you were there and you were present at the shooting. Do you know what shooting I'm talking about at the Elks Lodge?
I know exactly what you're talking about, man, but I really don't want to be a part of anything that's going on with that Elks Lodge. I don't even go there no more, none of that. There's possibly no information I can give you on that, ma'am, I don't think.
So I'm the lead detective that's working the shooting that happened at the Elks Lodge. And I just wanted to touch base with you because I know you were one of our 911 callers, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I had 7 shots of tequila. I really don't remember that night, and I haven't asked anybody about that night because I don't want to give misinformation.
Oh, hey, Johnny, how are you?
Okay.
Awesome. Johnny, I just had a few follow-up questions for you. I'm the detective that's working the Elks Lodge shooting.
I didn't see any shooting or nothing.
At this point right now, where it's kind of like a race for time because
Yeah.
we don't want to lose evidence.
That's what I
don't want to
was
lose
saying.
guns. I don't want to lose that stuff. Okay. This has been very helpful. I appreciate it. If there's anything else, you have my number. Please contact me. Okay.
Yeah, and like I said, Peter has a lot of stories.
Okay.
And the fact that he told me 3 different stories, and he was suddenly not there, then he was locked out, then it was a girl, then it was a guy, and then he told us that he gave him CPR, but there's not blood on him at all. So like, I've never trusted him.
Okay, I'll see if we can talk with him. We may have to take him in the dad. I'll see if he's willing to talk to us.
Oh yeah. And also Kenneth and I really like they have lost their daughter. Marvin was his nephew. This is another nephew. He's lost his daughter.
Were you here tonight, sir?
No.
I'm really sorry for your loss. I know you guys have a lot going on tonight, and it's very, very early in this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do everything I can to find who did this.
Yes, ma'am.
I already spoke.
This is the 3rd time I done lost my grandson this 8th month. I lost the nephew down the street from me, down and lost him.
So we're gonna go into the second van that's up there. Thank you for hanging out so we can talk with you. I'm Stephanie. Nice to meet you, sir. Unfortunate under these circumstances, but hopefully we'll be able to do everything we can, okay? How did you guys, who'd you arrive with and how'd you guys get here?
Well, for one, we was planning on coming over here last Friday,
Okay.
you know, to have us some drinks this Friday.
Okay.
Because, you know, we finally get a day off. We get up in here, everything's all right. Everything, I don't see nothing crazy. I'm dancing. Yeah, I'm a floor dancer. Yeah, that's what I did.
A couple rounds of drinks, and everybody was just dancing and living it up. And then our Uncle Peter, he said that he was gonna go outside to smoke because they can't smoke inside.
Then he was like, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Is this
Him and Sarah. So after they came back from smoking a cigarette,
Okay.
I was like, all right, since y'all had me watching the drinks, it's my turn. But the people told me I couldn't smoke in here. Now listen to this. When I went to smoke a cigarette, it like, somebody like, pulled the door.
When you were outside?
When
or
I
inside?
was outside.
Okay.
So it's like, you can tell the difference from a pool and the wind blowing the door.
Okay.
But you hear a pop. I'm like, there's a fence back there,
Uh-huh.
right?
Mhm.
I said, let me see. It's barbed wire.
Yeah.
I threw my jacket over it,
Mhm.
hopped the fence, ran back and got into the club. I was like, what? I know that ain't my nephew. What the f? She's like, Uncle. I said, no, this can't be him. Where's that dude at? you feel me? Where's this John dude? Who the f is? Where is he at?
So he knew. The majority of people know it.
Yeah.
So do you know?
He was a member.
Okay. How many people were in there tonight?
Maybe like 50
people. Okay. And do you know anyone that would have seen what happened? Cause that's a pretty packed place. Like for and that's what I'm trying to see. Like who I can contact so we can get justice.
The table next to us, she was actually on the dance floor, or she was facing the dance floor.
Okay.
And had a better view because there were people in between where I was sitting and where he was at. But she was sitting like where one of those poles was at, with the table next to it, so she can kind of see a better angle. And she said that she saw it was a male and a female.
And do you know her name?
I don't.
She told you this?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She said that she had seen a male and a female walk by him, like in passing.
Security cameras inside the Elks Lodge nightclub capture a similar story. There, facing the DJ booth, is a woman who appears to have a clear view of the dance floor when the gun goes off.
We got the surveillance footage a long time to get that stuff. I know originally you stated that you didn't see anything, and I know that's not true.
You know, when I came out the bathroom, I heard a pop. I came out the bathroom, and all I could see was people running.
But like many others who were there drinking and dancing that night, the woman seems to remember it differently.
Your video is telling you what you've seen, and you're telling me what happened, and I believe you, but I'm not listening to nobody else.
At the end of the day, somebody lost their life, and
No,
there's
I
a bar
totally.
Full of people, and you were the one that was right there within a foot or two, watching everything. Oh, are you there? I think I lost you. Hello?
So, did you see anybody running out with the gun?
No, I did. I promise you, I'll probably be laying down there with it.
I'm glad that's not the case.
You know, I'm being real. I'll be laying down there with you.
So when you run back inside, did you hear anybody say anything about?
Didn't say nothing.
Did anybody say?
That's why I'm tripping. Like
who did this? Because it seems like
Yeah,
everybody
like-
knew each other in there.
That's what I'm saying. That's what's tripping me out. Like, what happened? Who did it? What's going on? Something ain't right.
Did Kenneth have issues with anybody?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't. This is my first time around any of these people. I don't know if he did or not.
Well, I mean, you guys have been together for 3 years, and I'm sure you guys have multiple discussions about issues that you guys are having, and obviously, any information, even if you think it's irrelevant, is relevant in this case. So he didn't have any issues with anybody that he ever mentioned?
There was one, but I know they squashed it. I don't know his name. I honestly don't. It was in relation to who had killed his uncle.
Okay.
It was like years ago.
The only thing that I can think of is a shooting that happened with Marvin Ellis.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar
I
with
looked
that
up
name.
the case, but yes.
I don't know their real names, I'm sorry, but Shug and Tony O'Shea are the ones that shot Marvin. Tony O'Shea is the bullet that they found to be the lethal bullet or the kill shot, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
But they sent him to prison, and even in the courtroom, things got crazy, and they threatened to kill Kenneth because Kenneth was a key witness.
Marvin Ellis was killed in 2015 in a drive-by shooting. Thomas Stevenson, known as Shug, was in the car with the shooter. The man who pulled the trigger was O'Shea LaCharles Tony. He goes by LaCharles, or Chief. More than 20 shots were fired into Ellis's vehicle. O'Shea Tony's father, Theodore LaCharles Tony, who also goes by Chief and LaCharles, was allegedly seen at the Elk Lodge nightclub on the night of April 6, 2024.
Okay, you said someone just got shot in the face. Where's the person with the gun? His name is Charles. They call him Chief. Please come. Please come.
So Marvin's girlfriend calls Kenneth. He arrives on scene in a 2016 murder case, and Kenneth had to testify against a male.
So he testified against the male that killed Martin.
Okay.
And one of his relatives was here tonight.
O'Shea Tony was convicted on first-degree felony murder, voluntary manslaughter, shooting at or from a motor vehicle, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. His murder and manslaughter convictions were later vacated. He was sentenced to 18 and a half years in prison. Theodore LaCharles Toney allegedly made a vow of vengeance against Kenneth Ellis for testifying at the 2016 trial of O'Shea Toney.
What is the relationship with Chief and Kenneth if they were to see each other?
Well, one time we were at the Elks here at this one.
Okay.
And we seen Chief, and Kenneth's like, we might have to go. And I was like, why? He goes, Chief's here. And I said, if we leave, it's going to show that you're scared, though.
Yeah.
You know, like, we can leave if you want to, or as long as he isn't coming at you any type of way.
Yeah.
And he passed by Kenneth, and he was like, hey, what's up? You know, they shook hands, and that was kind of it. They didn't have any more interactions throughout the night. Nothing happened. We all went home.
Are you able to screenshot the Chief's Facebook and send that to me, please? So what I'm gonna do is, if you can send it to my work phone, I'm also gonna send you a link a little bit later on, and then I'll have you upload those photos to the.
And I can also find like Tony and Shook too.
If you could find me Chief's son Tony, that would be very helpful.
The complicated backstory between the Toney and Ellis families could have been the motive for Kenneth Ellis's death. But APD can only build a case if they can find someone willing to talk to them.
What is your relationship with Theodore Toney?
I really don't have a relationship. We all grew up in the same neighborhood, and his dad and my son's dad are brothers.
He used to come down on Broadway, him and his wife.
Oh, really?
I never knew he had a record or he was even a criminal.
Okay.
And I didn't know they had a quarrel until I saw it, heard it on the TV, or saw it in the paper that they were squabbling from something happened 15 years ago.
It seems like no one wants to get wrapped up in an ongoing homicide investigation involving the Toney family. No one except Kenneth's wife, Esperanza, who has been doing some investigating of her own.
Hi. You told me to give you a call?
Yeah. Remember what I was telling you about Charles and all them?
Yeah.
So that's the name. They said Chief was there last night.
Chief LaCharles?
Yes.
Yeah, we're aware of that. What else did you hear?
That he's the shooter.
So someone said that he's the shooter?
They said he's the shooter.
Is that person willing to speak with us?
No, and I begged them to talk to you guys, and they won't. They just don't want to put their names out there.
And did they say why he did it?
Like they said in their words, bittersweet revenge. When they don't think that they're expecting things, things come to them. But we didn't forget.
That afternoon, something unexpected also finds its way to Theodore LaCharles Toney, several APD squad cars.
So I will kind of explain a little bit what we got going on. As of right now, I'll be honest with you, you're not involved in the homicide that I know of yet. The way
work, then I came home, watched the Iowa game.
Okay.
Went to sleep.
Last night?
Yep.
That was a good
went
game,
to
huh?
sleep. I'm on probation. I don't do nothing. I go to work and home.
Okay, cool. Who resides with you there?
No one resides with me, but I be netting my sister and my nephew. Every time he get in an argument with that lady just left, he'll come over and spend a couple nights and they patch it up and go back.
Who's your nephew?
My nephew is Charles.
Okay. LaCharles?
Yeah.
All right, so that's why we're here today.
All right.
It's for LaCharles.
Oh, yeah? What is
Um,
he done done?
So I'm investigating a homicide.
Oh, all right.
And unfortunately, because he was here, you're technically like your residence and everything's now involved, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
All right.
I'm not trying to get you more involved than what you already are. So I do appreciate your cooperation.
You can tell me when the officer first came up and told me a homicide, I was like, what the a homicide?
Yeah.
I ain't know nothing.
A statement not much different from what everyone at the Elks Lodge that night had to say. But Detective Cockrell isn't looking for additional witnesses to close the case. Instead, she's counting on the physical evidence.
So we have a search warrant for your house. We're gonna do some search warrants on the vehicle and some other apartments at that residence, okay? I'm gonna be honest with you, we've been watching the residence all day today. So we've seen you with the Charles throughout the day?
That was this year?
Is there going to be any firearms inside of the residence?
I don't know.
Have you seen him with the firearm?
No.
And I know you're on probation, and it's kind of sucks because I don't want to get you wrapped up in this, but if there's guns in there, and if they're his, I got to know that.
I don't know. I don't have no guns in there. Put it that way. I don't have no guns in there. I don't know if there's guns in there. All I do is try to be a peace solver.
Law enforcement now has multiple warrants to search the apartment building where Theodore LaCharles Toney apparently resides.
This is the target's keys and lighter.
Okay, awesome. Has he already been fully searched? Or is this? Yeah.
Yeah.
And this was off of him?
This is off of him.
Awesome, thanks.
Mama, calm down, baby. Calm down, Mama.
Did you say that was your brother? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's my brother.
Detectives are hoping the evidence found in any residences or vehicles associated with Toney will provide them with something to match up to the security footage from the scene.
Whose car is that little green truck?
The little green truck, that's my sister's truck.
Okay. But he drives it?
Yeah.
Can you take a picture of this because it has his last name on there, Toney? Actually, let me see if there's anything else with his name on it. Yeah, we'll do that. This one's a little bit better if it's...
Yeah, this is kind of...
Yeah, it's faded. Yeah. That one has
his
his name on it too.
Security footage from the Elks Lodge doesn't show the green truck in the parking lot, but it does show someone matching Theodore Toney's description leaving the club immediately after the shooting.
I think he had on, I think it was a jogging suit, if I'm not mistaken, or a walking suit, but the top and the pants matched, whatever he had on. And I want to say, I think it was a jogging suit.
Okay. You're saying his top and pants matched?
Yeah, that much I remember.
Theodore Toney can be seen again on a neighbor's security footage. Police obtain the footage through a warrant and use it to solidify their timeline.
So we're investigating a homicide that happened approximately about, what time yesterday night? Around 11 something, I believe it was. Somewhere around the time, between 10 and 11 o'clock. Are your cameras constantly running 24/7? Okay, how much coverage do they have of the driveway?
Everything.
Everything? Okay. Is it a cloud-based system or is it a based?
I'm sorry, we're cleaning the apartment, so I'm sorry.
Oh, believe you me, I've been in. Oh, you wouldn't imagine what I've been in. Right there at 107:55. Okay. Go ahead and play a little bit, and then pause again. He's holding something. It's not normal pants grab. Okay.
Not really. He's above.
Yeah, he's above his waistline.
With reluctant witness statements and clear security footage, the APD finds that Theodore LaCharles Toney kept his vow of revenge. But he's not the only person who keeps their promises.
I'm gonna do everything I can to find who did this.
Theodore LaCharles Chief Toney is arrested the same day he murdered Kenneth Ellis in cold blood.
Hubert?
Yes.
Are you good right now? I just wanted to check on you, make sure you water or something. Okay, cool. So what we'll do is give me like maybe 5-10 minutes, and I'll come back here, take you in the room. If you want to talk, we'll talk.
I don't want to talk about that.
Okay. We still have a search warrant that we need to execute, okay? It's already been signed by a judge for your DNA. So.
My DNA?
Yes, sir. It's just going to be some prints. That's already for your DNA. So as of right now, you are under arrest. We have charges of an open count of murder.
What?
Yes, sir. And that's why we're going to get your DNA. So.
If that's the case, I need a lawyer. Yeah. And I don't want to talk about that.
That's fine. And you already said that, so I'm not going to interview you.
But in Southeast Albuquerque, an arrest doesn't always mean the case is ready to be closed.
So, you wanted to give me some information about Uncle Peter?
Yes.
Okay, what do we got?
Okay, so, basically, he was the one that set Kenneth up. It's been confirmed.
Set up by his own uncle. At least that's what one citizen investigation has uncovered. But that idea isn't corroborated by other witnesses who were there that night, not even by Kenneth's friends.
I don't know. I really don't. I want to get justice, but I wasn't paying no attention. I was just on this.
If, hypothetically, if you did see the shooting, would you tell me?
Yeah.
Did you hear of any other names I should talk to?
No. Because he was with Kenneth the whole entire night, walking and
This
following
isn't
him the whole
Uncle
night.
Peter, right?
Oh, no. Well, Peter was there too, though.
Yeah, I spoke with him.
Yeah. That's the man that you really need to talk to if y'all even got some information. He was right there too, probably.
Still, some people remain suspicious.
They were talking secretively or whatever, you know, they were hugging on the dance floor.
Okay.
And then, like, they stepped back, and then it didn't look like a heated discussion, but it was definitely like a discussion of, like, hands were moving, and I don't know.
Between them two?
Yeah.
You originally told me that Uncle Peter was asking Kenneth to go, he invited him to the Elks, right?
The Friday before.
Okay.
He was like, hey, next Friday, let's go to the Elks. And Kenneth was like, he's kind of hesitant.
Yeah.
But he was like, you know what, let's try it out.
Mm-hmm. I have to investigate every aspect of this, starting with Uncle Peter and why he wanted Kenneth to go to the Elks Lodge that specific Friday. And that is where I'm trying to understand, because why not go that Friday night he invited you? Why not go that following Saturday? So I'm trying to understand why specifically he chose that night.
Right.
If anybody else is involved, they will be charged. If somebody set this up to get Kenneth there on that specific night, I will find that out and they will be charged with first-degree murder.
Theodore LaCharles Toney is charged and convicted on one count of first-degree murder. He's sentenced to life behind bars. Uncle Peter has never been charged in relation to this case. Kenneth Ellis's wife, Esperanza, his girlfriend Sarah, and other family members have all cooperated in the investigation. For Law&Crime Investigates, I'm Kristen Thorne.
On Prime Crime.
I told him, I said, you need to stop, that I had a gun and that I would shoot him. He's like, yeah, okay, shoot me.
Keep in mind that even when one pleads self-defense, they are not claiming that they did not kill someone. They are merely saying, I am not criminally liable because I had to kill this person in order to save my life.
Some of the most twisted cases to investigate.
My husband's deceased. There's been a tragedy at my home. He's stiff and he's been wounded.
He said to me on several occasions, everything will be okay as long as I hide the steak knives. He didn't hide the steak knives.
Difficult cases to decide.
Did you see when the gun went off?
Just heard it.
Okay, so it's fair to say you didn't see where the gun was when the shot went off?
Correct.
The stories really didn't match up. I mean, each witness gave a totally different account.
The way the law is applied and the way we argued it, it's not so much how the general public views that moment in time, it's how he perceived that moment in time.
The self-defense cases that had everyone divided.
Man, she reached in the window and everything. Sensational. They shot that man. He had to shoot that man like that.
Whether she was guilty, not guilty, or whatever. The end result was tragic for both sides.
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber. Over the last several years of Prime Crime, we have covered some of the most controversial self-defense cases. Stories that leave you questioning, what happened? Who's telling the truth? And when we talk about self-defense, while the law can be different from state to state, what we're talking about is whether or not someone is legally justified to use reasonable force to protect oneself or others from immediate serious injury or death at the hands of another. But answering the question of whether a killing is justified, as you're about to see, is anything but clear-cut.
911, you need police, call your medical. I don't know. My husband's deceased. There's been a tragedy at my home.
The morning of January 12th, 2019, dispatchers receive a frantic call from a woman in Winter Park, Florida.
Why do you believe he's deceased? Because he's stiff and he's been wounded. He might have had a heart attack. I don't know.
That's the voice of 45-year-old Danielle Redlick, who says she discovered her husband, 65-year-old Michael Redlick, dead on the floor of their home.
He was actually choking me and trying to suffocate me first. I actually went for the knife, and he was screaming, "What are you going to do, stab me?" And he grabbed it. And that's when he did it. He made a motion. He stabbed himself, and I ran into the bathroom. When I came out, I was just lying in blood.
In order to understand how we got here, we have to take a step back to the unusual beginning of Danielle and Michael's relationship.
I first met Mike, I think it was 1996. He'd come to the golf course and say, "I think I'm in love with this woman, Kathleen, but she's dying of cancer. I think I'm gonna marry her." "You're gonna marry her?" "Yeah, the benefits that she has are terrible. She's gonna have better treatment, better care," and that's why he married Kathleen. I'm sure they were in love, but he was all about helping her out. After Kathleen passed away, Mike was basically providing for two of Kathleen's kids, Danielle and her younger brother.
Michael Redlick was an executive for various sports teams, so he had a prominent job, doing well, making good money.
Somewhere down the road, the relationship started. He married his stepdaughter. We warned him against it. Like, what are you thinking? In a weird way, it's a love story that most people wouldn't approve of, but it became a love story, a real love story. Well, that's the biggest mistake Mike made in his life.
Fast forward 15 years, Michael is dead, and Danielle is taken to the hospital to be evaluated. Police pay her a visit to try and piece together what exactly occurred here.
We just kind of want to get some type of information as to what happened. If you're willing to talk to us, that'd be good.
I'm perfectly willing to say what happened. You want me to describe what happened?
I want you to tell me whatever you feel comfortable telling me.
Thursday, my husband was very belligerent and distraught.
Well, at first the relationship was fine, but then over time there were allegations of controlling behaviors and that he had a drinking problem.
He was following me around the house and I was trying not to engage. I locked myself in the bathroom. He broke the door open. He was scaring me, so I decided to leave. And he was drinking heavily.
I'm not a rocket scientist, but wait a minute. There's 8 empty bottles of wine in the garbage. Mike didn't like wine. So those bottles got emptied by somebody other than Mike.
We had some issues last year. He basically cheated on me, and it was a big, long, drawn-out thing. And I found a slew of emails of him carrying on with another woman, and it just crushed me.
Mike was trying to understand, and he must have been going to some meetings with Al-Anon, and along the way, he met a woman. They became friends. Friends. It was somebody that he could talk to about dealing with her. No infidelity at all on Mike's part. I'm convinced of that.
He found a text from another man to me, and that really angered him.
That's where things began to go somewhat awry in the marriage. She complained that as a result, he was both physically and emotionally abusive.
Investigators continue to speak with Danielle at the hospital, where she claims Michael was aggressive and intimidating.
He continued on his day Friday to work, and I continued my day. I got some snide texts from him during the day. We attended our son's football game together that evening, and it was after the football game where, once again, he poured himself a drink, and really heavy, and it just started from there. He started spewing. I didn't realize how much rage was going on in there.
She had previously filed a police report against Michael for domestic abuse. And because of that, it led credence to her claim later that she was in fear of her life and that Michael was at it again.
But Danielle starts to shut down.
I think that's about what I'm most comfortable talking about currently.
With Danielle not giving police much to go on, days later they return to the Redlicks' home, this time with a warrant in hand.
Can you get the kids away, Dad? Please.
Yes.
Just get the kids.
Danielle, I just want to talk to you, okay? Right now you're not under arrest, but we just secured you for our safety. We do have a search warrant for your house, and I also have a search warrant for your DNA.
While the detective collects the DNA sample, Danielle seems shocked to learn what investigators may be thinking.
2 buccal swabs, saliva standards from Danielle Justine Redlick, which is believed to be evidence relevant to proving that a felony crime has been committed. Death investigation, second-degree murder are located in the person.
You're saying the saliva, when there was resuscitation done, that's second-degree murder?
No, I'm collecting saliva standards from you.
Because of the resuscitation?
Because of other evidence that we have collected.
She tried CPR and couldn't find her phone to call 911. I think that's somebody dancing and just changing the story as much as she could.
So you're saying that once this DNA is confirmed as mine, I'm being charged with second-degree murder? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm collecting this to be tested. From what we collected from the house, we need to be able to differentiate your DNA from your husband's DNA.
Little did Danielle know there were others who for a long time noticed issues between her and Michael, issues that become critical in understanding the complexity of this case.
The whole neighborhood knows that they fought, verbally at least, and physically out in front of the house.
Police speak with the Redlicks' neighbors and learn even more about the tumultuous relationship.
We are very aware of the bickering and fighting and that type of thing. Most of the time it was screaming at one another, but primarily it was her screaming at him.
I've seen them argue plenty of times.
Has it been verbal or physical?
But it wasn't on his part.
Okay. When it's physical, what have you seen?
Her slapping him around in the face.
Some of us saw some dangers there. If you would have asked me 6 years ago, did I have any friends whose spouse were capable of killing them, I'd say only one, and that would be Danielle.
How would you describe Michael?
He always seemed very laid back. I never saw any kind of aggression or anything.
And how would you describe Danielle?
Volatile. But I don't know what happened behind closed doors.
Then detectives learn there's been run-ins with the Redlicks in the past, including the year earlier when Michael actually called 911 on Danielle.
911, do you need police, fire, medical?
We need a car here. There's a woman that's a danger to herself and to others right now.
A gentleman that's a danger to
My sense on calling 911 was to show her that, look, I'm not going to abuse you. I'm not going to hit you, but I've had it.
You better go in your room. Please, Dan. Please, go in your room. Will you stop? All right. I will call you back. I will call you back in 5 minutes.
Sir, what is going on there? Hello?
You can see in a domestic situation where someone is looking at their wife, acting crazily, that they would call police. And because they didn't know what her intentions were, that they wouldn't ask police to come over right away and said he would call them back, but he never did.
Detectives decide to get another point of view into the relationship. They interview the couple's children.
Have they ever gotten into arguments that you actually saw them physically fighting?
Yes. They were pushing each other.
Have you ever seen anything more than just pushing between the two of them?
Scratching.
Okay, who would scratch you?
I guess my mom and my dad would push away.
Investigators then learn even more about Michael and Danielle's troubling marriage from their daughter, 15-year-old Jaden.
My parents used to be separated. They're obviously not divorced, but as like a family, we've been through a lot this past year. I know they were kind of in a heated argument this week about something. My dad moved out in April of last year, and he moved back in I think late October. They've always had like an off and on relationship for like I think the past 5 or 6 years.
In the times in the past that they've had this physical confrontation that you've observed, who would be the more aggressive one to actually physically touch you?
My mom. I've never seen him hurt my mom, like physically.
It's rare for a daughter to point the finger at her mother for being the violent one, but that's what happened here.
The one time that I saw like a mark on my dad's face was because they were arguing and my mom had a ring on.
Has he ever hit her or left any marks on her?
I think so. I remember just my mom saying my dad pushed her.
Do you think the push was in self-defense because she was coming at him, or push because he was upset at her?
Maybe both.
He said to me on several occasions, everything will be okay as long as I hide the steak knives. I was driving from Charlotte up to Cleveland, got a call from a good friend of mine that let me know what happened. They said he was found dead. I was in shock, but at the same time, I wasn't surprised. Oh my God, he didn't hide the steak knives.
As detectives piece together this puzzle, is Danielle's story that Michael stabbed himself adding up? Real quick, talking crime like we do, if you are a homeowner, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, the scammers, they are stealing home titles and your equity is the target. This is a real thing. This is how it works. So criminals forge your signature on just one document. They use a fake notary stamp to pay a small fee with your county. And just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And then they take out loans using your equity or even sell your property, and you won't even know what's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice. I mean, when was the last time that you really checked your home title? If the answer is never, you need to do something about it right now. That is why we've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code PRIMECRIME at HometitleLock.com. You will get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud does happen, they will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Go to HometitleLock.com, use promo code PRIMECRIME. That is HometitleLock.com, promo code PRIMECRIME. Back in 2019, investigators are questioning Danielle Redlick in the death of her husband and former stepfather, Michael Redlick. Danielle called 911 to report Michael might have had a heart attack. Then she changed her story, claiming he might have stabbed himself. And what police are about to learn makes this situation even more confusing.
Michael was stabbed once in the shoulder. It was originally a bloody crime scene, but when investigators walked into the house, they smelled disinfectant, bleach.
And it was clear that the husband had bled out. There was evidence that she even attempted to clean up. By the time they arrived and the fact that the wounds had dried, it led the investigators to believe that this had taken place hours prior to her calling 911.
And let's go back to that 911 phone call that Danielle made after the stabbing. There was one important detail that caught investigators' attention.
Did you just find him?
No, actually, it happened last night.
Did you see him last night? Was he okay, or was...
He was not okay last night. We had an altercation.
What is interesting, of course, is that she waited 11 hours to call the police after what was ultimately discovered to be an altercation between the two.
Is there a reason why you didn't call last night?
I'm on probation, and I was really afraid, and I didn't think anybody would believe me.
Her initial story was that he killed himself. Okay, so if your husband kills himself, why wouldn't you call 911 right away? Why would you tamper with evidence? Why wouldn't you call EMS and see what you could do to save him?
About a month after Michael Redlick's death, Danielle is officially arrested and charged with murder and tampering with evidence.
Most of us thought, you know, this is an airtight case and she's going to be found guilty. If anything, maybe they let her plead out to a lesser degree. That offer was on the table.
Danielle made the decision to decline the manslaughter deal, where she would have served 10 years in prison.
Danielle now starts to introduce the idea of self-defense.
There's some evidence they keep getting, but it's just stuff they took out of his desk when he was writing down stuff about when I had filed for divorce. Michael was so angry, he was keeping a log of stuff, like, you know, he was just being vindictive, like, oh, today Danielle did this. And it's like, all this stuff this did to me. I better not share too much, but there's something really bad about him that he did when he was younger. They're trying to keep all that out.
She obviously thought she could convince a jury that she believed she was in fear of her life. She could use Michael's past against him.
Then he got all these hearsay stuff from people they were talking, you know, he was talking to at work that don't even know me. Oh, well, Danielle had problems. Meanwhile, this son of a is drinking his ass off, smacking me around, smacking the kids around too, going at it with me, you know. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people aren't stepping forward because they didn't see anything. No one sees the abuse. You know, I was mentally abused, like psychologically. I'm not kidding you. Sexually. I mean, oh boy, he was a mastermind.
June 2022. Prosecutors are gearing up to take Danielle Redlich to trial for second-degree murder and tampering with evidence. Just when it seems the case couldn't get any more intense, watch what happens next.
That defendant plunged a knife into the shoulder of Michael Redlich, which would cause him to bleed to death. The home that she is standing in looks like something from a horror movie.
The prosecution's strongest evidence at trial was the argument that manipulating the crime scene, hiding the crime, evidences a guilty mind.
This defendant did everything she could to avoid responsibility for her actions. The evidence will show that she engages in a significant but failed attempt to clean up the scene.
Danielle's alibi never made any sense. She only claimed self-defense after she first said that Michael had a heart attack or that Michael stabbed himself, which is really bizarre.
Based on all the information that you had from the 911 call, your conversation with Miss Redlich, did you believe her to be claiming that Mr. Redlich basically brought about his own death?
Yes.
Did the autopsy results as shared to you by the medical examiner give you reason to believe that that was not true?
Yes.
Did you actually locate some evidence?
Yes, I did. There was towels that were piled up next to the stair. There was a mop that had blood on it and a bucket full of like pink liquid by the stairs. There was also knives. There was a knife in the doorway, knives in the kitchen sink.
Prosecutors also tried to show evidence of problems in the marriage. An email from months before the stabbing from Danielle to Michael was particularly chilling.
I know I'm bitter at times, I admit, but you have a lot of nerve as well. Although my words may be cutting, they are only sounds, a dull knife compared to the sharp, disloyal, deceiving, phony, and never-ending, selfish knife you continue to twist in my back.
Now the defense steps in, offering a very different perspective on the circumstances that led to the stabbing of Michael Redlich.
Everybody thought it would be a layup, but the one thing they were worried about was how people would portray Mike. If I'm the defense attorney, I'm going to paint this story about this guy that married his stepdaughter, right? We're going to make him look like a predator that was abusive.
January 11th, 2019, someone was very, very angry. This someone started to physically attack their spouse. They had rage. They were choking their spouse, smothering their spouse. That someone was Michael Redlich. And Danielle Redlich had no choice but to defend herself because she was afraid she was going to die.
The other argument for self-defense is that she stabbed Michael in the shoulder. It wasn't a kill shot that you would normally think of as an attempt to murder someone would be in the heart.
Yes, Danielle Redlich did stab Michael Redlich. Danielle Redlich knew and recognized that the danger that she was facing that night was different than the other incidents of abuse that had happened throughout their marriage.
As you'll see in a number of these self-defense cases, the defendant takes the stand to explain why deadly force was necessary, and that's exactly what happened when Danielle decided to testify.
Ms. Redlick, on January 11th, 2019, did you stab your husband?
I did. Yes. He was suffocating me. I couldn't breathe, and he had me pinned down. I was scared, and I was just in fear for my life. I thought he snapped, and I could die.
Do you have any choice but to use a weapon to get away?
No. I walked through the kitchen, and that's when he comes up behind me and grabs me. I just trip up on my feet, and I fall to the ground. At that point, I grab the center island, and I reach up to pull myself up to face him. So he grabs me here and slams me down onto the center island counter. He called me a and he was holding my head down on the counter. So I'm just pinned up against the counter like this, and he's straddling my body here and has me pinned. I've got a free arm here, and the drawer in front of me is the only thing I can do. So I use my free arm to push open the drawer ahead of me.
I think he was just trying to hold her back, talk her down off the ledge, and she got carried away and she killed him.
Pulled the knife out, he released my head. What are you gonna stab me? And I take the knife and I position it and face it toward him. He immediately just goes for my chin and puts me back, and I stab him at that point.
Prior to stabbing him with the knife, are you able to remove yourself?
No.
Are you able to get out without using a weapon?
No, I was trying.
What are you trying to do?
To get away from him.
Why? If you don't do that, what is your belief that will happen?
That he might smother me to death.
Self-defense cases can go either way, and many times, it all comes down to the defendant's testimony.
My understanding is that you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Yes.
This is an episode that we really wanted to bring to you, and one of the reasons that we can do that is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. And let me tell you, they may be able to provide you the help if you need it. Why? I'm talking America's largest injury law firm. I'm talking about a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. Do you know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. Get this? They have recovered over $25 billion for more than 500,000 clients. Think about that. In the past few months, a client in Florida received $12 million after the insurance company offered just $350,000. Out in Pennsylvania, a client was awarded $26 million. That is 40 times the insurer's $650,000 offer. Another client in Pennsylvania received $29 million after being offered only $500,000. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not just start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan, they make it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/primecrime or scan the QR code on screen. We've now heard from both sides in this case. Did Danielle Redlick murder her husband Michael by stabbing him to death, or did she act in self-defense out of fear her life was in danger? After 4 hours of deliberations, the jury comes back with their decision.
Verdict as to count 1, we the jury find the defendant not guilty. Verdict as to count 2, we the jury find the defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence.
I was sad. In my opinion, justice wasn't served, and I couldn't believe she got away with it.
Danielle Redlick dodges a conviction of second-degree murder, but is sentenced to almost a year in jail for tampering with evidence with credit for time served.
Mike made one mistake. Wasn't being a good father, wasn't being a good husband, wasn't being good to Danielle's mother. He married his stepdaughter. Should have never have done it. If we could go back in time and talk him out of it, I wish we had that opportunity.
Well, there you have it. That jury seemed to believe Danielle had every right to defend herself from an aggressor, one who, in this case, just happened to be her stepfather turned husband. But what about our next story? You know, most of the time, these unbelievable cases, they play out in just regular, everyday places, like just a harmless ride to a convenience store. Michael Draka was doing that, a quick ride to a local store that spirals into a deadly encounter. July 19th, 2018, Clearwater, Florida. What you're seeing is the surveillance footage of a parking lot outside of a convenience store. As you'll notice, a car pulls up. Brittany Jacobs, her boyfriend, 28-year-old Marquise McLaughlin, and their 3 children are in the car. Jacobs illegally parks in a handicap spot while McLaughlin goes into the store. Less than a minute later, then 47-year-old Michael Draka pulls into the lot and then immediately begins arguing with Jacobs over where she parked.
He's the one who parked illegally himself to complain about someone else parked illegally, and then engaged in a war of words where bystanders took notice and stopped and watched because it got so heated.
McLaughlin is alerted of the argument outside and leaves the store.
One of the things that fear as a primary emotion, what it can do is that it can spark anger. So he might have feared that his girlfriend was in trouble, but his emotional response wasn't one of fear. It's one of action. It's one of anger. It's one of adrenaline coursing through his system.
Suddenly, McLaughlin pushes Draka to the ground. Draka responds by quickly taking out a gun and firing at McLaughlin.
He did have a concealed weapons permit. And so if he believed his life was threatened, yeah, he would be allowed to pull out the gun in that situation.
McLaughlin quickly makes his way back into the store. Marquise McLaughlin later dies at the hospital. Now it's a question of whether this was self-defense, which is particularly interesting considering Florida is a stand-your-ground state.
Stand your ground in Florida allows people to use deadly force without having to retreat from a dangerous situation if they reasonably believe that their lives are threatened.
After the shooting, Draka waits for police to arrive, is brought into an interrogation room, and voluntarily agrees to speak to police without a lawyer.
We're going to take them off. You're going to be cool?
Oh, gosh,
Yeah, okay. I don't know you. I don't know nothing about what's going on.
I know. You have my absolute word, sir.
You understand that you have the right to remain silent? I'm going to need a verbal response,
Yes, sir.
if you will. Okay. Do you understand that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law?
Yes, sir. Thank you for being very professional.
He was cooperative. He didn't run. He didn't flee. He gave them the gun.
The reason why Draka didn't run away is because in his mind, he believed he was acting properly. In his mind, he still believes he is a pseudo police officer.
I did exactly what I thought I was supposed to be doing at that time, considering what was happening.
Let's get into that. First, why did Draka approach Jacob's car? And why was he so upset at the parking spot?
Every day there's somebody pulled in the handicap spot there, just waiting on somebody.
Okay.
I have a pet peeve about it. I said, it's not very polite to park here when there's other people who need to use this. She says, is it affecting you directly? I said, if my mother-in-law rolls in, yes, it will be.
Not only is Draka's mother-in-law handicapped, but so is a deceased ex-girlfriend of his. In self-defense, you have to ask, who was the aggressor? Draka for starting the verbal confrontation, or McLaughlin for making it physical?
The victim came out of the convenience store and violently pushed the defendant to the ground. But it was the defendant who then escalated it further by pulling out a weapon.
Now under police questioning, Draka insists he was within his rights to use deadly force. But the real question is, was his life really in danger?
I was hit from right here.
So he shoved you pretty good?
No, for what it felt like is he come running at me.
Okay.
If you had just been blindsided with no idea who was attacking you, would your firearm be out next move you made?
Probably so. What did you think he was going to do?
Thinking he's going to finish what the hell he just started.
Stand your ground, you can meet force with force, but it doesn't mean you get to shoot someone who pushes you to the ground. The other person was unarmed.
It happened so fast, and that was that.
Did he say anything to you?
Negative. Not a word.
Okay. Did you say anything to him?
No.
Like back up? Or?
No.
Okay. So he made no threats that he was going to come finish his job?
It was an assumption, definitely.
Okay. So you just assumed he was going to come do that?
Any smart person would. He never said a word when he dumped me either.
Right.
Now here's where things become very important. Listen closely to what Draka says McLaughlin did when he was on the ground.
I start drawing my weapon. As I start leveling off my weapon, he makes his next step towards me.
How many steps did he make towards you?
Just one step.
Okay.
But is that true? Did McGlockton actually move towards Draka? The videotape may say otherwise.
The victim had taken a step or two backwards. The defendant's best argument is that he was blindsided by a violent push, and so then he reacted. But the problem is that it wasn't just instinctual. He had time to see the victim stop and take a couple steps away, and then shot him anyways.
Really want somebody to look at those tapes. It should have everything.
Okay. What happens if I told you that I looked at the video and in no time and point does he come running up towards you? He actually takes a step back.
I would disagree.
The way the law is applied and the way we argued it, it's not so much how the general public views that moment in time, it's how he perceived that moment in time.
Did you have time to really look at him and tell that he was coming towards you?
The feet said he was coming towards me, and so did the hips.
Turns out this wasn't Draka's first brush with confrontation. He has a history of road rage and had allegedly pulled a gun on people in the past. In fact, he had gotten into a heated argument with a man over a parking spot in the very same lot just months before the killing of McGlockton.
So this guy is an aggressor. He's an instigator. In his mind, he is a pseudo police officer, a vigilante who's out to make sure people park in the right spaces.
And again, a hothead in my definition, without excusing or minimizing what happened, is someone who confronts you each and every instance with a gun, looking for a fight, looking for a reason to shoot you.
Does it ever go through your mind that when you're going up and talking to these people and informing them of them being parked in a handicapped spot, that they might not take that right? That this might go sideways a little bit?
Well, sure, but that's why I take precautions as well.
Like what? What kind of precautions?
Well, I'm a very careful person and I have a permit.
Having a gun and the stand your ground law do two different things. Having the gun absolutely makes someone feel invincible. The law does something much, much worse. The law makes people believe that they will be justified in pulling their weapon and escalating a confrontation to the point where someone could actually die.
July 2018, Michael Draka gets into a deadly altercation in a convenience store parking lot over a handicap spot. After being violently shoved, he opens fire on Marquise McGlockton in what he claims was self-defense. He's questioned by authorities, he's eventually released, but things quickly change.
When it comes to stand your ground type cases, there is a hesitancy to start making an arrest right away because you need to investigate all the circumstances around that shooting. Plus, in this case, the sheriff indicated that he thought the defendant was within his rights to shoot based on stand your ground.
When the case was handed over to state prosecutors, though, Draka was ultimately charged with manslaughter.
Well, it's not first-degree murder, clearly, because it was not a premeditated murder. And as far as whether it's second-degree murder, that usually involves ill will. None of that seems to apply here. This was a guy who was pushed down pretty violently and then reacted and shot dead the victim. And so it really is a manslaughter case rather than a murder case.
Draka's attorneys had the option of first arguing at a hearing that their client was immune from prosecution under the Stand Your Ground law, but
We did not argue stand your ground. We did not file any pretrial motions. We didn't argue for immunity based on stand your ground.
And stand your ground does not give you the right to escalate a fistfight into a gunfight. You can't just start shooting unarmed people, especially those who are trying to de-escalate the situation by taking a couple steps back. And that's why the defense lawyers decided not to pursue stand your ground and instead just to make it a regular self-defense case.
Mr. McGlockton backs up as far as he can go, all the way to the car. He can't go back any further and watch that video. He starts to turn away from the confrontation, and he's shot at that time. Matter of fact, the video speaks better than I can.
While Draka's legal team ultimately decides not to argue stand your ground, they do have to convince the jury at Draka's criminal trial that he acted in self-defense when using deadly force.
We want you to look at the video. We want you to look at it in real time. We don't want you to look at it in slow motion. Because life doesn't happen in slow motion. Life didn't happen in slow motion for Mr. Draka.
The jury heard all different kinds of evidence on use of force, pathology, and even a past encounter Draka had over a handicap spot in that same lot. But there was one witness we all waited to hear from, the woman who had the initial confrontation with Draka and who was right there during the shooting, McLaughlin's girlfriend, Brittany Jacobs.
Did the defendant shoot Marquise?
Yes.
Was that after Marquise went backwards?
Yes. I seen Marquise down there fighting for his life. So I grabbed a t-shirt and I put it toward his wound and stopped the bleeding.
Was Michael Draka legally justified when he shot and killed Marquise McLaughlin? Or was it a reckless decision that cost an innocent man his life?
To the charge of manslaughter, we, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case.
Hey, I just want to quickly thank Upside for sponsoring this episode of Prime Crime. And if you don't know what it is great. Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials. So when I pump my gas, I can use Upside. I go out to lunch, I can use Upside. Maybe I get something at a convenience store, I'm using Upside. And why not get cash back when I do all these things, right? This is actual, real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you transfer right into your bank account. So once you have the free Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app, you get paid. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and make sure to use our promo code PRIMECRIME because you get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Okay, here's what we know. Michael Draka shot and killed Marquise McLaughlin in a parking lot in Clearwater, Florida. His defense team argues that he acted out of self-defense, insisting he had the legal right to fire on McLaughlin. After more than 6 hours of tense deliberations, the jury returns with their decision.
To the charge of manslaughter, we, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of manslaughter as charged.
You start shooting, you don't get to do that under Florida law to shoot first and ask questions later. He brandished a weapon, and then the victim took a step or two backwards to de-escalate, and then he was shot. And so, in my mind, the jury reached the proper verdict.
Draka was sentenced to 20 years behind bars, and his life inside hasn't gone so smoothly.
Well, early on during his incarceration, he was attacked. I don't know if they ever discovered if it was racially motivated or if it was just a random attack. He's doing better now. He hasn't had any problems since that attack. He's in general population. He's awaiting the results of the appeal, in good spirits and hopeful that he'll get a new trial.
And in 2021, an appeals court officially upheld Michael Draka's conviction and sentence, rejecting arguments of juror misconduct and insufficient evidence to convict. Now we move to the scene of what seems to be a simple traffic accident. However, this quickly turns into a tragedy for everyone involved when a concerned citizen takes matters into her own hands.
Clayton County 911, what's the location?
Hey, we have an accident up here by Clark, Howell, and Forest Parkway. A truck, unfortunately, hit a vehicle.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a semi-tractor trailer, and it is a pickup truck, red Dakota.
It's May 7th, 2019, around 6 p.m. in Clayton County, Georgia. A Dodge Dakota pickup truck runs a red light and hits the trailer of a semi-truck, disabling it and badly damaging the pickup. Georgia Department of Corrections officer Terry Robinson witnesses the crash and calls 911.
Okay, does it appear that anyone's hurt or injured?
Sir, do you need assistance? Do you need an ambulance? Sir, yes, sir, it's so steady. You need an ambulance assistance? He's not saying anything. Sir, you okay?
The pickup driver would soon be identified as 62-year-old Kenneth Herring.
Kenneth Herring was reported as being disoriented. He was asking questions, who hit me? What's happening? He was walking around his vehicle, which was heavily damaged.
At first glance, it might seem like Kenneth Herring is intoxicated, but the caller works in a medical prison, and his training tells him something else.
His call does not make it seem that Mr. Herring is under the influence of alcohol or drugs. It actually makes it seem that he's having some kind of a medical event.
While Robinson waits for police to arrive, unbeknownst to him, Another eyewitness has also pulled over, 21-year-old Hannah Payne.
There was just an accident. I'm sure they've already called, but I just witnessed it, and I just wanted to make sure that I called the police as well in case they didn't.
We appreciate you calling this in. We'll get someone out there and try to assist them.
What would we do without people that help? Hannah Payne stopped to offer assistance or to offer an explanation of how the accident happened.
She assumed that this was a person high on drugs or, inebriated under alcohol.
But as Robinson continues to observe the man, he's increasingly convinced Kenneth Herring may be having a medical episode and needs help. So when 20 minutes pass and no police or ambulance arrive, the corrections officer calls 911 again.
The driver who caused the accident, I think he's impaired. Something's going on with him. And he's moving his ears. He's going to drive off now. He's driving off.
Robinson calls out to Payne, who's standing nearby.
Take a picture of the driver license. Take a picture quick.
What's the tag number?
Now, the other driver who was in she's going to take a picture of the vehicle.
Okay.
The lady in the Jeep was almost in the incident, so she turned around and she went after him. So she's going to take a picture of his vehicle and stuff.
It was clear from the 911 tape that they needed that tag number. They wanted her to get it. The correctional officer said, "Hey, can you go get the tag from that guy as he drove off?" So when she took off, she felt as if she was justified to follow this car to get a tag to assist and help the police officer.
Payne calls 911 again as she follows the pickup.
Okay, can you get his tag number?
Hold on. He's driving away. It's a red Dodge Dakota. Give me 1 second. Hold on. And I'm catching up to him right now.
Okay, ma'am, we actually do not want you to chase him. We just want you to be safe. And it's
I understand.
not to chase him.
I understand 100%. I'm just going to get the tag number.
They initially tell her not to pursue and not to follow Kenneth Herring. She continues. She believes that he is not safe to drive.
He is drunk. I'm sorry that I'm here to tell you I'm not going to follow him because he is going to cause another accident.
Payne cuts off the pickup with her Jeep, forcing the driver to stop.
I believe anybody can understand obtaining the tag number from the vehicle. I believe it was this next step of blocking his vehicle, getting out of the car and making contact with him. That is the part that was kind of unreasonable. 911 dispatch tells her a few more times to not pursue, not follow, just to be safe. She continues. She ignores 911 dispatch.
Okay. So if you can go back to that location where the incident happened, and because someone is actually on the way to you guys now.
So I will stay behind him until an officer can get to us, but until then, I'm not moving.
She gets out of the car while she is still on the phone with 911. And when she makes contact with Kenneth Herring at his vehicle, you can hear her screaming and yelling at him to get out of the car multiple times.
Ma'am.
The driver, Kenneth Herring, refuses to get out and at first appears to try to shoo Hannah away.
There's definitely some interaction that took place, but no one heard Kenneth Herring over the screaming and shouting of Hannah Payne.
He revs up his car. He was trying to pull her in the car and was driving, dragging her. She told him, "Hey, I got a gun right here, I'll use it." And he grabbed the gun. She didn't want to shoot him. And as he was wrestling for the gun went off and he shot himself. She never pulled the trigger with intent to shoot him. They were fighting over the gun. His hands were on top of the gun, twisting it back towards her, and the gun went off. She immediately picked up the phone and said, "Oh my God, he just shot himself with my pistol."
Ma'am!
Yes.
Ma'am! He just pulled the trigger of my gun in my hand while he was...
Ma'am, you were not supposed to follow him.
He hit my car!
Dispatch is very upset at that time because they told her not to follow him. And then she begins to scream at the 911 dispatch, telling them to get an ambulance out.
There's a police officer down the street. Tell them to come up here now. He pulled the trigger on my gun after he attacked me. Tell the police officer to turn around from the 285 entrance and come up here immediately. There's an ambulance!
Clayton County Police arrive at the scene.
Who got shot? Who shot him?
Right there in the Jeep. She got a gun. She just shot him.
I didn't have my finger on the trigger.
Do you have any other guns in the car?
No, I don't. They do disarm her with the firearm, and the officer is attempting to speak with the witnesses on the scene to ascertain what happened.
Man, she reached in the window and everything. Conversational. And shot that man. He had to shoot that man like that.
Police handcuff Payne and detain her in the patrol car. Officer Ryan Ritchie and a medic attempt to revive Kenneth Herring until the ambulance arrives. And then, while Herring is taken to the hospital, police interview eyewitness Terry Robinson.
After that initial accident over here, how was the guy that was out there? He was in here. He was something going on, man. His eyes was red. He was acting delusional. He was acting, kind of out of it.
That corrections officer observed Mr. Herring and knew something was wrong. He didn't know if it was a diabetic incident or if it was caused by the collision itself.
There's a bunch of needles in his car, so I don't know if that's diabetic related and that's why he hit the cars or what. He said he was not looking good. They took him to Southern Regional.
Now, investigators are face to face with Hannah Payne, demanding answers. Why did she follow Herring, and what led to this deadly shooting?
And he's just like, who are you, who are you? I said, I'm no one, but I'm on the phone with dispatch. I'm on the phone with the police. And he's like, yeah, okay, I got something for you.
So he appeared inebriated to you?
Yes, I thought it was alcohol.
Okay, did you ever smell any alcohol in him?
I never got close enough.
Even when you're at the window, like when you're having this, did you ever catch a whiff of anything, or?
I can't say that I did, can't say that I didn't.
Okay.
So Mr. Herring was definitely described as being disoriented and confused. And even up to the point of being a little impatient was the word, I believe, that was used.
He's verbally combative, absolutely. But I have to be honest, I probably would be too if somebody approached my vehicle after cutting it off and not having a badge or any kind of identifying information.
She tried her best to help, and I think it escalated a little bit more than it should have. I mean, it was kind of chaotic.
I don't know with what hand, how he lunged it first, but when he lunged, it hit my phone. So it knocked it out of my hand, and he grabbed
knocked it out the ground?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it shattered the screen.
Okay.
And then he grabbed me, because he's pulling at me, he's tugging.
Okay.
So he's pulling, we're going back and forth, he's hitting, he's swinging. I'm trying to hit, but I'm also trying to pull away. And that's when he pulled...
Wait, he pulled forward how? Like, his car went how far forward?
All the way forward to my Jeep.
So it struck your Jeep?
It did, yeah,
okay.
It did.
There appeared to have been some struggle. Her shirt was ripped. He did hit her vehicle during the altercation, and that could have also been the reason why she pulled her gun, because she was upset. And also that he was not following her instructions to do what she wanted him to do.
Payne is claiming that Herring pulled the trigger of her own gun. Would detectives see it that way? Or more importantly, a jury?
I told him, I said, you need to stop, that I had a gun and that I would shoot him. He's like, yeah, okay, shoot me, shoot me.
In 2019, a bizarre self-defense situation unfolds in Georgia. Bystander Hannah Payne is now speaking with authorities, trying to explain why she decided to follow and confront Kenneth Herring after an accident she wasn't involved in. Herring is shot, rushed to a nearby hospital, but the big question remains: who pulled the trigger and who's ultimately responsible?
She claims self-defense, but you can only use self-defense if you are not the initial aggressor. And in this situation, I believe that Hannah Payne actually was the initial aggressor. You have now cut off their car with your car, which is an aggressive move, and made it so that they cannot move. And now you are approaching their vehicle with a gun in your hand. That is a recipe for disaster.
And when you pulled it out, what do you do with that gun?
I loaded it.
All right, so you racked the chamber.
I did, which, sorry, it's just...
I know it's hard. Take your time if you need to, but...
I never
thought I would. Nobody ever does. It's okay.
She was trying to run it back through her head again to see what really had happened because she could not believe this has actually happened. And as she was doing that, and they were questioning her, she was trying to be as honest as she could.
And I had it in my gun in my hand.
Are you pointing at him at this time?
I'm not pointing it at him, but I'm not pointing it away. He grabs my hand with the gun. He's pulling at it, and he's pulling at the trigger area, in the trigger.
His hand is in the trigger guard?
His hand is in the trigger guard, yeah.
Okay. What kind of gun do you have?
Springfield. It's an XD 9mm. I bought it for protection.
Did you take any training classes with the gun, or is it something that you...
It wasn't, I didn't take any scheduled training.
Professional,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've been to the range. I grew up shooting guns. I grew up around police officers, actually.
There was evidence in her vehicle that she had recently been at a target practice. She had the targets in the vehicle, information about taking classes for firearms.
What happened next?
So when he was pulling at me, and that's when I put it on the trigger.
But when detectives ask Payne more specifically how her finger was placed on the trigger, her story seems to change.
Don't have my fingers on the trigger. I have it resting on the side of the trigger. That's when he's turning it, like he keeps turning, and it gets to almost like where my hand is on top of it. His hands are turning it, and we're that way, and it's kind of going back and forth over here. And I'm yelling at him, telling him, I said, just let go, let go. And he's yelling, no, just shoot me. You said you were going to, just shoot me. And I'm like, just let go. That's when his hand and my fingers were
in the trigger guard.
They were at the trigger guard. And he had a hold of the trigger, and the trigger was pulled. That's when it went off.
When the gun went off.
How many shots were fired? Just one. Just the one.
Unbeknownst to Payne, while she's been talking with police, Kenneth Herring has died from the gunshot wound to his abdomen. And in a blow to Payne's defense, Kenneth Herring's blood toxicology report shows no drugs or alcohol in his system. Hannah Payne is arrested in what is now a homicide case.
Hannah Payne was being charged with murder.
But while prosecutors may think Hannah Payne is guilty, will a jury?
Defendant Hannah Renee Payne had the audacity to chase, corner, detain, assault, shoot, and kill an unarmed 62-year-old Kenneth Herring who was sitting in his own car. All because she didn't like his driving. And she didn't like how he acted. And after she shoots him, she picks up the phone with the 911 operator going, he pulled the trigger on my gun and shot himself. That's the level of audacity you're gonna hear.
I don't think there was a malice bone in her body that day. I think there was a scared person who got herself in a situation that she was just trying to get loose. We got a situation, it's a tragic situation, because one man has lost his life, and the other person has lost their chance to ever really live a normal life. She's never seen anything like that. 21 years old. There's only one conclusion we can come to, and that's that she was following. As naive as it may be, and some may even say as dumb as it may be, her intentions were good as she followed the direction of authority. This is a young girl doing what she was told to do, and I believe once the evidence is done, you'll be able to let her know she's not guilty.
Because this was on a very busy highway, there were a number of people slowing down to see what was happening.
What did you observe happening that drew your attention?
I just seen her outside hitting on his window or his car door, and that's what made me just pull out my phone.
Where is Ms. Payne standing when you see her?
She was actually standing at the guy's driver door.
What did you see her doing at that driver's door?
Yelling, hitting on the window, hitting on the door. As I was recording, I heard a gunshot.
He's seated in his own vehicle. He is clearly unarmed. So she's drawing a firearm on an unarmed man who's sitting in his car. And most of the witnesses described that he's not fighting back.
The defense counters, trying to raise doubts about the accuracy of the witnesses' memories 4 years after the shooting.
While she's in the window,
Yes.
you can't see anything beyond the window, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can't see any hands, you can't see what's going on because from your testimony, she's in the window.
Yes.
Okay. So how could you see her hitting him? Or how could you see a gun him being held at gunpoint if she's in the window? Did you see when the gun went off?
Just heard it.
Okay, so it's fair to say you didn't see where the gun was when the shot went off.
Correct.
The stories really didn't match up. I mean, each witness gave a totally different account. That's what bothered me the most.
In a bold move, Hannah Payne takes the stand. She attempts to refute key eyewitness testimony and describes to the jury what happened at the side of the truck in the moments before the gun went off.
He was pulling my wrist and he pulled me in the vehicle and he kept yelling at me, telling me, I have something for you. And he used, I have something for you. And he's leaning and he's reaching and he's pulling. And at this point, I remember that I'm sorry.
Take your time. And let them hear her. I think they would come to the conclusion, this, just like I did, it was an accident. This was not intended. Nobody woke up that morning and said, I'm gonna go out there and shoot somebody. She being young and naive, and some say stupid, that still doesn't make you a murderer.
However, that is not the end of Hannah Payne's time on the stand. Prosecutor Nigel Hunter begins her cross-examination.
And the 911 dispatch indicated to you approximately 4 times to either not chase Mr. Herring and go back to the scene, correct?
Incorrect. I only heard it one time and she told me not to chase, to be safe.
We were able to see the inconsistencies in her testimony in comparison to the interview that she gave to the detectives during the investigation. And they were very clear inconsistencies. And do you recall that you told them that you came around that curve and you had an opportunity to get in front of him?
If that's what I said, then I don't remember. Like I said, exactly. It was 4.5 years ago. There was hours worth of interview, so.
So it's your testimony today that you did not cause him to stop his vehicle?
Correct.
We were able to show footage and photos of her actually cutting Mr. Herring's vehicle off, so that was clear. Now, is your testimony today that you've never had your finger on the trigger?
It is.
And you also stated that you never had any intention of pulling the trigger.
Correct.
So when you told Mr. Herring that you would shoot him, you were just bluffing?
How will the jury see it? Did Hannah Payne act out of fear for her own life? Or was Kenneth Herring just an innocent man killed needlessly by the side of a highway?
Mr. Foreperson, if you would go ahead and read the verdict.
With regard to count 1 as to the offense of malice murder.
In May of 2019, Hannah Payne and Kenneth Herring are involved in an altercation following a traffic accident. Now, Payne thought at the time that she was doing the right thing by detaining Herring at gunpoint on the side of the road, but things turned deadly very quickly. She claims she acted in self-defense. The prosecution argues this was murder. The jury has deliberated for an hour and a half.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty. With regard to count 2, as to the offense of felony murder, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty.
Hannah Payne, guilty on all 8 counts.
I think the verdict was the right verdict. I think the jury got it right. I think they listened throughout the entire trial, and that we presented a case, and the verdict that we received was the right verdict in this case.
It's totally unfortunate that it did end up the way it did. So it's a tragedy, and I wanted it to be taken as that, not as some kind of vigilante or somebody just driving around looking to shoot somebody, because that's not what it was. And the end result was tragic for both sides.
Hannah's sentencing comes 3 days later. In an emotional appeal, Kenneth Herring's siblings request the maximum penalty.
As I watched her leaving out, and she was crying as she was going through those doors, that's the same way I felt when they closed that casket on him. The same sentence that she gave him, I would like to see the same sentence given to her. He got death without parole. I would like for her to have life without parole.
The court's total sentence is life with the possibility of parole plus 8 years consecutive on the false imprisonment and 5 years consecutive on the possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. And that is the court's sentence.
In the end, 25-year-old Hannah Payne must serve at least 43 years behind bars before she would be eligible for parole at age 78. A seemingly routine car accident turns into a tragic nightmare. You never know when a simple situation will spiral into something deadly, just like in our next case. A brutal slaying of an entire family discovered by the side of the road in Hudson, Florida, with a 4-year-old boy missing. This case is beyond twisted.
Pasco County 911. What is your name?
Megan Brown.
Tell me exactly what happened, Megan.
I just came home, and my son's dad put a knife to my throat, and he cut my hand. I'm like bleeding everywhere, and my son's freaking out. I really don't want to do this in front of him.
August 28th, 2014, the quiet waterfront town of Hudson, Florida. A frantic 911 call breaks the calm.
Megan Brown was, I think, about 27 years old when this occurred. Megan Brown had a son, Tristan, who was 4 years old. Tristan's father was Adam Matos.
The Brown family was a close-knit family living in Pennsylvania. Greg and Margaret Brown were 52, and in 2014 they relocated to Florida, presumably to retire, but they took with them Megan and Tristan, and they took Adam Matos, who was going to go down there and live with them so that he could be close to his son.
They had, I believe it was a very brief relationship that resulted in Tristan. He was kind of attaching himself to the Brown family, and I think that he was kind of had the makings of a drifter.
He took off. He did this in my son's room, and my son woke up.
Okay, and ma'am, he cut your hand with the knife?
Yes. I'm bleeding everywhere.
She was very upset. You could hear that she was dealing with Tristan at the same time that she was making the call. It was obviously very emotional. She was obviously frightened.
We haven't been together for weeks now because he doesn't do anything. And I went out with my friends, and I came home at like 5 in the morning, and he got all pissed off, and he was drinking.
Okay, you left in a vehicle or on foot?
On foot. He doesn't have a license.
Now, do you know if he has any other weapons on him?
I have no idea.
Okay. Is he on drugs or alcohol?
Alcohol.
Adam Matos was described as kind of a quiet guy, maybe even shy. There was no indication of any history of violence between Megan and Adam. However, the situation was getting more volatile because of the new boyfriend, Nick Leonard.
Now, where are you at right now, Megan?
I'm in my room with my son.
Okay, you're in your room. Okay, Megan, well, the deputies are almost there, okay? So just go ahead and stay inside the house. Can you lock the door?
Yeah, I'm locking my son into my room.
Okay, well, I'm going to stay on the line with you until the deputy gets there, okay?
Yes, he's here.
Okay, I'll let you go, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
So that's how it starts. With that call, police have gone out there, they've circled around looking for him, and police can't find him.
Police suspend their search for Adam Matos since there are no more 911 calls over the next week. all seems quiet at the house on Hatteras Drive.
Law enforcement had no knowledge that there was anything going on at Hatteras up until the 4th when Linda Thomas called in the welfare check.
Linda Thomas is Megan Brown's step-grandmother.
And then 2 deputies went to the house, and they identified that there was a problem. That's when I got involved. 2 of the major places, Greg's closet and Megan's bedroom, it didn't have any carpet on it. It didn't have any flooring. It was just the bare plywood. Did somebody take this flooring up? Was it supposed to be here? There was a room with the dogs that was just dog poop everywhere, dog pee everywhere. It looked horrible. And it was a nice house. We just knew that there had been a domestic incident and they didn't know where the people were. We weren't even sure yet who was missing.
Then, a police officer searching the neighborhood makes a horrific discovery.
Sergeant Babcock had actually just driven down Old Dixie Highway with his windows open, got towards the end and smelled the smell and called other people out and looked, and you could see that there was a pile. That's how they found the bodies.
The way the bodies were found is just, I don't know how to say it other than kind of horrendous. These 4 bodies are piled on top of each other in the Florida heat and humidity. It was quite gruesome.
It was not clear who or how many bodies were in the heap. And I remember we didn't know, was Adam one of the people in the heap? Was Tristan one of the people in the heap? How many people? Was it 3? Was it 4? Was it more? So you really couldn't tell right at the beginning.
The bodies are in such bad shape, medical examiners have to resort to using dental records to determine who the victims are.
The victims of the crime were Megan's parents, who were Gregory and Margaret, Megan, of course, and Nick Leonard, who was Megan's new boyfriend.
The MEs conclude Megan and her dad, Greg, were killed by gunshots, but her mom and boyfriend died in even more barbaric ways.
The method was particularly brutal and savage, using a hammer, using a knife to stab them multiple times.
So many questions about what happened at that house on Hatteras Drive, including where was Adam and his son Tristan.
And the sheriff is scouring everywhere. There's a fear that something's happened to this kid, or even Adam. There's 2 investigations. One, trying to solve this murder, and the second one is trying to locate this kid. Where is he at?
September 4th, 2014. The bodies of Adam Matos' girlfriend, Megan Brown, her dad, Greg, her mother, Margaret, and her new boyfriend, Nick Leonard, are all found by the side of the road, brutally killed. The search is on for Adam Matos and his son, Tristan.
So when the 2 deputies knocked on the door for the welfare check, Adam Matos and Tristan were in that house and then fled out the back.
They saw law enforcement, and they actually left the house and I think hung out at a vacant house for a while.
And he actually took like a canoe that was tied up at one of the houses at the end of Hatteras and canoed across the canal. It was around 9:30 at night. He calls for a taxi cab and then drives just past where all the roadblocks of law enforcement were. And then they actually stop at a convenience store on their way down to Tampa. They go down to Tampa, over to the Floridan hotel, where Adam goes, checks in with Tristan, gets a room.
He signed into his, into a room in his own name.
That is ultimately where he is located by law enforcement.
September 5th, 2014. Police locate Adam Matos and Tristan at a Tampa hotel. They make sure Tristan is safe and take Matos into custody. They then question him on his whereabouts the day of the murders.
What time did you get up Friday? Friday, can't remember. Do you remember if you went back to the house on Hatteras on Friday? I don't think I did, no. No? Okay. Not at all the whole day? Didn't go back one time? No.
He was willing to answer some of their basic questions, just, about the family. As they got into the 28th and the 29th, he was clearly lying.
But then, Adam Matos slips up.
Is there any way you can make sure that my son goes with my mom or my brother?
We can't make any promises right now.
Obviously, we would like him to go back to Megan. Do you know if that's going to be possible? I would no. Okay.
Well, Megan's parents, they stay with them there.
Detective Kennedy and Detective Kugel being good at what they do, they're like, well, we're really hoping that he could go with Maggie or Greg or Megan. And instead of giving him any kind of response, Adam very coldly says, well, you should call him, find out. I think he was starting to get an idea that they had a better sense for what was going on than he originally thought. So he asked for an attorney. He came in that house intending to kill these people. He entered through the side door. As he entered Megan's room, he saw Megan kind of rushing out with Tristan. We're pretty sure that Megan probably put him under the master bed before Adam came into the master bedroom. And he had relayed, I believe, that Megan was saying, please don't, during that time period.
But the horror doesn't end with the killing spree, especially for little Tristan, who spends much of the next few days confined in his room.
I think Tristan probably spent a decent amount of time in that locked room. It was very clear that Tristan knew that they were all gone, they weren't coming back, and that they had been wrapped up in sheets or carpet. Adam Matos moved them that night, going in the early morning of the 30th. He puts all 4 of those people in the back of the silver van, Maggie's van, and then drives them north on Old Dixie Highway and just drove down, I think it's about 3/4 of a mile, and then unloaded that van and dumped those 4 people roughly 20 feet off the road, just a little bit into thick brush. I remember there was like a branch, like a large branch on top of the pile, as if he had half a thought of maybe he would cover it with things, but ultimately he did not, and he just left him right there in a heap.
Several days afterwards, he was like washing the garage and washing the ground where that blood was. And so, he was trying to clean up the scene. He was kind of overwhelmed, and then he was trying to clean it up because he's got this son that's autistic, and that he doesn't want him to see, what's going on in this house.
The murder weapons were ultimately recovered in a canal behind the house that the Browns had all been living in.
This house was actually on the very end of the canal. So he had dumped the hammer, Nicholas Leonard's firearm, as well as a number of Greg's rifles and knives. He wasn't working anymore.
After police find Adam Matos and Tristan, the young boy is sent to live with relatives. As for Matos himself, he's officially arrested and later charged on 4 counts of first-degree murder. Fast forward 3 years, and Adam Matos' trial finally begins, where he faces the death penalty.
The prosecution's strategy of this trial was really to leave no room for doubt by putting on every witness, putting on every piece of evidence they have.
As you approached the residence and got into the residence, did you notice any odors?
I did. It was a really foul odor as I was coming into the garage.
Was the smell that you smelled coming from 7719 Hatteras Drive consistent with that decomposing body smell?
Yes.
Do you know what time it was?
It was after midnight, 12:30. Adam, the next door neighbor, showed up.
Did he come from the general direction of 7719 Hatteras Drive?
Yes, sir.
How did he appear?
He was sweaty.
Did you find that unusual based on the weather that night?
Yes, sir. It was it was a summer night, but it wasn't very hot,
They had to tell a full story of the circumstances that led to the murders, where they found the bodies, where they found the weapons.
And now it's the defense's turn to explain Adam Matos' part in all of this. And that's when they drop a bombshell.
Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not the case of revenge that the state portrayed in its opening statement. This case is about self-defense.
Okay, where we last left off, Adam Matos is standing trial for the quadruple murder of his son's mom, her parents, and her new boyfriend. But Matos' defense team shocks everyone by claiming he acted in self-defense.
By us pulling that surprise on them, I think it did give us a little bit of an advantage. I know for a fact that we surprised them.
We had this whole new self-defense thing that was thrown in there. We knew immediately the only way that they can get these facts out is if he testifies. So he's going to testify. And then, he gets up and admits that he was the killer.
Let's cut right to the chase, shall we? Adam Matos, on August 28, 2014, did Nicholas Leonard put his hands on your throat?
Yes, he did.
Did he threaten your life with a gun?
Yes, he did.
That's when the self-defense began. Kind of blaming Nick Leonard for putting him in this position when he's just trying to get his stuff and get the hell out of there, and he's trying to get Tristan just to tell his kid bye, and this Leonard guy pulls out a gun and is jumping on him and threatening him and is going to kill him. Did you get in a fight with him?
Yes.
Did you defend yourself?
Yes, I did.
Did you kill him?
Yes.
Why?
He tried to kill me.
It gives Adam Matos an opportunity to interact with the jury some, to make himself seem less like the killer we were portraying him as and more like something else, basically taking control of the narrative a little bit.
Matos says he managed to grab a knife that was already in the room.
In the struggle, Adam stabs him, he lets go of the gun. He's eventually able to subdue Nicholas Leonard.
At which time Megan came in with her father Greg. Greg had a rifle, pointed it at him.
Adam Matos, on August 28, 2014, did Gregory Brown threaten your life
Yes,
with a rifle? Did he pull the trigger?
Yes.
Did you get into a shootout with him?
Yes, I did.
Did you defend yourself?
Yes.
Did you kill him?
Yes, I did.
Why?
He tried to kill me.
This gentleman, a little bit cold and a little bit difficulty with his emotions, and I knew he was nervous already, so I kind of shortened up some of the questions and kind of had him more on a leash than I would most people on direct. Adam Matos, on August 28, 2014, was Megan Brown with Gregory Brown when he tried to shoot you with his rifle?
Yes.
Did she say anything as he was pointing his rifle at you?
She said, "Dad, shoot him. Shoot him, Dad."
But Gregory Brown's gun misfires twice. So Adam Matos says he and Megan rush back to the master bedroom where there are more firearms stored.
And he's getting a gun, getting ready to load it to shoot Adam. So Adam got this gun from Nick Leonard. Adam shoots him in the back twice, and he goes down. And he's just freaking out at this point. And he sees Megan.
I could see someone in my peripheral, and it was Megan, and I thought she had something in her hand, and I just reacted and I shot her. I later found it to be a cell phone.
Did you kill her?
Yes.
Why?
I felt that she was going to kill me as well.
Looking back now, do you realize that she probably wasn't out to kill you or harm you?
I realize now that she probably wasn't trying to kill me. I was just out of it and so paranoid and in shock that I thought everyone was trying to kill me.
Why admit the murders and claim self-defense? My analysis of this is that it was clear to Adam Matos and his team that he was going to be convicted. And the only way he could avoid the death penalty with these murders, with 4 murders committed in gruesome fashion, was to tell the jury some story that would permit them to conclude there were some mitigating circumstances and the death penalty wasn't appropriate.
What did you do then?
I lost it completely. I just realized that I killed the woman that I love, the mother of my child. And at that point, I realized that Tristan no longer had a mother, he no longer had grandfather, and he no longer had me. And at that point, I felt like my life was over.
What we wanted to portray was, this handsome, well-spoken, mild-mannered guy who was here in Florida to take care of his autistic son that he loved more than anything.
But Adam Matos' story doesn't end there.
Then he took a hammer and went back and just continued to pummel Nicholas Leonard, who he was upset with. And then he zoned out for 4 or 5 hours until Maggie got back.
How about Margaret Brown? Did you believe that she was trying to kill you?
Yes.
Did you fear for your life though?
Yes.
We knew we had a problem with Margaret Brown. And so that was, from the beginning, our main issue, our main problem. If he was going to get the death penalty, it would be from that. Margaret Brown got off at Wawa because she's on the security cameras around 11 o'clock, 11:15 p.m. is when her shift was over. She's coming home, and then she gets attacked or hit by a hammer by Adam. What were your feelings when you killed her?
I was lost. I was hurt. I was in shock. I was out of my mind, and I thought that everyone was out to kill me. I felt like she was going to kill me as well.
Did you kill her?
Yes.
But it wasn't planned out, and he was just paranoid, thought the world was trying to get him, thought that law enforcement was going to try to kill him and his son, and so he hit her with a hammer and killed her. Was she bleeding a lot?
Yes.
What did you decide to do to her head?
There was a lot of blood, and to stop the blood from getting everywhere, I put a trash bag over her head.
How do you feel about her death now?
Horrible. I feel disgusted, and I loved her very much, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it. I relive those memories. I relive it every day, and it just haunts me every day.
When prosecutor Brian Sarabia cross-examines Matos, he seems much less sympathetic.
Well, you still could have gone out the front door, you agree?
I could have.
You could have said, wait, guys. Everything's fine, I'm leaving. I'm just getting my stuff and saying goodbye, right? You could have done that.
Possibly.
You didn't do that, though, did you?
No.
You pursued Greg and Megan, right?
Yes.
You pursued them into the master bedroom.
There is a sense of brutality from the close-up nature of these killings, and that kind of intense violence suggests something, frankly, more than self-defense.
And Tristan was in the master bedroom when this happened, wasn't he?
No, he was in his bedroom.
He was in his bedroom?
Yes.
By himself?
Yes.
Was he locked in there?
I believe Megan told him to close the door.
When did that happen?
It must have happened while we were in the room.
It must have happened. Did you hear it happen?
No, I didn't hear it happen, but she must have told him to lock himself in the room because when I came over to the room, he was locked in there. So he must have locked himself in.
So you're just making stuff up now.
Now we reach the conclusion of one of the most heartbreaking cases we have ever covered. Adam Matos has just finished a grueling 2-week trial, literally fighting for his life. But after less than 3 hours of deliberation, the jury returns with their verdict.
Adam Matos, the jury has reached their verdict.
We, the jury, finds as follows. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as to Nicholas Leonard as charged in the indictment.
All 12 jurors agreed he was guilty for each of the 4 murders.
Did we really think he was going to get found not guilty of 4 counts of murder? No. We knew that he was probably going to get found guilty for sure.
Now here's the thing. When it comes to sentencing, the jury didn't reach a unanimous decision on the death penalty, which under Florida law at the time, they were required to do. So Adam Matos was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And as for his young son Tristan, he's in the care of the Brown family. But that's not the end of the story, because we had a unique opportunity to actually sit down and speak with Adam Matos, where he's serving his sentence at the Blackwater River Correctional Facility in Milton, Florida. This was a Prime Crime exclusive interview, and all these years later, Adam Matos hasn't abandoned his claim of self-defense.
Well, when I went home, I was going to talk to Megan and say goodbye to Tristan, and I didn't have much time left to be with my son.
But this time, someone else was there besides Tristan and Megan, her new boyfriend.
I was confronted by Nicholas Leonard, and when I came into the room, he had attacked me. And that's when the whole situation started. And you know, we're wrestling around the room. I'm trying to get the pistol out of his hand. And I found a knife on the dresser. And I used the knife to stab him in the arm, and he started leaking blood all over the room, and we're wrestling for the gun, and her father comes in with a rifle, and she's telling her father to shoot me. So I tell her father, please don't shoot me, Greg, don't do this. I've known these people for, close to a decade. For him to shoot me, that was pretty crazy, and it was a shock, to be staring at a rifle, from someone I know and love and care about. And so he pulls the trigger, and the gun malfunctioned. So while her father was trying to get the gun to work, I was able to get the pistol out of Nicholas Leonard's hand. And that's when a shot went off, and I shot him. So at that point, her father and Megan, they run to the master bedroom. And I ran to the master bedroom. I wasn't even thinking. It was just like reaction to what just happened when he was in the closet loading up another rifle. And I shot him 2 times. Megan was standing in the room, and that's when I shot her. She looked like she had a weapon in her hand. Later I found out it was a cell phone, but it looked like a pistol. And I didn't even think, I just shot her. When I checked on Nicholas Leonard, I was just so angry at what happened. I was in such a rage because of what he did, coming to my house with a weapon, causing this to happen. I grabbed a hammer and just started bashing his skull in. When her mother came home, that's when I just reacted. I thought she would try to kill me too. That's when I attacked her and also used the hammer on her. Being in a life-threatening situation, when people are about to kill you, you automatically go into like a defense mode. Your reptilian part of your brain kicks in, and you're not even thinking logically. All rational thought just goes out the window.
He may still be clinging to the belief that he was the one in danger and that he was simply trying to protect himself and young Tristan, but I'll tell you what, the jury, the ultimate decision makers, they didn't agree. And with that, we wrap up some of the most shocking and unforgettable self-defense cases that we have covered here on Prime Crime. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and until next time, stay safe. On Prime Crime.
Someone broke into our house. I've been shot. My other family member's been shot. I need help immediately.
A suspected home invasion leaves a family shattered.
I don't see any open doors.
Who's this down here?
Hey, who are you?
My dad. Is that your dad?
What happened?
He came down. There was a man.
But as detectives dig deeper,
You know that somebody hurt your family.
Yeah.
And you know who hurt your family.
No. Oh, yeah, I do.
You do.
the story told by the lone survivor begins to unravel.
It was daylight. It was hot. This person wearing all black and a ski mask and gloves, breaking in a back door, it didn't add up.
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime. This is where we break down some of the most compelling and memorable true crime cases from across the country. When a call comes in about a possible break-in in an upscale neighborhood in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, officers aren't sure what they're going to be walking into. It's a crime which leaves investigators wondering, is the caller a victim, or is he hiding a darker truth?
Lynn County Sheriff, where is your emergency? I've been shot. My other family member's been shot. I need help immediately. Okay, sir, stay on the line.
It's early morning, June 15th, 2021. Police get a 911 call saying an intruder has broken into a family home.
Okay, what's going on?
Someone broke in.
Okay.
I've been shot.
You've been shot?
My dad's been shot.
Hold on just a second. Are they still there?
No, they left.
Did they come inside the house?
Yeah.
It was before 8:30 a.m. Police received a 911 call from Alex Jackson, and he said that there was an intruder that had broken into their home.
Where were you shot at?
Downstairs.
No, on your body.
Foot.
In your
Left
foot?
foot.
Do you know who broke in?
No.
Did you get a look at them?
No.
Could you tell if it was a man or a woman?
Man. I think I spooked him off.
Do you know how they got in the house?
The back door, I think. It's open, so.
Burglaries don't necessarily have to stick to a certain script. There are certain characteristics of a burglary that we come to expect. Daytime burglaries usually result in push-in burglaries or going to a less visible part of the house, breaking in through a window, kicking in a back door, something of that nature.
You're doing great, Alex. You're doing good. Is anybody else home with you?
My sister.
Your sister? Where's she at?
Her bedroom.
What's your sister's name?
Rita.
I just want to make sure that we know who's supposed to be in that house, okay? This person that you saw in your house, did they leave out the back door?
Yeah.
How long ago was this?
I don't know.
You don't know? 10 minutes ago?
Maybe.
Do you remember what color shirt or what color hair this guy had? Anything about him?
Black?
You think it was a black male or a black shirt?
Both.
When he's asked to describe the intruder, he simply describes him as a male black with no specific features, no real description of his clothing, his age. One could argue that this was an individual who was in shock after just seeing his family gunned down.
He probably was in shock, I'm sure, but he didn't give a lot of details to the dispatcher. She was trying to draw it out of him.
Just you and your sister in the house, right?
Yeah.
No parents or grandparents, animals?
My mom's here too.
Okay, so you, your sister, and your mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
My dad's here.
Do you know if mom and sister are safe? Did the guy go upstairs?
Well, I don't see them.
Alex, do you have any weapons downstairs? Any guns, knives, anything like that?
No, but there's a gun on the floor.
There is? That's not yours?
It's ours, but we got shot by it.
So he took your gun and shot you?
Yes.
In this case, lots of potential people responding to the scene, including police. So when they got there to the Jackson home, I don't think they knew what they were going to find.
I've got officers in the back and the front. They're just trying to get mom and sister to come to the door if they're there, okay? That's why they're ringing your doorbell. Could sister and mom be gone, do you think?
Hopefully.
Do you think you know who did this to you?
No.
Officers arrive on scene, but there's a lot of confusion.
This is the very last house at the dead end on the right, correct?
You have to realize that this is a fairly affluent community in Cedar Rapids, and it's also a quiet community. And so when they arrive at the house, they don't really hear anything.
This sounds if there's people in the house, there's no reason they can't come out. This is sounding like. All right, well, I'm gonna go around to the back. I'm gonna see if I can get eyes.
This is sounding. I'm just gonna knock.
I don't see any open doors.
We're wondering if it's not a swatting call.
They're trying to get information from dispatch. Is the perpetrator still inside? Where are people? Where should we go? They classify it as a potential swatting situation. A swatting situation is when people kind of give a false call just to get an officer's reaction or get police there, and it's really nothing.
The back door is open. All the shades are drawn, so I can't really see anything.
I'm getting no answer to the door. Shot?
Every door and window in this home were locked except for the one that was on the lower level basement backside of the home.
It takes them a while to even get into the house, and then they're confronted with the horror of Jan laying on the floor. There's a rifle next to him. He doesn't look like he's alive at that point, and then they hear Alex's voice.
Police department! Where are you at? We got contact with one subject in the house. You down here by yourself? There's a subject down. Can you put your hands out to the side where I can see them?
Oh, I have my hand on my foot.
115, multiple victims. One has a gunshot wound. The other is wounded in the leg.
Who's this down here?
Hey, who are you?
My dad.
Is that your dad? What happened?
He came down. There was a man.
Who shot your... Who else is here?
My sister.
She's in the back?
Yeah, she's in her room.
Is she okay?
I think so.
Alex initially appeared to be distraught. He sounded to be in pain, and he didn't really talk very much about the very apparent injuries to his father.
Third victim.
Third victim? Yeah.
When they eventually get inside, they have their guns drawn. They're going from room to room to see if there is in fact an intruder still there.
Watch my back. Police department! Sound off if you're here!
When they realize he's not there, that there's no intruder, they come upon a pretty horrific scene. There is blood everywhere. There is Jan Jackson laying in the living room. And then Sabrina, Alex's sister, is in her bedroom.
To the officers, it's now apparent that this isn't just a break-in. It's a violent crime scene.
Okay, I'm gonna go in here. Looks like a master bedroom. Fourth victim! That could be the wife. Yep. 692, we have a fourth victim. Upstairs bedroom.
They weren't expecting this. They were told that this was a burglary. What turned out to be just supposed to be a simple call of somebody breaking in. Maybe there's somebody that's been shot. That also now we have 2 dead bodies and we have another one injured. They go upstairs to continue the protective sweep and they find Melissa Jackson dead off the bed.
So we had triple homicide? Hey guys, we got him. Is anybody down tending to him?
They're starting to put together that this is not what we were called for, that this is going to be a triple homicide.
The Jackson family, there was Jan and Melissa, who were the mother and the father, and then they had Sabrina, and she was 19. Alex Jackson was their son, who was 20 at the time. Alex and Sabrina had been in college. Alex had been like an Eagle Scout in high school. He played in the high school band, and so had Sabrina. I believe she played the oboe and he played the flute.
Jan worked in IT, and Melissa, she was retired, but was a photographer. They kept to themselves. They were very quiet about things. They did not have a lot of local friends. They didn't have any other family in the area.
Investigators are now confronted with a storm of unanswered questions. Up next, the hunt is on for a killer, but could the culprit be closer than they realize?
So you got some water in your hands too. Do you mind if I take some photos of that here real quick? You stand up. I think that's my foot.
Alex, what happened?
There was a man.
What man?
A tall man.
Okay. I think he's in shock about everything.
Police are investigating the tragic triple homicide of Jan, Melissa, and Sabrina Jackson after their 20-year-old son and brother, Alexander Jackson, called 911 to report an intruder in the family home. When officers arrive, they get a closer look around and take stock of the crime scenes spread across several rooms.
The first thing that law enforcement needs to do is figure out what happened. If it was an intruder, is this a person that came to steal something and then just came upon the family and then killed them? Is this someone that intentionally came for the purpose of killing this family?
First one is right here. Shot in the head. Watch out, you don't step on the rounds. Multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay. Dad's down with a gunshot wound to the head. Okay. There's a female DOA in the bedroom over there. Okay. Mom's DOA upstairs. Okay. I believe this is his son. He was hit in the foot. Okay. We are not sure what hit. No idea.
There is a rifle on the ground here.
There's a rifle next to Jan. That has to be tested. Is that the weapon that fired the fatal shots? But at that moment, they don't know if there's more than one weapon involved.
Where's the next one? Right here. Another gunshot to the head. Okay. I don't know where the entrance went. Jesus Christ. Another teenager.
Jan, the father, was shot 5 times. He was shot in the chest, neck, back, all of them piercing vital internal structures. And from that, he has injuries on his face from falling over. Sabrina was shot twice. Melissa was shot twice, one near the left eye and the other in the head, both of those piercing the brain.
The first priority is getting Alex to the hospital, and investigators must move quickly to figure out who could have done this. But once they get in the ambulance, Alex starts talking, unprompted.
I ran into him? You ran into who? The man. Okay. You ran into him how? You ran into him and... With like a fist or? Kind of. Okay. That's church. So yeah, my foot. You were sleeping in the porch? Yeah. Okay. Then what happened? Did you hear gunshots or what? Yeah. And then saw somebody in your house? Yeah.
Alex, who opened the back door?
I don't know. Maybe he did. You only saw one guy? Yeah. One gun? Yeah.
There's almost a nonchalant way about Alex Jackson. I think he almost chuckles at one point. It's almost like he has no grasp or concept that his entire family has been killed.
What your dad do? Computers. He does IT. She's a photographer. She's really good.
Once they arrive at the emergency room, Alex continues talking, and at times he repeats what he claims he saw that morning.
There was a man above your dad? Okay. Is that all you want to say?
I think you do it right now.
What happened to you?
I pushed him, tried to take the gun, and well, see what happened.
So you tried to take the gun from the guy?
Yeah.
And then that happened. Okay.
He's in pain, which you can understand if he was shot in the foot, but he's still not saying a whole lot. He's still just kind of saying the same story, and he says he didn't see who it was. He does ask if they found his parents or if they found his sister and how are they, but nobody's really answering his questions.
Then, detectives get more of the story.
Can we start out with like last night, maybe? Like, yeah. What time did you get home last night? Or
I was home.
Okay.
All day.
Okay. What time did you go to bed?
11, I think.
And where did you sleep at?
On the porch.
How come you slept on the porch? Were you normally
That's nice. Okay.
Were you the last one to go to bed?
Maybe. I think my mom was still walking around.
The investigators did ask Alex what led up to this, what led up to the night, anything happened, and he basically said nothing out of the ordinary happened. They had spent the night together, they had dinner, they watched movies.
Who lives with you at the house?
My mom, dad, sister, and dog.
What time did you wake up this morning?
I woke up and heard gunshots. I went inside.
You take your time, Dad.
He's taller than me, I think. I don't know where he was there. I heard him downstairs, so I went downstairs. He was messing with my dad's gun. Did he have a mask on? Oh yeah, one of those ski masks or whatever. Did you see his hair? No. How about his shoes? I think they're green.
Again, they ask him questions about the intruder, about what the intruder looked like, how it was that the intruder came in throughout the questioning, whether it be in the house, in the ambulance, at the hospital. He's not very specific. He describes them as male black. He describes something that they're wearing. He describes at one point the guy cursing, but he really doesn't give any substantive descriptions of this person such that one would expect they'd ever be able to find that person.
He was messing with your dad's gun. And then what happened?
Well, he's messing with her. And oh my dad, I think. He was on the floor. And I ran at him.
You ran at the guy with the gun?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
I pushed him.
Did he say anything to you?
Quite deep. I pushed.
Quite deep?
Yeah, deep close.
What did he say?
You. I think I grabbed the gun and let my go. I fired, and then obviously that happened.
He fired it?
Yeah.
And it shot you in the foot?
Yeah, well, I think I fell. And I saw him running. But I don't care. I just put my phone. And then I called up.
Investigators begin to realize many details of Alex's account aren't quite adding up, so their focus begins to narrow on Alex himself.
Do you think someone was upset with your family?
It's just that way. I don't know what.
You don't know who or what they'd be upset about? How do you feel about your family?
I love my family.
Do they ever do anything that upsets you?
Oh yeah, they're family.
He very rarely showed any remorse for his family. He started to express, like, are they okay? It was like a rehearsed speech that he had ready. Like he said, like, I love my family. I love my parents and my sister. You may not believe me, but I love them. There was no passion or raw emotion.
He's acting like it's just like no big deal in a way, the way he talks, but it is probably going back to he could still be in shock, or maybe he's just an awkward kid. He says he loves his family. He doesn't have any problem with his family. And they keep pushing that because they're trying to get more answers about it. But he just says that it wasn't him.
Despite Alex's statements, the evidence at the scene appears to be pointing in a different direction. Coming up, detectives wonder if Alex Jackson is telling the whole truth.
I would just like to understand why. If you don't want to talk about all the details, that's fine.
I didn't do this. That's what you're trying to say.
By the way, as you can see from a story like this, the content that we're covering here on Prime Crime just shows you that the world is not a safe place. And one of the things that we try to do is partner with companies that can help to protect you. And that includes Home Title Lock, because I don't know if you know this, but apparently home title fraud is rampant right now. Yes, so I met with the people over at Home Title Lock. They're our incredible partner and sponsor. I'm not going to lie to you. They freaked me out. This is an example of a fraudulent quitclaim deed. Got filled out with my information, a forged signature, fake notary seal. Not only can my property just get transferred behind my back, but the scammers, they go after the equity. They take out loans using your home as collateral. They do all that. They disappear. They leave you with a legal and financial nightmare. But this is where Home Title Lock comes in to give you peace of mind, especially with their triple lock protection. That gets you 24/7 monitoring, alerts of any changes, and restoration services at no out-of-pocket cost to you. So to protect your home, you go to HometitleLock.com/primecrime. Use our promo code PrimeCrime because you get a 30-day free trial of their triple lock protection and a free title history report to make sure you aren't already a victim.
What's perplexing to me right now is for me to understand why you would want to hurt your family.
I wouldn't. something happened in your house, and we're just trying to figure out why.
Detectives aren't exactly sure what led to an Iowa family being gunned down in their own home. But the lone survivor of the family, Alexander Jackson, tells investigators that he awoke to gunshots and fought with the intruder.
Your dad was there laying on the ground, and then you called 911.
Well, I called it after I called away.
Was your dad saying anything, or did you talk to him at all? I know it's...
But when officers do a sweep of the area surrounding the Jacksons' home, Alex's story begins to fall apart.
You guys hear anything? Did you guys hear any shots?
Cedar Rapids Police K-9. Anybody in the area, sound off or you will be bit by my dog. Last and final warning.
Officer Curtis Buckles and his K-9 partner Corsa, what they need to first figure out is there another person that was there? They were told that this person escaped or left the back door area and took off running. They wanted to see if they could pick up the scent of another individual. They checked the trails or areas where someone may have gone. Those weren't disturbed. They looked for fingerprints. They looked for DNA. They looked for anything to show that someone broke in to disturb something, to take something. There's no indication of that.
We need to talk to these construction workers though at some point. Make sure no one, she's not picking anything up coming through here, so. I've walked all this, and the only place she had interest was right here.
Back at the hospital, detectives confront Alex on the inconsistencies in his story.
After he shot you, he left?
I think so.
Okay. Did he still have the gun?
I don't know.
Okay, where else would it have gone? Did you get it away from him?
I don't remember. I know we arrested him over it.
The investigators during all this, they're like at his home, going through everything. What was strange was that there was nothing amiss in the house. Nothing was turned over. Everything was in its place. There was even, I believe, a puzzle nearby on a table that none of the pieces were on the floor.
When we stepped out, we talked to our coworkers. They were out at your house. Okay. We went through your house, went through the neighborhood, and Alex, the reality is there's not any evidence that anyone else was over at your house. It's okay. It's okay. Alex, do you want to tell us what happened? What really happened? I went downstairs, and the man was there. I fought him. I got shot. And I think he left. Alex, that's not what the evidence is showing. What do you think?
The fact that it was daylight, not just daylight, but it was hot. This date will stick out in my memory forever based on just the sheer temperature that it was at 8 o'clock in the morning. So the description of this person wearing all black and a ski mask and gloves, walking through this affluent neighborhood in broad daylight, it didn't add up.
If there had been a person there would be some evidence that he showed up. There is no evidence of that. No one else was there.
Something bad happened, and there's a reason why something bad happened. And I know you know that reason, but I don't. And I want to understand it.
Okay, I don't know.
Well, you do. What happened that led to the events today? What caused this?
I don't know. I just woke up in the morning.
What really caught officers' attention was if someone had come in, broken into the house, used the gun, shot the family, and then shot Alex, why would they leave the gun behind? The gun that was used was the Jackson's family gun. It was actually Alex Jackson's gun. It was a Brown .22 rifle.
Do you want our report to reflect that there was a guy in your house that there's no evidence of? Well, yeah, of course there's a guy in my house. I saw him. Listen to me. Do Do you want us to write down in the report that there was a guy in your house, that there's no video of him ever showing up or leaving? Do you want us to put that down, or do you want to give us some sort of an explanation that makes sense? I want the guy to know.
The Jackson home had external surveillance cameras set up all along the outside of the home. All of the surveillance videos were on and live and recording, except that one in the backyard that would have specifically caught this phantom burglar.
What do you think about what happened to your sister? What happened to her? Is she alright?
You know that somebody hurt your family.
Yeah.
And you know who hurt your family.
No. Well, yeah, I do.
You do?
Not really.
What do you mean?
It's like, yeah, there's not a guy. That didn't happen.
So the person that hurt your family was inside your home.
Who?
Wow.
It's not me.
You didn't hurt your family?
No, I would never.
There's one key question still on everyone's mind. If Alex did kill his parents and sister, why would he want them dead?
Do you work anywhere? No? Where'd you go to school at?
Iowa.
Oh, are you still in Iowa?
The problem law enforcement had with this case is here you had what seemed from the outside to be a fairly normal family dynamic. Alex Jackson had no history of criminality. He had no history of mental health issues. And no one seemed to have any basis to believe that there would be any motive why he would want his family dead.
How does your dad feel about your career choices or life choices? I guess he wants me to support zero. Have you ever had any problems with him? Like serious problems with him? Like him judging your life or choices? He's proud of me. Yeah, how about mom? Yeah. Same? Sister? I guess.
Alex said that his dad had threatened to kick him out or told him he would have to move out if he didn't get a job because he had been going to college, but he dropped out.
Tell me more about your dad. Does he get along with people in general, including you? Then why are you guys having so many problems? What about him telling you you need to move out if you're not going to get a job? Well, that's just because what I should do. If I'm going to pay for half of your college, you're going to get a job. You're going to pay for the other half. You're not showing any effort. You haven't showed a drop of effort to go get a job.
Motive was something that plagued us. Could it have been money? Absolutely. At the time, he only had $30 to his name. He did not have a job. He did not have savings. There was a fair amount of wealth and assets to be attained by whoever the surviving heir was.
Are we going to find anybody else's fingerprints on those shell casings besides you and your dad?
I don't think so.
Are you going to continue to tell me that you had nothing to do with this? You are.
What kind of story there is?
No, it's not. You're going to continue with that story.
What is my story? Tell me about
it. It is your story. It's a great story.
It's the correct story.
Well, in your mind.
This was our first triple homicide here for at least 30 years. To have this type of brutal crime scene, to have this type of murder happen in your own community just really, really took back everyone. No one could have ever imagined when the information came out that this was caused by a 20-year-old kid that anyone would kill their parents and their sister in this manner.
This young man with no criminal record and no previously reported mental health issues is accused of killing his own family. Up next, is there enough evidence to bring murder charges against Alexander Jackson?
You weren't thinking straight, Alex. You weren't. People that are thinking straight don't do these kind of things. They talk themselves out of it.
By the way, we plugged in Alexander Jackson into Truthfinder, our sponsor, the powerful background checker. It is so easy to do. You just plug in a name, location, and you get all of these details, where someone lives, works, their criminal history. We use it all the time at Law & Crime to get information on the people that we report on. But I'll tell you what, even if you don't work in true crime, this can be a great resource, because think about it. This is one of the largest public record search services in the United States. And with a paid subscription service, you can get access to unlimited reports about almost anyone. And that includes looking up registered sex offenders that might be in an area too. And right now you can get 50% off of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LCPrimeCrime. Hope you check it out.
You're brainstorming how to get your ass out of this trouble you're in.
The gig's up, bud.
I didn't do it.
Detectives believe they know who's responsible for killing Jan, Melissa, and Sabrina Jackson. Despite his claims of innocence and contention that a masked intruder is the real shooter, son and brother Alexander Jackson is taken into custody. But investigators have a few more questions to hash out.
We took into account your theory about a ski-masked intruder coming in with the worst description on the planet. You gotta just be honest with us, man. We know no one left.
Well, I'm telling you how I saw it, you know?
Right. You still think someone was there?
Yeah. Do I know someone was there?
Who's using your phone at 6 a.m. to get on social media?
Maybe me, I don't know. I don't remember.
How could you use it at 6 if you were asleep till 8?
Alexander had told investigators that he was sleeping outside on that screened-in porch with his dog all night without his cell phone. 20-year-old gamer, no cell phone on the porch.
Alex Jackson claimed that he was awoken by the gunshots, yet they were able to show that several hours before this alleged intruder came in, Alex Jackson was awake and on the phone.
If they came there to murder people, like you said, then they would have had to get lucky enough that you had left a gun out for them. And then be able to know right where everybody's at and shoot everyone and get in a fight with the biggest person in the house and be able to escape. You cannot sit there and look me in the eye and say, yeah, well, that did happen. Are you ashamed? Is that why you don't want to tell us?
Well, I don't want to tell you because I didn't do it.
Well, you're being charged with murder of your mom, your dad, and your sister. And you're going to go to jail.
As investigators strengthen their case against Alexander Jackson, one critical question still troubles detectives. Who shot Alex in the foot?
When Alex began to interact with law enforcement, he tried to appear to be so hurt that he couldn't walk, that he couldn't move, that he couldn't check on his family members, even though there were footprints throughout the basement of this home.
The couch that was next to the stairs, there was this big pile of blood that initially we thought maybe that's where he was shot, but there was also a large puddle of blood near the corner of his bed. His footprints only went in one direction. His footprints only went out of his room. Never did his footprints go into his room or go down the hallway.
The investigators figured out that, Alex had shot himself in the foot.
He walked himself and his bloody foot out of the bedroom and up the hallway and deposited that murder weapon next to his father.
Alexander Jackson is charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder for the deaths of his parents Jan and Melissa and his younger sister Sabrina. A year and a half later, Alex goes on trial, facing 3 life sentences.
Alexander Jackson, I want you to think that he had the perfect family life. That his mother, Melissa, his father, Jan, his sister, Sabrina, they all got along great. And it's not what Mr. Jackson claimed it to be.
They appeared to be close-knit, and we were able to gather that interpretation from a lot of the photographs that we found throughout the home. But then there was this gap in time where it seemed like the family interactions just ceased for this 4-year period. We knew that there were some disagreements, for lack of a better word, about politics. It appeared that Alex and his father were very conservative. The sister appeared to be a very liberal person. His sister and he argued a lot, according to Sabrina's journals.
On June 15th of 2021, a 911 call went out early in the morning hours. That call was made by the defendant, stating someone had broken into our house and shot me and my family. They find no evidence of any sign of anyone else inside that home that morning, except for the defendants, Sabrina, Melissa, and Jake.
Prosecutors point out one key piece of evidence which sets Alexander Jackson apart from any other possible suspect.
This gun was shot more than 11 times on that June 15, 2021 day, meaning it had to be loaded more than once.
It was a unique gun, and so somebody would have to be familiar with that gun if that's the gun they used, which that's what the evidence points to.
The murder weapon was on the floor just mere feet from his father. As our investigator began to process the firearm, he himself could not figure out how to load this gun. Trained law enforcement weapon processor had to watch a YouTube video of this specific model of firearm to figure out how to load it. Not only did this phantom burglar come into the Jackson home to hurt people without a weapon, but he used a weapon that just happened to be laying out on the fireplace mantle and figured out how to load it and then reload it during this killing spree.
With this evidence, this knowledge, this truth, you will see that the person responsible for the deaths Sabrina Jackson, Jan Jackson, Melissa Jackson, was caused by their own family member, the defendant.
In a circumstance where you have 3 people and they're killed in different rooms of the house, and yet no one seems to have gotten to a phone, why isn't there more of a struggle, more of a fight, or more of a hiding, or something like that? Maybe because the perpetrator's known to them. They're confronted with Alex, and they're not afraid.
The lack of evidence in this case was as important, if not more important, than the physical evidence that was recovered. The lack of a fatal or attempted fatal wound on Alexander Jackson, coupled with all of the other physical evidence that only could point at Alexander Jackson, were how we pieced this case together.
The defense, however, suggested investigators had tunnel vision, accusing them of zeroing in on Alex from the start.
Having just seen his father lying in a pool of blood on the ground, with a gunshot bleeding from his foot, in shock, officers wasted no time at all accusing Alexander Jackson of killing his family. And although they interrogated him for over 7 hours, Officer Matt Denlinger and Sarah Lucina had never even stepped foot on the crime scene. It took about 35 minutes before they decided that Alexander Jackson was their suspect.
We knew that the defense were going to argue that we did not exhaust all of the leads that we could. We didn't do a thorough investigation to look for other suspects.
There are some things in the investigation that could have been done differently, could have been done better. Part of their strategy was to poke holes in the investigation.
Alexander Jackson never wavered in telling officers what happened to him that morning. He told them over 13 different ways that it was not him. But charging Alex was the easiest route for officers.
And when it came to the subject of fingerprints, aside from Jackson's prints, because it was his own gun, Could there be someone else?
Officers didn't even bother to test whether there are any fingerprints or DNA on the bullets later removed from that gun or from any bullets that were dropped on the floor.
There was an unidentified fingerprint that was found on the rifle. They were going to also point to that piece of evidence that there is also a possibility that there was another suspect.
Officers found no other blood on Alex except from his own body. Officers found 2 separate prints on that rifle that was on the scene. One belonging to Alex, the other print belonging to an unidentified person.
The other fingerprint most likely was Alex. It didn't have enough points to say who it is one way or the other.
Following days of testimony, the case is handed off to the jury. And when the verdict was read after 5.5 hours of deliberations, Alexander Jackson is emotionless.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Alexander Jackson, guilty of the offense of murder in the first degree.
The defense doesn't waste any time. They file a motion for a new trial even before the sentencing hearing less than 2 months later. But the motion is ultimately denied. And that is when Alexander Jackson learns his fate.
This set of murders shook this community to its core.
Mr. Jackson is adjudicated to be guilty of 3 counts of murder in the first degree. In each count, he is sentenced to be confined for the remainder of his life with no possibility of parole.
I'm an Eagle Scout as well. So, you're taught these values and these ethics that you should live by. The Eagle Scout badge has 2 stars on it, and those stars indicate truth and knowledge. The truth that Alex was trying to tell, that wasn't the truth.
In all of my career, I have never prosecuted a triple homicide of family members killed by someone who was a part of that family who was supposed to love and cherish the family that they were born into. It was an absolute tragedy, an absolutely inexplainable, unjustified, senseless murder. Even though we were able to obtain 3 guilty verdicts, there are still 3 innocent people who lost their lives with absolutely no explanation and no justification for that.
In the end, here's what we know. Jan, Melissa, and Sabrina were brutally murdered. And we know that Alexander Jackson is the one who committed this absolutely atrocious crime. But what we don't know, and what we may never know, is why he did this. That is the part that still plagues us. Why a man would cut short the lives of 3 people who were supposed to be his whole world. That's all we have for you here on this episode of Prime Crime. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jesse Weber, and as always, stay safe. On Prime Crime.
You didn't have anything to do with her disappearance?
No, sir.
You didn't cause any harm to Joey?
No, sir.
None whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
A beloved mother suddenly disappears.
Obviously, you are a person of interest. I understand.
And detectives find themselves entangled in a labyrinth of suspects.
I already knew that something had happened. Jolene would not miss a day with her children, let alone a holiday at my house.
As the lines between friend and foe begin to blur, can the truth emerge from the chaos of conflicting stories?
The video was sufficient enough quality that I could actually see her face clearly. What I saw really kind of made the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime, where we break down some of the most compelling and memorable true crime cases from across the country. What begins as a missing persons case quickly spirals into a mystery with more twists and turns than anyone could imagine. A young Florida mother who works as a hairstylist vanishes without a trace, leading investigators down a path of bewildering clues and hidden secrets.
I knew that on the 12th that Jolene was working, so I said, I'll see you the next day. Then came Sunday morning, which is Jolene's birthday and Mother's Day. And so her daughter, who was 10 years old then, texted her, and she didn't get a reply. And I told her, your mom is probably still sleeping. Let's wait a while before we try to call her again. And I just had this sinking feeling.
May 13th, 2018, Fernandina Beach, Florida. Ann Johnson realizes she hasn't seen or heard from her daughter, 34-year-old Jolene Cummings, in a couple of days.
That evening, Jolene's husband, they were going through a divorce at the time, were supposed to meet at the Winn-Dixie parking lot. That was the drop-off for the kids. When Jason pulled the driveway, and he still had the boys, and he got out and he said, Jolene didn't show up. And my heart just went to my stomach because something's wrong, something's really wrong. My husband, he was a director within the sheriff's office. I sent him over to check on Jolene at her trailer.
But neither Jolene nor her SUV were there, something that didn't sit right with Ann.
I said, I think I should report her missing tonight. And he says, no, just wait. Then came about 8 o'clock Monday morning, I called the sheriff's office and I reported my daughter missing.
It was May 14th, 2018. I got to work that morning. I was immediately told that we had a missing persons case, and it was someone whose relatives actually had worked at the sheriff's office, which was kind of important because I knew that I had to really get started on it right away because I knew the family and I knew that it was possibly something serious.
Jolene can be described as adventurous, very artistic, driven, intelligent, creative. She had the wittiest personality and she liked the worst foods, the weirdest foods. She did not get that from me. Jolene started out working in the restaurant business as a server. I had asked her what her passion was and she said, a hairdresser. After she graduated, she immediately went into hairdressing. She loved it. She wanted to have her own shop one day. Jolene was always working. When she wasn't working, she was taking care of the kids.
She was a beloved hairstylist. She had a really large clientele, so a lot of people cared about her. Why would this beautiful mother of three be missing? Where is she? Why wouldn't she pick up her kids? She loved her kids. It was very unlike her, and it drew a lot of concern from the community right away.
What could have happened to this young mom of three on the cusp of a budding career? Detectives first need to speak with those closest to Jolene, including her soon-to-be ex-husband, Jason Cummings.
When's the last time that you saw Jolene?
It wasn't this past Sunday, it was the Sunday prior. I haven't talked to her through the week in a couple of weeks, actually. We got in an argument about, she wanted me to drop the kids off at her mom's one evening. When Judge Foster put this injunction on, she's supposed to meet with me. I'm not supposed to take them nowhere else. And she kind of got mad.
He was very forthcoming during the interview. He admitted that he and Jolene were going through a divorce and that, he was not very happy with her, but he denied any involvement in her disappearance.
I kind of sent her some text messages, just not threatening. I was like, look, you need to get it together. You need to stop being junky. You got kids raised. She used them text messages to put an injunction on me. This right here is the reason why I left her, because she would disappear for a few days.
He did agree to allow me to search his cellular phone. He also agreed to let our crime scene unit analyze his vehicle. It didn't appear to have been recently cleaned, like he was trying to clean up any type of evidence.
You use the word junkie and you're talking about drugs. Are you saying that she has some kind of drug habit?
I don't know per se that she does.
Okay.
But I know the crowd she was hanging out with is known for being idiots. She got out of jail 2016 September for DUI. About a month after she got out is when she started doing her little Houdini acts. And I thought she was just seeing somebody else.
He stated he had no idea where she could be. He stated possibly she had just run off for a weekend or something. Her mother reported it was very unusual that even if she decided to maybe go somewhere, she always picked up the phone.
Obviously, you are a person of interest. Anytime that somebody goes missing,
I understand.
Is there somewhere you were at, somebody you were with, that we can go back and verify where you were at?
So Saturday morning, my granny cooked us waffles, ate breakfast, sat down, relaxed for a little bit. When we went outside, they were their four-wheelers. Got a hold of my buddy named Chris, and I went over to his girlfriend's house for about 3 hours, and I went home between 3 or 4.
And where did you go with that when you left there?
Straight to my granny's.
He was able to provide his whereabouts for the entire weekend. Obviously, after speaking to him, he wasn't eliminated as a suspect.
As the investigation moves forward, Jolene's disappearance garners widespread attention.
From the get-go, this seemed unusual. The sheriff's office sent us alert saying that a mother of 3 was missing. He immediately left and went to the Tangles hair salon where she was last seen. The first person we see is the owner of the Tangles hair salon. He says they just don't know where she is. He seemed really worried.
There was a time when we were getting hundreds of tips per day. Some of them were bizarre, but they were all coming from the right place. We had to look at them all. Every detective in the agency was assigned tips to follow up.
Anytime you're working a case involving a missing person, you have to backtrack, essentially, investigate the areas where they frequent. Remember, you're on the clock here with a missing person.
A lead quickly emerges.
Jolene was dating a new guy whose name was Jason G. And when I started looking into him, he had had several previous run-ins with law enforcement.
As the police delved further and further into the investigation, they did conclude that Jolene and her boyfriend had both had a rather violent confrontation in the home just days before her disappearance.
The first thing I noticed was that the back door was secured. I didn't notice any signs of any type of forced entry. Once I got inside Jolene's home, I noticed that the residence was kind of in some disarray. There were some cabinets that were just kind of hanging by one hinge. I noticed some holes in the wall.
I already knew about the cabinets because Jolene called me when that happened. She had asked him to leave and he got very belligerent and started, hitting the cabinets, kicking the door, because she had locked herself and her boys in the room.
We found out that deputies were looking for Jason G. They wanted to talk to him. They couldn't get a hold of him. I remember I called his phone number and he answered the phone, and as soon as I said who I was, he hung up on me.
The search is now on for Jolene's boyfriend, Jason G., a man with a criminal past known to law enforcement. Coming up, does he have any answers as to where Jolene could be?
I don't know where she's at, man. I care about her. I mean, she is one of the main things in my life that makes me even want to be here. The reason I was I got a warrant for violation of probation. I didn't want to come to jail. I didn't have nothing to do with Jolene.
Police are investigating the disappearance of 34-year-old Jolene Cummings. The young mother of 3 never showed up to pick up her kids from her soon-to-be ex-husband on her birthday. Detectives have now set their sights on Jason G., following the discovery of a domestic dispute at her house days before she went missing.
Jason G. actually had a current arrest warrant, a felony warrant for violation of probation. We knew his previous address. We knew where some of his family and friends lived. So it was kind of all hands on deck to try to find and locate him. And he was being very evasive, trying to hide from law enforcement.
Immediately, everybody thought the ex-boyfriend had something to do with this. Maybe this was domestic type situation, maybe something with her home life.
We eventually got a search warrant to actually get cell tower locations for Jason's phone. It appeared that he was probably turning his phone on and off. I think he knew that we could track him via cell phone. We eventually did locate him at a relative's house. He was located in a bedroom, hiding underneath a pile of cardboard boxes.
You're here on a probation violation. I want to talk to you about something else. Have you heard that Jolene is missing?
Yeah, I wish I could help in any way. Last time I seen her was in night. We got in an argument. Last time I talked to her was, I looked on my text, 3:57 on Saturday the 12th.
The primary focus initially was on Jolene's boyfriend because, let's just understand, he is going to have access and opportunity relative to her.
I noticed there were some scratches on his hands and arms.
Do me a favor, let me hold your hands up like this. Okay. Flip them for me. You got some scratches on your wrist and everything. Tell me about those.
Dog, we had a dog I played with at the house, and that's it.
He gave an explanation for that and said it didn't have anything to do with Jolene, that he had got scratched by a dog.
Do you mind if I take a look at your chest and back, make sure you don't have much claw marks or anything?
No. I got one on there from the damn branches that my dad happened like a week ago. Coming through down the driveway, there's a bunch of bushes.
It was obvious that he's not a friend of law enforcement, but he was cooperative. He did provide his location for the weekend that Jolene went missing. The other thing that really concerned me was the fact that when he was taken into custody, he did not have his cellular phone with him. Even if somebody's on the run and they're turning their phone on and off, he was still using it occasionally.
Do you still have the messages in your phone from?
I don't have a phone, but yeah, I'm sure you can get it to the phone company. But yeah, the message.
Where's your phone
I couldn't tell you what the past couple of days. I don't even have it.
You said you talked to a news person yesterday?
Yeah, the lady called from the fucking news station, called my phone.
Did you tell her something, or did
No, there's nothing to tell her. They're making it out to be a lie. It's not, because I had nothing to do with this.
I haven't accused you of anything. I want your help in finding Jolene.
If I could help you, man, I would.
There's all kinds of suspicions that go through your mind. Did I think either Jasons were involved? No, definitely not. In law enforcement, I know that they talk to everybody, and of course, you're automatically a suspect, you know, if you're the husband, the boyfriend.
As police keep Jason G on their radar, they realize a big piece of this mysterious puzzle is also missing: Jolene's car.
One of the central pieces to an investigation is to try to determine where their vehicle is. And if you can find out where their vehicle is, logic would dictate that they might be there as well.
The day after the missing persons flyer was released to the local news media, I got a call at my desk from a local gentleman who thought he had seen the vehicle in a Home Depot parking lot only a few miles away from the Tangles Hair Salon. We were able to verify that it was Jolene's vehicle parked there. Unfortunately, Home Depot surveillance did not capture anybody parking or leaving the vehicle there, and it just seemed to be kind of a dead end. We canvassed the area, we looked in drains, we looked in dumpsters, we looked in flower beds, we looked everywhere. I had detectives start searching for any surveillance cameras in the area. We eventually did find a credit union, and there was a couple of cameras out near the ATM.
What police wanted to know is, did Jolene pull in her vehicle and leave it there and leave with somebody else? When they began to review the tape, it's not what they saw at all.
It was a little after 1 a.m. on the 12th, on the last day that she worked. There were some trees and bushes that kind of obscured it a little bit, but what you could tell was that there was only one person that exited the vehicle. The person was dressed in all black.
The realization didn't come until I saw Jolene's vehicle on camera. How no one saw that is beyond me. And when I saw her get out of the vehicle, there it is. Last person to see Jolene. There it is.
She walked into the gas station. She purchased a bottle of water. She engaged the clerk. The video was sufficient enough quality that I could actually see her face clearly. What I saw really kind of made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I could see that she had significant injuries to her face. The figure dressed in all black was Jennifer Seibert. I started thinking I may not be working a missing persons case, I may be working a homicide case.
The investigation begins to ramp up, but who exactly is this new person of interest?
I'm going to find out where those little boys' mama is. I promise you I'm going to do that. You can help me do that. And you're the one that can make it happen right now.
No, I cannot.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for following this story with us. We're going to get right back to it in a minute. But look, one of the reasons that we're able to bring you these kinds of cases to shine a light on what's going on in the world is because of the incredible support that we get from our sponsors, like our proud partner Morgan & Morgan. Look, if you should get injured, America's largest injury law firm may be who you want in your corner. They have an army of over 1,000 attorneys. They have an amazing track record, like recent verdicts of $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia. These, by the way, are higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. There's no upfront fee. They only get paid if you get paid. The whole process can be done right from your smartphone. It is so simple. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/primecrime.
Did an accident happen between y'all?
I think Jolene's dead, and I think you know where Jolene is.
May 2018. The case of a missing young mother of 3 is baffling to Nassau County detectives, as there's been no sign of 34-year-old Jolene Cummings in days. But they learn Jolene was working with another stylist the day she disappeared, 50-year-old Jennifer Seibert.
On the first day that Jolene was reported missing, I tried to call her. I did not get an answer. The next morning, I got a phone call from Jennifer Seibert. Before I could even go into trying to explain anything about Jolene being missing, Miss Seibert went into a very long, just rambling explanation about how she could not be involved in a police investigation. She stated that she had an ex who was a stalker. She actually contacted the owner and said, "I cannot be involved in a police investigation. I quit. I'll mail you my key to the salon."
The police, as anyone can imagine, are very interested in talking to Jolene's coworker, Jennifer. They're going to charge her with grand theft.
We found some camera footage that showed Jolene's vehicle being parked around 1:17 a.m. Sunday morning. The video showed the driver get out. We were hoping to see Jolene get out of that vehicle, but who do you think it was? Jennifer Seibert, the Tangles hairstylist who was supposedly the last person to see Jolene.
They find her sleeping in her car at a truck stop in St. Johns County.
One of our detectives was at a rest area. She observed Miss Seibert's vehicle parked between 2 semis. She had makeup just pancaked on. It was very, very thick. She had multiple Band-Aids on her face.
Jennifer Seibert is arrested for grand theft auto, and with her now in custody, officials unveil a somber finding of their investigation.
Through our investigation, we have obtained evidence which leads us to believe Jolene is not alive.
People think this can never happen to them. Don't waste another day or another minute without saying, "I love you." I wish I would have hugged her harder. I wish I would have told her every day how beautiful she was, how intelligent, how proud I was of her. Just don't wait. Wait.
Detectives hope they can get to the truth about Jolene's disappearance, but talking with Seibert opens Pandora's box.
Those hurting you?
No, they feel great. You can put them on tighter if you want. Whatever you want to do.
We can
Match your mercy, so have as much fun as you'd like.
They had asked her if she was comfortable if the cuffs were too tight. Her answer was, "Oh no, they're not too tight. I like it." For somebody who's been arrested for a felony and who is a suspect in a possible homicide, it was just very, very candid, bizarre behavior.
Just off-the-wall statements. Did the police for a moment think about who they were dealing with? Did they think that, wow, this is not what you would consider a normal response by somebody? She knows good and well that they're looking for Jolene.
Once Seibert is booked, photographed, and examined for any potential evidence, she makes a shocking confession.
When you run my fingerprints through, they come up as Kimberly Lee Kessler. I am 50 years old. I've been running from the FBI for over 25 years. I've been living under this particular alias since 1999.
As it turns out, Jennifer ain't Jennifer. This person is actually operating under an assumed name and had been working with Jolene at the hair salon. I'm sure that the police had no idea what to think about this.
She was a missing person herself. She disappeared in 2004 in Pennsylvania. She would steal names off of dead people's graves and take on their identities.
I've lived in my car for the last over 2 years. It's not getting any better.
I kind of like to hear the background of why, for the last 25 years.
Pull it all up. Pull it up on the computer. Pull my name up. Pull it up. Kimberly Kessler.
And I'll
you
do
should
that.
be able to pull that up.
What I'll do
It'll
is
be fascinating. I should write a book.
She loved to talk about herself. She was proud that she had been pursued by the FBI for 25 years and that they had failed to catch her, that she had lived under numerous different aliases. She stated she even had a child under an alias. She was married under an alias. She attended college under an alias. She had a passport under her alias.
You have any children?
I do. I have a son. He is in North Carolina with his father. In 1999, Child Protective Services snatched him while I was at work, and that really sent me over the edge. So I haven't seen him since he was 14 months old. I was under the name Christina Brooke at the time. Yeah, the names go on, don't they? As I mentioned, I'm wanted in Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Arizona.
She's got at least 15 different aliases. She's got up to 5 driver's licenses from all over the country where she's used these aliases to kind of change, almost like a chameleon.
That's one of my first relationships in Arizona. He robbed banks.
Where's your favorite place at? Obviously, you travel around a lot.
I don't know. See, I was always looking for that heaven on earth, but there is no heaven on earth.
They found text messages and conversations that Jolene had with some people that she was suspicious about Kimberly Kessler and her behavior. She said that she was crazy and she wanted to look up her background.
I had no idea that Jolene was complaining about her. But she told Miss Anna that, hey, look, there's something wrong with her. She is not who she says she is. And knowing my daughter, I guarantee that she was researching her.
What's the next chapter for you?
I don't even know. I am so grateful my son is alive and well.
You plan on trying to reconcile with Evan?
That's my baby. That's my son.
You need to go see him.
Well, now I'm like, okay, I'm on the map again. I'm on the grid. Hi. I'm not going to do it discreetly as, Jennifer or whatever.
Children and Family Services had taken her child away from her, and she actually went to Children and Family Services with a gun and duct tape and all these different things in an attempt to get her child back. That's why she believed that the FBI was after her. Come to find out, she was not being hunted by the FBI.
Speaking of on the map, do you know why you're here?
Yes, I'm being accused. You accused me the other night of, you're like, where's Jolene at? So, and I do not know where she is.
Can we just go through when you worked with her on that Saturday is there anything you can tell me did she ever talk to you about a boyfriend? Did she ever talk about anybody she was scared of? Did she ever say anything that she wanted to run away and get away from it all?
I don't remember hearing anything.
During my interview, she would have sit there and bragged on herself all day, but the minute the subject turned to Jolene's disappearance, she knew enough to go, okay, I'm not talking to you anymore.
Did you guys ever hang out after work? Did you ever go anywhere together? Was she ever allowed to use your car? You were allowed to use her car? Did you ever go anywhere together like that?
No.
The charge you were arrested on is a grand theft auto charge. You knew that, correct?
Yes.
There's video of you dropping her car off at the Home Depot parking lot. Something happened to Jolene. We've got the video of you when you go in and buy the bottle of water. We also have recovered your shoes that has Jolene's blood on your shoes. If something happened that you didn't intend to happen, I want to talk to you about it.
So let me reply this way, and you may not like the answer. I would like legal counsel.
But even without any new information from Kessler, the evidence in the disappearance and presumed murder of Jolene Cummings is mounting.
We served a search warrant on a vehicle. In that vehicle, we found a credit card that was used to purchase the bottle of water that she purchased when she was at the Gate gas station. We were able to determine that she charged the cab ride from the Gate gas station back to the Tangles Hair Salon where her vehicle was at to that credit card. But probably the most damning piece of evidence that we found in that car was we found her haircutting kit. There was a pair of scissors in there, They look pretty normal, but if you look really, really closely, there was a dark color substance. We had that analyzed, and it was Jolene's blood.
One more piece of evidence reveals Kimberly Kessler's likely involvement.
When police finally got a search warrant for her storage unit, all of their worst fears were realized. Police were able to eventually find a receipt, and the receipt actually ties back to a local Walmart.
A few hours after the salon closed on the 12th of May, she had went to a Walmart in Fernandina Beach. She purchased elbow-length gloves, ammonia, bleach, but she also purchased a large electric carving knife. It wasn't Thanksgiving. What does a person that lives out of their car need with a large electric carving knife and elbow-length gloves? I had a detective that was just gonna go to Tangle's Hair Salon because now it was Tuesday, they were reopened. We didn't suspect that there was any kind of crime scene or anything there. It was just part of a normal missing person investigation to go there.
What police find inside the hair salon confirms their suspicions.
They immediately found evidence that this was a crime scene.
What they found was horrible. There was extensive blood deposition throughout, and they were able to do DNA profiling. Now, it was obviously Jolene's blood, but they found other blood as well. Something had occurred where a cleanup had been attempted. And of course, everything points back to Kessler.
When I saw that video surveillance, I said, she dismembered Jolene. She killed her in that salon, and then she put her in garbage bags and threw her in the dumpster.
Kimberly Kessler is officially charged for the first-degree murder of Jolene Cummings.
Relieved. I knew she didn't just steal my daughter's vehicle. My daughter didn't lend her that vehicle. She was the suspect all along. And to finally hear an arrest, okay, we got you now.
We were able to determine that Kimberly Kessler was actually a real person that had been missing from Butler, Pennsylvania for over 20 years. We knew we had to start tracking down some of the, not just the names and information that she had given us, but any other names and aliases that she had possibly lived under.
But the intrigue of this investigation doesn't end there.
After police found her and they started to reveal a little bit more about who she is, it was shocking. I did not expect it would be something like this.
By the way, did you see what we did before? We used TruthFinder to look up Kessler, and it's so easy to do because you can plug in a name, location, you get all these details where someone lives, works, their criminal history. TruthFinder has been really useful for us here at Law&Crime. We partner with them, but look, even if you don't work in true crime, it can be an excellent resource for you. I mean, it's one of the largest public records search services in the United States, and with a paid subscription service, you can get access to unlimited reports about almost anyone. And by the way, that includes looking up registered sex offenders in an area too. And right now, if you're interested, you can get 50% off of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LCPrimeCrime.
I saw something about stabbing you in the leg. Can you tell me about that?
She stabbed me in the chest. She bit my dad in the leg.
As detectives gather additional evidence ahead of Jennifer Seibert, aka Kimberly Kessler's trial for the murder of Jolene Cummings, they dig deeper into her past and discover a trove of more secrets.
I went to high school with her whenever they got out of high school. I think her and her brother were living together. She ended up getting pissed off at him, and she said, "I'll get even with you." And she waited for him to fall asleep, and she hit him over the mouth with a baseball bat, and basically just blew all his teeth right out.
We would find people back from her childhood and interview them, and they would tell us some really scary things that she would do when she was younger.
She was like literally smoking hot back in the day, and I just think people just sensed like she could go off the wall at any minute.
We were able to determine that she had a very violent background. We spoke to people who knew her under the different aliases. She had a ex-boyfriend that said that after he broke up with her, she took the pet cat and killed it, and called him and told him that she had killed the cat.
She did some other violent things to some of her exes in her past, or was accused of that. She also couldn't see her son. A lot of weird things we were just unraveling over time.
How did you know Kimberly Kessler?
She was here behind me in school, and then we dated and lived together for a while.
I saw something about stabbing you in the leg. Can you tell me about that?
She tried to file a PFA against me. The state police kind of laughed at her. They took me out of there and said, we got to get you away from her. My dad would throw her off the property, and she went after him, and she bit into his leg. Put one hell of a mark on his leg.
The name that she was living under when we first had contact with her, Jennifer Seibert, was actually someone from her hometown. It was buried in her hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania. She was a young girl, was about 14 years old, that died in an auto accident.
You were married to a Melissa McKernan, is that right?
Yeah.
I heard something about she had stabbed you with some scissors. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, she was crazy. I can tell you that.
Where did she stab you at?
My pectoral muscle.
We have her in our jail right now. She is our prime suspect for a girl that's missing. We've been in the landfill searching.
Remember, Kessler is actually seen placing trash bags in the dumpster. Now, what do we know about dumpsters? Well, dumpsters are picked up by sanitation workers. They wind up going to a landfill. And even though the investigators put forth quite an effort to try to recover Jolene's remains, they had no success. And unfortunately, that very well might be Jolene's last resting spot.
While justice for Jolene may seem close, amid the COVID-19 pandemic, the path towards Kessler's trial is anything but smooth sailing.
The journey to the trial was a mess. There was a lot of back and forth on Kimberly Kessler's mental competency. Could she stand trial? Could she not stand trial? At one point, they did determine that she was incompetent, so they sent her to a mental health hospital.
She was there for a few weeks and had another evaluation, and she was deemed fit to stand trial. She's not crazy. She's cunning. She's smart. Her behavior in court was planned.
They sent her back to the county jail. She didn't like that, so she went on a 56-day hunger strike. This woman, who was initially close to 200 pounds, she dropped down to 74 pounds. So the sheriff's office, they have to do everything to keep her alive. And every time she would have a court hearing on Zoom, she'd be throwing her feces at the deputies in the jail. She would be disruptive. She would scream.
More than 3 years after Jolene Cummings' murder, Kimberly Kessler is finally set to go on trial. However, her antics continue.
Jordan Beard is Jolene's cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene's cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene's cousin.
Every single hearing before the trial, and then at the beginning of every morning during the trial, she'd start the day off screaming the same thing. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. But we learned that's not true. He's not her cousin. And that was her defense attorney. So she was just trying to find a way out of it.
I refuse the public defender's office. They appointed Jordan Beard, Jolene Cummings' cousin, as my public defender. They appointed Jolene Cummings' cousin as my public defender. What, you don't want the public to know that? You don't want them to know?
Proceedings get underway in December 2021, with Kessler watching from another room.
On Saturday, May 12, 2018, Jolene Cummings was a devoted mother of 3 young children. Jolene was looking forward to Sunday, May 13th. It was her birthday, and it was Mother's Day. But as Jolene Cummings made plans for the next day of her life, the defendant had planned Jolene's death.
Before taking the jury through the forensic evidence, prosecutor Donna Thurston gives them a peek into the twisted mind of Kimberly Kessler.
2 weeks before the murder, on April 30th, 2018, the defendant searched the internet for such things as co-worker guilty of murder missing person body not found.
She wasn't a concerned coworker searching for updates on the case. She was a murderer on the run.
Her internet searches became a big key of evidence because they were shocking. She would search missing body, not found, how to hide a body, stuff about Satan, really bizarre things. I think 400 times she had searched her own name. She was looking up stories about this case and about how she was considered a suspect.
The only thing required for premeditation is that decision, that consideration, that determination that I am going to do this. Kimberly Kessler considered what she was going to do. She committed to that plan, and then she concealed it, thinking she could get away with it. Kimberly Kessler, Jennifer Seibert, whatever her name is, she did this. She is guilty beyond a reasonable.
The defense doesn't really argue with some facts.
Physical evidence in this case that you're going to see is going to convince you very clearly that the only thing the state can prove in this case is that there was some sort of fight, some violent physical altercation that clearly happened.
Instead, they claim that the state doesn't have enough evidence to prove their case.
What the state cannot show is who started the fight, how that fight started, where it occurred, how it ended. Who was the aggressor in this fight? Who was defending himself? Can the state prove that Jolene Cummings is in fact guilty?
Their main argument was that it was some type of self-defense, that at some point in time Jolene attacked Kimberly Kessler.
Both of their blood was found in that shot. The photos that you see of Ms. Kessler, we suggest, show that she acted defensively, or at least there was a fight. There's a gouge mark in her finger. These photographs that you're seeing are defensive wounds.
The defense also seems to suggest that Jolene, the victim, had a drug problem, which led to a fight that day at the salon.
It was just maybe trying to put a little doubt in the jury's mind and maybe paint Jolene as a bad person. But during a search of Jolene's vehicle, there was a small amount of dope found in her vehicle. And I don't know if they were just trying to paint Jolene in a bad light, make it look like she was a bad person that might have attacked Kimberly Kessler. But to me, that little bit of dope that was found in her vehicle, it didn't prove anything and it was irrelevant.
Kimberly Kessler she stood to gain nothing. There's no financial gain. She's not getting a life insurance policy. The state cannot prove Ms. Kessler guilty of first-degree, premeditated murder with a weapon. You do not have proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
The case is handed off to the jury as Kessler's future hangs in the balance.
She screamed at the beginning of every day throughout the entire trial, but when it came time for the verdict, she was quiet. She didn't say anything at all.
Verdict count 1, first-degree murder. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty of first-degree murder as charged in the indictment. Verdict count 1, grand theft auto. We, the jury, found the defendant guilty of theft as charged in the information.
Following just over an hour of deliberations, the jury comes back with their verdict.
It didn't take that long for the jury to hand down the guilty. Not just the guilty, premeditated first-degree murder. Slam, we got her. So it was both very emotional, sad, but yet content. We had a conviction.
It was bittersweet because, we still haven't found Jolene. I believe the motive was that Jolene had determined that Jennifer Seibert was not who she says she was. The day before she was murdered, she had called Jennifer Seibert out. She says, "You're a fake." She was going to try to find out who she really was.
She messed with the wrong daughter because ultimately Jolene was the hero. She may portray herself as victorious and she committed the most heinous crime and that's going to give her popularity. Wrong. Jolene is the one. Being in law enforcement, we're diggers. We're relentless, especially when it's one of our own. And she messed with the wrong county, wrong sheriff, wrong county.
This court will adjudicate Kimberly Kessler, the defendant, also known as Jennifer Marie Cyrus, guilty, sentence her to life in prison without any possibility of release or parole.
On May 12, 2018, our lives as we knew it has been changed forever. On this day, Kimberly Kessler made the conscious decision to brutally murder Jolene. Jolene fought for her life. When my precious daughter was murdered, part of us died.
Hearing from her family members was gut-wrenching, just knowing that they'll never get to see her again.
We are still waiting for Jolene to walk through that door. Jolene's never coming home. Jolene's God gift to me on Mother's Day. My precious gift was viciously taken from me. This is my daughter, Jolene Rebecca Cummings.
Her mother, her plea to Kessler has always been, you're a mom too. Please tell her where her daughter is. She just wants that peace of knowing where she is.
It was probably the most bizarre one of my career. I've worked lots of homicide cases. There was so many twists and turns of this case that if you'd asked me on day one that it was a coworker that killed her, that was the last thing on my mind.
Kessler continues to fight her conviction. In July of 2024, she submitted a 224-page handwritten motion for a new trial, but that has since been denied.
I think God protects me because Jolene could be anywhere. So will Jolene's remains ever be found? That's up to God. The most important thing, I know where her soul is at. Her son, who is 10 years old now, he had asked me, he says, Emma, why do we have a headstone when Mom's not there? I said, well, even people who have died, they're not really there. I said, that's just a shell. They're in heaven. And that's where you're going to be able to see your mom again. Jolene was the best present I've ever had or ever will receive. She was so endearing, so strong, so tenacious. She loved her kids more than anything else in the world. And there's a saying that a mother's love knows no bounds. That's the definition of Jolene.
Though closure for Jolene's family may never be fully realized, they have hope that one day they will be reunited. But until that day comes, Jolene's memory remains a guiding light of strength for her children, her mother Anne, and everyone she left an imprint on. That's all we have for you here on this episode of Prime Crime. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jesse Weber, and as always, stay safe.
911, what's your emergency? I work for a company and we didn't have a call from an employee. We just walked in the door, our husband and I, and there's blood in the foyer, and looks like something possibly happened. You're here with the husband? I'm with the husband, yes.
It's a beautiful May morning, 2001, and totally out of the blue, a woman is murdered right in her own home. Was it a burglary gone bad? Was it a crime of passion? No one would really know that answer for almost 25 years.
And you said some things were knocked over? Yeah. Found blood in the foyer and items knocked over.
There's blood all along the wall, splattered blood. I mean, there's a lot of blood. So I'm like, okay, something has happened here.
Chevy Chase is a very upscale, wealthy community. It's kind of a place where nothing bad ever happens.
White collar, beautiful.
Everybody knew everybody, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. It was a remarkable place to grow up. You felt safe all the time.
It is a famously low crime area. I mean, it's one of the real draws for people. So a case like this, as you can imagine, was incredibly shocking.
You have this idyllic neighborhood that borders Washington, D.C., and this is where Leslie Prier and her husband Carl, known as Sandy, this is where they raised their daughter Lauren.
Leslie was a really sweet, kind, wonderful Southern charm lady. She really was great.
Leslie Prier was about 50 years old. Leslie was beautiful, she was warm, magnetic. People described Leslie as very generous and open. Carl Prier, who is known as Sandy, is Leslie's very long-time husband. They were married for almost 30 years, and he was also known to be very warm, very devoted to his family, spending a lot of time with his wife and a lot of time with his daughter. Lauren Prier is the daughter, the only child of Leslie Prier and Sandy Prier.
All Leslie talked about most of the day was Lauren. Where she was going, what she was doing. She bragged about her daughter.
But on what should have been just an ordinary Wednesday morning in May 2001, for some reason, Leslie Prier doesn't show up for work.
She's not there at 10:15, 10:20, okay? And then it was 10:30, and I asked one of the front desk administrator workers, Diane, I said, call the house and see if you get an answer. And she said, Brett, there's no answer. So now it's getting about 10:40, 10:45, and now I'm getting kind of concerned.
Her boss started calling her husband and her daughter to see if there was a reason that she wasn't appearing at work. And nobody could figure anything out, and they thought it was weird.
I said to Sandy, why don't we go over there? I'll drive to that house, and I'll probably find something. And he says, I'm going to go over there too. And Sandy and I walked into that house. Right away to the right of the foyer, I saw blood. And I see some tables knocked over and some games were knocked over on the floor. So, okay, something's going on here. He went upstairs to look for Leslie, and he was there very quick, maybe 30 seconds, from what I remember, and then back downstairs. And then we walked in the back towards the kitchen, and I said, look at this, Sandy, the kitchen's full of blood. This is definitely a struggle. And the kitchen door also was open a little ajar. And above the blood was smeared blood, as if somebody tried to clean it up. At that point, I knew something of foul play. I said, Sandy, I think we should call 911.
Can I ask you guys to step out of the house?
Sure.
Okay. We sent the call, and we should be in route.
I asked Sandy when we went outside and waiting for the police, you were upstairs really quick. And he said, oh, Brett, I didn't check the bathroom. Didn't make sense to me he didn't check the bathroom.
And a uniformed officer showed up, went upstairs into the master bedroom. She was found in a shower, the victim of a violent assault, and she was dead.
This guy picks her body up and brings it upstairs into the shower and puts scalding hot water on her.
She suffered, first-degree burns and third-degree burns on her where the water was hitting her. Was obviously trying to wash off any DNA.
He knows at that time he's got his blood, his stuff all over him. He's got to clean all this up. He's got to go downstairs, clean it all up.
It's a bloody mess, to say the least.
And here's Sandy Prier, reeling from his wife's brutal murder, and now he has the terrible task of telling their daughter Lauren what happened to her mom.
She was early 20s. She was not living at home with her parents when the murder occurred.
And I saw a police car pull up, and I was like, that's strange, because there was never any crime. And then my dad got out. He said, Daddy, what's going on? And then my life changed at this point. This is all in slow motion too, because when trauma happens, it's all like one word at a time. You don't hear it all at once. He's like, Lauren, there's been an accident. Your mom's not with us anymore. I lost my mind, lost. I went to my bedroom and just shrieked. Like the screams that you hear from like the bottom of your heart and stomach, like I was done. I had such literally the perfect life growing up. Perfect parents, beautiful home, wonderful friends. And so my life shattered. And I saw the world in a different way.
Police are left to make sense of this awful crime scene and what is seemingly a random crime.
She could have been getting ready for work and then heard something and come downstairs and encountered the intruder. They were looking at burglars that had done crime in the area or people that had been arrested recently for burglary. There was no evidence of forced entry.
Right.
So it was someone that was familiar with the house, how to get in, or someone that she would have let in.
Often in crimes like this, I mean, the husband can be a suspect. So very quickly, detectives zeroed in on Sandy Prier, Leslie's husband. And I think that really took on a life of its own.
So police begin a series of interviews with Sandy Prier, and they question him about his every move, everything from the night before Leslie's murder through the morning she was killed. And some of those details do seem curious.
Was she standing at the door when you left?
Yes.
Was the door open?
Yes.
And you said that she was wearing just her bra and panties?
Correct.
He did provide details that could confirm a suspicion if it was already there. I mean, first of all, he went and searched the house for her on that morning and didn't find her. And then police arrived and she wasn't that hidden. I mean, she was in the bathroom. So that was, I think, a little weird for them, and understandably so.
I know you might not want to touch on it, okay, but when we had talked, we had mentioned, like, the wife's drinking, okay? What was her normal routine as far as, like, during the evening? Would she eat, or would she just, hit the bottle, or what?
She would definitely have a glass of wine, pretty much after she got home.
Just one?
No. How many? Is this important thing for us? She would have a lot. She would have a lot, and in all honesty, it's one of the reasons why I'd kind of come home late, because I just really, it was getting hard to deal with.
When police interview Sandy Prier, he tries to answer every question as honestly as he can. I mean, after all, he wants detectives to find out who murdered his wife. But some of those details don't present him in the best light.
And so you could see him going through every time they'd fought, every time he had done something that could have been perceived as violent. He talked about sometimes that she was too drunk, some fights that they'd had that turned ugly, but none of them ever violent or close to violent.
The most violent I ever got was I'd grab her and just say, you got to snap out of it. Like grabbing her by her shoulders, you got to snap out of it. But I did that, one time, and really, and she, hit the wall. Nothing, smashing or anything. Hit the wall, and she just burst in tears. And I'm thinking, God, what am I doing? So I pretty much controlled myself to where I was not going to go here.
So police also interview Brett Reedy. This is Leslie's boss, who met Sandy at the house the morning of the murder.
Did Leslie share with you or any other co-workers, to your knowledge, any personal problems that she was having at home or issues that she was having at home?
What I did hear was that she did drink a lot.
Anything else? How about the relationship with her husband?
No, she didn't say anything about that to me.
When police later talk to their daughter, Lauren, they ask even more pointed questions about her mother, Leslie.
We discussed, I think maybe Jim discussed with you about the possibility of Leslie having a boyfriend, a paramour, lover, whatever, unknown to us or to anyone in the family. We've followed that about as far as we can follow it. And we've talked to friends, acquaintances going back 10 years, and nobody has been able to provide us with any inkling.
And I've told you everything that I know, I swear on my life. And I would not keep anything from you. My parents that were having weird things, or you having an affair, or my dad told me anything that would make me think something, I would tell you.
For 1 second in the beginning, literally 1 second, I was like, could my dad really have done that? When I understood what happened to Leslie, like to my mom, I said, there's no way, no way. It was brutal.
So Sandy Prier eventually takes a polygraph test, and shockingly, he fails it. That makes police focus on him even more intently and push him even harder.
Sometimes doing the right thing ain't easy. Sometimes it takes a whole hell of a lot of intestinal fortitude to go in and do the right thing. To suck it up and to admit to it, and so you can move on. And that's what you really need to do. For you and for Lauren. Especially for Lauren. You gotta do the right thing, man. You got to.
I think I am. In fact, I know I am. And I'll just tell you one thing, you've got the wrong guy.
I mean, it's remarkable watching detectives interrogate Sandy, I felt, on like a human level. Like insisting to him that he had killed his wife without a lot of evidence that that was the case.
When the autopsy report comes back, yes, it sheds a little bit more light on what happened to Leslie. But to be clear, this doesn't exonerate her husband, Sandy.
The medical examiner had ruled it blunt force trauma and strangulation. So from analyzing the area where most of the blood was found, there is a part in the door jamb where the wall comes out and it makes a corner, a V shape. And it matched the lacerations that were in the back of Leslie's head that were V-shaped notches. So from what we can determine, the person was strangling her and bashing her head into the ground where it would have hit that corner.
But she also was asphyxiated. She was choked, and it broke the small bone in the bottom of the neck. So they knew that she was still alive when she was strangled.
This was not an accident, was not a fall. This was a violent attack.
It seemed very personal. It didn't seem like a random act of violence. It seemed very personal, and who else would have a personal need to injure someone that badly other than a lover or a husband?
And there is something else in that coroner's report that points to Sandy Prier.
The coroner said that they believed that Leslie died in the early morning hours. Well, just if it's early morning hours, it's either him or him and a friend, or him hiring a friend while he's somewhere else, or one of those scenarios. All those went through her head, yes, at that point.
Facts don't lie, Sandy. And that's what we're dealing with. You haven't told us the truth. We have physical evidence that shows Leslie was dead before 7 o'clock in the morning. There's physical evidence that shows it. Physical evidence that shows it. And that don't lie. People lie.
I've told you everything exactly how it happened. And I don't have anything else to say.
And then The crime scene analysis comes back from the lab.
At the crime scene, there are multiple locations where single source DNA was found, and it was identified as a male DNA source.
But this is not Sandy's DNA. It's another man's.
There were a couple of places that his blood was found, and underneath Leslie's fingernails. Those were all processed and analyzed and determined that they were a match for the same unknown male.
Now investigators are wondering, could this be someone that Sandy hired to kill his wife? Or was Leslie's murder orchestrated by someone else entirely?
His blood was mixed with her blood in a certain area by where the bottom of the stairs were, and he knew he was cut, he was injured, probably knew enough about DNA by 2001 to know you're probably leaving samples there. He's probably trying to clean it up. That's my guess, and he got interrupted.
But who on earth could this unknown male, this mystery man be? Well, with the help of Lauren Preer and her dad, Sandy, police start making a list.
There was somewhere between 18 and 24 men who were identified as people who were family members, friends of the family, that on a regular basis went in and out to see whether or not it was their blood, their DNA in the critical crime scene.
Could Leslie Preer's killer be somebody that she knew? Someone who had a key, someone who knew that they left the kitchen door open. This is when a new theory emerges.
Probably the best working theory right now is that he came there to steal something, and then the mom, Leslie, came down, probably in a half state of dress, and saw him, and it was probably a shriek, and he just flipped. Then once he started, he couldn't stop.
Name by name, person by person, police go through the list.
18 different males. They were all excluded as the source.
This case goes cold for almost a decade. It's not until 2010 that detectives reopen it.
Every 10 years, they put new detectives on a cold case. You don't know what's going to catch a detective's eye.
Lauren had mentioned to detectives in 2010 that there was a neighbor who she knew, and whenever she was with her mother and she encountered him, he was very flirty with her mother, and he was like, "Oh, I see where you get your good looks from," to Lauren, and that always kind of stuck out in her mind.
I thought one of her neighbors did it. He was an oddball. He did some strange things, and I thought it was him.
They interviewed that individual. They got his DNA, and it was not a match. So he was eliminated.
For the next 7 years, nothing much happens in this case. But it is during this time when Lauren suffers just another terrible loss.
Unfortunately, her father passed away in 2017, never being officially cleared. I can't imagine the weight that would put on someone and how that would affect his health.
He died of a broken heart. He was just devastated. He lived for my Aunt Penny and I for a very long time, and then he'd had enough. And he was done.
He was never arrested, which goes to the fact that while he was a suspect, there was no linkage or things that really tied him to the murder. As a matter of fact, quite candidly, the DNA that was developed early on would have suggested he didn't have anything to do with it. And sadly, he didn't live to see himself exonerated.
Nothing happened for over 2 decades. They knew there was an unknown DNA sample from a third party, and that's kind of all they had for 2+ decades.
And then, in 2022, Lauren gets a call from the Montgomery County Police.
The phone rang out of the blue, and it was Tara. And she said, "Hi, my name's Tara. I'm with the cold case detectives from Montgomery County." She's like, "I'm working on your mom's case." I almost fell off the chair. It's been almost 25 years It's a long time. A long time. And I said, you are? It was just something that I never expected to hear, ever. And I couldn't believe it. And then she's like, we have a new thing called genealogy, and we're gonna try to look into that. And I said, okay. And then it was about a year. She said, it's gonna take a long time because I had about 25 people on my list. And I said, okay. I said, I waited this long. I can wait a year.
You're working with a ton of data. You might get a list of matches that could have thousands of names.
So Montgomery County, Maryland cold case detectives, they dig through a mound of data here, and they create a forensic family tree. This is based on the unknown male DNA that was found at the crime scene.
The best way to describe it is you have the suspect's DNA, you submit it into this database, and you look at their family members, and then by building the family tree of the family members that are there, you can then work backwards, and if they're in the right place in the family tree, then you have a possible suspect match. In this one, we had a couple of particularly high matches. They were from Eastern European descent. We decided, okay, well, let's just work with these high matches and see what we can do. And once we did that, within 2 weeks, we came up with a match that was based out of Romania.
An elderly women in Romania built out a family tree with everybody who was associated with that family. And within that tree, the name Gligor appears.
Gligor popped up, and we had seen it in the case file, so that was a huge red flag. And then knowing that that family lived in this area at the time, that was another reason why it was like, okay, this is a really good match.
I heard her, she yelled from across the room, and we'd had a couple like possibles before, but this time when she yelled back to me, I was like, oh, this might be the real deal.
So the next step is to get DNA from this person named Gligor, Eugene Gligor to be more exact. Right now, he's out of the country, but he's due back soon.
And so they set up a little bit of a ruse at the airport with the assistance of the officials at the airport. They were actually doing a document check. He was coming back from overseas, and they were claiming they were checking the documents.
And they just put him in a room that was kind of sterilized with water bottles. Had him fill out a form, and once he had filled out the form, they're like, okay, you're free to go. But stayed enough time to, when he did, he drank from the bottle.
I want to give you a little behind the scenes tool on something that we use here at Law&Crime that can be very, very useful to you. So we use a service called Truth Finder to look up the people in our stories. And this is a powerful background checker that is amazing because you plug in a name and you get address information, criminal history, and this can give you some peace of mind. Truth Finder is one of the largest public record search services in the United States. And with a paid subscription service, you can get access to unlimited reports about almost anyone. And by the way, that includes looking up registered sex offenders in your area too. So stay informed, stay safe. Check out Truth Finder now at truthfinder.com/LCPrimeCrime.
Once we got the DNA sample that was covertly collected, we submitted it to the lab that day, and we let them know, if you can put a rush on this would be great. They put all their efforts towards it, and by the end of the week on Friday, we were able to get a report from them saying that it was a match.
After almost 25 years, could Eugene Gligor be the guy who's eluded police for so long? There's really only one way to find out.
That's when the wheels started moving about, okay, we gotta find this guy, we gotta arrest him.
She called me when he was getting arrested. So they knew. They had everything. It wasn't like a hunch. They had DNA, blood, skin. It was him.
All right, we'll adjust it. We'll adjust it. Okay, hold on. They're not made for comfort, but we'll make it.
I get it.
Yeah, we'll make it. We'll ease it up on it. Yeah, no problem. Ain't got nothing personal wrong with you. Yeah. So you didn't know anything about this warrant? Okay. Our boss will tell you everything about it. Thank you.
Phone rang again. It was her. And she's like, just like get a glass of water. I'm gonna tell you something. And I said, obviously I was like, oh God. And she goes, do you know Eugene Gligor? I mean, when I say I lost my mind, I couldn't believe it. And she was like, he's the one that killed your mom. I couldn't believe my ears. I had no idea that it was someone that I dated. His parents' house was literally a 7-minute walk from my parents' home. I mean, we went to prom together. He went to my parents' house all the time. My mom cooked. He would just be there, and I would be at his parents' house. And then we broke up when I was 21, mutually. It wasn't a bad thing. 3 years after we broke up, he killed her. It was horrible. So, it was scary. I was scared.
Just the horror that he could have done that to somebody that took care of him and opened their house to him was just shocking.
But looking back on it, nobody suspected a 21-year-old kid who they used to play parcheesi with. There wasn't any suspicion at all in that direction because it didn't make sense.
As soon as he was under arrest, I called Lauren just to let her know, and then also to get a little bit of information about him before we went in to interview him. And I had asked her, you know, please don't put this out there. I'll call you as soon as we're done. We'll give you more information, but just so you know, this is going on.
Eugene Gligor is already under arrest when police bring him in for questioning.
I am Detective Graston. This is Detective DuPoy. Hi there. From Montgomery County.
Okay.
I'm sure you're wondering what this is all about.
I would really like to know.
Yeah.
This has been really, really hard, whatever's
Sure.
happening.
Well, we're going to get through all of that with you.
And I think in the back of his mind, he probably knew this day might come. It's a game. He wanted to find out information from us. We were trying to find out information from him, and you know that was apparent that he wanted to know what evidence we had.
What is your physical condition today? Do you have any injuries? Are you feeling okay?
I mean, I'm feeling a little bit caught off guard, and I'm from the handcuffs. There's seems to be a lump on my hand.
It was so fake. All of it immediately when he came in, it was oh, my wrist hurts from the handcuff, woe is me, I have heartburn, and he was just a victim the whole time. We actually work in the cold case unit. We investigate crimes that have been unsolved for quite a period of time. Do you recall back in 2001, Leslie Preer?
Yes, that she was murdered, yeah.
Yes. Okay, so that's the case that we are investigating. So the reason that we wanted to talk to you is because a lot of the people whose names are in the case file, they've been interviewed throughout the years and they've been asked to give DNA samples to compare to DNA from the crime scene. And we realized that they never talked to you, never did anything, and we wanted to find out more about you and if there was any kind of situation where you could have been at the house at that time.
I'm a little confused. To find out more and talk to me, why not just call me and ask me to come in and talk to me versus have marshals come and arrest me and bring me in? I'm just confused as to why that's the case.
Well, because we needed to talk to you in a controlled environment and because there's a little bit more to it than what we've told you so far.
Could you tell me?
Well, we're getting there. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to be a little bit forthcoming before we...
I mean, I feel a little bit trapped here, like...
Well, you're under arrest, so you should feel trapped.
And Gligor is about to find out just how trapped he really is.
So from the crime scene, the DNA that was taken, we actually have a sample of your DNA, and it was compared to the crime scene DNA, and it matched. So we know that you were there at the time when Leslie died.
But I never gave a sample of DNA.
When we said, well, we have your DNA, we matched it to the crime scene, we know that you were there when Leslie was killed. He said, you don't have my DNA. And I said, well, actually we do. It was satisfying. We obtained a sample from a discarded water bottle that you drank out of. So your DNA matches the crime scene DNA.
You know, we know
Why
that.
would my DNA be there?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
So I don't know. I don't know. You know, I mean, I was in the house, but it was years before.
Correct.
You know, when I dated her.
Correct.
I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. This is all very bewildering, very strange. Is there more that you're gonna tell me?
He was sort of crying without actually physically crying.
There's no tears coming out of your face.
I'm very dry right now.
You're dry?
I'm very dry. I'm parched. I'm dehydrated. You can probably see my eyes are bloodshot red because I'm just tired and drained. I don't know what's going on. You want me to drink water so I can tear? Like,
No,
what
I don't want
is
you
wrong
to tear.
with you?
I don't want you to tear. I just don't
What
want
are you trying to say?
I'm just trying to say that this seems a little put on.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh my God, you're so full of it. You're after.
His initial response was to cry, and then when he realized that didn't work because there were no tears coming out of his face, and I told him, I can see that there's no tears coming out of your face. This is put on. Like, this isn't a real emotion. And then he started getting angry, and that's when he started cussing at us and yelling at us, and he just went through all the emotions, and it was just a big show. If there's an alternate explanation, that's why we wanted to talk to you today.
Could it have been, you know, an interrupted burglary? Did something happen where you didn't expect anybody to be home?
I have no idea. I don't remember. I don't recall.
The biggest thing that I had a problem with was when confronted with anything, he never said, I didn't do that. He said, I don't remember, over and over. And I said, if I didn't do that, I would have said, I didn't do that. I wouldn't be saying, I don't remember.
I'm really confused, and I'm really at a loss, and I don't know, I don't have any recollection of being involved with any of this.
You keep saying you don't remember and you don't have any recollection.
Well,
but if somebody was not involved, it would be an adamant, I didn't do it.
Oh, I didn't do it. I definitely didn't do it. Like, this is absolutely, I know I didn't do it. I know I wasn't involved.
And then that's the only time he said, well, I didn't do it.
And I just don't understand how this has come to this. I really wish I knew. And I really wish I could give you some answers and give you more feedback from an honest perspective, because I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't
know either. That's why we wanted to talk to you. I don't know why your blood is there also. I don't know. The only person that knows is Leslie, and she can't tell us.
At this point, Gligor knows the jig is up.
Okay, so you're saying I need to spend a night here?
Oh yeah, you'll be here. Yes,
Okay.
we're ready.
The original charge against Mr. Gligor was first-degree murder, which carried a maximum penalty of life imprisonment.
I think we were all gearing up for a trial, and a brutal one where Lauren and others had to relive and see gruesome footage and relive the memories of those early days.
But before trial, Gligor makes a move that shocks everyone.
And then Eugene, who had up until that point maintained innocence, took a guilty plea for second-degree murder.
There was a lot of input from the family. And I will tell you, the family, they wanted resolution. They wanted someone to walk into court and say to the entire community, I did this. Because if you have a trial, the jury can say it. It's something else for a person to stand up and publicly say, I took the life of this woman.
I think Lauren really did not want to sit through a trial. I think it had been enough. Like, it had been 20 years of a question. It had been 20 years of grief and of wanting closure, and I think it was just time to make sure it happened.
So there's no trial, but there is a sentencing hearing. And this is when Lauren Prieur is finally face to face with Eugene Gligor. This is her former boyfriend and the man who murdered her mom. This is when she can finally voice all of those feelings that she has bottled up for nearly 25 years.
It's like seeing a ghost. It's scary. He's in shackles, brutally murders my mother. To hear his voice and to think that I knew you, I dated you and we went to prom together, it was very, very scary, very haunting.
You took my angel. Why would you kill my mom? Murder her in cold blood.
Now in Maryland, cameras aren't allowed in the courtroom, but there are audio recordings. So what we did is we used AI to help visualize what this scene might have looked like.
Somehow, some way, we let you into our lives. That's Eugene. And a monster arrived right in the front door. Someone we trusted and considered a friend. But in plain sight, you had us on hold. Scary, terrifying lies. Looked us right in the eyes. You're a monster, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
I had Ben next to me, he's my friend and my lawyer, and I just read what I really felt, truly in my heart to him. It just felt good to get the words out, if that makes sense. And he's an evil person, so he probably didn't even care, but it was helpful to me.
You almost got away with it. And by the grace of God, prayer, and for almost 25 years, my mother's monster was caught. Eugene T. Gligor. Guess what? My family and friends are still here.
She was strong, and she let him know. He had taken a lot from her and her family, but she hadn't taken everything, and she was there to let him know that. And she was still there. I'm still here.
I give Lauren a lot of credit for how she handled that moment. Anybody speaking to their mother's killer, it takes immense courage to do it to the face of somebody who you loved and trusted is a whole nother level.
Many family members are present today here in the courtroom and on Zoom. And they're here to honor Leslie's memory. They're also here to finally see justice done after 24 years. Justice that they've almost given up hope on.
Sandy Prieur was sentenced to life without his loving wife and his best friend. Sandy died with a cloud of murder suspect hanging over his head. Lauren Prieur was sentenced to life without her mother and dearest friend. A sentence of pain and sorrow she will carry as long as she lives.
The fact that the murder was committed by somebody who had been very close to her, whom both she and her mother had welcomed into her family, whom she had loved and trusted, has left an overarching sense of betrayal and confusion.
Today is a day of reckoning. A day of reckoning for this defendant. The state is requesting 30 years. That was the maximum penalty for second-degree murder at the time of this offense. We don't believe that there is any reason for probation.
At this time, Mr. Gligor, you do have the absolute right to address the court before I sentence you in this matter. If there's anything that you would like to say to the court, now is your opportunity to do so.
Your Honor, yes, I would. Your Honor, I want to express my deepest regret, shame, and remorse for the devastating tragedy that I caused, taking the life of Leslie Prieur, and to share my desire to atone for the pain and the suffering that I brought to Lauren, Lauren's father, and Leslie's family and friends.
Hearing his voice was horrifying, for real. It was like the devil speaking. Every time he mentioned my name or my mom's name, I wanted to kill him. It's like a nightmare. It's like a real nightmare.
The words devastating tragedy don't fully convey the crime that I committed, murder, or my thoughts and emotions around this horrible event. So I'll do my best to express myself. I'm so very sorry for the misery I caused everyone.
He's not given an answer. Like, I think a lot of people want to know his motive, and he said bits and pieces here and there, but I think we still don't really know.
I'll ask Mr. Gligor if you'd please stand, face the court for your punishment and sentence in this case. Sir, it will be the sentence of this court that the court will sentence you to 30 years in Division of Corrections. I will suspend all... Please. I will suspend all but 22 years of that sentence. That sentence will have 5 years of supervised probation upon your release.
22 years, I'm okay with that. Because if he'd gone to trial, there would have been a possibility he could have gotten off. But I'm okay, 22 years, he's gonna be almost 70. That's a long time to be in prison.
She was brave. She wanted the judge to know and her mom to see her there. Her and her father looked down and knew she was there to finally see justice happen.
That in my letter when I was talking to the judge, or I think my very last words were, "You almost got away with it," and he did. He would have, if it wasn't for the genealogy, he would have gotten away with it.
It's a lot of work, magnificent work by the two women who headed this investigation with Montgomery County Police. They did an extraordinarily good and thorough job to do this.
There were a lot of ups and downs, and it took a long time, but in the end, it was ultimately a success, and we were very pleased with it.
It was a miracle, literally. I hope that for the other families that are dealing with very old cold case files, that it gives them hope, definitely.
What an emotional roller coaster of a case, right? It starts with a terrible personal murder for which there's no explanation, but in the end, there is also hope. And it is thanks to 3 amazing women here. Lauren Preer, who never gave up, and those cold case detectives who you could say went to the ends of the earth to find her an answer.
I have my parents' picture sitting in my guest bedroom, and I said, one day, I promise, we're gonna get it solved. And now I get to say to them, we got justice.
On Prime Crime.
Tell me exactly what happened.
I just walked in and she's laying on the bathroom floor and there's blood everywhere.
A young woman is murdered in cold blood, putting a nation on high alert.
Everything seems normal and fine, but that's the last person she was seen with.
I really love her. I just have been not convinced that I want to be like life partners with her.
And prompting an international search for a fugitive on the run.
It was almost the equivalent of taking a brick and throwing it through a stained glass window. Why in the world would you want to destroy someone this beautiful?
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime, where we break down the most compelling and memorable true crime cases from across the country. Our next story takes us down south to Austin, Texas in May of 2022. The callous killing of a young athlete sends shockwaves throughout the community, and the pursuit of justice takes a very unpredictable journey across borders in this tale of jealousy and murder.
Austin 911.
I need EMS.
Tell me exactly what happened.
My friend is staying with me, and I just walked in, and she's laying on the bathroom floor, and I don't know what happened. I can't tell what happened.
May 11th, 2022. Caitlin Cash has just arrived back at her apartment to find her friend, 25-year-old Anna Moriah Wilson, lying on the floor of her bathroom.
Is she awake?
She's not awake. There's blood all over her face and all on the back of her head.
Is she breathing?
No, she's not breathing.
I'm going to tell you how to do chest compressions. Count out loud so I can count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Good.
7.
When Caitlin Cash came back to her house, I don't think she had any reason to believe that anything was wrong. This is a relatively compact home, and so it's pretty easy to have line of sight from where the front door is to sort of the laundry area.
8, 9, 10.
Keep going, kid. There's a lot of help coming as fast as they can. Keep going. There might be a police officer coming in soon. That's okay. Don't leave her alone and don't stop.
I hear them.
Okay, that's good. Keep going. Don't leave her alone. They'll come to you. Just keep going.
I can't even begin to imagine the horror that she experienced at that moment in time, because this is a surreal event. She was a real hero in this because she tried to save her friend's life. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
By the time first responders arrive on scene, they're too late.
Austin Police!
Do I stop? I don't know what happened. I just walked in on her.
It almost looked like she had been the victim of the beating. There was clearly blood in and around her head.
There's a shell casing right here next to my right knee. There's another one right here. We got 3 shell casings.
Silver medication.
At least. All right, pause just a second, buddy. Yeah, they are headshot. Nobody heard any shots? We don't know how long she's been down? No.
Pretty early on, they determined that this was something other than, say, for instance, a natural event. Mo had sustained essentially 3 gunshot wounds. Mo has got a wound that passes through her hand. This gives us an indication that she's throwing it up almost in a defensive posture. And this round actually winds up striking her in the head. There's another gunshot wound to the head. But even more interesting is the fact that she has got what's referred to as a through and through gunshot wound. Center mass to the chest would actually passes through the heart and create a divot in the floor.
Law enforcement immediately pick up the fact that it doesn't look like any type of burglary or robbery. Nothing's disheveled around the house, drawers opening, really doesn't appear like anything's missing. And that execution style killing immediately takes me to this was personal.
Police at the scene need to get a better idea of what they might be dealing with, so they speak with Caitlin Cash.
Does your friend have a boyfriend? No! She doesn't live here!
What's her name?
Her name is Mariah. Mariah is her middle name. Her first name is Anna.
She said she's from San Francisco?
Well, she's from Vermont, but she's living in San Francisco.
And she came to visit you?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. She's here for a bike race this weekend.
Anna Moriah Wilson, or Mo Wilson for short, is originally from New England, really, and she had grown up a lot of her life skiing. And from that, she got into cycling and all kinds of other sports. She was an extremely athletic young lady, and she sort of was taking the cycling world by storm.
She is someone you could classify as a top-tier athlete. She's into mountain bike racing, and that's a completely different level. Anybody that had come to know Mo pretty much had nothing but glowing things to say about her. It was almost the equivalent of taking a brick and throwing it through a stained glass window. Why in the world would you want to destroy someone this beautiful?
Do you know if she's talking to anyone or any friends? I know you say you don't live here. Yeah, I knew she was with her friend Colin. Colin Strickland. I left to go have dinner with my friends, and then I came back, and this is my house. This is your house? This is my house. She's staying with me. Okay.
Did you see a gun or anything like that in there when you were
Why
in
is
there?
there a bullet casing?
When law enforcement gets on scene, on any type of crime scene, the biggest thing we're looking at is crime scene preservation. Detectives are going to start looking for shell casings, looking for a murder weapon, canvassing inside, out.
Officers search the immediate area, and they find something out of place, a puzzle piece. They're not sure where it fits.
That's her bike
Cover?
cover, yeah.
So where would the bike be? Where would she keep her bike?
I mean, it would be right inside the door.
Is there a bike?
1708.
Anywhere? You see a bike? She said she would put it right by the door. No bike.
As they are looking around the crime scene, a short distance away in like a heavy kudzu kind of wooded area, they find Mo Wilson's bicycle.
Hey, come here. Somebody might be in here. This might be the bike, okay? Over there. At 432, I located the bike.
They knew that maybe, just maybe, there was some value in this, because who would take what is a pretty expensive bicycle and merely just toss it over into the weeds, as it were?
And that's not the only thing detectives find. Cameras on nearby homes capture what could be key evidence that only adds to the mystery of the case.
One of the things that they do look for are patterns. Are there people loitering outside in and around the time of the crime? Are there vehicles making multiple trips in and around the scene of the crime? And what they ultimately did see was an SUV circling the neighborhood.
There's a dark-colored SUV with a bike rack on the back. Unfortunately, they can't get a license plate from the vehicle because the bike rack's in the way. But it's right close to the crime scene, and throughout that day, it drives by there several times.
And as investigators canvass the neighborhood further, they make another chilling discovery.
More and more evidence is being discovered. They realize there's a gentleman close by that has Ring doorbell. The footage may be one of the most chilling Ring doorbell footages I've ever watched in my life. You actually hear some type of altercation followed by 3 gunshots.
It's incredibly sad. You hear pops, which we know now was the gun being fired, as well as a scream. One of the interesting things about this case, which you don't always get, is an exact time of death and an exact time when the crime occurred.
So now we have the Ring doorbell footage. You got a timestamp right there on it, and a suspect vehicle, or at least a vehicle that we need to look at a little bit further. So Colin Strickland, that's probably someone that they may want to talk to next.
Coming up next, with the clock ticking, investigators need to get to the bottom of things, and that means talking to Colin Strickland.
This is just so far beyond the realm of reality that I live in, or I thought.
I think it pretty much goes without saying that Colin Strickland was a person of interest. Whether it's an intimate nature or not, still, you've got this interaction. So he's going to be at the top of the list.
Anytime 2 parties have obviously had some type of relationship and you were the last person to see Mo Wilson, you better have a dang good alibi.
Wednesday, May 11th, 2022, Austin, Texas. Police are investigating the cold-blooded killing of 25-year-old up-and-coming cyclist Anna Mariah Wilson, aka Mo, who was visiting from out of town to attend an annual racing event in nearby Hico. Mo was staying with her friend Caitlin Cash and had just arrived back at the apartment. That's when police believe she was possibly ambushed and shot several times, left for dead on the bathroom floor.
When was the last time you saw her? You had eyes on her.
I left for dinner at 5:30.
So you left for dinner at 5:30. What time did you come back?
Right 2 minutes before I called 911.
With Mo being from out of town, she has few connections in Austin, which at first leaves police at a loss for possible leads. That is until Caitlin Cash gives police a name, a man Mo has been growing closer to in recent months.
Did her and Collins have an argument at all, do you know?
I don't have any idea. The only thing I know is she said I'm meeting him to go swimming.
Okay. All right. And what time was that? 5 p.m. today?
Yeah.
Colin Strickland himself was actually well known in the cycling world, and he was pretty highly decorated.
Much of the public believes that homicides are stranger on stranger crimes. They're not. Generally, it's going to be somebody that's in the victim's orbit. Not knowing the nature of the relationship that Colin Strickland had with Mo, he's going to be number one on their list. They're going to have to check him off.
Police tracked down 35-year-old Colin Strickland the next morning to see if he could potentially be involved.
Colin? Yes. First name? Yes. Do you know Anna? Mo. Anna Mo. Yeah, everybody calls her Mo. Last name is Wilson. Rider, she's a gravel rider. Yes, I do.
The two of them had met because Colin was also a professional cyclist, and Mr. Strickland is actually very complimentary of Ms. Wilson in everything he has to say. He talks about how talented she is, how much of a future she has in this cycling realm.
Her professional world, as you can imagine, is a very small world. It's not surprising that Mo would have struck up a friendship, perhaps a relationship with Colin.
There's really no easy way to say this, sir. So apparently last night she passed away. How did? Yeah. Right now it's an open investigation, but it is being investigated as a homicide.
Colin Strickland's in his garage area, and they deliver that news. And immediately, it is a look of shock. A blank stare, and like the life has been taken out of Colin Strickland.
Strickland offers up what he says was his last interaction with Mo the previous night, shortly before she was killed.
We went to Deep Eddy yesterday afternoon, and then Big Burger, and I dropped her at her the apartment she's been staying at with her friend Kat.
That day, she and Mr. Strickland had met up to go to sort of a community pool, and they hung out there, then they went and got dinner.
There's actually surveillance footage of them eating. Everything seems normal and fine, but that's the last person she was seen with. Colin goes to drop Mo off. She goes to the door. She knows the PIN code on the door handle to be able to get in, goes inside, and that's where things take a turn for the worse.
It's believed that he dropped her off at home. About 1 to 2 minutes from when she was dropped off, an intruder came in and took her life.
There's other evidence to suggest that she was being followed. There was actually CCTV footage, and it demonstrates Colin driving away on his motorcycle.
The rest of that particular interview hasn't been publicly released, but according to case documents, police noticed several cars in Strickland's driveway, including one that looks very familiar.
When police go to talk to Mr. Strickland, they kind of take an inventory of vehicles that are there. That's incredibly normal. You take the plates, you run the plates. They found BMW, Mercedes, Jeep. He does say that the 2012 Jeep Cherokee that's there is not his vehicle.
They're thinking in their minds, okay, we've got this kind of nondescript, dark-colored SUV that we saw on CCTV. Could this be the same vehicle?
Law enforcement asks, well, whose SUV is that? And he says, well, that's my roommate, who's my on and off again girlfriend, Caitlin Armstrong's.
Strickland volunteers to speak with investigators more at the police station, where they learn quite a bit about his relationship with then 34-year-old Caitlin Armstrong.
Has Caitlin ever gotten so mad in the past that, not necessarily thinking that she would do anything, you know, but I mean, has she ever threatened anything, or?
She's always seemed like such a mild, gentle person.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say. It doesn't make sense, but just being very disturbing.
Colin Strickland, great cyclist, meets Caitlin Armstrong in that tight-knit community. They start a relationship, they move in together, and it's kind of this on and off relationship for about 3 years. They even start a business together where they're restoring trailers, things like that. When they are broken up, Colin Strickland meets Mo Wilson, and they really hit it off.
Colin and Mo had a casual romantic relationship, really for about a month or two, but then that seemingly kind of fizzled out. And part of why that fizzled out is because Mr. Strickland's girlfriend, Caitlin Armstrong, Mo Wilson was dating Colin, who Caitlin claimed to be her current boyfriend, but what he claimed to be is that they were on a break.
Knowing Caitlin's vehicle affair, what do you think took place?
I know both these people and I just can't imagine. It's just so far beyond the realm of reality that I live in, or I thought. So that's why I'm struggling.
I'm asking you what you think. Is she capable of doing something like this?
I wouldn't be living with a person who I think is capable of doing this. So the answer is no. I don't believe it.
I really love her. I just have been not convinced that I want to be like life partners with her. We'd be better business partners and friends.
So as law enforcement continues their questioning of Colin Strickland, and they ask him, do you own any firearms? He comes right out and says, yeah, I'd purchased 2 handguns in the past.
Austin Police Department came with a search warrant of his home. They did find 2 9mm handguns.
He was very forthcoming. He said, actually, I purchased 2 just a while back. Really? You did? As a matter of fact, I bought one for my girlfriend, Caitlin Armstrong. And not only that, both he and she had gone to the firing range in order to practice. The police at that point in time knew that they were onto something.
Coming up, investigators now need to speak with Caitlin Armstrong. Could she somehow be involved?
It sounds like you may have some information, may have witnessed something, so I just wanted to chat with you about some stuff. Are you familiar with what you have going on with that?
No idea.
Hey everybody, we'll get you right back to that Armstrong story in just a minute, but before we do, I want to thank our incredible sponsor here on Prime Crime, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. If you should find yourself in that position where you're hurt and you need legal representation, Morgan & Morgan may be who you want in your corner because they are specialists in this area. And you know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. Verdicts and settlements in the multi-millions. And you know what else? They make the whole process so easy for their clients because from starting your claim to uploading documents to signing contracts to talking to your legal team, it can all be done from your smartphone. Also, this is a firm where there's no upfront fee. You only pay them if you win. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/primecrime.
They just came to my house and put me in handcuffs for no reason.
So there was a warrant. I would really like to talk to you and clear some stuff up because Colin did bring your name up.
May 2022. Law enforcement in Austin, Texas make a connection between 34-year-old Caitlin Armstrong and an SUV seen on surveillance footage circling the neighborhood where 25-year-old Mo Wilson was killed. Caitlin was in an on and off relationship with Colin Strickland, a fellow cyclist Mo had recently gotten to know better. When detectives discover there's an existing active warrant for Armstrong on an unrelated charge, they track her down.
Let's do a quick pat down real quick.
You're here for a warrant right now, I guess. Are you familiar with what you have going on with that?
No idea.
Okay, so I guess it was like a theft of service warrant, something kind of minor. Nothing. Okay.
A theft of service warrant basically is saying she received a service and didn't pay for it. And that's what they ultimately brought her in on.
She didn't pay for her Botox treatment. What a wild type of warrant that's for. But that gives them probable cause now to go and approach her and arrest her and bring her in on that charge.
Can you give me any information on what you're talking about?
As far as the warrant or as far as everything else?
As far as the warrant.
Yeah, so I don't know too much. I guess it's just a theft of service. Usually that's like something like didn't pay for something pretty minor.
Can you tell me what it was that was the theft of service?
I can look. I'm not sure what it is at this point, but because you are here and because you were under arrest for that portion of it, we always have to read Miranda and stuff because I want to talk to you about some other stuff that's unrelated to that.
As the police begin to tighten their focus in regards to Mo, police want to get to the heart of the matter. And you can tell that she's progressively getting more and more uncomfortable in this environment. She's trying to understand what exactly is theft of service. But you can tell that the emphasis is not necessarily on that particular charge.
The reason I'm here is because your name came up during a conversation with Colin. I think there's a lot more information that you have that can kind of explain some of the stuff he's saying.
I've never heard of this warrant before. I don't know what you're talking about, and
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like you can give me any information on it
So-
that you want to review. Are they knocking here?
I think it's for something else. So with the warrants,
They bring Caitlin Armstrong in on that theft of service warrant. They do explain to her what it is, but it was filed incorrectly. And it was filed with the incorrect birth date.
apparently that warrant, the date of birth was wrong. So it had your name, but the date of birth is wrong, so it's to a different person. So that's not, you're not under arrest, okay?
Okay.
I know, it's a little crazy.
So they just came to my house and put me in handcuffs for no reason?
So there was a warrant that they thought was you. Apparently, the date of birth was off. So this is going to be consensual at this point because you're not under arrest. The door is unlocked. You can leave at any time. So
I would love to leave.
With the incorrect birth date. It's not a valid warrant. Therefore, she's free to go.
Do I need an attorney here?
I would really like to talk to you and clear some stuff up because Colin did bring your name up, and I think there's a lot more information that you have that can kind of clear some stuff up. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I feel like I should have an attorney present.
So that's totally your choice.
That kind of just clears the air. Hey, listen, you were actually free to go, but before you leave, just real quick, I had a few questions to ask you. And they're starting to lay that foundation out to start to ask her more questions about where she was the night of Mo Wilson's murder. Now, Caitlin Armstrong immediately kind of puts her guard up.
You would love to
just
leave.
arrested me in front of my house, in front of all of my neighbors, and carried me in here in handcuffs in front of downtown Austin. It was incredibly
I can only
humiliating.
imagine.
She does ask multiple times, like, can I leave? Can I leave? Can I leave? She never says once, I would like an attorney. So invoking your right to counsel. She just asks, do I need one? But in my opinion, that's not the same thing.
And I'm so sorry, I don't have control over that part, okay? So let me kind of explain some stuff. Did you hear about what's happened over the past 24 hours?
Colin walked in the house and said one of the women in the cycling community passed away.
Yes, yeah. While Colin was talking to us, your name came up. And it sounds like there's a lot of stuff that's going on, and it sounds like, you know, Colin's been maybe talking to this girl for a little bit and kind of threw your name in there. I think he might be saying some stuff, and I want to get your side of it, okay? Because there's always two parts of it. He's got a very different version of everything that's going on. And so when we only hear one side, it only gives us one side to work with.
Her behavior is telling to me that she will sit there and have the details of the theft of service warrant explained to her. And then when it turns to Colin Strickland and Mo Wilson, she wants to leave.
It sounds like there were some issues between you and this girl, and I think that there's probably a lot more to it that you could help explain.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you mean or what information you'd like.
It sounds like maybe he went out with this girl the other day, and maybe it sounds like from what he's saying that you were a little upset about it.
That is not accurate.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to chat with you, because it's a guy. He's gonna say stuff, and so we want to make sure that we get both sides of the story and everything and clear it up.
She's cagey about it. At that point, she doesn't want to speak to them. But at the same time, I think she wants to know what they know. And that's why she does hang around for a while.
What were you doing yesterday?
I would like to leave, I think.
That's completely your choice, but understand if you do, then we only have one side of the story to go on.
Mm-hmm.
What is very interesting is her body language during this interview. Initially, she's very just relaxed, but a little arrogant and cocky. as they are talking to her. And as that investigator kind of starts to open up that door and ask about Colin Strickland and issues that she had had with Mo Wilson, that's where you see her become more uncomfortable, and she is ready to get out of there as quickly as possible.
I just am uncertain as to even what you mean or what he could have said, because I didn't have any idea that he saw or went out with this girl.
Has he been like talking to her
I would
on
like
the
to
side?
leave. I don't actually know, and I would like to leave.
In one final push for information, the investigator confronts Armstrong about her SUV.
Your vehicle was seen next to her house when he's saying this stuff, and then your vehicle is seen. Like, I want to be able to explain, okay, there's a logical explanation for this. Maybe you were upset and you were just in the area or something. Like, I don't know, because I don't have your story. When I can't explain that, and all I see is that your vehicle's over there, that kind of makes it look not too good, right?
When the part about the vehicle being seen in the area is brought up, Caitlin Armstrong immediately wants to distance herself and get the heck out of that room. As an investigator, that is what I like to call a clue. Someone that doesn't want to lay out their side of the story.
When we're talking to Colin and we're hearing like, yeah, there was some jealousy stuff going on, like, that doesn't sound very good.
I would like to leave if I'm free to leave.
Okay. Is there any explanation as far as why the vehicle would be over there?
I would like to leave if I'm free to leave.
Okay.
Police really don't have any other choice but to release her. They weren't serving a warrant to arrest her for the death of Mariah Wilson. They don't have enough, quite frankly, to arrest her. However, I think what that shows them, though, is this is our probably prime suspect.
It becomes clear as the investigation moves forward, Caitlin Armstrong is someone detectives need to keep a close eye on.
And now what police are really going to do is working on subpoenaing her cell phone records, any digital evidence, any forensic evidence that they can garner, as well as really honing in on that 2012 Jeep Cherokee that she drives.
Caitlin Armstrong decides that it's time to sell the Jeep. So she goes to a car dealership, sells the Jeep.
Typically when you see a suspect liquidating things to get, over $1,000 in cash, that is a very telltale sign that they're looking to flee.
At this point, detectives seem to have an idea of what possibly happened the night Mo Wilson was killed. But as officials are keeping track of Caitlin Armstrong, she somehow falls off the map.
She then boards a flight up to New York, flies into there where her sister lives close by, and is there at her sister's house a short time.
The thing that came into most handy in terms of looking for her was the airport surveillance video of her sort of with her yoga mat going through security at the Austin airport. They knew that she went from Austin to LaGuardia because that was all in her name. When she left, they were able to track her name on that flight. It's there that the case sort of went cold.
That's when local law enforcement decide to call in the big guns. Several federal and international agencies join the search for Caitlin Armstrong.
She is off the radar, gone. We have an investigation that's gone from Austin to New York, New Jersey area, and this is where this case takes a wild turn.
Hey everybody, we're going to get you right back to the Armstrong case in just a minute, but before we do, I want to thank Truthfinder for sponsoring this episode, which makes a lot of sense since so many of the stories we cover on Prime Crime, you got to ask yourself, how well do we really know the people in our lives? It's a scary thing to think about, but Truthfinder is a service that can maybe help because it is one of the largest public records search services in the United States. You go on their website, truthfinder.com, and you type in a name. And within minutes and a paid subscription purchase, you can access unlimited reports that can include information like phone numbers, location history, criminal and traffic records, including possible arrests, criminal convictions. Also, if you type in an address within the report, it may show you registered sex offenders in that area too. So whether it's researching new dates or friends or reconnecting with people, Truthfinder is a great tool to use. And right now, you can get 50% off of confidential background reports. Just go to truthfinder.com/LCPrimeCrime.
The focus of the investigation is becoming tighter and tighter. And right now, Caitlin Armstrong is rising to the top.
Authorities are working to track down 34-year-old Caitlin Armstrong, who's disappeared amid the murder investigation into the shooting death of 25-year-old cyclist Anna Mariah Mo Wilson. Investigators have put together several pieces of the case and have determined Armstrong is likely the one responsible, but she's nowhere to be found. That is until authorities make some headway.
Law enforcement reaches out to the sister and come to find out sister's passport is missing. So that gives law enforcement the opportunity to say, oh my gosh, we've checked flight logs under Caitlin Armstrong. We need to see if the sister's name has been used.
It was in the realm of possibility that she would have fled the country. And so at that point, they put out an international alert about her rather than just simply a domestic alert.
They look at flight logs under the sister's name, and lo and behold, guess where it is? Costa Rica.
But several weeks go by without a trace of Caitlin Armstrong. Federal agents make one last attempt to lure her out of hiding.
Law enforcement solicit the help of the United States Marshal Service. That is their bread and butter, tracking down fugitives. And this is a very heavily tourist area, which makes it very difficult for them. But they start looking into hostels. Caitlin Armstrong was an avid yoga instructor, and so they thought maybe she's down there teaching yoga. And in one last ditch effort, they decide they're gonna put a Facebook ad out saying that a hostel is looking for a yoga instructor.
The very astute hostel stayer actually befriended her and then started realizing that this could be her. She responded to the ad, but the people waiting for her was law enforcement.
Caitlin Armstrong was captured on June 29th by foreign officials in the Republic of Costa Rica, where she was detained on an immigration violation and deported back to the United States.
She was in Costa Rica, living in a hostel, sort of living her best yoga life. She had different names. She even went so far as to get a nose job.
Armstrong fled the Austin area days after being interviewed. Armstrong was detained by authorities at the Don Johns Hostel located in Santa Teresa Beach following a 43-day fugitive investigation. She dyed her hair brown, she cropped her hair shorter, and had a bandage on her nose where she claimed it was from a surfboard incident.
Law enforcement starts diving into the forensic evidence, cell phone data. What we start to see is that Caitlin Armstrong, because of her business relationship with Colin Strickland, she's actually able to go in and read his text messages, see who he's calling, read his emails. It was during that time that Caitlin Armstrong starts to have her suspicions on Strickland's relationship with Mo Wilson.
She really began to sort of harass Mo Wilson. Caitlin sent her nasty text messages, phone calls, essentially digitally stalked her. But I think she reached a point where she really wasn't getting any more reaction. And she assumed that the two were still involved in a romantic relationship. That's when she decided to do what she was going to do.
Caitlin Armstrong is charged with murder. But while she's in custody ahead of trial, there's another crazy twist.
So as Caitlin is waiting for her trial date, at some point they have to transport her to a medical facility, doctor's appointment. And as one last ditch effort, Caitlin tries to flee. And as you can imagine, she didn't make it very far.
If it wasn't so tragic as it applies to Mo's death, it might be comical. We know that we have a murderer who's trying to get away with killing this beautiful young woman and not having to pay the ultimate price for it.
In November 2023, Caitlin Armstrong's trial begins for the murder of Anna Mariah Wilson.
The last thing Mo did on this earth was scream in terror. Those screams are followed by ah! 2 gunshots. And after 4 or 5 seconds silence, Caitlin Armstrong stood over Mo Wilson. And for good measure, the defendant put another bullet right in the heart.
premeditation. I think that's always the difficult hill for prosecutors to climb. I think she intended to go there to kill her. When you see the vehicle circling even before Ms. Wilson gets home, the gun, all of those things, that does point to intent and premeditation.
There were 3 shell casings covered at the scene. Caitlin's gun. The result was that those test cases were identified as being the same as fired from that gun. There's 4 video surveillance cameras that captures Caitlin Armstrong circling Cash's house for about an hour before the murder.
Prosecutors at this point just want to make sure that they have an air-sealed case. Law enforcement is pulling the GPS data on the Jeep. Lo and behold, that GPS shows that Caitlin had been driving right near the crime scene on the days of the homicide.
The defense, however, had a different argument.
Was Caitlin in the black Jeep? Who had access to the black Jeep? Who had access to the key fob to the black Jeep? Colin claimed he saw Caitlin Armstrong come out of a black Jeep. How amazing that the one fact that he seemed to remember with greater clarity over time was the single fact that drew attention away from him and pointed the finger at Caitlin Armstrong.
All of the circumstantial evidence pointed directly back to Caitlin Armstrong, but CCTV footage from that day when Mo was murdered, there was never actually an image captured of Caitlin Armstrong entering the home.
Not one witness saw Caitlin Armstrong allegedly commit this murder. Not one, because there isn't one. You did not hear about any direct evidence showing Caitlin Armstrong is responsible for this crime, because there isn't any.
The defense argued the evidence is not indicative Caitlin Armstrong is a killer. Perhaps someone else had the motive and opportunity.
Rick, come on, Costa Rica. What are you, an idiot? Come on. She ran. She ran. Only a guilty person would run. We do know that Caitlin Armstrong routinely traveled internationally with little notice. Was she scared? Do you think that she may have been concerned a little bit that her boyfriend had killed someone? Or if not that whoever killed Mariah Wilson might want to kill Caitlin Armstrong next?
People and commentators will talk about how, well, she escaped, so that's admitting guilt, she ran away. But the reality is that's actually not a useful tactic at a trial, because you can't usually prove someone's guilt just because they ran away.
What about those guns? Colin bought those guns. Colin told her to train with the gun. DNA swabs were taken from inside the black Jeep. Never tested. Why? Why not? Unknown DNA profile on this seat, unknown DNA profile on these handlebars, unknown DNA profile on the gun. That does not make sense. Austin Police Department did not want a single piece of evidence in front of you that might point away from Caitlin Armstrong.
It was put forward that perhaps Colin Strickland was responsible, that he had just as much reason to want Mo dead.
The shell casings obviously matched the guns that we knew had been purchased by Mr. Strickland, but then were in the custody of Ms. Armstrong.
In this life, we know a lot of things beyond a reasonable doubt. But that Caitlin Armstrong is a murderer, that she committed this crime, do we know that? Are you certain?
However, prosecutors had one more trick up their sleeve: cold, hard DNA.
This is where it gets interesting. We go back to that bike that was found.
They swabbed DNA from Mo Wilson's bike, that there's a very strong likelihood that the DNA on the seat of the bike included DNA from Caitlin Armstrong.
Caitlin's DNA was found on Mariah Wilson's bicycle. So now we basically have that fingerprint in a sense.
Mo Wilson is a 25-year-old prodigy taken from Matt and Mr. and Miss Wilson. The state has met its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think we climbed past that mountain and climbed Mount Everest. Overwhelming. I only ask you to do one thing. Justice for Mo Wilson.
After days of testimony from over 40 witnesses, the case is handed off to the jury, and after 2 hours of deliberations, they return with their verdict.
The defendant will please rise. The State of Texas versus Caitlin Armstrong. Verdict of the jury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Caitlin Armstrong, guilty of the offense of murder as alleged in the indictment.
Obviously, this was a horrific and gruesome homicide. What I really think got her where she messed up, like many of these cases we see, is that digital footprint.
A day later, court reconvened for Caitlin Armstrong to learn her sentence.
In accordance with the verdict that the jury has rendered, this court hereby sentences you to 90 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and a $10,000 fine as imposed by the jury.
Caitlin, I want you to know that I fought for Mo with everything I had that night. I still feel so many things. Guilt for not protecting Mo, for not coming home sooner. I'm angry at you, at the senselessness. I feel deep sadness for the road ahead that Mo's family must continue to walk.
Let's face it, the world was robbed of Mo's presence. Certainly according to her friends and colleagues, she was a shining star.
I hate what you did to my beautiful daughter. It was very selfish and cowardly. If you allowed yourself to actually know her, you never, ever would have wanted to hurt her. This never would have happened. You ruined your life, your family's lives, our lives. When you shot Mariah in the heart, you shot me in my heart. Mariah is in the presence of God's pure light and love, and nothing can ever hurt her again. You killed her earthly body, but her spirit is so very much alive, and you can never change that.
Now, if you thought that was the end of the story, not quite. No, at the time of this recording, a judge has ordered that Caitlin Armstrong must pay Mo's family $15 million in connection with a wrongful death lawsuit, all in an effort to hold her further accountable for this absolutely heinous crime. And as the Wilson family tries to find some measure of peace, we're all reminded that this race through life can suddenly be cut short before reaching the finish line. That's all we have for you here on this episode of Prime Crime. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jesse Weber, and as always, stay safe.
You're making me upset. You're telling me that my family did it when I know they didn't. My mom understood that if anything were to happen to him, I would not talk to any of them ever again.
In March of 2022, Albuquerque police are dispatched downtown to an alley behind Lindy's Diner, where witnesses describe a disturbing scene to the responding officers. Around 11:20 a.m., two young men are preparing for what appears to be a fist fight, when suddenly, gunshots ring out. One man lays bloodied on the pavement, and another stands across from him. But he isn't holding a gun. Before anyone can act, he flees. That's when witnesses realize he isn't alone.
Did you hear anything? No, so I was walking back and I got food like a few blocks over that way at Joe's, I think it's called. And, I didn't hear anything, but I saw people running.
Okay, so you saw, kind of start from the beginning with me.
Okay, so I'm walking down Central towards my residence here.
So you're heading east on Central?
Yep.
Okay.
I get to the corner right there. There's about 5 or 6 people running. One of them is in a high school graduation gown. All but one of them run into this high school. He turns around, runs back to the alley, gets in a silver Altima, and takes off down the street.
Could you tell, was it a newer model, Altima, older?
Older, probably pre-2010.
And what did he look like?
So he was maybe a light-skinned black male. Pretty fair skin though, and he had a beard. Yeah.
So you said that a group of the 5 or 6 kind of looked like they were in graduation gowns, or how old did they look?
One was in a graduation gown, the rest looked like they may have been family.
Okay.
And they all ran into there.
Okay.
I saw some kids, or a kid, wearing a graduation cap gown. It was blue. And there was a group of people over here out of a car. I saw another guy backed in. I just saw strange cars that aren't usually here. And I was driving in circles because this is a rental car and I can't park it back here. And I'm looking for parking on the street, so I've just been circling. And I noticed some weird activity, and I just had this gut-wrenching feeling that someone was about to get shot because there were just weird people back here. And I saw this kid, this guy right here who shot, he was over here talking to some girl. And the last minute I saw him over there, I turned the corner, and then all of a sudden I went back this way and I heard a gunshot when I was on this side of the road, so then I came back over here and parked and he was down. Okay. And that was where.
Just hang out right here by this car, okay?
As the victim's body lies in the alleyway, investigators gather as much evidence as they can.
Let's start blocking it off.
So far, they know the perpetrator is likely a high school student, and the murder might have been a family affair.
Is that her 49? Okay. What'd she say? So she says she's seen a group of kids with cap and gowns on.
Only one.
Only one? Only one. And she just felt like something was going to happen.
I knew something was going to happen.
It just didn't look right.
It didn't feel right because I live here and there's.
Where were you at, in your room, or you were down there?
That's a rental car.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to look for parking. I can't park it back here because it'll tow it. I was looking for parking on the streets.
17 or 15
just floor back here. There was a all golden Nissan. And then another gold car. I'm not sure what car it was, but it looked older, and it looked like younger kids in the car. And they were walking around this area.
You guys blocked one of the.
And then this kid for sure was over here because I don't know if he threw out the trash or something, but he's wearing an apron, so he must be at work. And I don't know. I just saw him over here talking to someone, and I circled around this way in front of Central. For whatever reason, I didn't come back through. I was circling around and I just had a weird feeling. I was like, something's gonna happen, and I heard a shot. So then I came back.
You heard one shot?
Just one.
One shot.
And people started scrambling around. They were running, and so that was when I knew. And I had 911 ready to go.
The apron on the victim tells investigators that he's likely an employee at the nearby diner.
Just real quickly, I kind of spoke to that other officer, so my understanding is you guys didn't actually witness anything, but you do have some information on our victim here, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I just, he was at work. He was at work, and then he hadn't been around for, 20 minutes, a half an hour and stuff, and I went looking for him. Where is he? Because he'll, sometimes he sends him to the store or to go make a delivery someplace and stuff, so I thought, did he go make a delivery? We were ready to open back here, and he's supposed to be going back and forth. He does dishes, but we're trying to train him to do some of this stuff back here. And it was that's his MO. He always just disappears.
And so you guys are both employees here?
No, we own the restaurant.
You guys own the restaurant. Okay, my apologies. Will you guys be here for a little while?
What's a little while?
I don't have a time frame, but maybe an hour?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. If I can, just get your information right now, and then as we make the rounds, I'm just trying to establish how many people we need to talk to. As soon as I have that list together and over to my supervisor, then we'll start coming back and actually speaking.
My daughter knows the girl, and she's the one that called my daughter back And I went outside to look for Jay because I thought I saw the police cars come and stuff, and I thought, oh, he's back there just like trying to see what's going on or something, you know. And she caught me and said, it was Jay. It was Jay that got shot back there.
Okay,
But
so
her
his name is Jay?
Yeah, well, it's not Jay. They call him Jay. It's
Jesus.
Jesus.
His name was Josue Ruiz, but the staff at the diner knew him as Jay. He was 16 years old, a high school student just a couple of years shy of graduating and entering adulthood.
Somebody has got to get a hold of his grandfather.
Okay, his grandfather.
Yeah.
He works at where?
Johnny Montoya. He works at. They live over here at. He took the kid in. I mean, I think they're close. You know, I don't know.
Terry,
like,
is that something that you could coordinate with them on? Okay.
I mean, I'm sure the apartment knows how to get a hold of. He must have some like work
Do you guys
information
have
and
any
stuff.
in case of emergency forms?
No.
Okay, that's okay.
No,
you
the
said
kid
that-
just started working.
Yeah, no,
here.
that's cool.
Ruiz's grandfather, Johnny Montoya, is a regular at Lindy's Diner. Law enforcement meets him outside the entrance and asks to speak with him.
So I don't know if anybody's told you this, and I was trying to see if you were obviously Josue. Is that how you say it? Yeah. Josue's passed away. So that's what we're here for. Is we're here to try to figure out what happened and try to do the best we can by Josue. He's your grandson, is that correct? Okay. Do you know where his parents? Yeah, we'll just let. So, like I said, those other detectives will be in touch with you. Are you going to hang out here at Mickey's?
I'll be right here. He was involved with something, but I could never get the truth from him. I could never get the truth from him.
You okay now? Yeah. What can I do? What can we do for you?
I mean, I tried for him to be. I don't know what he was involved with for somebody to come out here and do something like that.
I don't know. He just seemed like such a good kid. He seemed like a good kid that had, you know, gone astray in the streets.
Hey, Carol. Jay is dead. We don't know exactly what happened, but I'll call you. Jay was killed. Okay, let me talk to you in a while, okay?
Oh my God, John.
Now that detectives have identified the victim as Josue Ruiz and informed his family of his death, they can put their full efforts and focus into finding his killer.
Hello.
At the school near the scene of the shooting, investigators locate two families who were in the alleyway when the gun was fired.
There's two separate families that are each in a room right now, and both of them said that they saw someone get shot, and they were pretty shaken up. I'm not certain if they know who it was or not, or what else. And I think there was one officer when I was back there last that was with one of the families. I'm not sure if there's more now or not. Oh,
Yeah.
go back.
Yeah, we'll head back.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And then you can look at the back.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
You can take it from here with that, right?
Oh yeah. So this is one family over here, and then the other family's in there. So I didn't let them know they'd be detained or anything like that.
Oh yeah. So thanks so much, man.
No problem. One of the gentlemen's in the bathroom side.
What's that?
One of the guys is in the bathroom.
Which?
This family.
Okay, so we'll start in here. I think. Thank you. Hello, guys. Hi there. My name's Connor Coleman. I'm a detective with the Albuquerque Police Department. And yeah, this is my partner.
Hi.
We just kind of wanted to talk to you about what happened today. I'm just going to take a seat if that's okay.
Real quick, before we kind of continue, were you all together?
Yeah.
Where were you guys at exactly?
We were all opening our doors to the car. Yeah.
So you were in the vehicle together?
Yeah, we were outside. When we heard the gunshot, we were outside. And we were opening the doors to get in the car when we heard the loud.
Were you leaving from here?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you happen to come to school here? Yeah. Do you mind if I talk to, how old are you?
17.
17? And your mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we actually talk to you two separately, and then I can maybe talk to you?
Yeah.
Or vice versa, I can talk to them if you want to. Are you sister or?
That's my daughter.
Okay.
Yes, daughter and son.
Yeah, if you don't mind, we'll just go and separate you guys.
Okay.
The detectives separate the family members to get individual accounts of what happened.
Okay, if I just do a quick interview back here? Yeah, go ahead. Awesome.
They hope that one of the witnesses will be able to help identify the young male suspect who other witnesses described.
Yeah, basically everything happened so fast. I didn't know to get in the car or run to school, so I got in the car just to duck her. And then we couldn't get the stroller in the car, undo it fast enough. So I just ran in here to the school.
So you went, so you kind of went to the vehicle at first, just for a little shelter.
Yeah.
And then you couldn't get the stroller situated.
Yeah, I couldn't get the stroller in, so I just ran into the school with her.
With the rest of your family?
Yeah, we all ran.
Okay.
So I was opening it, my door's open, I hear the gunshot go off, I see the birds, and I just get in the car and close the door.
So how long after that? Because I understand you guys eventually came inside.
Maybe less than 15 seconds. It was around 15 seconds. It was just, do we leave? Should we just try to get out as fast as possible, or would staying here be the safer option? So that was it really, but once we saw everyone was going to the school, that's where we went.
And I just remember all of us, when we heard the gunshot, I panicked, I got her. And I was just looking around me, and it looked like they were running to the school first. And I just heard someone yell, someone's dead over there. And then I still had her, and I looked, and I just seen the guy, I think in my room, laying on the floor. And then the car zoomed. At this point, I was already in the car. I had already been in the car. At this point, I'm running back to the school, and that's when the car that shot from just zoomed past us.
Okay.
And cut the person off in the main street.
Can you describe the vehicle for me?
It looked like a pretty dated sedan. I'm pretty sure it was tan.
Look like a 4-door, 2-door?
4-door.
Okay. When you say dated, what do you?
It was a pretty. It definitely wasn't a 2000 make. I wouldn't say it. It looked a bit older. Yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Without any leads on the perpetrator, detectives start searching for one thing every witness account has in common: a gold car. Meanwhile, Montoya is still waiting with law enforcement outside the diner. That's where he gives investigators some insight into what was happening in his grandson's life at the time he was killed.
He has a girlfriend over there at my apartment, and
His
she's
girlfriend's
pregnant.
at your apartment right now?
Yeah, he called me this morning and told me, hey, you're going to be a great grandpa, is what he told me. So.
No kidding. Who's his girlfriend?
Elizabeth, I think it's Maldonado.
She's at your apartment right now?
Right now, yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody else over there?
No.
Investigators wonder if a teen pregnancy could have been a heavy enough stressor for someone to snap or shoot.
I'm at the apartment.
The only way for detectives to find out is to head to Montoya's apartment and talk to the mom-to-be, Elizabeth Baldonado.
Where is...
She's in here.
Because of the TV? Yeah. Do you mind if we come in here? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I'm not gonna shut it all the way. I'm just gonna pull it shut just a little bit. How are you? Not good. Not good? No. Did he already tell you? Yeah. Okay. I'm so sorry for your loss. And again, I don't know if he told you that. Do you have a picture of Josue?
Yeah, I have several pictures.
Yeah, can I see them?
That picture was a few months ago. Right now, his hair is a little longer.
It's okay. Thank you. Well, like I said, I'm so sorry for your loss, Elizabeth.
I'm in here, Mom.
Oh, is that your mom? Okay.
Baldonado's mother suddenly appears inside the apartment. As one detective speaks to her mom outside the door, Detective Anna sees what she can learn from Ruiz's girlfriend.
I wouldn't know what to tell you, honestly.
Okay, so let's start with today. What'd you guys do today?
He took a shower at like 8 o'clock. He was getting ready to go to work at 10. He left around 9:50 something. I was making appointments today because we found out that I'm pregnant, and he told me to. Well, he was texting me still until at least around 12 o'clock, and then he stopped answering me for a few hours.
And he was texting you
on Messenger.
On Messenger, like Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me check exactly what time he last texted me. It was at 11:11. That's when he texted me the last.
Okay, what did he say? Do you mind if I look at that?
It's because he wanted me to do Presbyterian because I want to do Loveless and stuff.
Okay. And so
that's all he told me.
Press this closer. Okay. And then you continued messaging and he didn't answer.
No.
Okay. Do you guys always talk on Messenger?
Yeah. Because we get into arguments and stuff, and we block each other, and then we unblock each other, and it's just a big mess.
Can you tell us what's going on? Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, I'm so sorry for your loss. Okay. Right now, I don't have much other than officers were dispatched to the alleyway in reference to Jose being deceased. Okay.
What happened?
And that's why so we just got called out. That's why I'm trying to interview as many people as I can. That's why I headed here first, and then I was headed your way because I do have some questions. But as of right now, I don't know. Okay.
The timeline of the messages between Ruiz and Baldonado lines up with what witnesses told detectives earlier, that they had heard gunshots around 11:20 a.m., less than 10 minutes after Ruiz last texted his girlfriend. Ruiz was only about an hour into his shift at the diner. And despite being on the clock, it turns out Ruiz had other plans that morning.
Mercedes, got someone in Albuquerque that can pull up tomorrow morning at 8? My snap got deleted and I ain't got anyone I can call.
This morning, him and my brother were supposed to box it out because this has nothing to do with this at all. My brother and him just don't get along. They bump heads very much. But my brother would never do this. He knows how I feel about Jade. He knows how that would crush
me. And which brother?
My younger brother.
Your younger brother? What's his name?
Angelo.
When investigators see Ruiz's messages from March 3rd, the day before the fight was supposed to take place, they discover something shocking. It wasn't Ruiz or Baldonado's 16-year-old brother, Angelo Baldonado, planning the fight. According to the messages, Baldonado's mom, 49-year-old Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez, was the orchestrator.
You guys can use the conference room. Here, walk through.
Appreciate you. Now investigators need to talk to Angelo Baldonado to get his side. Was it true that his own mother had planned for him to box his sister's boyfriend? Angelo Baldonado is working that evening at Slapfish Restaurant in uptown Albuquerque, about a 10-minute drive from where the shooting took place earlier that morning. But according to him and his sister, he didn't have his own car to take him there. Luckily, his mom had been able to help him get around in her car, a 4-door sedan. Angelo tells detectives that he was going to box Ruiz for allegedly hitting his sister, but ultimately, the fight never took place. Instead, he claims he spent much of his day with his mom, who happens to appear at Slapfish and interrupts the interview, claiming he's a minor and doesn't need to speak with police. By this time, police have spoken to Chavez briefly at Montoya's apartment. She had mentioned that her car, a gold Toyota, happened to break down that morning. After a full day of witness interviews, detectives wonder if that really is the case, or if there could be a more sinister reason Chavez might have abandoned her vehicle.
Elizabeth, so I'm going to read you your rights, okay?
Why?
Just because I have some more detailed questions I want to ask, and I want to make sure that you understand your rights.
I may not want to answer no questions I don't understand.
So I have more questions about your car.
Okay.
But I can't ask them without reading you your rights, okay? So you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? Okay. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand that? You have the right to consult an attorney before speaking to the police and to have an attorney present during questioning now or in the future. You understand that? If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. Do you understand that? If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you'll still have the right to stop answering until you talk to an attorney. Do you understand that?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. I have some more questions about your car, okay? Because the car is not where you're saying you left it at. Okay?
Somebody stole my car.
That's why I'm talking to you. I want to know.
So I have to call my car was stolen.
So here's the thing, okay? So I believe your car was used in today's homicide. Okay?
You're lying to me.
No, I am not. Okay, so if you don't tell me who had your car,
I don't know. All
it's
I know
your
is
car.
I left my car at the side of the road.
Okay.
I didn't lend my car to nobody.
And did you leave it on the side of the road right next to your house?
No, I live quite a ways from, what's it called, Wyoming, and Moon is where my house is, in between those streets.
Okay.
And Pennsylvania's a ways.
Okay, so it's not right by your house?
No. Okay.
So talking to your daughter, talking to mom,
okay.
Nobody has a problem with Jay other than...
But my son said he wouldn't, and they were gone, and I was with them today.
Okay. So you were with them all day?
Yes.
They went to the laundromat with you?
They did not go to the laundromat with me. During that time, they were all at home.
But you wouldn't know because you weren't home. Correct?
Between the hours of 1:37 and 2:20, I was gone at the laundromat alone. I got dropped off from Big Sabina. My children, all the boys, they were all still at home. None of them left.
Okay.
They're not allowed to leave the house unless they have permission, because I need to know where they're going.
Okay. So then if they were home, because you said you were on your way over here, right? When your car broke down. That was what you told me.
Yes, between 9 and 10 in the morning.
You were on your way over here?
Mm-hmm.
By yourself?
I'm by myself, yes.
Okay.
And
so
they
then
were still at the house.
Okay. So then when I find video surveillance
hold on.
from the incident.
Okay, but you have to give me a moment.
Okay.
My son had an interview at 9 o'clock, and we were over at the Whataburger over there, Cottonwood or whatever. So it had to have been after 10, between 10 and 10:30 perhaps. I left the house shortly after I had spoke to Elizabeth. And I never made it.
Let's backtrack now. So you're saying it broke down, I left my car there. We've been driving up and down. I know, we've been driving up and down trying to find your car. We've called in, checked to see if it was towed. It has not been towed. And again.
So then where's my car?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Okay? So, did you shoot Jay?
No, I didn't. No. He's a kid. He's a baby.
I know, but somebody did.
But No. I have no reason to do anything.
Okay, so then you leave your car, right? You leave your car, you walk back home, and then at 1:37, it takes you to the laundromat. At 2:20, you come back, and then obviously all this is going on, right?
I'm sorry, I just completely zoned out on you because I'm just a little hurt.
Okay. So, and again, I am recording. I am going to remind you that there is video surveillance footage in that alley.
I heard you.
I'm going to find out.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for, and I mean, it might be ready. I don't know because I've been here interviewing everybody, but I do have officers there trying to pull the video surveillance. So I am going to find out what happened, being that you bring up your car and it matches the description that I was given.
What do you mean?
There was witnesses.
Okay.
Okay, there's witnesses in the area. There's a school there. I don't know if you know that.
I was not there.
Okay, but I'm telling you, your car was.
I can show you what we have. So these are all the cameras that are recording. We have two systems, the digital and the analog. The analog sucks, so just a fair warning.
Perfect.
This faces the alleyway.
Back in the downtown area where the shooting took place, investigators are already comparing witness statements with security footage that captured Chavez's car speeding away.
Is that the gold Lexus?
So once the shot happens, the people loading the vehicle will react. So it's the individual walks the vehicle and somewhere right here.
Yeah, so he just walked to the passenger side.
And they react.
Is this Victor?
It almost looks like a Toyota.
Can we rewind it?
It can also slow down as well.
The footage matches investigators' timeline, witness statements, and timestamps from messages between the soon-to-be parents, Elizabeth Baldonado and Josue Ruiz. The only thing not adding up is the story detectives are getting from Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez.
So again, right now, because you're telling me you left the house around this time, and between 9:58, that phone call, until 1:37, hear me out, between...
I was home though, after that. I was home by 10:30. I made it home. I walked home.
Okay, again, I can't confirm that yet.
This is craziness.
Because again, I'm telling you, based on your demeanor, I think you know what happened. And I know it's your car. And I am going to confirm it on video surveillance.
I hope you do, because I'm lost right now.
Without the confession or any physical evidence tying Chavez herself to the scene, detectives have no choice but to walk away and gather more information before an arrest can be made.
Thank you, Johnny.
In the weeks following the shooting, Albuquerque PD obtains warrants for multiple cell phones, including Angelo Baldonado's, and reads through thousands of messages. They're also able to track Angelo's phone to the alley at the exact time Josue was murdered. And some of the messages between Ruiz and his girlfriend lead investigators to believe the plan was always that Angelo Baldonado would bring more than his fists to the alley that day.
Are you still gonna fight them? Yes. That's not changing. I prefer not tomorrow because my hands are up and I have to work. But oh well, they're gonna act all cocky right now, and that's gonna f them over.
I know.
They better not jump me because I'm having Darnie come and watch, just in case. It's one of the only people I'm with that can beat my too.
I don't know who that is.
Donovan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so better hope they don't pull no...
I'll be there too.
Why?
Because I don't want anything like they pull a gun out.
That's why he's there.
I don't care. I'm going.
Elizabeth Baldonado's statement about the potential involvement of a gun leads investigators to question if she knew more than she's letting on. On March 23rd, they bring her downtown for a formal interview.
I just think it's interesting, and I'm going to tell you, maybe you don't know. Maybe they have kept you in the blue. But I'm going to tell you right now that your mom said she drove Angelo to his interview. Guess what? Angelo said he borrowed the car from your mom and he drove himself to the interview. He used your mom's car to go to McDonald's and Anthony. So obviously, somebody's lying. And again, the reason why I'm sitting here asking you more questions is because you seemed a little more innocent and oblivious to things, but based off of your phone and the conversations I have been able to see, you know, when I brought up who owns guns, you're like, nobody does. When your little niece was like, oh, yeah, they do. You and your mom were like, no, nobody owns guns. Well, guess what? In your phone, you're talking about guns. And who has guns? You're also talking about... There's also a conversation that you ask Josue if he wants to buy drugs off of for him to sell. And I'm not making that up. It's from your phone, and I made sure to put
I know
notes.
it's in there. I know.
I know Josue bought a gun, and that gun disappeared.
He didn't buy a gun.
Yes, he did.
When?
It's on your phone messages.
He didn't buy a gun. He didn't even take a gun.
Okay. Well, what are the odds that I see that he gets a Glock, and I'd have to look at your phone to give the specifics of the gun. He says he got a Glock, and then the gun disappears. He asks you where it is. You tell him it's under the mattress or in between the wall, and he says it's not here, and you're like, it has to be there, and he's like, well, it's not here. It's missing. That's from your phone.
No. I never said any of that. He never told me he had a gun. Ever. He told me he was going to get one, yes, but he never told me he had a gun.
Okay, so what went missing?
What are you talking about? What went missing?
Literally, after he says he's gonna get that gun that day, you guys start talking about something missing.
Detectives think Baldonado could try to protect her mom and brother. They circle back to the fight, but she isn't budging on her story.
You made it seem like Josue, Jay, is the one that planned the whole fighting with.
He wanted to fight.
Right.
He wanted to do it.
He reaches out to you, asks you to ask your mom, so then you ask your mom and your mom sets it up.
No, actually, he called after he asked.
Okay.
If you look at the messages, actually, he asks, and I don't remember what I tell him, but then he calls and he asks my mom.
But you helped him set it up.
No, I didn't. I did not, because I would not want them to fight.
Okay.
I hate fighting as it is.
Okay. So. Alright, so then he tells you, you're like, yep, reach out to my mom. Then your mom sets up the fight.
They did. Both of them. Not me or my mom. You are.
You don't have to be upset with me. It's things I'm seeing on
You're
your phone.
making me upset. You're telling me that my family did it when I know they didn't. My mom understood that if anything were to happen to him, I would not talk to any of them ever again.
Elizabeth Baldonado, who turned 18 days before the interview at the police station, at one time seemed willing to cooperate with investigators to find her boyfriend's killer. Now, detectives aren't so sure. What they do know is that the phone records place Elizabeth Baldonado's brother Angelo at the scene of the crime when the shooting took place.
But you have to realize, Elizabeth, that somebody took your baby's dad's life, and now that baby is not gonna have a father. And as much as you love your family, they still took your baby's dad away.
Detectives can't be certain whether the pregnant mom in front of them is really in the dark about her family's involvement or if she's trying to protect the only people she has left. Armed with the location data and phone messages, detectives are eager to close the case. On May 19th, 2022, they make a surprise visit to the Chavez residence. While searching for a possible home address, we used TruthFinder to run a background check on Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez. On truthfinder.com, we typed in Chavez's name, age, and state of residence. In under a minute, our paid subscription service gave us access to personal information and criminal charges. We found information like possible phone numbers and associates, including Angelo Baldonado, and were able to verify her address on Veranda Road in Albuquerque. Unlimited reports with this kind of information and more are available in minutes to anyone with a paid subscription. Law&Crime partners with Truth Finders so our writers and reporters can research cases and reveal real information about persons of interest like Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez. But even if you don't work in true crime, truthfinder.com can give you peace of mind when you do these unlimited public record searches for the people around you. Search for sex offenders in your area, find out if your new neighbor is safe enough to invite over for dinner, and learn about the people in your life when you search their name on truthfinder.com, and they'll never know you looked. If you're watching this episode of Law&Crime Investigates, you can get 50% off your first month of confidential background reports at truthfinder.com/LCinvestigates. The link is in the description. 2 months after the initial interview with Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez, detectives knock on her door.
Hello.
There, they locate several family members who were either known to be involved in the shooting or knew who was. The first person they get a chance to talk to is Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez's oldest son, Gilbert Ortiz Chavez, who is sometimes called Gibby by friends and family.
My bad, I just realized my mom left to work.
Your mom left to work?
Yeah.
Who are you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's your name?
Can I ask why?
You're not in trouble or anything, my man. We just want to talk to some people, and we understand they live here. So if you're one of the people we want to talk to, we'd like to chat with you.
Well, she's not like my mom. I'm their friend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
it's your mom?
Yeah.
What's your name, brother?
My name's Gilbert.
Oh, hi Gilbert. How are you?
Mike.
Who else is in the house? Do you mind if I?
My little sister.
Just your sister? Is Elizabeth here too?
Elizabeth. My little sister. You want me to go get her?
Yeah, she knows who I am. Can I actually talk to you, Gilbert? You know what it's about because, I've already done some research. Get your hand out of your pocket for me, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. You already know what this is about. So I'd like to give you the opportunity to explain why you told Elizabeth that.
Told Elizabeth what?
Gilbert. I'm not going to talk to you right here in the door. Do you want to come talk to me over here? Hi, Elizabeth. How are you? Good. Okay. Is your mom here?
She's showering right now.
Showering right now? Okay. Is Deshaun here?
No.
Jawan?
No.
Anthony? Annalise? No? Okay. You might want to go tell your mom that I would like to talk to her again. I'm going to talk to Gilbert if he's willing to speak with me. But you said she's in the shower, so she might want to start getting ready. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. And Gilbert, again, I don't want to talk to you right here in front of the door. Do you mind coming even over here?
Yes.
And Gilbert, I want you to let you know you're not in trouble right now, okay? But I do have some questions. And yes, wait for, there should be Elizabeth and Elizabeth's mom, hopefully. All right, Gilbert, you want to go in the shade? No? All right. So, Gilbert, tell me what you know. Okay, this is about Elizabeth's boyfriend's death. You know what it's about, so let's not play games today, okay?
Come on, look here. I'll grab you that phone. Let me grab that for you.
No, it's my card. It's alright. Okay, I know, again, Gilbert, I know you know why I'm here.
Yeah, now I do. Oh,
okay.
Come on.
So, tell me what you know.
Like I said, I just moved here. Like,
I'm not gonna play games with you, okay? I know you threatened to take care of Josue.
Yeah, but I didn't. I wasn't even up here. I couldn't even do nothing.
Okay, so obviously you do know why I'm here and why I'm talking to you now. So now that we got that out of the way, you want to discuss, or do you want me to just take it at face value? I already saw the Facebook, so...
Do whatever. I didn't do. I'll tell you that right now, so you can do whatever I didn't do, so...
Okay, so...
I'm innocent.
Okay, so, again, in your Facebook, you do disclose and say you're going to send somebody to take care of you.
Yeah, but did I send
anybody?
Okay,
so, well, who'd you send? Because he died.
I didn't send nobody.
Do I need to be any clearer? He died.
I know he died. You guys just told me that.
Well, you know because that's Elizabeth's
Yeah, but I didn't send nobody.
Baby daddy.
Ain't nobody want to do it. They're all scared.
Facebook messages between Elizabeth Baldonado and Gilbert Ortiz Chavez prove that Gilbert and Ruiz would catch one, presumably meaning a bullet, if Gilbert saw him on the evening of March 2nd, 2 days before the shooting.
Nobody did that. I shouldn't have drank that beer. Gross. Sorry about that, guys.
Good.
My bad.
All right. So then let's start from the beginning. What did Josue do that upset you for you to make such threats?
Hit my sister.
Hit your sister? Okay. How do you know?
Because my sister told me.
Okay. What did she say?
She said that if I told her to hit her, that's what ticked me off. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, that's pretty good. Somebody's little sister. You know what I'm saying?
Again, you have to realize that I'm investigating a homicide. Okay, a homicide in which you threatened to kill my victim.
So you're gonna take my phone?
Yes. You take your phone, I'm gonna do a warrant on it. If for
all I
any
gotta say is just don't look at the picture, you know what I'm saying, unless you want to see something, but it's a whole lot of something.
Okay. Well, I won't look at pictures, but I am interested in who you've been talking to, text messages and so on, so I am gonna do a warrant on it, okay? Okay, Gilbert.
So password 1313.
1813?
No, 1313.
1313. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That makes me feel a little better that you're being forthcoming with that information.
Don't put the pictures.
Okay, I won't.
We're not trying to get all up in your business about that kind of stuff, bro.
You know what I'm saying? But if you guys want to see that, you go ahead.
Gilbert, just hear me out, my man. It's obvious that Anna knows a lot more than you think she knows about this, right? So the more, hear me out, bro. Hear me out. So the more forthcoming you are, like she said, like giving your password, that's a good start, my man. But if you try to hide things or act like you don't know anything, it's gonna look weird in court later, right? Somebody's gonna question why Gilbert wasn't honest with the cops about things, right? So the more honest you are with us right now, because we're giving you the opportunity, right? Like she said, she could take it at face value and run with it. She's not doing that because she's giving you the chance as a man to step up and say what you gotta say, right?
But that's really all I know. All I really like.
Gilbert may know more than he's letting on, but his claim that he didn't pull the trigger aligns with messages between him and his sister.
Delete our messages and don't say anything about me saying I was gonna shoot him, okay? It wasn't me, for real. I ain't trying to deal with cops at all.
I know it wasn't Gibby.
I would just hate for Elizabeth's baby to not have somebody to take care of her baby, so.
I love you. I'm going to HCL.
Can I talk to you really fast?
I have to catch the bus, so, I mean, you got 5 minutes of my time.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you for speaking with me. Have a good day.
Be safe.
We'll check in with you before we leave if you want to talk to us again, Gilbert.
Hi, Elizabeth. I know you're going to be quick and all, but so you know why I'm here. Okay, I don't gotta repeat myself. I don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to play
but
games.
This is that confirmation number from when I had called, because I called that same evening, and nobody ever came by to look what's called.
You didn't report your card.
I did. This is it. Yes, it is.
I already know.
Okay, you know what, lady? I'm not trying to be mean with you, but this is the confirmation number that I
So why did you set up a fight between Angelo, Deshaun, Jawan, and Josue?
No. Yes, you did. No. The little boy called over. He called to the house. He was asking for a fight. I was like, wait a minute. Well, you want to do what? I was like, are you serious? It was either that or they wanted to sit there and do some stupid things. I'm not trying to have stupid things go on between those boys. Those boys need to learn how to get along.
Okay. So, like I said,
so are you gonna write this down?
I already know when you called it in. You never fully followed through.
I did. I waited for them to get here.
Okay, do you have the title to the vehicle?
It's in that vehicle. That's what I was trying to tell y'all. Like, I cannot give you any more information because it was in the vehicle. I didn't even get to register the car or anything.
You've had the car since before January.
Yeah, and I also had to get an alternator for it. You know how much money it takes to just for me to save for just a little bit of a few things?
Okay. So again, I've gathered phones, and based off of everybody's phone, not just Josue's phone. You were gonna set up a fight. You said you didn't and you didn't want to, but the fight was gonna happen.
He said, well, come over in the morning. I was like, wait a minute, come over in the morning. And my son, Angelo, told me like this. He goes, Mom, goes, I'm not going to fight him. He goes, I'm not trying to get into a fight. He goes, I have more respect for my sister than that. And that's how that went down.
The text messages police downloaded from Ruiz and Angelo's phones in March 2022 tell a different story.
They didn't show. There was going to be at least 4 of them, too. 8 o'clock, the mom said. And it's 9. Man, her family a bunch of, I swear. But Mom was supposed to bring everyone that was looking for me this morning at 8 to run ones, and it's 9:08.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something, okay? When I charge someone, you're gonna be charged along because I know you're hiding the truth, and I know you're listening to me, and it would suck for Aurora and Elizabeth's baby to not be present, for you not to be present, because I will charge you because I do know you were gonna set up that fight that day. The end.
Young lady, I did not set no fight up. You're wrong. And I promise to God, from
I'm not off your daughter's phone.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Nobody else wants to talk?
Did you want to talk to the daughter again?
Elizabeth?
I'm not sure. Her demeanor was pretty calm.
Let's try.
And she just said it was the 3 of them, it sounds like. So Mom's taking off, so just Gilbert and her. The other guy, I don't know about the other guy. Oh, I didn't see the white guy. They only said she's coming back. She's coming back.
Oh, the young kid? He said he was a friend. He's at his friend's house. We keep that number, Scott. Thank you.
She was knocking on the window.
Yeah.
I don't want her out here anymore. Y'all can stay in the house. I don't know. I'm not doing that. I'm going to just stay up this. Okay.
Have a good day, ma'am.
Can I talk to you?
Further away? I just don't want to be standing by windows. Is that okay? Yeah.
And there's shade over here.
How you been, Elizabeth? You still pregnant? Yeah. How far along are you?
Well, from my menstrual cycle, she said 14 weeks and 7 days. And the ultrasound lady said 15 weeks and a day when I went, which was, what's today? Yesterday? I had my appointment on Tuesday.
So 2 days ago?
Yeah, so I'm
Anywhere between 14 and 15, yeah?
It's exciting.
How you been feeling?
Tired.
Tired?
Every day. I don't want to get up.
No? Are you gonna keep the baby? Yeah. So, Elizabeth, I don't know if you want to move further away so that nobody hears, but here's the thing, okay? We talked last time and I know you were very upset, and I can't imagine what you're going through because you're kind of put in between. But I already know you know what happened.
I don't. I don't know what happened at all. All I know is that when his grandpa got back, he told me that Jay was dead. It was the worst. 'Cause just thinking about that, just.
Do you want to go talk in my car?
Who would have done it? Which drives me nuts.
I already know who did it. Actually, I don't even have to say anything, okay? I would just hate, and I truly, from the bottom of my heart, still believe that you weren't involved. But I would just hate to find out that you were involved. And then where does that baby go? Because he no longer has a dad. And at this point, with your mom's behavior, with your brother's behavior, I don't want all of you to end up in jail, and then where does this baby go?
I've already told you I don't know. They don't talk about.
They don't talk about it because it gets me in a mood, like sad.
You know what makes me believe that you weren't involved? That you're the one who told me that they were planning to fight that day and that your brother and his friends didn't show up. You're the one who told me that Gilbert had threatened Josue, right?
But my brother Gibby wouldn't have done anything because...
Okay, well, hear me out, okay? So that's why I have no reason to believe you were involved. However, being that you've been living here makes me believe that you already know. There's no way you living here and you don't know what happened. There's no way.
I don't. I really don't.
You're not going to change my mind because, I mean, is it weird that she lives here and she knows nothing?
Elizabeth, you have to think back. Can I talk to you for a sec, Elizabeth?
What?
So
say something else.
I know we're not trying to upset you any more than you already are or anything like that. But you have to think about how when this case goes to court, when people get arrested for things like this, they don't care whose family, friends, or whoever else they can or will throw under the bus to try to get themselves a better deal. 1. 2. When this goes to court and a jury of 12 random people are hearing about this and they hear that you're back over here, don't worry about what I think about it. Don't worry about what Anna thinks about it. Think about what those 12 people are going to think about it. Right?
A month later, on June 15th, detectives returned to the Chavez home with a warrant to conduct a search. Angelo Baldonado, Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez, and another family member wait at a public park. After the search, police have enough evidence to make an arrest. 16-year-old Angelo Baldonado is taken into police custody on June 15, 2022 for Josue Ruiz's murder, more than 3 months after Ruiz was shot and his body was left in a downtown alleyway.
Is my mom going to be here someday?
Is your mom gonna be here? Was she driving down here?
No, she was talking to one of the people that was there at the house.
Oh, at the house?
Yes.
I was at the office, sorry, I was no longer at the house. Do you know who she was talking to?
No, just what happened was went home and I went to get my mom so she would come back home. And then I was getting arrested for a warrant. I don't even know what the warrant's for, so then my mom started talking to him. Because she said she was going to be down here, like she was going to have one of them take him or something like that, so.
Okay.
She should be coming.
So she should be coming. Angelo, because you are a minor, I am gonna read you your rights, and
That's why I want my mom here. That's me. Not any questions or something. If I wasn't going to talk to my mom without.
So you want your mom here while I read you your rights as well?
Yeah, I want her for the whole thing.
Chavez may be able to delay her son's interrogation, but she can't stop the arrest. Despite months of denying the gun was ever in his hands, Angelo Baldonado is charged with an open count of murder. He is booked at the Bernalillo County Juvenile Detention Center and the only family member officially tied to the crime. In a jail call from July 2022, Chavez asks her son not to take a plea deal, but he doesn't want to talk about that on the phone. In multiple conversations with his mother over the summer months, Angelo is worried about his family, primarily his girlfriend and young daughter. He says he regrets his involvement and writes letters to his daughter apologizing for the choices he's made. In one call, Angelo absolves himself of the murder entirely. He tells his sister to remember that regardless of what she's heard, he didn't do it. Investigators are still suspicious of Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez's involvement, so they listen closely to a jail call from August 2022. This time, Angelo and his mom aren't as careful as they normally are about what they say to each other. The following phone call is a reenactment, but uses wording from the original transcript.
My phone is in the location, Mom. Very simple as that. No matter what the I try, they're gonna keep me in here for at least 5 years or something.
You don't understand that your mother is trying.
Then you are not understanding the system.
I do understand the system.
Well, clearly you don't.
How hard is it?
Mom, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to sound rude to you or anything. It's just that it's simple. Real simple.
It's not really simple when you're disrespected, and your mother was just trying to fend for her life.
I don't believe... Yeah. Mom, the more... If anything you say doesn't really add up to actually make sense of what you told me, it's just gonna add time. Not even you. To me, literally, do you not understand that?
Yeah, I understand what you're telling me.
Then, in another conversation, Chavez says something that shocks investigators and ultimately helps build the case against her.
I'm trying to figure out who I can talk to in regards to particular things. Because you are a lot younger than I am, baby. You know what I mean?
What's wrong with Gibby? How come he looks so down?
Because he's sad, baby. He's heartbroken that you're inside there. He is so freaking sad that you're in there. He even snapped at me, and he was just mad. He said, why the is my little brother even in there, Mom? If he didn't do it, why he is in there? Because your mom up. That's what I told him. I go, because I'm stupid. I go, period. That's what I told him.
Chavez was right. Her oldest son, Gilbert, was mad. He was so mad that his brother Angelo was charged that he finally told someone the real story, the truth investigators had been waiting for. On May 2nd, 2023, over a year after Josue Ruiz's murder, Gilbert Ortiz Chavez blew the case wide open.
Why is your brother locked up?
Because my mom and him went to go fight my sister's baby daddy because he beats her. And when he got there, my sister's baby daddy tried to pull out a gun, but he got hit before he could even pull out his gun. But they put the murder on my brother.
That's real up. Why'd they put it on your brother?
Supposedly witnesses were there and said it was him. And they said he also got video and it looks like him in the video. But you can't see. All you see is a big ass group and then everyone scatters.
What the? Your mom didn't tell nobody it wasn't him?
Nope.
So your mom did it and let your brother go down?
Yup.
A forensic analyst working on the case obtained the messages, and it was all over for Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez. Though no documents confirm Ruiz ever had a gun with him that day, the rest of the story was corroborated by Angelo Baldonado, who on March 25th, 2023, finally decided he would not go down alone for his mother's crime. Elizabeth Ortiz Chavez was charged with murder on May 5th, 2023. She pleaded guilty and now faces up to 18 years in prison. If she receives the maximum sentence, she will be 68 years old when she's released. A sentencing date has not yet been set. Angelo Baldonado is serving his 4-year sentence in the Bernalillo County Juvenile Detention Center. He will be 21 years old when he is released. And lastly, according to social media posts, in November 2022, Elizabeth Baldonado gave birth to the baby boy she shares with the late Josue Ruiz.
A self-made man, devoted to his family, his kids. Goodness. And proud of the life he had built from the ground up. But in a single, unthinkable moment,
she said, well, he didn't come home last night. I said, Kate, what is it?
It was all taken away.
Blood was all over his face and chest and everything.
What followed was a heartbreaking mystery.
Everyone knew that he had a lot of money.
And a family's tireless fight to uncover the truth.
I want the people who did this to be brought to justice.
Betrayal, lies, and a devastating discovery.
When I opened the trunk, his trunk was loaded down with bags and bags of Kirby silver.
Far closer to home than anyone could have imagined.
He said, there's something about that man. I don't think I could ever turn my back on him.
Up next on Law&Crime Investigates.
True crime is a story until it's your story.
The penalty is death.
Get your family out of here.
Why me?
I will have my attorney call you.
So unbelievable.
Tippah County, Mississippi. It's exactly what you would imagine a small southern town to be. A place where everyone knows everybody else, where peace and quiet run aplenty. Drama is not what people do here. You're supposed to just fit in. But that wasn't Kirby Carpenter.
He was extremely unique. Kirby was a very unique individual. He was interested in so many unique type of things. He was very authentic and true to himself. No matter who he was around or where he was at, Kirby was who he was. And if he believed in something or he loved something, everybody around him knew it. He made that known. his job, I guess you would call, which really was not a job to him, was in the precious metals business, gold, silver, coins. He had a coin exchange store on the square here in town, and he would get mad if you called it a pawn shop. It wasn't a pawn shop, and it wasn't. And so a lot of people would come to him to sell their things that were of value, and he would buy them from them, and then he would resell them or keep them. He put in the first wine and spirits store here in town, and he ran it very successfully for several years, and then he sold it. And then there was another city 20 miles from us that when they legalized the sale of liquor there, he opened a liquor store there. Actually, the store was in the parking lot of the Tractor Supply Company, which is where Caitlin worked, and that's how they met.
It was around 2019. Caitlin Spence was Kirby's age. They didn't grow up in the same town or have many friends in common, but once they started dating, they quickly fell in love.
Honestly, we loved her.
We loved her.
We loved her. She was very down to earth. She was very grounded. She seemed to be extremely good with Kirby's oldest child, his son.
Goodness. Hey.
She really just fit right in with the family.
Yes.
In 2021, Caitlin and Kirby announced they were having their first child together, a baby girl.
The pregnancy pictures look beautiful. They look happy.
Yeah.
Caitlin gave birth in July of 2022.
It was the perfect life.
And she was a good mom.
Yeah, she was a good mom. I mean, she was a member of the family. She would just come to mom's just to visit and hang out.
Right.
You know, even when Kirby was out, doing his work thing. He also owned several real estate properties, and he was in the process of applying to open a medical marijuana dispensary.
He liked nice things, and he wasn't shy about it.
Yeah,
right.
You're exactly right.
That's it.
He loved nice things. He loved collectible things, and he loved to let people see those things. He had collectible cars. He had obviously all of the gold and silver collectible things, and he had just collections of stuff, instruments, guitars, everything that he had was extremely valuable.
Was Kirby really well known in town?
Oh yes.
Yes, very well known.
Very well known.
And I mean, everyone that knew him knew that he had a lot of money.
When we talk a lot of money, are we talking millions?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, he wasn't shy about it.
He wasn't shy about it at all.
In fact, I think at some point all of us said to him, "Hey, you need to, you don't need to be sharing with people that, those things.
Don't tell,
not his things, but like things that he would, he'd have a bag of money on him all the time."
Probably between $300,000 to $500,000 in it, in that bag that he carried.
To him, yes, he was making money, and yes, all this was worth money, but this was a business, but it was also a hobby for him. So I feel like he was just able to have fun, and he was passionate about what he did because he loved it, and he was able to make money doing it. As much as he loved his job and the things he did and the hobbies he had, nothing ever in his life gave him purpose, I think, the way having a child did. He was just a different person. He just was completely head over heels, I mean, any parent is, but it was just something to watch, to know that, he was just a good daddy.
Kate texted Mama.
She asked, "Had I seen Kirby?"
Yeah.
And I said, "No." She said, "Well, he didn't come home last night." And I told her, I said, "Kate, that scares me. That's not like Kirby, because Kirby was going to be home in his bed every night, and he was going to wake up in his bed." So I tried to call him, and I also sent him a text, and I told her, I said, "I'm fixing to put out an APB out on him." And she said, no, wait just a little bit. Let me get little girl fed, and we'll walk up to the deer stand. Maybe he's in the deer stand. And I said, "Well, when you get to the deer stand, you call me back and let me know if he is there." She calls me, and then she said, "He wasn't at the deer stand." She said, "I don't know where his ass is." She said, "I can't find him." I said, well, I'm coming to look for him. And then all of a sudden she says, Kirby. And I said, Kate, what is it? And it was just like she laid the phone down or something. She didn't hang it up or nothing. It was like, she didn't say nothing else. So I jumped in the car and I took off and I called my husband and all I could say was, get to Kirby's, get to Kirby's, get to Kirby's. He said, what is it? I said, I don't know. Just get to Kirby's. And that's all I could say was get to Kirby's, get to Kirby's, get to Kirby's.
I'm a teacher at an elementary school in Alabama, and I was at work and I could hear my cell phone ringing, and I looked at it and saw that it was my mom's name. And when I said hello, she just kept screaming, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone.
All I can remember is jumping out of the car, and when I took off running over there, my husband kept pushing me back, and he said, no, 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 you cannot. And I said, I've got to see my baby.
And I said, take a breath. You've got to tell me what's wrong. Who's gone? What has happened? And she said, he's gone. He's gone. My baby is gone. And I said, what do you mean? He's gone. And she said, he's gone to heaven. My stepdad, Dwayne, got on the phone and he said, Wendy, Kirby has been shot and it is not self-inflicted. He's gone. You guys have got to get here.
Kirby Carpenter was only 36 years old at the time of his murder. Investigators say he had been shot in the chest several times by someone with a shotgun. His body was found on the side of his house near the garage. Someone had put a curtain and a toolbox on top of his body.
I got on my knees and I begged God just to take me. He needed to live. He had babies to raise. I had lived my life. Just take me. Please don't take him. And then when I realized it wasn't to be, all I could scream was no, 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 no. And I remember the resource officer pulling up the cover that was on him, and I seen him laying there with his eyes open, and it was like blood was all over his face and chest and everything. And I just lost it from there.
Who covered him?
Whoever killed him.
And he was covered with a toolbox laid over him also, like a toolbox that goes on the back of a truck.
Where was the toolbox laying on him?
It was holding the cover that was over him.
Did Caitlin ever say how he got a blanket over him?
No, she said
In fact, she told the resource officer said that when he got there, that he went to uncover him to look and to verify that it was Kirby. And her words were, oh my God, Kirby, he's killed himself. No, how could he have killed himself?
Actually,
put a covering over himself and a toolbox.
Actually, the resource officer looked at Kate and told her, he said, this is no suicide. He said, this is a homicide.
Yeah.
They think he was shot in the garage.
They think that Kirby was shot in the garage. They think that he was killed as soon as he came home that night.
Police note drag marks of blood from the garage to the side of the house where his body was found.
Okay, I am currently standing where Kirby's body was found, looking back toward the home.
The surveillance cameras, which would have caught exactly what happened, had been disconnected, and the central cloud storage station was missing.
I'm thinking at the time that somebody has come in Kirby's driveway, shot him, and left, and like it had just happened. And then later we found out that he had been dead for 2 days.
All of us were in extreme shock, and just absolutely devastated. At that point, we were thinking, oh my God, who would have done this?
It put a fear in me that I never dreamed I could have.
At this point, you guys are thinking there is someone out there
Yes.
that killed him.
That's exactly what we were thinking. So of course we did think about dealings that, could have gone south with Kirby and, some of his business dealings. He did have dealings with a lot of different people, and there were some people that probably didn't care that much for Kirby, because if he believed something, he told you that's what he believed. If he stood on something, he stood on it. So yeah, I mean, he probably had some people who didn't care for him. And so I remember asking Caitlin, who would have done this to Kirby? Like, who would have any reason to kill Kirby? She looked at me and just so quickly, she said, meth heads. And I said, meth heads? She said, yeah. And I said, for what? And she said, money. And I said, no, they said he had money in his pocket. So for months afterward, every day, it's all we could think about. And we would just, sit and just, toss ideas off one another. Well, what about this, business, or what about this deal, or what about this person? There had been a couple of people in Kirby's past that he had not gotten along with. In fact, the story that Caitlin initially told was that she had heard a conversation between Kirby and someone the previous week, and that they had kind of a confrontational conversation, and that the person told Kirby, this is the kind of stuff that gets families killed.
Kirby and Caitlin weren't the only ones living in Kirby's home at the time. After Caitlin gave birth to their daughter in July of 2022, her parents, Jeff and Karen Spence, came to stay at Kirby's house.
They came in July with the intent to help for a couple weeks, and they stayed through August, September, October, November. We know that they had their home in Saltville, Virginia, but then we ended up being told later on that that was in foreclosure.
In foreclosure. Kirby was taking care of them. He fed them. He took care of them. They were in his home. Actually, he was even looking for them a home. He was going to buy them a home here so he could get them out of his house.
He told my husband a few times, I appreciate the help that they've given us, but, no house, no matter how big, is big enough for two families. And he made the comment several times, I'm just really getting ready to have our space and us just be home as a family, because they had lingered for so long.
The first time that he met her father, Kirby said, there's something about her dad. He said, I don't think I could ever turn my back on him. And my husband says, Kirby, you only met him for like 15 minutes. He said, I know that. He said, but I'm telling you, there's something about that man. He said, I don't think I could ever turn my back on him.
He'd had a very good intuition, about people. He could read people well. And he, if he said something, usually it turned out to be so. And a lot of times I think that we just brush that off as, Kirby's just being Kirby, he's being paranoid about it.
There was a time when Kirby said something to you about her.
Yes. So at one point when she and Kirby were dating, we were at Mom's and we were standing in the front yard talking, and he told me, he said, I just don't know about Kate. And I said, what do you mean you don't know about Kate? Of course we all loved her. And he said, if there's just something about her, I just don't know if I trust her. And I said, Kirby, you've got to stop being like that. You got to stop thinking that, everybody's out to get you.
Kirby's family didn't think back to these conversations initially, but something did stand out right away. After Kirby was found, his family realized Jeff and Karen Spence weren't at the house.
Kirby was found on Friday, December 2nd. And so I remember asking Caitlin that night in the garage at Mom's, I remember asking her, when did your parents leave? Because we had all just been there the week before on Thanksgiving. And so I was thinking in my mind, hold on, where are your parents? Because nobody had mentioned anything to us about them leaving, not being here anymore. They had not mentioned at Thanksgiving that they were planning to leave. And so I asked her, and she said, oh, they left Tuesday night. And then we ended up finding out Kirby was murdered on Wednesday.
To get this straight, Caitlin's parents left on Tuesday. Investigators believe Kirby was killed on Wednesday. And it wasn't until that Friday that Kirby's body was discovered. Jeff and Karen Spence returned to Kirby's home that Sunday.
Casey went out in the garage to talk with Jeff. They talked for a good while, and I ended up walking out there where they were at, and I talked for a while, and then Casey and him walked back in the house. When I went to walk out of the garage, something just told me, check his trunk. And I just opened his car door and popped the trunk. When I opened the trunk, his trunk was loaded down with bags and bags and bags of Kirby's silver. I'm thinking, oh my God, he is not taking Kirby's things. So I didn't go confront him or nothing. I went to unloading that car is what I done. I closed the trunk and then after everything was over that day, we went home and whatever. Well, that evening, somebody had called us and told us that they had vehicles backed up to the house and they were loading them down. So I went, I had to knock on the door because they had changed the locks on the doors of the house.
Mama went ahead and called the law, and they had a whole conversation. She explained to law enforcement what had happened previously that day, that same day. And she actually told one of the officers, she said, and I bet if I open his trunk right now, there will be more stuff in there. And she did, and there was.
What was in it?
More of Kirby's
bags
more
of silver.
Kirby's bags of silver and stuff.
So what did police do at that point?
They couldn't do anything.
They couldn't get involved.
They could not get involved because they said it was a civil matter and they could not get involved in it. But they could not stop me from getting in it. And I put my arm in there, and when I did, I went to pulling Kirby's stuff out again.
Kirby's family later discovers that someone had changed the locks on all Kirby's safes. In late December 2022, Caitlin, Jeff, and Karen Spence move out of Kirby's house.
Mom was at Kirby's house, and this was after they had left. And she was walking up the stairs and saw a little spot of what appeared to be blood on one of the stairs. And so she called and notified law enforcement, hey, this kind of looks like blood. Y'all need to come down here and look at this. And so they did.
The investigator used luminol, and when he used the luminol on the stairs, it blew up like a firecracker. There was so much blood there. There, all over the sink in the kitchen.
And they took a sample of it.
It made Kirby's sister, Casey Barnes, think back to something she said someone mentioned to them about Jeff Spence at Kirby's funeral.
We had someone tell us that they didn't know who Jeff was. They didn't realize who he was. However, they ran into him in the bathroom immediately following the funeral, and that he had his, shirt kind of raised using the restroom, and that he had a bandage on his side. Everything that happened just continued to point to them.
As time goes on, Kirby's family's suspicions grow. It reaches a fever pitch in the summer of 2023 when they're no longer able to get in touch with Caitlin Spence. They think she may be living with Kirby's daughter at her parents' home in Saltville, Virginia.
I wasn't getting any response from her, and had been trying for several days, and she wasn't replying, and so we were concerned. And so I actually contacted the Saltville police and asked for a welfare check. He said, what are we going to check for? And I told him, I was like, my niece is there. Supposedly this is the house where she's supposed to be. I've been trying to contact her mother for days. I can't get her. And he called back and he said, ma'am, I just wanted to call you back and let you know that there is not a house at the address that you sent me. And I was like, what do you mean there's not a house there? I was like, Mom is mailing child support payments to that address every month. And those checks are being cashed. That's got to be where they are. And he said, there's nothing standing there but a mailbox. He said that home has burned. And so at that point, we became extremely concerned.
The concerns keep growing. Investigators discover that in early November, shortly before Kirby's murder, Jeff and Karen Spence had made a series of large deposits in their joint bank account: $26,000, $50,000, and $97,000. Days after Kirby's murder, Jeff Spence pens a handwritten will, leaving all his, quote, worldly possessions to his wife, Karen Spence, writing, I've strived to be a good man, father, husband, son, and friend. As I slip the bounds of this earthly existence, I look forward to whatever is next. Caitlin also writes a will, leaving everything behind to her and Kirby's daughter, telling her daughter, quote, "This life has been a beautiful one. You are your mother's savage daughter. Do not ever forget that. I am always with you." And then came the real blow to Kirby's family.
While Kirby's body was being found here and we were finding out that he was dead, Jeff and Karen were in Virginia opening a safe deposit box that day, putting Kirby's belongings.
Police believe the items belonged to Kirby because they were found alongside a personal check he had written to someone.
At least 3 months after Kirby was killed, I would lay awake every night and come up with these things in my head of what could have happened so that Kate was not involved. You know, I mean, I can remember making up these things like, well,
we all did.
What if her dad did this and she didn't know about it?
On November 30th, 2023, 1 year to the day that Kirby Carpenter was murdered, police arrest Caitlin, Jeffrey, and Karen Spence. Prosecutors say they conspired and stole a large sum of Kirby's cash, silver coins, gold bars, and other precious metals. They were charged with conspiracy, grand larceny, and capital murder.
That day that they were arrested was the day that he was killed the year before. And we had set up to have a fireworks show at Kirby's house.
And then we found out that day that they had arrested him. And so we actually had a fireworks celebration.
Yes.
Kirby loved fireworks. And so we decided that night, after we found out that the people responsible for killing him had been arrested, that we were going to make it a Kirby celebration.
It turned out to be a big celebration. Neighbors came. Even the whole fire departments and stuff came.
Praise God, the day has come.
It was just unreal. All I could do was scream. I mean, I was just so happy they were behind bars.
At the first hearing for the Spences, prosecutors revealed that the last text Kirby received before his death was from Caitlin. It was just after 6:30 p.m. on November 30th. She asked him where he was. Kirby said he was heading home. He had just passed a local tire shop, which was about 15 minutes away. Investigators say Caitlin was not home when Kirby arrived back at the house. They know she was with her daughter at the local Walmart at 7 p.m. because she was seen on the store's surveillance cameras. The local sheriff testifies that after Caitlin left the Walmart around 7:15, she sat in her car in the parking lot for 45 minutes. Caitlin told police she was breastfeeding. The sheriff says she texted Kirby during that time asking if he wanted Chinese food for dinner. She didn't get a response. Police say Caitlin arrived home later that evening. Caitlin's reasons for not noticing Kirby's body outside the garage, despite living in the home for 2 days, remain unclear. But where was Jeff Spence during this time? Prosecutors say they're not entirely sure because his phone was turned off for several days around the time Kirby was murdered. But they believe he was in Kirby's house at some point. Remember the blood on the stairs that police tested? The DNA came back as a male relative of Caitlin Spence. After Kirby's murder, police tore through Kirby's house looking for evidence. They found that missing central station for the surveillance cameras hidden behind some boxes in a room where Kirby kept all his safes. And what about that big shoulder bag of money that everyone knew Kirby always carried with him? Police looked everywhere for it.
That bag never did show up. So where did it go? And also he had a pistol in his front pocket that has never been found.
And he probably went everywhere with the pistol?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
He did. He always had the pistol. And not only did he always have the pistol, but when law enforcement went through his pockets, he had 3 bullets in his pocket for that pistol. So he wouldn't have had the bullets in his pocket without the pistol.
Jeffrey Spence remains behind bars. We contacted his attorney for an interview, but he declined. During Jeffrey Spence's first hearing on the charges, his attorney tells the judge that prosecutors have zero proof that he killed Kirby. He points out that Jeff Spence also deals in gold and silver, which explains why he had those items. His attorney tried to have the charges dismissed due to the lack of a speedy trial, but the judge denied that motion and set a trial date for September of 2025. Jeffrey and Karen Spence will be tried together. That's when they'll come face to face with the prosecution's star witness, Caitlin Spence.
Caitlin had to make a very important and difficult decision, and that was, would she choose to cooperate with the state of Mississippi with what she knew? She maintained her innocence. With regard to killing Kirby, who she loved very much, and she maintained she didn't know anything about the murder or had no participation in the murder, was not involved in the planning of the murder, and did not know anything about it until after it had occurred. She implicates her father, and her father made admissions of killing Kirby. She does not implicate her mother.
Caitlin's attorney, Anthony Faris, says Caitlin had developed growing suspicions about her father's alleged involvement in Kirby's murder. And in the spring of 2023, she decided to confront him.
They have a private walk in an area called the Waterfall, and she confronts her father regarding what happened. Did you do this to Kirby? And that is when Jeffrey Spence makes admissions to her. And it was in essence a confession by Jeffrey Spence. She was aware of that information, did not share it, helped conceal it.
She also hid it from you.
She did, but you've got to understand that Caitlin is or was a daddy's girl, and she expected her father to do the right thing and come forward and save her from this ordeal. She thought that Jeffrey Spence would come in and do the right thing and tell what happened and really clear her for sure and clear her mother and then take his chances. But Jeffrey Spence is not that kind of man and certainly did not do that. So we reached the point where Caitlin had to fish or cut bait, as they say in Mississippi. And so she had the most difficult decision that she's ever had to make, and that is to come forward to tell the truth and agree to testify against her father, the man that she's loved, who has been her knight in shining armor all of her life until this point.
Faris says there's another reason Caitlin had to fish or cut bait, as they say.
Caitlin loves her daughter, wants to be with her daughter. The penalty for capital murder is death in Mississippi or life without parole. The district attorney's office announced that they would not be seeking the death penalty, but the only other penalty is life without parole. So that certainly is not attractive when you're looking at the necessity of raising your young daughter. I was able to negotiate a plea agreement on Caitlin's behalf. After much prayer and consideration on her part, she decided to accept that plea offer, which was that the offense of capital murder would be reduced to that of accessory after the fact, the capital murder, which changes the maximum penalty from life without parole to maximum of 20 years.
In April 2025, Caitlin Spence stood before a judge and pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact to murder.
You know, she testified at that hearing that she had a conversation with her father in the spring of 23, and that during that conversation, he became mean and aggressive with her, and that he had never been like that with her in her entire life. And the statements that he made to her when she flat out asked if he killed Kirby were very incriminating.
He made statements like, the less you know, the better.
I did what I had to do.
I did what I had to do.
And don't look
a gift horse in the mouth. One of the things that she said was that her dad told her, you can't tell anybody this because it will tear our family apart.
And, you know, for her to be tearful while she was saying that, just, I was very, very, very angry. Actually kind of stormed out of the courtroom. I just felt like I had to get up and run. I was so mad that she's sitting there talking about her family being torn apart. I have said since the beginning, before we even suspected that or, had any knowledge that they could be involved, that anyone who knew before, during, or after the murder was just as guilty. And I stand on that.
I was so numb for so many days afterward. And actually, even now, I feel numb because I feel like that we've really been let down.
Shortly after appearing in court and agreeing to testify against her parents, Caitlin Spence was released. She has to wear a GPS monitor. For Kirby's family, it's another step forward toward justice, a step, though, they call bittersweet.
When the true crime thing kind of blew up and everybody, I was one of those that I listened to the podcast, I read the books, I read the stories, I watched the TV shows, and you always feel for those victims and their families. But, before this, all of those were a story to me. And Kirby's story is just that to so many people. It's a story. But this is our real life. We have to deal with this every single day. True crime is a story until it's your story. And that completely changes everything.
My life has went from being whole as a family to being something that I have to worry about every day. Something that Kirby is on my mind 24/7. I go to sleep with him on my mind. I wake up with him on my mind.
I want the people who did this to be brought to justice, but I never want Kirby to be forgotten. That's probably my number one thing, is that they are brought to justice and that his children will know how much he loved them and that they will know the quirky things that made their daddy their daddy. It was Casey's idea to start a scholarship fund. We have actually had people donate, and we were able to give $5,000 to 10 different seniors who are going to college or trade school. A lot of the reason that we're speaking out is to keep his memory alive and to do things to honor him and to show his children right and wrong, but also to show them that, just because we lose somebody here on earth doesn't mean that we can't do things to honor their memory.
Karen Spence hasn't entered a plea in this case. In August 2024, she was released on a $150,000 bond. She also has to wear a GPS monitor. We reached out to her attorney, who declined an interview. That attorney recently filed an alibi defense notice with the court. It says that Karen Spence will testify that she left Mississippi with her husband the afternoon of November 29th, the day before Kirby was killed, that they drove back to Saltville, Virginia for Karen's doctor's appointment. The notice says that Karen intends to call her daughter, Caitlin Spence, as a witness to this fact, and that she may also call her husband as a witness. A judge granted a motion by the defense to move the trial against Jeffrey and Karen Spence to a different county because of all the attention the case has garnered in the local community. The new venue is about an hour away. Kirby Carpenter deserved more years than he was given. He believed in living life hard, fast, and big, loving his family, his kids, and friends throughout it all. After Kirby's murder, his family found a poem he had written in a journal. They don't know when he wrote it or what it was about, but the words hold incredible significance to them now. Kirby wrote, quote, "It never fails, the good you do will be done unto you. Karma exists, and don't think it's not true. The man who stole from me, someone will take tenfold from you. We know who you are, and so does the man upstairs, and you can stop the wrongdoing and start it right here. Turn yourself in, because they are coming for you anyhow. You got away once, but you're caught now. For Law and Crime Investigates, I'm Kristen Thorne.
I love you.
Love you.
State Patrol 911.
Somebody just broke it out and shot me.
Okay, are you in St. Paul, sir? Okay, let me get you right in there. Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on a sec. Okay, they'll be right with you. Hold on 1 second with me.
911.
Okay, hi, this is the one on in St. Paul. Go ahead, sir.
No, sir. No.
Hello?
No.
Can you tell me where you are?
What?
Take a deep breath.
I'm on 1794 Minnehaha.
Are you east or west?
West.
You're west?
West.
Are you in a house or an apartment?
A house.
What's the problem?
When I was been shot, somebody broke into the house. I've been shot.
Wait, you've been shot?
Yes, please.
Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay?
Okay.
What's your name? What is...
No.
Nick?
No.
Nick?
Yes.
Stay on the phone with me. Who shot you?
I don't know. Somebody broke into that house. No.
Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? Do not hang up.
No.
April 25th, 2010, St. Paul, Minnesota. A panicked husband, 27-year-old Nicholas Firkus, dials 911, claiming an intruder shot his 25-year-old wife, Heidi Firkus, and injured him in the leg. While he survives the attack, his wife does not. 65 seconds earlier, she had made her own 911 call to report the intruder, her voice heard for the last time.
State Patrol 911.
Someone's trying to break into my home.
What city are you in, St. Paul?
I'm in St. Paul.
Hang on just a second. What address are you at?
1794.
1794 what?
911, where's
your emergency? Stay with
1794 Minnehaha Avenue.
Minnehaha, someone's trying west? Somebody's trying to break in her house.
First responders arrive on scene and discover Heidi lifeless, a single gunshot wound ending her young life. Nick, bleeding from a gunshot wound to his leg, is rushed to the hospital. For over a decade, the mystery surrounding Heidi Firkus' 2010 murder has haunted investigators. Her husband insists she was killed during this violent home burglary, but as the years pass and the evidence is re-examined, a chilling possibility emerges. The killer might not have been a stranger at all. Nick and Heidi Firkus meet at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. She a freshman in high school and he a junior. Their shared faith and community involvement bring them together, and in 2005, when Heidi was 20 and Nick was 22, they get married and begin building their life together. Friends and family describe them as a loving and devoted couple. Heidi was known for her vibrant personality and deep commitment to her faith. But beneath the surface, the couple faced significant financial challenges. Unbeknownst to many, they were struggling with substantial debt and were behind on mortgage payments. This financial strain culminated in the foreclosure of their home, with eviction scheduled for April 26, 2010, the day after Heidi is killed. Police seal off the scene, combing the area for clues and questioning neighbors. Yet no one reported seeing an intruder. Then came a chilling account from a nearby resident, who told officers he had heard a muffled argument, followed by gunshots, and a desperate cry of a voice pleading, "You shot her. You shot me. Please, please, no." After being treated for his injury, Nick met with investigators and recounted his version of events. He claimed he heard someone fiddling with the front doorknob, grabbed his shotgun, woke Heidi, and rushed her downstairs.
Officer McGinn interviewing Nicholas James Firkus. Okay. Is it Nick?
Yes.
Nick, can you tell me exactly what happened?
Yeah. I got up to go to the bathroom or get a glass of water. I heard somebody fiddling with the front door. I woke up Heidi to have her call the police. I grabbed my shotgun out of the closet.
Okay, when you were doing this, where were you when you went?
We were up in our master bedroom.
Okay, when you got the glass of water, were you in the bathroom? Upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, and you could hear the door from the upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. So then go on.
Then we called the police from the closet in case we needed to hide in the closet.
Who called the police?
Heidi did.
Okay. Okay, and then what happened?
And then we decided we were going to run to the garage and just get out of the house.
Okay.
And then we did. And when we got to the bottom of the stairs, the door opened up and Heidi kept going and I turned and got grabbed. We were kind of both holding onto the gun. It went off twice. The second time, I think, is when I was hit.
Okay, and do you know what happened the first time?
Heidi was hit. She wasn't moving.
Heidi was hit, okay. And where did this happen at?
In our entryway, outside the door, like 2 feet from the door. The door opened and the guy grabbed me.
Okay. And when he grabbed you, where was Heidi at the time?
She was running.
Okay, towards?
The back door.
Okay. And then after you were shot?
I don't know.
You don't know what happened?
No, I think they ran.
They?
I think so.
Okay, can you describe who you saw?
All I saw was a guy in a hooded sweatshirt pulled low. Maybe sunglasses on or something. Maybe. I didn't see a whole lot.
Okay, did you see color of skin, complexion?
He might have been black, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. And what color was the sweatshirt?
Dark.
Dark? Okay. And what else can you describe from him?
Gloves.
He's wearing gloves.
That's it. That's all I got.
And was he holding anything in his hand?
Well, it sounded like he was fiddling with a door with some sort of tool.
Did you see a tool?
I heard a tool, that's all.
Okay, did you?
I didn't see a tool.
Okay. And when you got shot, can you describe when you were wrestling with a gun with him?
I can try. It was fast. He just came in and I tried to push him away. Just, push him away. And he just got a hold of it. And he was a lot bigger than me, and I turned and started stumbling. And that's when the gun went off, and that's when Heidi fell down. I don't know.
Okay. And
I don't know how I ended up shot.
How big was?
She was a lot bigger than I was, so.
Could you guess how tall he was?
Over 6 feet, but
Over 6 feet?
I don't know. Much taller, I guess.
What about his build?
He was a bigger guy. Not fat though, but just thick.
Okay, and where did he go after?
Back break.
Back break? Where?
I think so.
Through the front door?
Yeah, I would assume he didn't come into the house anymore.
Okay. And then we showed up?
Yeah. Right. I tried to help Heidi, but I couldn't help her. She wasn't moving.
Okay, now I got a couple just questions I have to ask when these kind of incidents happen. Did you have any alcohol in your system?
Had a glass of wine at 9 o'clock at night.
9 o'clock at night. Did she have any drink?
Same thing.
Same at the night before?
Yeah.
Okay. And you don't remember anything else about the suspect?
Nothing. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Investigators have suspicions from the start.
It seems kind of odd to me that you guys are going to leave your bedroom. There's only one way in, one way out. To go downstairs, then go out to a garage that's not secure. I mean, that just seems a little odd to me.
Well, we were going to get in our car and leave.
Okay.
Was the point.
All right. But...
And we can lock it from the inside. It's
okay.
just a matter of the key part of it doesn't, like, when we stick our keys in, it's really, sometimes it's really rough, but we could have deadbolted and everything in the garage, but the whole point was to get away from the house and get out.
How many ways are there? How many different ways are there to get up the stairs to your house?
Just one.
Just one staircase. So there's not like a front staircase and a back staircase.
No, it's just the one.
Just the one staircase.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what would have prevented you from just sitting at the top of the stairs with the shotgun waiting for them to come upstairs then?
Well, when the last time that when the police came about a year and a half ago, Heidi and I had a conversation about what do we do if something like that happens again. Like, you know, in that case it was the police, but what do we? And that's just the plan that we came up with.
Is to go to the garage.
Is to just get in the car and leave.
Okay.
And just get out of there. Because we knew we could get out of the house and into the garage quickly.
Yeah.
And then bolt it behind us. We knew we could do that. And so,
Okay.
because, you know, part of the reason we had that conversation is because I wasn't quick to act, and it frustrated Heidi.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, what do we do? Do we stay or do we go? And at that time, I didn't have my shotgun with me.
A critical piece of the puzzle emerges when Nick reveals a shocking truth. He and Heidi were drowning in debt, their home already lost to foreclosure, with eviction looming just one day after her death.
How long have you and Heidi been married for?
For 4.5 years.
You guys have any problems or anything like that?
Just the normal stuff, like stresses about finances and quality time and vacations and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I would say we're still best friends. And
okay.
Very, like, we're having a great time Saturday night.
All right. You guys aren't behind in the bills or anything like
we
that?
are behind in the bills, which is a little stressful. In fact, we were planning on moving tomorrow.
Moving where?
Well, we hadn't figured that out yet. We were, and this is a hard place for us. We foreclosed on our house.
Okay.
We have to be out by Monday. Tomorrow, one of the reasons I brought the van home was also because it has a trailer hitch. I was going to go back to the office and grab a trailer.
So you had to be out by Monday?
We do out by Monday. This has been kind of a private struggle for us, so we were going to move as much of our stuff into the garage as we possibly could.
Okay.
And then start taking stuff to a storage place and then either crash at. We hadn't ran it by our folks yet, but we were going to kind of talk to everybody about it tomorrow and crash at their place or get a hotel and find a place to live.
Well, that's kind of close notice.
It is, and I think the reason is because we're both kind of dealing with the shame of the whole thing, because we're embarrassed. I think that one of the challenges is that we haven't been able to be honest with our friends about our struggles.
Yeah.
And it's not to discredit our friends or anything like that. It's just we just don't. Both of us are too stubborn to admit that we're failing.
Okay. Well,
so it was really a hard decision. We have a bunch of boxes, and we had a really good plan to efficiently start hauling things out of our house tomorrow. We felt like we could get it done in a day and then Monday morning.
So you and her never mentioned this to either set of parents?
None of our parents or none of our friends.
No one knows about this except you and I?
And Heidi.
And Heidi.
That's right.
Okay.
Could this financial turmoil have been a motive for murder? The disclosure of their dire circumstances cast doubt on his story, but the investigation stalls. Nick provides a police sketch of the supposed intruder, but it yields no leads. Meanwhile, as questions about Heidi's death linger unanswered, Nick's life takes an unexpected turn. Just 2 years after the tragedy, he remarries, starting a new chapter with 27-year-old Rachel Sanchez, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and growing suspicions. 5 years later, in 2015, A potential breakthrough surfaces, a tip identifying the man in Nick's sketch. But the hope for answers quickly fades when police discover the suspect had been behind bars at the time of Heidi's murder. The case goes cold once again, leaving Heidi's family in agonizing limbo. Then, in 2019, a fresh pair of eyes takes over. Sergeant Nicole Sipes, determined to uncover the truth, begins combing through the evidence with the FBI's assistance. What she found was unsettling. The financial troubles Nick had admitted to were riddled with deeper inconsistencies, painting a picture of secrets and deception. But the most damning revelations came from Nick's now ex-wife, Rachel. She confesses that she had left Nick after discovering his alarming pattern of financial deceit, eerily similar to his behavior with Heidi. Then a bombshell. Rachel hands over a recorded conversation with Nick about their hidden financial struggles, providing investigators with a critical piece of evidence that turns the case on its head. In the recording you hear, "Your actions have caused me to just distrust you completely. And the fact that your lying was so easy for you to do in front of me over and over and over makes me think," Rachel said on the recording. "That I could murder my wife?" Nick responded. "That you could lie about something," Rachel answered. "That I could murder my wife?" Nick repeated. "Yes," Rachel finally admitted on the recording. Nicholas Firkus's financial troubles become evident when examining publicly available records. Using a subscription-based service like truthfinder.com, which provides access to public records, we uncovered information about his background, including possible contact details and location history. At first glance, the records depicted a man with a seemingly clean past, but a closer look revealed signs of financial distress that would later play a key role in understanding the events surrounding Heidi Firkus's tragic death. Truthfinder allows users, including journalists and researchers, to quickly access detailed public records. With a paid subscription, anyone can conduct background checks, verify information, or uncover hidden details about the individuals. This tool helped shed light on the financial issues that were quietly looming in Nick's life, issues investigators would later link to the motive behind the case. If you're watching this episode of Law and Crime Investigates, you can get 50% off your first confidential background report at truthfinder.com/LCinvestigates. Find the link in the description below. On May 19th, 2021, Nick Firkus is arrested and charged with second-degree murder of his former wife, Heidi. A grand jury later indicts him on first and second-degree murder charges, first-degree premeditated murder, and second-degree intentional murder. This dual-charging approach is a common prosecutorial strategy designed to increase the likelihood of a conviction. Then, nearly 2 years later, in February 2023, Nick's trial begins. Prosecutors argue that Nick staged the burglary as a desperate attempt to cover up his financial failures. They contended that Nick feared being exposed as a failure and chose to kill Heidi rather than face the shame. They reconstruct the crime scene for the jury. According to Nick, he and Heidi came downstairs together, with Heidi in front. He claimed the door opened, leading to a confrontation with the alleged intruder in the tight space near the door. However, there are several inconsistencies in his story. For example, the area near the door contained a table cluttered with items, including candlesticks, a stainless steel water bottle, and even a receipt. None of these objects were disturbed, despite Nick's claim of a struggle with an intruder. This detail was pivotal. How could such a physical altercation, involving a long gun between two parties, take place without knocking anything over? The prosecution proposes that Nick had already been downstairs when the events unfolded. They theorized that he called out to Heidi, telling her there was a burglar, which causes Heidi to come downstairs and call 911. It's then that Nick stops behind her and shoots her in the back. Meanwhile, Nick's defense attorneys argue that he had no motive to harm Heidi and maintain there was evidence of an actual intruder. They claim Heidi was aware of the foreclosure, so there wouldn't be a reason to kill her, and insisted that tool marks on the door supported Nick's burglary story. At his sentencing on April 13th, 2023, Nick maintained his innocence, telling the court, "I do maintain and will maintain to my dying breath my innocence of this crime." The judge sentences him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Nick has since appealed his conviction. He continues to proclaim his innocence, but for investigators and Heidi's loved ones, the verdict marks the end of a long and harrowing journey. After years of uncertainty and unanswered questions, they believe justice has finally been delivered, ensuring Heidi's story will not be forgotten.
An abandoned car.
She said, do you know I could kill you and your family right now?
A messy breakup. And a missing woman rocked a small Georgia city in 2011.
Something is not right about this whole story.
Until 7 years later, when police receive a harrowing 911 call.
She bleeding real bad. Somebody stabbed her.
I was in room 214. I heard screaming.
The broad one right by me with the knife and everything.
Are you
soaked in blood? That's not mine. Yes.
And investigators learn the two women may have one major thing in common: their lover.
I said, if you decide to shoot me, you make sure my black is dead.
Fool authorities once, shame on you. Fool them twice, good luck with that.
Let me see your hands. Hands.
The penalty is death.
Get your family out of here. Why me?
I will have my attorney call you.
So unbelievable.
In December 2018, police officers in DeKalb County, Georgia, receive a tip from a woman who claims her girlfriend is planning to murder her estranged wife. Then, just a few days later, police receive another call.
I think there's a stabbing. Can you send somebody immediately, officer? One of the police walking on the back side.
We're sending someone.
A man at a Motel 6 in Conyers, Georgia, sees a woman leaving room 114 with blood on her hands.
One lady's walking back to the wood, and she's making turns.
Witnesses track the assailant and her vehicle as far as their eyes can see to give officers a head start on what they can only assume will be a manhunt.
Which way is pulling out? Okay, that's a lady. It's a black Nissan. I cannot see the tag. It's a black car. Black Nissan. Black Nissan.
Meanwhile, other guests rush to aid the victim, who has fallen over the threshold of her motel room. She's covered in blood and barely able to speak.
She's bleeding real bad.
Okay.
Somebody stabbed her.
Where is she bleeding from?
I think from the chair.
Police and rescue dispatched to the motel, hoping to get there in time to save her.
Okay, where is she?
But it's hard to tell what her future holds. When paramedics arrive, they can see the victim has been stabbed over 30 times in the chest, torso, and legs.
She's bleeding profusely from the abdomen.
She's alive, but her injuries are severe. She has lost a lot of blood, and she is floating in and out of consciousness, making it hard for police to get information out of her.
98 radio. She's in and out of consciousness, breathing pretty heavily at this time. I know you hurt. I know, honey, but I've got lots and lots of help and lots of people that are going to come help me with you, okay?
Luckily for law enforcement, the victim isn't the only witness to her attack. Several hotel guests heard screaming, and a few even saw the assailant leaving the scene.
I was in room 214 with a friend of mine. I heard her screaming. We come down, and I asked the lady before she was really going out, I said, is this your dog? She said, no. I said, does it belong to the lady that hurt you? She said, yes. It has rabies tags and everything that could probably trace her or whatnot. I don't know.
Okay. We got the car.
Okay.
According to passersby, the attacker didn't try to conceal her identity. She was wearing a hat, but left her face uncovered.
I heard her say she tried to kill me. When she said that, the broad walked right by me. But I'm tripping because she still got the knife out.
You got baby girl in the room.
Right.
When I first heard the screams, you know, if you're in a motel, you're thinking sex. That's what I thought because they weren't that loud. And I heard thump, thump. Then they were getting louder and I heard the dog. But I heard the dog and I knew it was coming from the room. So I caught the dog and I come back to her. She was kind of in and out of consciousness. I said, ma'am, what's your name? She said, Roz.
Roz, listen to me. You've got to hold still for me, okay, sweetie, until I can get some help here, okay?
Even with so many stab wounds to the chest, the woman is determined to share two crucial pieces of information with police. Her name, Rosalind Lewis, and the name of her attacker.
Who did this?
Joyce.
Joyce?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know Joyce's last name? Pelzer?
42-year-old Joyce Marie Pelzer. Lewis and Pelzer are married, but their relationship isn't hunky-dory. In fact, it's just about over. Lewis has been staying at the Motel 6 after leaving the allegedly abusive relationship and has apparently had a restraining order against Pelzer for months.
My wife is here in town. She threatened me a few weeks back here.
Your wife?
Yes, my wife.
Okay.
A few months ago, I left my wife. She was cheating. Long story short, I left, turned off everything, and the woman that she was involved with said that when I turned everything off, she went ballistic and saying how much she hated me. She wanted to knock me off and kill me and all this other. And that next morning, when she got up and I was up, she was talking again, and I was like, Joy, the marriage is over. And she jumped up and she said, so she had her hand behind her back, she said, do you know I could kill you and your family right now? I told her, I said, if you decide to shoot me, you make sure my black is dead. Make sure I have no breath left in my body, because if you don't, I will get you back.
That was in August, when Lewis made the reports against her wife. And the other woman Pelzer was allegedly involved with, who cautioned Lewis about how angry Pelzer was? She's the same woman who called police just days before the stabbing, warning them of Pelzer's alleged plans to kill Rosalind Lewis.
Are you...
Soaked in blood that's not mine? Yes.
I don't know how bad it is. It doesn't, from here visually, I don't see a whole lot.
Just on my lower half, and she was grabbing my arms, just soaked in blood.
Okay.
She was she was terrified of it.
Sure. I mean, I'd be terrified too.
As time passes, the likelihood that Lewis will survive the attack only decreases. Paramedics rush her to a nearby hospital, but her injuries are too severe. 47-year-old Rosalind Lewis dies on December 10, 2018. But Lewis held true to the promise she made to Pelzer. Until there was no breath left in her body, she would get Pelzer back. And she did, by making sure everyone knew who did this to her.
Roz, I need you to keep breathing for me, okay? You said it's Joyce? Yes. Do you know Joyce's last name? Pelzer?
I've got a Joyce Pelzer, P-E-L-Z-E-R. I don't have a date of birth.
I don't know who registered here. So is it Joyce?
They say the suspect is Joyce, apparently.
With a name from the victim, a physical description from witnesses, and the make and color of the getaway vehicle, the search for Lewis's killer is already well underway. Largely thanks to motel security footage that captured nearly every moment before and after the attack. On December 8th, just 2 days before the attack, it appears Joyce Pelzer checked into her own room. There is more than an hour of footage showing Pelzer standing in the lobby, walking the first-floor breezeway, and driving her black Nissan through the motel parking lot, over and over again. Just after 10 a.m. on the day of the attack, Rosalind Lewis can be seen pulling up to the motel in her black Toyota Camry, a different vehicle than the one Pelzer is seen driving. Lewis puts the car in park, then gets out. She doesn't know it yet, but this is one of the last times she'll ever be seen by anyone outside the motel. Then, around 10:34 a.m., motel guests hear screaming coming from room 114. Security cameras capture motel guests approaching the room. Just 1 minute later, at 10:35 a.m., Pelzer, in her black hat and gray jacket, can be seen exiting room 114. Lewis is still inside. That's when Pelzer makes a beeline for the parking lot, leaving a trail of blood behind her. Seconds later, Lewis falls onto the threshold, and the dog one witness described can be seen chasing Pelzer down the sidewalk. As Lewis tries to save her own life, Pelzer gets into her vehicle and speeds out of the parking lot. Security cameras capture her making a right turn onto the highway, as a brave witness follows her, dials 911, and reports everything he sees to the dispatcher.
I cannot see the car. It's a black car. Black Nissan.
Shortly after 911 is called, police officers locate a vehicle matching the description of Pelzer's Nissan leaving the area where the stabbing took place. There are 2 black female passengers inside, and police assume they have their suspect in arm's reach.
Okay. It is occupied by a female. Hey, let me see your hands. I'm going to take one person out of the vehicle at each time. I'll lock the door. All right, put your hands in the air. Hands in the air. Turn around.
Uber driver.
Okay, step back here.
Keep your hands up, guys.
Uber driver.
Okay, relax. We can get it figured out in just a second.
Okay, well, she's claiming that this girl is a Uber driver that picked them up, and that they got picked up from America's Best, and never stopped by Motel 6. So they're just wrong place, wrong time?
Yeah.
Okay.
When the officer runs the plate number and the passenger's identification cards, none of the information comes back as a match.
We're coming from an area where an incident just occurred. Your vehicle was given as a description. It came out as a black Nissan, passenger car driven by a female, so that's the reason why you were stopped and handcuffed, okay?
While officers uncuff the innocent people on the street, Joyce Pelzer is somewhere out there, possibly under the assumption she's gotten away with it. Again. 7 years earlier, a similar crime took place in DeKalb County. A 35-year-old woman named Shondell McLeod vanished after ending a relationship she also called abusive. When McLeod didn't show up for work one morning in September 2011, her mom called the police to report her missing. From the start, people close to McLeod assumed her ex-girlfriend had something to do with it. Her ex was Joyce Pelzer, who by that time was already dating Rosalind Lewis. Police interviewed Pelzer, who told investigators she was at work on the day that McLeod disappeared. But according to her boss, Pelzer never showed up for her shift. Pelzer later claimed that she had spent the entire day with her new girlfriend, but detectives and McLeod's loved ones remained suspicious, especially considering the couple's tumultuous past. Pelzer had an outstanding warrant for her arrest after threatening McLeod with a knife in July 2011, about 2 months before McLeod vanished. Then, in August 2011, McLeod told police that Pelzer trespassed into her home and stole her furniture. Following her disappearance, McLeod's car was found, abandoned, damaged, and covered in mud, but that was it in the way of physical evidence, and the case went cold. That is, until August 2018, when police received a tip that Joyce Pelzer had admitted to killing McLeod. Then Rosalind Lewis came into the station to make her own report, and she mentioned McLeod too.
At the end of the day, I have too much other going on than to deal with some behind that I left you. Get over it at this point. Really get over it.
So the detective, what prompted you to call a detective in Atlanta?
She has some legal issues going on in Atlanta with a missing person from some years ago. And in talking to my wife's ex-girlfriend, it is her ex-girlfriend, she told me that the detective had reached out to her and she had talked to him, and I was like, do you have his number? Because I'm like, okay, wait a minute, because I know the girl that's missing had a restraining order on Joyce. So I wanted to call him and say, hey, what steps do I need to take to get another restraining order, and this is what's going on, because I don't know what the hell happened with the woman. I have no clue. Lord knows, I hope she's okay. But at this point, I don't know, because that's been 6-7 years ago, I guess. I'm not even sure how long it's been, but it's been a minute.
3 months later, the tipster called again to report Pelzer's alleged plan to kill Rosalind Lewis. So when Lewis is found brutally stabbed just a few days later, police all over the state of Georgia are narrowing in on Joyce Marie Pelzer. And this time, they're going to find her while the case is hot. At 3:15 p.m., about 5 hours after the attack at the motel, a state trooper in Crisp County, Georgia, spots a black Nissan headed southbound on I-75. When he attempts to stop the vehicle, the driver challenges him to a high-speed chase. Then, just when it looks like Pelzer is finally within reach, she tries to take off again. There's no way out now. Police have Pelzer cornered. But they quickly learn that a knife isn't her only weapon of choice. Pelzer appears to have a loaded gun in the vehicle and fires the first shot in what turns into a highway shootout. Pelzer is wounded by one of the officers on scene, and despite her attempt on their lives, one officer rushes to render her aid until the ambulance arrives. Pelzer is airlifted to a hospital in Cordele, Georgia, before being transported again to the Navicent Health Center in Macon, Georgia.
It's okay, Joyce.
That's where investigators meet her, hooked up to tubes and IVs. Pelzer doesn't have the chance to recover in privacy. Officers wait in the hospital room with her for days, collecting blood, swabs of saliva, and photographing her injuries. Investigators have confirmed that Lewis had walked into Pelzer's motel room that morning and never walked out. Evidence found in room 114, like dog food and the camouflage jacket Pelzer is seen wearing in security footage, confirm that Joyce Pelzer was staying there. Investigators just need to know why. They also want to talk to Pelzer about another case, Shondell McLeod's disappearance 7 years earlier. But given her injuries, 2 gunshot wounds to the head and several lacerations from the vehicle crash, they'll have to wait until she's healed enough to have a conversation. A few days of recovery is all she gets before she trades her hospital gown for an orange jumpsuit.
Do I sound normal?
Yeah, I think so.
I sound like a robot.
Oh, that's okay. Why you got a tear coming down your face? Are your eyes hurting at all?
Huh?
Your eyes hurting at all? Can you see me okay?
They doing what?
Lewis insists she's unable to hear or see properly, but for now, the investigator isn't giving up.
Huh?
Do you understand where you are now?
I don't know what you say.
Okay.
Who are you?
So I'm Sergeant Lucas. I work with Conyers Police Department. Do you know what your warrants are?
Do I know what is on?
What the warrants are for?
No. How many of them?
You got 2. You got 2 warrants.
2 warrants?
Yes. One for aggravated assault.
Okay.
And one for murder.
And murder for who?
I think you know who.
Who?
But I need you to let me know if you want to talk.
Then, suddenly, Lewis's condition seems to improve, and she appears far more capable of speaking with the detective.
I gave you time.
I think I need to get an attorney. You talking about murder? I ain't killed nobody.
Except she isn't willing to. But that's okay, because other people close to Rosalind Lewis are.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I think happened.
Okay.
Last week, she called Rosalind. Rosalind had been ignoring her phone calls. Joy had gotten real aggressive with the call, so she answered. And she said, "What is it, Joy?" She said, "I'm happy. And you have some, well, you're happy and you have someone. I'm happy and I have someone." That's the only thing that I can see set Joy off, because her response to Rosalind is that I'm gonna kill both of you.
And the more people they talk to in Lewis's circle, the more investigators learn about why Lewis and Pelzer would have been together at all that day.
So as far as y'all were aware, she was not communicating with Joy? She was talking to Joy, but it depends on who you may ask. She would not always be open saying that she's talking to Joy. No. But we all know that. Whether it was just texting or whatever.
Knowing that Lewis and Pelzer were still in contact helps investigators understand why Lewis might have gone to motel room 114. But maybe she didn't go just to talk. According to Lewis's new girlfriend, there might have been another reason for her to see Pelzer face to face.
She was scared to death of her. And when Roz came back from New Orleans, she was in a hotel and we were talking. And she said, babe, I gotta go meet her at some point to serve her papers. I said, you don't have to serve her papers. The lawyers can do that. And she had already told me she was scared to death of her. And she told me, with the things that she's capable of doing. And I told her, I said, I don't think it's a good idea.
The things she was capable of doing. Now that piques detectives' interest, because Lewis's death isn't the only case they're curious about. They want to know about Shondell McLeod's disappearance, too.
I said, because all of the evidence, they didn't have a body, but I just questioned how someone goes missing 2 days after you file a protective order.
Everyone has a theory about what happened to McLeod, and some wonder if maybe Lewis's death was somehow connected. Maybe she knew more than she let on.
Why? I think, and I don't tell the family, but I think she probably knew what happened. I said that too. I think that's the only way, and she was the only person who could, Because when the girl was missing, her and Roz was together. They was together.
That's exactly what Pelzer would later claim about her ex-girlfriend Shondell McLeod's 2011 disappearance, that it wasn't her who got rid of McLeod, but her then-girlfriend, Rosalind Lewis. But Lewis's family and investigators aren't buying it, especially because recently Pelzer had made a strange, sudden move, all the way from Atlanta to North Dakota.
Why would she leave Atlanta to go to North Dakota to work? Nothing was adding up to what she was telling me. Right. North Dakota? There's nothing in North Dakota. And if she's running from detective, she can hang it up, because the man has said he is going to have her behind bars if that's the last thing he'd do.
Well, he's convinced that the reason she moved to North Dakota was to get far away from him. I don't know if that's true or not.
I'm convinced if that's what she did.
Okay.
Because why else?
It seems like a strange move to me, for sure.
North Dakota. And then why did you come back? I still don't understand what brought her back.
I've gotten the impression, but I'd like to hear you say it. Do you think that Joyce had something to do with the investigation that is conducting?
Oh, I am willing to put my head on the chopping board. I have tried to do my own personal investigation. My mama told me to leave it alone. But it's just something, and I'm going to be honest, I've asked Rosalind because I don't understand what's holding you there. Do you know something? Did she say something? Something is not right about this whole story.
Pelzer's new girlfriend, the one who called police in August 2018 to tell them Pelzer confessed to killing McLeod, also believed that Lewis was involved in McLeod's disappearance. She told investigators that Lewis hired a hitman to kill McLeod, and Pelzer had planned the murder for months.
I don't know what how she's tied to this, but I'm almost willing to bet she's tied to this.
Outside of Pelzer's allegations, there's no evidence that Lewis had anything to do with McLeod's disappearance. But the deeper investigators dig into this case, the more they believe they finally have enough evidence to tie Pelzer to McLeod's case definitively. In 2021, Pelzer is sentenced to life in prison for the stabbing and murder of Rosalind Lewis. 2 years later, she returns to the courtroom for the trial related to Shondell McLeod's disappearance and death. Pelzer admits that she helped bury McLeod, but claims that it was Rosalind Lewis who orchestrated and executed her murder. At trial, Pelzer's defense states there is insufficient evidence to convict her, but a jury disagrees. On December 1st, 2023, more than a decade after McLeod vanished from her home, Joyce Marie Pelzer is found guilty on the charges of malice murder and felony murder. She's serving a life sentence and will never see the outside of a cell.